but boy, does that add up.
And not only that, it's so much work trying to find something. If you don't know where it's streaming and you're looking at everything, I know, we need to streamline it all. Thanks for waking up with us. This is Early Today.
New details as we come on the air this morning surrounding the seized passports from the FBI's search of Mar-a-Lago. Plus, former President Trump's former attorney, Rudy Giuliani, learns that he is the target of a probe into alleged election interference in Georgia.
This is Donald Trump's legacy, but it cannot be the future of our nation.
Today, Donald Trump's biggest political antagonist is fighting for her political life as Liz Cheney, behind in the polls, will face the voters of Wyoming today.
Is a wide section of the U.S. about to be renamed an extreme heat belt, facing regular temperatures of 125 degrees? Plus, the fight for water from the Grand Canyon region facing multiple states.
And we've got multiple consumer alerts to warn you about, including a recall involving 2 million rockers and swings after an infant death. Plus, a popular pizza and kids' beverages.
And today's small step by Artemis is one giant leap in NASA's mission to return people to the moon. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Breaking overnight, 8 people have reportedly been shot after a shootout erupted at a Memphis hospital. This happened at Methodist North Hospital. A local station, ABC 24, is reporting that the gunshots erupted in front of the emergency room entrance. The hail of bullets reportedly hitting a silver sedan that was parked on the median. NBC News has reached out to the Memphis police, but they have not released any information on the shooter or details on the injuries of those who were shot. The hospital has also declined to comment. We will have updates as they become available.
Now to the countdown to the midterm elections, now just 84 days away. Primaries are being held in 2 states today, Wyoming and Alaska. And all eyes are once again on Republicans who have been critical of former President Trump.
So far, of the 10 House Republicans who voted for impeachment in the wake of January 6th, only 2 have won, 3 have lost, and 4 are retiring. Congresswoman Liz Cheney faces that test today. NBC's Susan McGinnis joins us now from Washington, D.C. Susan, good morning. It looks like a very uphill battle for Liz Cheney.
Hi, good morning, Philip and Francis. That's right, and it's a battle she will most likely lose, her fate likely already sealed, as Liz Cheney, we know, Republican Congresswoman, trying to hold on to her seat. She is, of course, the co-chair of the January 6th committee investigating Donald Trump's efforts to overturn the election, firmly in his crosshairs, in danger of losing her seat to a Trump-backed candidate. That's Harriet Hageman. She is a full-fledged supporter of Donald Trump's false election claims and is expected to easily defeat Cheney. It's really a stunning development to bringing an end to the Cheney dynasty in Wyoming. Cheney's slim hope from her dad, who's been running ads against Donald Trump, perhaps some votes from Democrats and independents. But for Cheney, who likely will lose, it is a loss that's worthy sacrifice to uphold her beliefs in the Constitution. She vows to continue to fight to keep Trump from holding office again. Another high-profile election today, Republican holding on to her seat. Alaskan Senator Lisa Murkowski also voted to impeach Trump and faces a Trump-backed candidate. That's Kelly Tshibaka. But this is the first election where Alaska has this ranked voting system. So top 4 candidates all advance to the general election. That does seem to be an easy hurdle for Murkowski, so she will probably hold on for now. The system could also help, guess who? Sarah Palin, running for Alaska's only House seat. She's returning to politics after 14 years after she and John McCain lost that 2008 election. Now, if recent primaries are any indication, it does look like Trump-backed candidates will emerge on top, proving his grip on the party remains ironclad. Philip and Francis?
Yeah, Republican seats still need the blessing of one Donald Trump. All right, Susan, thank you.
The Justice Department has confirmed that former President Trump's passports have been returned to him after being taken last week during a search of his Mar-a-Lago residence. Trump accused the federal agents of stealing his 3 passports, noting in a post to Truth Social that one was expired. The FBI acknowledged that they had the passports in their possession the same day the former president posted that they were stolen. A statement from an FBI spokesperson said in part that when executing search warrants, the FBI follows search and seizure procedures ordered by the courts and then returns items that do not need to be retained.
Former President Trump ally Rudy Giuliani is now facing more legal trouble. Georgia prosecutors have notified him that he is now the target of a criminal investigation in that state over interference in the 2020 presidential election. Giuliani was President Trump's attorney at the time and played a major role in trying to change the election outcome there in Georgia. He is expected to testify tomorrow before the grand jury in Atlanta. His lawyer said, however, that he expects Giuliani will invoke client-attorney privilege if asked about his conversations with Trump.
On Thursday, former Trump Organization CFO Alan Weisselberg is expected to plead guilty to criminal charges, according to court documents and two people familiar with the matter. Weisselberg and the Trump Organization were indicted by the Manhattan DA's office over what prosecutors described as a 15-year off-the-books scheme to help top officials and the company avoid paying taxes. The former CFO is accused of not paying taxes on $1.7 million of his income.
It has been 1 year since America's longest war came to a close, and the Afghan conflict ended much the same way it began, with the extremist Taliban in control of the country. Here's NBC's Kelly Kobayea.
This is what happens when women in Afghanistan dare to defy the Taliban. Chanting for bread, work, and freedom Saturday, they were beaten for speaking out, guns fired in the air to scare them into silence. Across the country, desperation. Families can't afford food, hospitals are overcrowded with sick babies and running out of supplies. A year ago, thousands rushed to the airport as the Taliban encircled the capital, fighting to get on the last flights out of the country, handing over their children, many terrified they would be hunted down for working with the U.S. Kabul fell in hours with almost no resistance. Many translators left behind, while the former president escaped in a helicopter.
I did not want to give the Taliban and their supporters the pleasure of yet again humiliating an Afghan president.
The chaotic U.S. withdrawal, considered one of President Biden's biggest failures. Two senior officials told NBC News the White House has been planning how to handle the anniversary for weeks, ensuring no one does anything stupid or tone deaf. The milestone comes just 2 weeks after a drone strike killed al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri, and Taliban insisted they didn't know he was living in the capital. The new rulers promised not to harbor al-Qaeda and to be more moderate than the Taliban of the 1990s. But women I spoke to before the government fell were skeptical and scared.
Everyone I've spoken to about this gets emotional. Taliban are not afraid of the world superpowers. They are not afraid of the B-56 or B-52. They're afraid of the women.
She's now in exile, but vows to continue fighting. In Afghanistan today, women have to cover everything but their eyes and travel with a male escort. They've been pushed out of most jobs. Teenage girls can't go to school. Music is banned. Beards are mandatory for men. An Afghanistan that is looking more and more like the country the U.S. invaded more than 2 decades ago. Kelly Kobayea, NBC News.
Now to an alarming new report that warns of a heat belt that could strap scorching temperatures from Wisconsin to Texas. The research group First Street Foundation reported a large section of the country could experience days of extreme heat reaching over 125 degrees by 2053. The report also warns of more days with temperatures in the triple digits nationwide by 2053. And right now in the West, a mega drought is leading to more severe problems for life in one of the country's most iconic places. NBC's Steve Patterson has more.
Little in this world rivals the awe-inspiring splendor of the Grand Canyon.
I feel here a sense of the divine.
Park Superintendent Ed Keeble says one of the few things more stunning than its vast beauty is the looming threat to the very lifeblood of its ecology, the Colorado River.
The fact that it's changing so rapidly for fish is an indicator that there's some stress in the ecosystem.
Rapid climate change and an unprecedented megadrought have plummeted water levels at the two lakes that fuel the river to the lowest level in decades.
The Colorado River is about 20% smaller than it was just 20 years ago.
Lower levels means warmer water as the river snakes through the canyon. It's already having a huge impact on industries like recreation, farming, and fishing.
It's between 66 and 67 degrees right now.
Angler Dave Foster says the warmer water means trout are less healthy, and it introduces invasive fish.
It's worrisome for me. I've spent my whole life here.
The Colorado River serves as a hydropower highway from Lake Powell all the way to Lake Mead, the nation's largest reservoir, where excess water is banked in a system that supplies water to 40 million people in the West.
So right now we're on top of the dam.
We were given exclusive access to the Glen Canyon Dam.
Here is Lake Powell.
Power manager Bob Martin says the water level at the dam is just 45 feet from dropping below hydropower generation.
The water is right below us here.
So critical that for the first time in the dam's history, it's reducing the amount of water released into the Colorado River.
Does it feel like you're in a threat zone?
We're 22 years into this drought. Nobody ever expected we'd be here this long. So we need to start making operational changes.
And just to give you a sense of the scope of this crisis, you go back before the drought and where I'm standing right now, I'd be about 40 feet underwater.
And it might be too little too late for a region already drying up. A fragile flow on the brink of total collapse. Steve Patterson, NBC News, the Grand Canyon.
Right, from severe droughts to that extreme heat bill, NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman has her work cut out for her. Good morning, Michelle. I mean, we've been talking about this for quite a while now.
We have. Hi there, guys. Yeah, we've been tracking it all summer long. Extreme temperatures, extreme flooding, and it's going to continue. We're continuing to watch it today. 27 million people impacted by a heat alert, whether it's an excessive heat warning, a heat advisory through the Central Plains into the Mississippi Valley, also portions of the West Coast. We're going to see temperatures sizzling along the West Coast, not only today, but tomorrow and through Friday as well. Temperatures into the 90s, into the triple digits. Bedford today 99, 107 in Sacramento. And these temperatures are 5 to 15 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Notice these temperatures into the triple digits as we go throughout Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. 104 on Friday in Fresno. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, summer-like heat in the southeast. We're also looking at scattered storms. Some of these slow-moving storms could bring localized flooding. Really comfortable temperatures in the Great Lakes, the Midwest, but we're looking at sizzling temperatures in the Intermountain West. 95 in Billings. All right, some dangerous temperatures out there. Also tracking some slow-moving storms. We'll do that in just a few minutes.
All right, thank you, Michelle. All right, New York City may be the home of critters you see all around us every day, like pigeons, even those massive, disgusting rats.
They're here
but
too.
Here is what you don't see every day in NYC: dolphins. A group of kayakers from the Manhattan Kayak Club were out paddling in the Hudson River when they got that rare sighting. They swam around them for about an hour before taking off. Yeah, the water questionable around the Hudson, but in this case, hey, those dolphins, you know.
They're around. They're also, I've only seen them in the Meadowlands in my eye. That's it. That's about it. Before you open the fridge or pantry, we have some very important recalls to warn you about, and a major one if you have young kids.
Harry Styles!
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Now to a number of consumer alerts to warn you about. More than 13,000 pounds of Home Run Inn Chicago frozen sausage pizza are being recalled for potential contamination of metal materials. Consumers are advised not to eat this product with a best buy date of December 3rd, 2022.
And following the death of an infant, over 2 million Mamaroo swings and Rockaroo rockers are being pulled. The company 4Moms is offering customers a free strap fastener to eliminate the entanglement risk.
And Kraft Heinz is telling fans of their Capri Sun Wild Cherry flavored juice packs to discard the product with a best buy date of June 25th, 2023. Nearly 6,000 cases of the beverage face potential contamination from cleaning products. No injuries have been reported.
Breaking this morning, a Miami-Dade police officer is in critical condition after being shot on the job. It happened around 8 p.m. local time. Detectives are responding to an armed robbery in Miami's Liberty City neighborhood. The suspect tried to flee in a car but crashed. A gunfight then broke out, a witness telling NBC Miami that around 20 shots were fired. The suspect died at the scene and the officer was rushed to Jackson Memorial, where he is fighting for his life. The Miami Herald reports that he was shot in the head. Both Miami's police chief and mayor are asking this morning for the community to pray for the officer's recovery. 3 people whose car was struck by the suspect's vehicle are in the hospital in stable condition.
The family of slain U.S. soldier Vanessa Guillen is suing the U.S. government for $35 million. Back in April, the 20-year-old was found brutally murdered in an armory near Fort Hood by specialist Aaron Robinson and his girlfriend. Guillen's family claims that she suffered mental anguish, physical injury, and death as a result of sexual harassment and rape. Last year, an Army report found that Guillen had been harassed by a supervisor and that the Army leaders there had failed to intervene.
All right, still to come, the most important meal of the day meets the DOGG, where you can scoop up a bowl of Snoop Blues.
And Jenny round the clock inside J-Lo and Ben Affleck's big plans for a 3-day celebration.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
You
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
"45 years ago today, the world lost the king of rock and roll. On this day in 1977, Elvis Presley was found dead in his Graceland mansion. He was just 42 years old. His legacy lives on to this day. Coming up on Today, Priscilla Presley is live from Graceland, remembering her late husband.
Almost a month after getting hitched, J.Lo and Ben Affleck will finally celebrate their wedding. Page 6 reports the couple will have a 3-day celebration with close friends and family starting this Friday. The actual ceremony is set to happen Saturday. No word on where the event will take place. It could be at Ben's estate in Georgia. But Page 6 reports the singer is expected to wear a custom couture Ralph Lauren dress. So here we go. We know that it was surprised everybody by that whole Vegas wedding. Trying to get Elvis, by the way, from what I understand. But, you know, now it's going to be their big full-on ordeal.
Inviting everybody and, you know, so they can see what they're up to. Snoop Dogg, you know what he's up to? He's back with another business venture, and it's sure to light up the morning meals after debuting a line of cannabis and a wine label. The DOGG is releasing a breakfast cereal. It's called Snoop Loops. Fellow hip-hop icon Master P unveiled the box art on social media. It does look pretty cool. Claims that the cereal has more corn, more flavor, and more marshmallows than others like it. No word yet on when Snoop Loops will drop on store shelves like it's hot. But you know, I mean, this guy, he is into everything. Who would have thought 30 years ago he'd be selling us
And you'll be
everything.
tearing into that after you get those munchies with everything else, or so, you know, actually smart there for Snoop.
See that commercial coming.
All right, things are getting a bit soggy in the South. Michelle has your forecast next.
And still ahead, Ezra Miller breaks their silence, what the Flash star is saying after a string of arrests and assault accusations.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back on this Tuesday. We are tracking some slow-moving storms in the southeast today, and some of these storms could be strong to severe, especially from Fayetteville to Monroe, Mobile, Alabama. We could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail, even the chance of a tornado. Also watching the chance for some heavy rain, especially with some locally heavy downpours. 3 inches possible. We'll be right back.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I don't know if anybody in here ever sprained a ligament. I promise you it's worse if you top heavy. Your equilibrium be off. I've been walking like a city pigeon for 2 weeks.
We are learning more about the death of comedian Teddy Ray late last week. His real name was Theodore Brown. He was found dead in California on Friday. The Riverside County Sheriff's Department said they discovered Ray's body in a swimming pool and no signs of foul play were found. His cause of death is still under investigation. Tributes poured in from the comedy world following Ray's death. Comedy Central called him a hilarious and beloved performer. Teddy Ray was only 32 years old.
Troubled actor Ezra Miller is seeking treatment for what Miller calls complex mental health issues. The Flash star has been under intense scrutiny after a series of legal troubles. In April, Miller was arrested in Hawaii twice on charges of disorderly conduct and second-degree assault. Just last week, Miller, who is non-binary and goes by the pronouns they or them, was accused of burglary in Vermont. Via spokesperson, Miller told NBC, "I want to apologize to everyone that I have alarmed and upset with my past behavior. I'm committed to doing the necessary work to get back to a healthy, safe, and productive stage in my life."
A Texas driver is alive and well this morning thanks to a group of Good Samaritans.
There you go, there you go. Break it, break it!
You see that there? About a dozen strangers raced to help after a car rolled over in San Antonio. They managed to flip the vehicle and pull the driver out. The man who shot this video says the driver was conscious when the first responders arrived.
President Biden is set to sign the Inflation Reduction Act into law today. The landmark bill will cut the cost of prescription drugs, make historic investments in clean energy, and ensure corporations pay their fair share of taxes. Over the next few weeks, members of Mr. Biden's cabinet will travel across the country to 23 states to promote the bill. On September 6th, the president will cap things off with a special celebration in Washington.
To the moon and beyond. That is NASA's goal for its upcoming Artemis 1 launch. Today, the 322-foot-tall ship will be rolled to its launch pad at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, initiating the beginning phase of the agency's mission to get astronauts back on the moon and later to Mars. The uncrewed mega rocket and Orion spacecraft are scheduled to launch on August 29th, and the crowds are expected to be massive to watch in person. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. We leave you with this: a breathtaking chess match. Pros took their game underwater. Instead of a clock, you have as long as to hold your breath for your next move. This morning, new details surrounding passports taken from Mar-a-Lago by the FBI in their initial search. Plus, former President Trump speaking out in an interview about wanting to cool the temperature of the nation.
Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney is in the fight of her political life, trailing in the polls big time, while former President Trump rains down support for her opponent, trying to remove the ranking Republican of the January 6th committee from office.
Are you familiar with the term quiet quitting? It's a new trend that's capturing the attention of workers and their employers, involving work-life boundaries.
The nation's streaming services are going through a major shift as Americans are getting more selective over which to pay for and which ones to drop.
Flames on one side and two brave officers on the other, trying to save an unconscious boater from a growing inferno. The incredible rescue as we kick off your Tuesday. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Breaking overnight, 8 people have reportedly been shot after a shootout erupted at a hospital in Memphis. This happened at Methodist North Hospital. Local station ABC 24 reports that the gunshots erupted in front of the emergency room entrance. The hail of bullets reportedly hitting a silver sedan that was parked on the median. NBC News has reached out to the Memphis police, but they have not released any information on the shooter or details on the injuries of those who were shot. The hospital has declined to comment. We will have updates as they become available.
Former President Trump's passports have been returned after last week's FBI search of his Mar-a-Lago home, according to a Justice Department official. In a post on Truth Social, Mr. Trump accused the federal agents of stealing his 3 passports, noting one was expired. The FBI acknowledged that they had the passports in their possession the same day the former president posted that they were stolen. A statement from the FBI said in part that when executing search warrants, the FBI follows search and seizure procedures ordered by courts and then returns items that do not need to be retained.
And new developments in the legal woes of Trump ally Rudy Giuliani, who is expected to testify tomorrow before the grand jury. Georgia prosecutors have notified him that he is now the target of a criminal investigation in the state over interference in the 2020 presidential election. Giuliani was President Trump's attorney at the time and played a major role in trying to change the election outcome in Georgia. Now to Kelly O'Donnell, who has the latest on the increased threats to the FBI in the wake of the Mar-a-Lago raid.
Federal agents at heightened risk. Barriers up at FBI offices and Secret Service posts hardened against new threats motivated by anger over the FBI search at Mar-a-Lago. These federal court documents show a Pennsylvania man charged after making online threats to kill FBI agents. These chilling words among the more tame of the man's inflammatory posts from this past week, according to court documents. If you work for the FBI, then you deserve to die. And in another, my only goal is to kill more of them before I drop. Former President Donald Trump told Fox News, the temperature has to be brought down in the country. If it isn't, terrible things are going to happen. But often it is Mr. Trump striking a match with his social media posts, accusing the FBI of being corrupt or planting information. Despite days of sharing incendiary content about federal law enforcement, the former president inserted himself as a peacemaker. If there is anything we can do to help, I and my people would certainly be willing to do that. The FBI and Homeland Security issued a joint intelligence bulletin this weekend, warning of calls for violence against federal law enforcement, government and judicial personnel as a reaction to the search in Palm Beach. Some of the threats are specific and identify and propose targets, tactics, and weaponry. Many threats are spreading online, and some include personal information, such as home addresses, identification of family members as additional targets. The Justice Department, in a new motion, is asking that the search warrant affidavit remain sealed, following a request by news organizations, including NBC News, that it be made public. Prosecutors wrote, disclosure now would cause significant and irreparable damage to this ongoing criminal investigation. House Republicans on the Judiciary Committee sent letters to the Attorney General, FBI Director, and White House Chief of Staff requesting they save and provide all communications related to the search at Mar-a-Lago. While former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton disputes a key defense offered by the former president, that he regularly declassified secret materials he kept.
I was never aware of anything even remotely approximating that policy, and I haven't heard anything of it since I left. If he, in fact, said something like that, when was it memorialized? When did the White House counsel write it down?
Our thanks to Kelly for that report.
Today is another primary day as we quickly approach the midterm elections. Voters will cast ballots in 2 states today, Wyoming and Alaska. And all eyes are once again on Republicans who have been critical of former President Trump. So far, of the 10 House Republicans who voted for impeachment in the wake of January 6th, 2 have won, 3 have lost, and 4 are retiring. Congresswoman Liz Cheney faces that test today. NBC's Susan McGinnis joins us now from D.C. And Susan, it looks like a very uphill battle for Cheney.
It does, Francis. Cheney will likely have her fate sealed today, will likely lose this election. Cheney, of course, in the crosshairs of Donald Trump. She is co-chairman of the January 6th committee, which is seeking to expose his efforts to overturn the election. In danger and likely to lose her seat to Harriet Hageman, who is Trump-backed and a full-fledged supporter of Trump's false claims that he had the election stolen from him. So it's really a stunning development, this loss for Cheney, likely today bringing to an end the 2-generation Cheney dynasty in the cowboy state. Slim hope from an ad from that her dad put together, Dick Cheney, former vice president, also hoping for some votes from Democrats and independents. But for Cheney, who seems to have accepted her fate, the loss is a worthy sacrifice to uphold her beliefs and the Constitution. One more high-profile Republican trying to hold her seat, Alaskan Senator Lisa Murkowski, also voted to impeach Trump and faces a Trump-backed candidate, Kelly Tshibaka. But this is the first election cycle when Alaska is using what's called a ranked voting system. Top 4 candidates all advance to the general election, so it looks like Murkowski will make it. The system, this ranked voting, also likely helping Sarah Palin, who's coming back to politics, running for Alaska's only seat. This is returning to national politics after 14 years after she and John McCain lost the election in 2008. So it does look like recent primaries indicating if this one goes that way, Trump will keep his hold on the Republican Party, Francis.
Yeah, especially you have those voters who are energized by this late search raid in Mar-a-Lago as well. Susan, thank you.
Also breaking this morning, a Miami-Dade police officer is fighting for his life after a shootout with a suspect in an armed robbery. The suspect initially tried to flee in a car, but crashed. A gunfight then broke out. A witness telling NBC Miami that around 20 shots were fired. The suspect was shot dead at the scene. The officer was rushed to the hospital and is currently in critical condition. The Miami Herald reporting that he was shot in the head. Both Miami's police chief and mayor are this morning asking the community to pray for the officer's recovery. 3 people whose car was struck by the suspect's vehicle are in the hospital in stable condition.
The family of slain U.S. soldier Vanessa Guillen is suing the U.S. government for $35 million. The 20-year-old was found brutally murdered in an armory near Fort Hood by specialist Aaron Robinson and his girlfriend. Guillen's family claims she suffered mental anguish, physical injury, and death as a result of sexual harassment and rape. Last year, an Army report found that Guillen had been harassed by a supervisor and that Army leaders failed to intervene.
In Florida, 2 officers leap onto a fiery boat in a dangerous rescue caught on camera. That boat exploded in Martin County, Florida. And you're going to see here 2 officers leaping into the fire to save an unconscious man. They struggled for about 20 seconds before they were finally able to pull him out. and they did so just in time. No details on how that man lost consciousness. Police are investigating what caused the fire.
Okay, let's turn to your Tuesday weather with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grayson. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. And we are tracking dangerous heat once again today through the southern plains, also the Mississippi Valley, but also the West Coast too. We're looking at 17 million along the West Coast, 27 million total impacted by a heat advisory. We do have excessive heat warnings throughout the West, from Washington all the way to California. And we're going to see temperatures into the triple digits, into the upper 90s along the coast here. So Portland, 90 degrees. That's 9 degrees above what is average for this time of year. That will be today. 107 in Sacramento, 14 degrees above average. And these sizzling temperatures will stay in place not only today, but through Friday. Sacramento into the triple digits. Fresno, same story as well. Still cool in the Northeast. Really pleasant conditions. Cincinnati, 81 degrees today. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're tracking summer-like storms in the southeast. Could see some locally heavy downpours as well. Temperatures in the 90s. And then a really nice day in portions of the upper Midwest. Green Bay, lots of sunshine, 79 degrees. But sizzling in the Intermountain West, 95 in Billings. All right, hot for many, and we are also tracking some slow-moving storms. We'll do that in just a few minutes.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Early today is Back in a Minute with actor Ezra Miller's apology after a string of arrests and controversies.
And Brittany Griner appeals her Russian prison sentence as talks of a prisoner swap reportedly heat up.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The Seduction. Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
New this morning, after a string of highly publicized run-ins with the law, actor Ezra Miller is seeking treatment, citing complex mental health issues. The actor, via a spokesperson, tells NBC News that, quote, "I am committed to doing the necessary work to get back to a healthy, safe, and productive stage in my life." In April, the Flash star was arrested in Hawaii twice on charges of disorderly conduct and second-degree assault. And just last week, Miller, who is non-binary and goes by the pronouns they, them, was charged with felony burglary in Vermont.
Brittany Griner's lawyers in Russia say they are appealing the basketball star's conviction. Griner was sentenced to 9 years for drug possession earlier this month. The U.S. says the appeal does not delay the fight to bring her home.
No element of this trial changes our judgment that Brittany Griner is being wrongfully detained and should be released immediately.
The appeal comes as the U.S. discusses a potential prisoner swap with Russia to release Griner and former U.S. Marine Paul Whelan.
President Biden is set to sign the Inflation Reduction Act into law today. The landmark bill will cut the cost of prescription drugs, make historic investments in clean energy, and ensure corporations pay their fair share of taxes. Members of Mr. Biden's cabinet will travel across the country to 23 states to promote the bill. On September 6th, the president will cap things off with a special celebration in Washington.
The basketball world is mourning the loss of former Princeton coach Pete Carril. Known for developing that famed Princeton offense, Carril guided the Tigers to 11 NCAA tournaments in his 29 seasons with the team. Carril also won the NIT tournament with Princeton in 1975. He was inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame in 1997. Pete Carril was 92 years old.
Still to come, from frozen foods to baby rockers, the important recalls you need to know about.
And forget about hustle hard. Now it's all about quiet quitting. We'll tell you what it is and how it is reshaping the work-life balance.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
And now to a recall roundup. Over 13,000 pounds of home run in Chicago's frozen sausage pizza are being recalled for potential contamination of metal materials. Consumers are advised not to eat this product with a Best By date of December 3rd, 2022.
Following the death of an infant, over 2 million Momaroo swings and Rockaroo rockers are being pulled. The company 4Moms is offering customers a free strap fastener to eliminate the entanglement risk. Consumers can reach 4Moms about the recall by calling the number seen there.
And Kraft Heinz is telling fans of their Capri Sun Wild Cherry flavored juice packs to throw them out, especially those with Best By dates of June 25th, 2023. Nearly 6,000 cases of the beverage face potential contamination from cleaning products. No injuries have been reported. All right, now to the new career talk on TikTok. It's called Quiet Quitting. So videos featuring mostly younger people talking about how they establish clear work-life boundaries. Sam Brock has a closer look at the trend.
Quiet quitting means that when somebody asks you to do something that's not in your contract, you don't do it.
While the definition represents different things to different people.
Not doing the job of 2 to 3 people, stuff like that.
The concept of quiet quitting is making some very loud noise on TikTok.
Yeah, that's a recipe for disaster. I'm going to tell you that.
First, let's define the idea, which one career coach says is really about priorities.
People aren't going above and beyond. They're not bending over backwards for their employers anymore and sacrificing their mental and physical health. They're doing what they're getting paid for. They're doing what's required.
Allison Peck has amassed hundreds of thousands of followers on TikTok, doling out professional career advice. She tells us quiet quitting doesn't apply to many people, whether they're trying to run a company or jumpstart a career. But for others, she says it makes a lot of sense, even if the name doesn't.
I wish it was called something different because you're not quitting, you're taking care of yourself.
So what would you call this?
You're coasting. You're like carefully coasting.
Some speak about reclaiming control between work and personal life.
Like, isn't that just called working, like doing your job properly with a healthy boundary?
While others say it's partly about pay.
Quietly quitting for me is acting my wage and knowing that my time is valuable in the specific time I have, and that I don't feel bad for not going above and beyond.
The viral trend coming at a time when a Gallup poll finds employee engagement has dipped for the first time in a decade, going from 36% in 2020 to 34% in 2021 to 32% so far in 2022. Though the poll also found engagement higher on average for those with hybrid or work from home jobs and lower for those who only work on site. As for advice to employers about combating quiet quitting,
managers are really important, and that does start at the top. And it's important to have the right kind of conversations at the right time so that people do know what's expected of them in their role and how their work connects to something bigger.
Conveying a sense of purpose and a mission to those who are also looking for fresh incentive is important too.
And our thanks to Sam for that report.
All right, while you may need to pack the umbrella today, Michelle's got our Tuesday forecast next.
And still to come, how Americans are streamlining those streaming habits.
Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
College students from Texas just wrapped up the longest annual charity bike ride in the world. 48 riders pedaled about 4,000 miles, starting in Austin and crossing the finish line 70 days later up in Anchorage, Alaska. The goal is to spread knowledge and hope about the fight against cancer. The students said those memories will last a lifetime.
Just enjoying every moment, enjoying the bitter, and also enjoying the sweet really made this ride memorable.
And along the way, the charity bikers donated to local cancer support groups. What a way to spend the summer.
Okay, let's check back in with Michelle on today's weather and what we can expect. Hi again.
Hey there, guys. May need the umbrella in the southeast. We are tracking a slow-moving front that's going to bring some strong storms, especially in the Mississippi Valley. Also, the chance of some heavy downpours. So we'll watch that today. Watching those strong storms, bringing the chance for some winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Some hail and also the chance for some heavy rain. We'll be right back.
This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I'm Larry both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Harry Styles!
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
"45 years ago today, the world lost the king of rock and roll. On this day in 1977, Elvis Presley was found dead in his Graceland mansion. He was just 42 years old, but his legacy lives on to this day. And coming up on Today, Priscilla Presley is live from Graceland, remembering her late husband.
There is a major speed bump in the streaming wars. Americans are shaking up how they get their entertainment. Here's NBC's Gabe Gutierrez.
From CNN Plus to that Batgirl movie, the list of abruptly canceled multi-million-dollar streaming projects is growing. Now, the latest sign the industry is changing rapidly. New data shows about 19% of subscribers to paid premium services such as Netflix, Apple TV Plus, and HBO Max, among others, canceled 3 or more subscriptions over the past 2 years. So-called serial churners.
They might have some services that they're loyal to, but others that they cycle through. watch one show and then move on.
The average monthly defection rate among paid services in the U.S. is now more than 5%. College student A.V. Vo just dumped HBO Max after he finished watching Succession.
I definitely can't afford to subscribe to each and every platform.
Comcast, NBC Universal's parent company, just announced that subscriptions for its streaming service, Peacock, have stayed flat, while Peacock's losses have hit $467 million, though the company says revenue is growing. Still, across the industry, consolidation is already underway. Earlier this month, Warner Brothers Discovery announced that HBO Max and Discovery Plus will soon merge into a single streaming service. Brian Daniel in Kentucky says his family streamlined their streaming habits by canceling 4 services recently, saving at least $30 a month.
We are much more loyal to the show itself and not as much the streaming platform.
If the pandemic, with its captive stay-at-home audiences, was the dawn of the streaming era, consider this the wake-up call. Gabe Gutierrez, NBC News, New York.
While this whole story is running, we were figuring out which streaming service we haven't used literally in months. Right?
Yeah, there's one. I'm like, why do we still continue to pay for that one? Because you never know, something might come on, and you lose track. I was trying to keep track of all the ones you have and which ones has what. It's become a lot. $10 here, $10 there. It doesn't seem like a lot, but boy, does that add up.
And not only that, it's so much work trying to find something. If you don't know where it's streaming and you're looking at everything, I know we need to streamline it all. Thanks for waking up with us. This is Early Today.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, under wraps, the Justice Department asks a judge to keep the search affidavit to former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home sealed. Why investigators say they don't want to reveal too much right now. Plus, new information about evidence taken during that search. The former president saying agents took his passports. Why they say they did this, and the new developments this morning. Party divide, another test of Trump's hold on the GOP today as Congresswoman Liz Cheney fights to keep her seat in Wyoming. The impact her decision to vote to impeach the former president and help lead the January 6th committee is having on that election. And the other key races we'll be watching all day today that could impact the balance of power on Capitol Hill. On edge this morning, Americans are being warned to stay away from a popular tourist spot as deadly cartel violence rips through the area. The latest on the dangerous situation in Tijuana, Mexico, right along the U.S. border. Plus, hitting the brakes. Spinning was once the hot workout trend, especially during the pandemic. But now, two of the biggest names in the industry, Peloton and SoulCycle, are facing an uphill battle. Why the companies are now making major cutbacks and the big changes customers could see. I am a major Peloton fan.
You are, so,
yeah.
but this won't affect you. Do you have one already?
Yeah, you have it at home,
so
exactly. And so it's just kind of like, yeah, it sort of changed the game. You know, people don't need to go into the studios. If you've got it at home, who wants to if you can stay in your own house?
Exactly.
Yeah, so I don't know.
You can keep on spinning.
Yeah. No uphill battle here. All right, we'll get to that a little bit later. We begin this morning, though, with the latest on the investigation surrounding the search of former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate.
The focus is now on the affidavit used to justify that search. The Justice Department is asking the judge who approved the search warrant to keep that affidavit sealed because prosecutors say it will help safeguard the ongoing investigation. In yesterday's court filing, prosecutors wrote, quote, if disclosed, the affidavit would serve as a roadmap to the government's ongoing investigation, providing specific details about its direction and likely course in a matter that is highly likely to compromise future investigative steps. Federal prosecutors were responding to inquiries from news organizations, including NBC News, to make that affidavit public. Meanwhile, a Justice Department official tells NBC News that 3 of Donald Trump's passports that had been taken in that search have now been returned to the former president. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now with the latest on this big story. Julia, good morning. So let's start with that DOJ request to keep the affidavit sealed. How could the investigation be compromised, the DOJ argues, if that affidavit is released?
Well, their argument here, Joe, is that this is part of an ongoing law enforcement investigation that implicates national security. What you would normally see is in an affidavit is all of the information that the Justice Department would be presenting to a judge to say, we need to get into this property now. They need to show a sense of urgency oftentimes. They need to explain what criminal violations there may be, and they usually have to show some evidence for that. So it could be that there could be sources compromised. It could be that they really give away a lot about what they're looking for here and why, and perhaps they think that if they give that away, then they could compromise sources who have been cooperating, or there could be something that could be done on the Trump end to obfuscate their inquiry here so that they couldn't get more information. But I think what it indicates to us is that there's more to see here and there's more to come, more investigative steps, and they think that unsealing that would compromise this. We also have to underline the national security implications, that it's not just about the Presidential Records Act and what the president didn't hand over to the National Archives. There may be something here that they're looking for that they think preserving these documents is critical to national security.
So, Julia, the Justice Department late last week already made some documents related to the search public, offering some transparency about what is an unprecedented search of a former president's home. But they don't want to release the affidavit, arguing that would jeopardize the investigation. So what's the DOJ's goal behind this approach right now?
That's right. Last week, we were able to see the warrant and the property receipt that allowed us to get a little more information on what criminal violations there may be, what statutes they were using to base their seizure, their raid on. And we know that there were 3 criminal statutes, including the Espionage Act, that may be in play here. That doesn't mean the former president is necessarily guilty of this or will be charged. That all will play out later in court. But these are the reasons why they had this raid in the first place. We were able to get a glimpse there, but they have to strike this balance. They have to show the American public that there was a reason for this large, very public raid on the former president, a president who was very critical of the FBI and law enforcement efforts, says that he's been targeted in the past, knowing it could really stoke and fire up his base and make them very angry at the FBI. But at the same time, they also need to be able to preserve their steps going forward, that if this is such a large-scale case, that if they show too many of their cards early on, they could really blow it going forward. That's a very difficult balance, and that's a position the FBI and the Justice Department finds themselves in now.
Julia, I also want to ask you about Trump's passports. What else do we know about the passports that were seized in the search and that have now been returned?
Well, the FBI did say late last night that they have now returned these passports. These were 2 expired passports and a diplomatic passport the president had. So we have to underline this is not taking away the president's ability to travel, and those documents that were seized have now been returned. And in fact, we saw a Trump spokesman tweet last night an email that allegedly looks like it's from a national security official at DOJ showing that the passports had been taken, but that they were ready to be picked up. Presumably, this is something that they wanted to review, but they didn't see the need to keep. A lot more questions about why they felt the need to take those documents, but perhaps that is part of that Espionage Act that I mentioned as one of those criminal statutes they're investigating, something they needed to review in his travel documents. I don't know all the answers. I don't think anyone does. It's a matter of time. But we can now confirm that those passports were returned to the former president.
We know you'll keep looking for those answers. Julia Ainsley, as always, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Now let's focus on Georgia, where this morning there are new developments in that state's criminal investigation into possible 2020 election interference. Donald Trump's former personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, is now a target of that probe. That's an important word. His lawyer told NBC News Giuliani had previously just been designated as a witness or subject of the investigation. NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos joins us now for more on this. Danny, always great to have you with us. So first off, just an explanation on what that means. What's that designation there between a target or a witness subject in a case like this?
There are generally 3 levels of a person testifying before a grand jury that DOJ uses, and so do state authorities as well. It is a target, a subject, and a witness. The witness is the lowest end of the spectrum, and a witness is just somebody who may have information relating to a crime. On the highest end, by contrast, is a target, which usually means the person is the object of the investigation, that they can expect to likely be indicted. And in the middle is the subject, and the subject is, generally speaking, someone who has access to the criminality but isn't necessarily a target. And in reality, these distinctions can sometimes be meaningless because, as you can imagine, someone who is just a witness can get before a grand jury and say something that nobody knew about that vaults them from the status of mere witness to target in a matter of seconds. So even somebody who is a witness, their attorney must be very careful about putting them in front of a grand jury and be very prepared to have them invoke the Fifth Amendment. In Rudy Giuliani's case, if it's true he's a target, he will barely testify between his invocation of attorney-client privilege and likely Fifth Amendment assertions. So it's not going to be a whole lot of information they'll get out of Rudy Giuliani, and prosecutors know that when they call someone they name as a target for a grand jury.
Danny, we're also following Senator Lindsey Graham's situation. So yesterday, a federal judge denied Graham's efforts to avoid testifying before that grand jury you were just mentioning there. What was Graham's argument, and why did the judge reject it?
Yeah, Lindsey Graham was likely not going to prevail in this case because the state court judge is going to have authority to enforce or issue this subpoena for him to come and testify. Lindsey Graham may raise a bunch of different reasons why not to come, but the judge has already issued orders, extraterritorial orders, for Graham to come down and to testify. So it was always a long shot. He will end up coming down to testify. The judge already signed these orders, I believe it was months ago, and sent them to the court in Lindsey Graham's district. Therefore, it becomes final. He's going to come testify.
All right, Danny Ceballos, thank you so much.
Today, voters in two of the nation's least populated states could send a resounding message felt across the country about former President Trump's influence over the Republican Party. In Wyoming, a political dynasty is on the line. Congresswoman Liz Cheney, the top Republican on the January 6th committee, is fighting to keep her seat after Trump singled her out as his top target. And in Alaska, Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski, who voted to convict Trump in his second impeachment trial, is looking to fend off 18 challengers from both parties. It's the first test of that state's new open primary system. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray joins us now with a preview. Mark, good morning to you. Let's start in Wyoming with Liz Cheney. The last time she was on the ballot, November 2020, she won nearly 70% of the vote. At the time, she was the third highest ranking Republican in the House. My, how times have changed, Mark. How's her reelection campaign looking this morning?
Yeah, Joe, a lot has happened in the last 2 years when it comes to the Republican Party and also Congresswoman Liz Cheney. It was a recent University of Wyoming poll that ended up showing that her chief challenger, Trump-backed attorney Harriet Hageman, leading Cheney by a 2-to-1 margin. That also follows a recent Mason-Dixon poll showing Hageman ahead by more than 20 points. So Liz Cheney heads into tonight's primary as the significant underdog.
Cheney is one of 10 House Republicans who voted to impeach Trump in 2021 after the January 6th Capitol attack. Each of them became a target of the former president, and Cheney is the last of those 10 to face voters in a GOP primary. We should note a few of them did retire. So as a whole, how did that group fare?
Most of them ended up not faring all that well, but some of them ended up surviving. And so 8 of the 10, Joe, ended up either deciding not to run for re-election, retiring, or ended up being defeated in their primaries. We did see 2 impeachers who ended up surviving their primaries, Dan Newhouse in Washington State, along with David Valadao in California, although Valadao really didn't have a Trump-backed primary challenge in California. But that's pretty much been consistent with a lot of Donald Trump's endorsements. Most of the time, he ends up getting his way, but not all of the time.
Let's move on to Alaska. Recent polling there shows that Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski has a higher approval rating among Democrats than members of her own party. So usually that would sink a candidate in a primary. That's not, though, necessarily the case here. Walk us through this open primary and what it could mean for Murkowski and the other frontrunners.
Yeah, Joe, unlike most primaries where members of your own party end up selecting who should be the nominee for the general election, Alaska operates in a top 4 primary system where the top 4 vote getters, regardless of party, end up advancing to the general election. So that means that the votes could come from Democrats, independents, Republicans, and that the top 4 vote getters end up proceeding to the general election. This type of system traditionally ends up rewarding people people who have a lot of crossover appeal. So you get support from Democrats, Republicans, and independents. And that seems to be what's boosting Lisa Murkowski. It's also one of the ways that when I was talking about one of the Trump impeachers who ended up surviving his primary challenge in Washington State, who has a top 2 primary system, Dan Newhouse, he survived because of a very similar system.
All right, Mark Murray setting us up for tonight's big election results. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Now, President Biden will take a short break from his vacation to return to the White House today to sign the Inflation Reduction Act into law. That's the one we've been talking about that makes major climate investments and some big changes to healthcare policy. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett joins us now from Johns Island in South Carolina with the latest. Maura, good morning. So, this bill represents a large portion of the domestic agenda President Biden ran on in 2020. Climate, healthcare, as I just mentioned, among other things. Now, given the backdrop of all the challenges that the president has faced, put into context just how significant getting this particular legislation over the finish line is.
Well, Savannah, it's a huge win for Democrats and President Biden specifically because it has taken nearly 2 years, as you mentioned, for him to accomplish this, to get Congress on board to agree with what he was looking for. We saw many of the same legislative policies introduced with the president's Build Back Better plan. That obviously didn't make it over the finish line, but this is a slight replica of that. Like you mentioned, the president on the 2020 campaign trail talked a lot about lowering prescription drug prices. This allows negotiation of that on behalf of Medicare. And then there's also the corporate tax rate corporate tax rate change. And so that's a huge thing that Biden also talked about on the campaign trail, in addition to the investment in climate change. This is the biggest investment that we've seen so far in terms of Congress to tackle climate change. But it also, like the Build Back Better plan, leaves some key elements out of what we did here on the 2020 campaign trail, like child care coverage, like parental family leave. So the president still has some key promises left to deliver.
So, Maura, you mentioned how this is sort of a big win for Democrats more generally. I mean, how important is this bill, along with other recent legislation like the CHIPS Act, going to be for Democrats as the midterms get closer?
It's extremely important because considering it took President Biden 2 years to get this win, this summer has been kind of a break finally for his summer, at the beginning of the summer slump, the last 2 years, having the trouble passing his legislative agenda in Congress. And so we have this win with the Inflation Reduction Act for Democrats, but it's additive on top of the CHIPS Act, like you mentioned, that tackles semiconductor manufacturing, the PACT Act that talks about veterans care, in addition to that gun legislation that we saw earlier this summer, one of the biggest pushes forward in gun legislation in many decades. And so this is all very additive when it comes to the Democrats' legislative wins. We've already seen the White House talking about their August messaging, looking forward to wrap up the summer. They're going to be touting their legislative wins, talking about leveling out inflation, talking about how gas prices are coming down, and pushing back against what they call as the ultra MAGA agenda, saying that this win with the Inflation Reduction Act is something that where they beat Republican special interests, is what the White House was projecting last week. And then they just announced yesterday that over the next month, while Biden wraps up his vacation after he goes back after today's signing, we'll see a plethora of cabinet members sweep the country touting all of these wins in various important midterm states.
So, Maura, do these pieces of legislation that we've just seen get over the finish line show some type of momentum that the White House has right now on Capitol Hill? And does that mean that they're going to try and introduce more legislation once Congress gets back in session and before there's a potential change to the face of Congress with midterms in November?
Well, and that's the big point that's huge to highlight right now, right? Because that momentum is something Democrats are definitely going to be trying to hold on to. They're waiting to celebrate the Inflation Reduction Act until Congress comes back in early September. So that's something that will hopefully percolate for them, they think, through the month of August and kind of capping off September, because like you mentioned, 2 months from now is when the midterms will come. But there's a big question mark as to whether Democrats can hold the House and the Senate. There's a big likelihood they could flip. So in terms of tackling other legislative policies, there might be some things that they try to squeeze in there. But I think that we're also going to see a lot of projection around, again, the Inflation Reduction Act today, but also harness on the energy around the overturning of Roe v. Wade, because we saw how that turned out in Kansas just a couple of weeks ago. And so we're going to see a lot of focus both in Congress and coming from the White House leading up to the midterms as to how they're going to try to hold on to this momentum. But it's to be determined whether or not they'll try to introduce and pass anything new, because because it is such a short timeline, Savannah.
All right, Maura Barrett, thank you so much.
Officials in Mexico are deploying hundreds of troops to the border city of Tijuana to deal with a wave of violent cartel attacks. And some American tourists attending a soccer match and a popular music festival were caught in the middle. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has the story.
A week of attacks across Mexico. Dozens of stores, cars, buses, and trucks set on fire. Chaos erupting among the public and images of the destruction going viral. Federal authorities calling it a propaganda by criminal organizations attempting to assert their power. They say it's all in response to recent successful military operations detaining cartel members and securing weapons, vehicles, and drugs. But the city remains on edge. In the city of Tijuana and its surroundings, authorities say at least 24 vehicles were set on fire Friday night. Public transportation coming to a halt with drivers too scared to operate.
I see they take off the people from the bus and they throw the gas in the bus and burning. I feel unsafe too, yeah.
The U.S. consulate asking Americans to shelter in place or avoid crossing into Mexico from California, but for some Americans, it came too late. Many were attending a professional soccer match and the Baja Beach Music Festival, where some chose to stay despite the nearby violence.
It's just uncertainty that you just don't know what can happen. Like, you don't know, like, because, you know, they're advising everyone to stay indoors, but it's like, we're going to a festival, you know.
Authorities say the same type of fires and roadblocks took place in Jalisco and Guanajuato days before. Members of the president's cabinet informed 36 people have been arrested across the country directly linked to the violence, including the fires and roadblocks. Government officials have identified at least 3 of them as members of the new generation Jalisco cartel. Meanwhile, over the weekend, 300 members of the military's special forces arrived in Tijuana to join the efforts by police and National Guard attempting to maintain the peace in the streets.
Our thanks to Guad Venegas for that report. The U.S. says it is monitoring this wave of violence, and Mexican authorities say their special forces and the military should help keep things safe on the streets.
Now let's get you some weather and unfortunately more triple-digit temperatures for many people.
And meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here. Hey there.
Hey there, guys. I know we're watching that extreme temperatures once again. It's not just the plains that we always talk about. Now it's the West Coast. We're looking at temperatures into the 90s, into the triple digits. 29 million Americans under a heat advisory or excessive heat warning. Where you see that hot pink color, that's the excessive heat warning. So Washington to Oregon, down to Southern California, we are looking at temperatures really toasty over the next several days. Also, the Central Plain to the Southern Plains into portions of the Mississippi Valley. That's going to fuel some storms later on today, too. So the West Coast, it's sizzling today through Friday as well. Temperatures into the 90s, 90 degrees in Portland today. That's 9 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Triple digits in Boise, Sacramento, Fresno, 106 today. That is hot, and we're going to keep those temperatures in place not only today, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So that's tough there. We don't have air conditioning in a lot of spots here. So Sacramento, 106 on Wednesday, 102 on Thursday, 101 on Friday. Same story in Fresno, Bakersfield, Palm Springs, 107 on Thursday. Here's a contrast, though. We're looking at really pleasant conditions in the Northeast. We had a beautiful weekend. We had a beautiful Monday. We're looking at temperatures still well below normal for this time of year in the Northeast, the Great Lakes, the Midwest, into portions of the Mid-Atlantic. Temperatures in the 80s and 70s. Kansas City, 73 degrees today. That's 14 degrees below average for this time of year. In Raleigh, just 77. And we're looking at a really nice day tomorrow as well. Temperatures in the 70s and 80s. And look, as we look towards the weekend, we're not going very far. We're not going to climb very far. We're looking at temperatures right around normal, if not a little bit below in New York City. Buffalo, temperatures in the 70s. Chicago, really nice in the low 80s. So we're watching the temperature story. We're also watching scattered storms, some slow-moving downpours in the southeast. We're looking at temperatures really summer-like in the southeast, too. That's going to help to fuel some of these storms. So here's the setup here. We have a cold front that's moving very slowly, guys, in the southeast. That's going to bring heavy downpours, could lead to localized flooding, and also bring some strong storms in the Mississippi Valley.
Oof. All right. Well, we don't like those strong storms, but other than that, some of those maps looked pretty good.
Yeah, comfortable. Comfortable is nice.
Yeah.
We like that.
Yeah, I like that.
Right?
That.
Cross those fingers, it stays.
We're comfy. All right, thanks.
Coming up on Morning News Now, WNBA star Brittany Griner is now appealing her drug conviction in Russia. But what what could that mean for any potential prisoner swap to bring her home? What the State Department is now saying about those negotiations ahead.
And new information about the man accused of attacking author Salman Rushdie, the possible connection to Iran allegedly found in the suspect's home. Plus, what Iranian leaders are now saying about Rushdie, a controversial figure there after the break.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We've been following all the latest with WNBA star Brittany Griner, and now she's challenging her conviction over drug charges. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman brings us an update on that and the possible prisoner swap that could bring her home from a Russian jail.
Imprisoned WNBA star Brittany Griner's lawyers appealing her recent conviction in Russian court, even as the U.S. and Russia pursue delicate negotiations for a prisoner swap. The move comes 2 weeks after Griner was sentenced to 9 years in a penal colony for drug possession and smuggling, stemming from a February incident in which she was caught trying to enter Russia with cannabis oil. Griner pleaded guilty to the drug charges, but maintained it was an accident.
I made an honest mistake, and I hope that in your ruling that it doesn't end my life here.
Griner's appeal could take months, and Russian officials have suggested Griner wouldn't be released until the full legal process plays out. The State Department saying there's no reason her appeal should delay a deal to bring her home.
No element of this trial changes our judgment that Brittany Griner is being wrongfully detained and should be released immediately. We are in communication with the Russians.
Former State Department official Joel Rubin says the appeal will continue applying pressure on Russia, but that the final decision is still in the Russian president's hands.
That for Vladimir Putin,
The question will be, when does he find it in his maximum political interest to let her go? When does he need to make the trade? When does he need to get a bump back at home for propaganda purposes? Right now, he doesn't seem to feel that need.
Russia would exchange Griner and former U.S. Marine Paul Whelan for convicted Russian arms dealer Victor Bout. Those talks reportedly complicated by the Biden administration's public comments about the possible swap, which one Russian official characterized as megaphone diplomacy. Former U.S. diplomat Bill Richardson, who has assisted in efforts to get Griner home, weighed in on the administration's tactics on ABC News.
I wouldn't have gone public as much as they did, but it was done sometimes when negotiations are not working. You want to throw a little bit of a bomb, and I think that's what they did.
Griner's Russian lawyer explaining their reaction to the verdict on the BBC's Ukraine cast.
It does seem like a very harsh sentence, yes, considering the amount of the substance and considering her guilty plea.
Our thanks to Josh Letterman for that report. Now, Griner's legal team says the punishment for this kind of crime in Russia is usually about 5 or 6 years with the possibility of parole. Her lawyers also say Griner has a valid prescription in the U.S. for medical marijuana, and that should be taken into consideration.
This morning, new details are emerging about the man accused of attacking Salman Rushdie. The author is still recovering after being stabbed multiple times on Friday. Now authorities are saying they found an Iranian flag at the suspected attacker's home, though Iran has denied any involvement. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell has the latest.
Acclaimed author Salman Rushdie in critical condition after Friday's vicious stabbing. Recovering from serious wounds to his neck, chest, and abdomen, including his liver. A spokesman says off a ventilator, able to speak. The suspect, 24-year-old Hadi Matar, now charged with second-degree attempted murder and assault, pleading not guilty. Law enforcement officials say the investigation is still in the early stages, but they believe he is a lone actor. Authorities say an Iranian flag was found at his home, along with pictures of Qasem Soleimani, the Iranian military leader the U.S. killed in 2020, on his computer. 33 years after Iran issued a death threat against Rushdie for writing a novel, Satanic Verses, infuriating fundamentalists, today Iran's government denied any connection to the attack, but said Rushdie brought it on himself. Do you have a reaction to the Iranian government blaming the victim here, Salman Rushdie, for this attack?
I do. It's despicable. It's disgusting. We condemn it.
Some experts find it unlikely Matar acted alone.
It's very unlikely that a 24-year-old young man, Lebanese-American, born and raised in the United States, who was born after the 1989 Khomeini fatwa against Salman Rushdie, is going to radicalize on his own without any connection to the Iranian government.
And now concerns about a possible copycat threat after noted author J.K. Rowling tweeting about Rushdie, horrifying news, let him be okay. A user replying, don't worry, you are next. Rowling saying police are involved. The U.S. just charged Iran with trying to kill former Trump officials in Washington, making the attempt to kill Rushdie even more alarming.
Andrea Mitchell, thank you so much.
And coming up, the NBA season. The NBA is gearing up for a new season, but there will be some major changes to the schedule this year. And here's the big story. It's all to get more fans to get out and vote.
Plus, Spider-Man star Tom Holland says he's stepping back from social media, and he is not alone. What's driving more people to cut back on their online time, and how to know when it's time for you to take a break.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Tomorrow, the NBA will release the schedule for next season, which will include those much-anticipated matchups for opening day and Christmas Day.
But this year, the league is also set to make a big change aimed at getting out the vote.
NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us from Brooklyn with this exclusive. So, Shaq, we all know, or we all want to know, at the NBA's announcement and what sort of impact this is going to have on getting out the vote. What can you tell us about it?
Well, yeah, let's get right to that headline because NBC News is the first to report this, and that's when the NBA releases their schedule tomorrow. It will show no games, 0 games on Election Day. Additionally, all 30 teams will play the eve of the election, that Monday night before, for what they're branding as a civic engagement night. This is a pretty significant departure. We went back and looked at the 2018 midterm elections, and we saw that there were 8 teams that had games that election day. When you go back to 2014, 16 teams competed on that election day. So they are eliminating election day games. And we spoke to an MSNBC columnist about this, Dave Zirin, about the impact this could have. Listen to what he told us.
It's unprecedented. I mean, we're a country that, unlike a lot of other countries, don't do a federal holiday for election days and voting days. That makes the United States unusual in terms of democratic nations in the world. And so the NBA is basically saying, okay, for our players, it's not going to be a work day. And for U.S. Voters, maybe it shouldn't be a play day either.
Now, he also made the point that this did not come out of nowhere. You'll remember that the Barclays Center, where I'm at right now, it was an actual polling location for voters on the 2020 election day. You saw that happen with about 23 facilities, arenas and team facilities across the country. So this is the NBA saying that they're building on what they did in past cycles, in the 2020 election cycle, to make sure that fans take the midterm elections just as seriously as they did the presidential.
Now, Shaq, I know you recently spoke with the executive director of the NBA Social Justice Coalition. First, here's what he said about how fans might react to this.
Not everybody's going to like everything that you do, but you don't do impact work by referendum. You do it because you think it matters and because you think it represents the values of the organization.
So, Shaq, I think maybe the question there, maybe what's being alluded to is some fans thinking that the sport, this league, is becoming too political. I mean, are there concerns over that, over losing support for any reason like that?
Look, that is always the risk when you do something like this. This is the NBA weighing into the election, influencing the election, saying that they want their fans and participants and staff and players to go out and participate in this midterm election. But one thing that you heard, not just from the NBA, but when you listen to people who watch and observe what the moves that the NBA makes, and when you see what different organizations are doing, they say this fits what the NBA has been doing in the past. The Social Justice Coalition that they have, that he's the executive director of, that was formed after the murder of George Floyd, after the shooting of Jacob Blake. NBA players have been vocal about wanting to get out. And one thing that you see with the NBA, they say, yes, we do have political priorities, but in order to achieve those political priorities, you need to go out and vote. They combine the action of voting with what they want to see through policy. So this fits what we've seen from the NBA increasingly in recent years, Savannah.
And so, Shaq, as we mentioned, home teams are going to be hosting what they're calling civic engagement nights on the Monday before the primaries. What are those? What can we expect at those games?
Yeah. There's still a lot more to learn about how each individual team is going to brand their night. You know, if you go to different games, you have different themed nights. There's sometimes the volunteer night or a first responders night. Well, this is a night that's going to be dedicated to teaching people and making sure that fans know how they can participate in the election. For some stadiums, that will mean voter registration. Where it's too late to register to vote, there'll be assistance on how you can vote, how to get to your polling location. The big thing that the big message that you're getting from the NBA is that they want fans to be able to participate in this election. While it's nonpartisan, they're not saying how they want fans to vote. They want any fan who wants to participate in the election to be able to participate in this election. And again, it follows what we saw in 2020 when they opened up many of their facilities for not only election day activities, but for things like absentee ballot drop-offs and absentee ballot counting.
All right, Shaq with an exclusive report on the NBA. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Shaq.
Let's turn now to our weekly mental health check-in.
We've got some big ones for you this week. Another big star announced he's stepping back from social media for his well-being. And also there's a study that could help anyone, most of us, who have tried and failed to break a bad habit. For more, we're joined by board-certified psychiatrist Dr. Sue Varma, who's actually in studio with us. You at home have seen her many times, but we've actually never been together. So this is very exciting. Dr. Varma, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Let's start with this big online news. Spider-Man star Tom Holland says he's taking a break from social media for his mental health. First, let's let him explain why.
I have taken a break from social media for my mental health because I find Instagram and Twitter to be overstimulating, to be overwhelming. I get caught up and I spiral when I read things about me online. And ultimately, it's very detrimental to my mental state. So I decided to take a step back and delete the app.
First of all, just love the honesty and the transparency there that he's sharing, obviously, with millions of people that follow him. But I think a lot of us have thought about this or maybe felt a little better when we've sort of unintentionally spent time away from our phones on a vacation or something like that. Tell us when we should really consider doing this.
Yes, I think, ask yourself, how do you feel afterwards? A lot of times we feel bad. We're comparing ourselves to other people in our lives. There's this sense of envy, FOMO, should I be somewhere else? And that really bothers me because imagine you're on a vacation and instead of spending time with the people you're with, you're looking on your phone and you're looking at what other people are doing and comparing and wishing you were somewhere else. And so to me, this means lean into the decisions and say, you know what, I've actively chosen to be here. There's nothing else that's more interesting to me outside of this at this moment. And especially when you're having conversation with people, put your phone away, and I would say even hide it, because we studies show that people start to feel suspicious or not have trust with people if they can see their phone. You feel like there's something competing for the person's attention.
Totally.
Just good manners too, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of breaking habits, there's research from USC and UPenn looking at how we change our behavior and whether willpower plays an important role.
Ooh, I can't
Does it?
hear this one. It's so interesting because we never want to leave anything to willpower because it's leaving it to chance, right? And what you want to do instead, habits are all about automaticity. It's about having things in place where you have a cue that tells you it's time for the behavior. So if you want to work out, keeping everything ready, gym clothes, water bottles, so that there are no excuses. Pick a time of day that is convenient for you. For a lot of people, it might be first thing in the morning, or it might be the middle of the day or the end of the day. But lower the entry barrier, make it very simple to do, and then increase the pleasure and joy associated with it. So if you can get a friend to do it, or if it's a class that you love doing, and then put that on repeat. So don't expect yourself to love what you're doing immediately. Give yourself 14 to 21 days and say, you know what, I'm going to do this. It's a non-negotiable thing. So it has to be automaticity and not willpower.
That's what this did for me. I was like, I'm just ordering this water bottle and I'm going to be more hydrated. And it helps so much because I just took the little step of actually ordering the water bottle, which is the type of thing I usually think about and don't actually do.
And it's right there. So
it's right there, which drives everybody nuts, but I love it. Okay, last quick one for you. Money has obviously been so stressful through the pandemic with inflation. Now people are kind of looking at financial therapy. Tell us what that is.
I love this because, people would go to their financial planner and they would say, this person doesn't understand why this decision is so difficult. For example, if I'm trying to talk about estates or will planning, this is so uncomfortable. There's anxiety around it, or I don't know how to share money with a sibling or a roommate, or to talk about bills. So if we can arm people who are financial planners with a little bit more of the emotional part of it, and if we can arm therapists with a little bit more of the financial aspect of it, and their course is now 3 to 6 months long, financial associations offer this, that you can get certified and you can give people a little bit more of the financial and the emotional side of it.
That is very smart.
Yeah, it is. Dr. Sue Varma, so great to have you with us.
Thank you, Dr. Varma. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, coming up, a once hot exercise trend is now cooling off.
Why more people are putting the brakes on spinning and how that's forcing big companies like SoulCycle and Peloton to rethink their business strategies. Up next.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. It was less
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. It was less
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. Two of the biggest names in spinning, SoulCycle and Peloton, have both just announced huge cutbacks and layoffs as they face their own uphill struggle.
NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo explains the big changes on the way.
The spinning industry is showing signs of hitting the brakes with cutbacks at two big-name companies, SoulCycle and Peloton. SoulCycle closing this location along with 18 other studios, resulting in layoffs, according to leaked audio of a staff meeting reported by Business Insider.
Does that surprise you to hear? Not really. I mean, they were great, but we only had like 5 or 6 people in the class.
NBC News has not been able to independently confirm that announcement, and SoulCycle did not respond to our request for comment. Peloton hitting some resistance as well.
We're about to prove how unstoppable we are.
The company telling employees Friday it'll slash 780 jobs, close a significant number of its retail locations, and raise prices on some of its equipment to boost profits. Peloton didn't say how many of its 86 retail stores would close, but did say the aggressive reduction would start next year. CEO Barry McCarthy writing in a memo to employees Friday, these changes are essential if Peloton is ever going to become cash flow positive. Peloton was riding high in December 2020 when it hit $162 a share. But since that pandemic high, it's been downhill, sitting around $14.
I feel like this happens every few months for Peloton.
Trends and habits continue to change, with many users hopping off as their COVID-19 fears ease and they feel safer with in-person workouts.
I do think classes are coming back because a lot of fitness is about, at least for me, the communal experience. You can't really do that, on a screen in your home.
But some customers are still ride or die.
It's nice to be able to do it at home and then you're done within 30 minutes and you can fit it in between calls. You have to deal with that. I have kids, so that's another thing that I have to balance.
Others say a stationary bike can only take them so far.
Cycling can get old if you want more variety in your workout.
And it's not for lack of marketing. Peloton laying it all out in this shocking commercial last month in an attempt to attract skeptics who want a full body workout.
Sure, they're famous for their amazing equipment, but the app gets me motivated to do lots of different workouts.
SoulCycle, staying in the race, running a program offering 47 in-studio classes for people who traded in their Peloton bike. But at $38 a class for in-person workouts, some people say at the end of the day, the price tag is what's holding them back.
I, have a set of weights in my own home and YouTube is free.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report. Peloton just introduced a rental program where customers can rent a bike and memberships for $89 a month. This is an attempt to attract riders who may not be willing to shell out thousands up front. The program just recently launched, so it's too early to know if it will actually boost ridership.
See. All right, let's stay on some financial headlines. And today there are concerns that Wall Street could see some losses after yesterday's gains.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with that and more money news. Good morning, Bertha.
Hey, good morning, guys. Right now, it looks like we're going to have a flat open, just slightly in the red after the markets turned around yesterday. This time yesterday, they looked bad, and they closed up about 0.5%. The Dow closing higher for the fourth straight session. Oil prices, meantime, this morning are lower. That always helps the markets, with U.S. crude trading below $90 a barrel at one point overnight. That's the lowest level since before Russia invaded Ukraine in February. Concern is that the global economy is slowing. We saw some soft data come out of China. This morning, we're going to get reports on housing starts and industrial production. And so far, we've gotten some pretty good earnings from Walmart and Home Depot, both better than expected. Investors are going to be listening for comments on the impact of inflation. Walmart says they've seen a lot of shoppers trading down to lower, generic goods in order to make ends meet. Meantime, Dodge says it's going to discontinue the gas-powered Charger and Challenger muscle cars at the end of next year as it shifts to electric vehicles. The models have been stalwarts for Dodge since being resurrected in the mid to late 2000s, but they've also been an emissions and fuel economy problem for Dodge's parent company Stellantis. Dodge's CEO has hinted that the Charger and Challenger names could be used for future electric vehicles, including an electric muscle car in 2024. And Uber Eats is teaming up with Office Depot to deliver office and school supplies. Uber Eats customers can now place orders from 900 Office Depot and Office Max locations nationwide. If you're a member of Uber's monthly subscription service, Uber One, you can get special benefits like free delivery and a 5% discount on all orders over $15. But I don't know about you guys. I was such a nerd. I loved back to school shopping.
There you
picking
go.
out, those
Loved.
pens
Oh my gosh.
and your new notebook.
Except for when my parents would always make me get the Rolly backpack.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Bertha, thank you so
Bertha.
much.
To save your back.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, there you go.
Bertha's giving her advice. Coming up, scientists are now turning to the public to help protect the oceans from climate change.
The special project enlisting the help of everyday people to grow oysters at home. We'll show you how it works. That's next.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. The Motion Picture Academy says it will officially apologize for one of the most notorious events in Oscars history. In 1973, Marlon Brando asked activist Sachin Littlefeather to take the stage to decline his Best Actor award for The Godfather. It was a protest over the depiction of Native Americans in the entertainment industry. That night, and for years after, she faced backlash for her impassioned speech at the ceremony. Well, now former Academy President David Rubin has written to her, calling the abuse she endured, quote, unwarranted and unjustified. Littlefeather has been invited to be the guest of honor at an evening of healing and Indigenous celebration hosted by the Academy Museum next month, something that, as many people point out, is long overdue. So,
long overdue and great to see. And of course, she totally deserves to be the guest of honor. All right. Thank you, Joe. After more than 400 days in the hospital, a Chicago woman is getting a second chance at life. And as NBC News anchor Tom Llamas explains, despite the challenges and several near-death experiences, her medical team never gave up.
In May of 2020, Chicago South Side resident Colette Hurd rushed to the ER after feeling short of breath.
So when I got there to the emergency room, they say, well, we know you're not going home.
The cardiologist on call diagnosed Colette with pulmonary hypertension, a type of high blood pressure that weakens the lungs and, in Colette's case, other organs.
So she had lung failure and kidney failure. And so she really required both a lung transplant and a kidney transplant together.
Colette was admitted to Northwestern's ICU and quickly placed on the transplant list for both lungs and a kidney.
She got much more sicker to the point that she required dialysis, and she was one of our sickest patients in the hospital.
While Colette's condition continued to deteriorate, the search for a new set of organs proved difficult.
She had an incredible amount of antibodies against any kind of organ donor tissue. So it was almost impossible for her to get a perfect match.
Through a year of waiting, Colette's husband, Dennis, and the ICU team celebrated Thanksgiving, Christmas, Valentine's Day, and St. Patty's Day.
Happy St. Patrick's Day! A lot of days, I didn't have anybody to talk to. So they would talk to me, and then we just established a relationship.
All part of a 422-day stay in the hospital. But even with all of those efforts to remain positive,
we had to take a major risk in her situation because she almost died on us multiple times, and she was getting to the point that she couldn't wait any longer.
The Northwestern transplant team decided they couldn't wait for a perfect match. They went ahead with a risky, unprecedented procedure.
So we had to accept organs, even though she had a positive cross match against them. And that really pushes the paradigm of what we know in transplantation.
And now, with a new pair of lungs and a new kidney,
I got to rename myself Colette 2.0. I'm doing improved. It means a lot to me that I have a second chance at life.
After 422 days in the hospital, Colette 2.0 leaving with a smile.
Hey, girls!
Thankful for that team that never gave up.
They never gave up on me, even though I had some other things going on with my antibodies, they never gave up. They always tried to think out the side of the box.
Again, that was Tom Yamas reporting, and wow, that medical team from Northwestern, incredible work. I think we all agree, Colette 2.0, looking better than ever.
All right, oysters are great to eat, but a group of citizen scientists is growing them for a very different reason. Morning News Now recently went to Florida to meet the team that's rebuilding the reefs.
These small gray shells dotting the coast may not look like much, but they play a huge role in keeping our oceans healthy.
From water filtration to building habitat to shoreline stabilization, all those different things are really critical to the health of our estuaries.
Studies show a single oyster can filter up to 50 gallons of water a day, removing harmful pollutants from oceans and rivers. But overharvesting and overdevelopment have decimated the world's oyster population. Around the globe, 85% of oyster beds have been lost in the last 100 years, making them the world's most endangered marine habitats. But at the University of Florida's Whitney Lab, they're trying to turn the tide and rebuild the reefs.
Right now, we've got literally millions of baby clams out here.
Todd Osborne is using this nursery to breed and incubate tiny oysters and clams until they're strong enough to be relocated into the bay.
We're utilizing aquaculture techniques, which have been pioneered here in Florida for quite a while, to grow both hard clams and oysters, and utilizing those animals in ecosystem restoration. And one of the really cool aspects of that is not only does it work, but we're engaging the public with it.
The public, volunteers, each given a custom-made biodegradable oyster bed starter to help them grow the mollusks. They then learn how to care for their reefs.
They track the animals, they measure them, they feed us data so that we can better understand the ecosystem.
You develop a better appreciation for what is actually here and how it works.
Eric Smith is one of the citizen scientists and says the project is not just rebuilding reefs, it's also restoring the public's confidence in science.
Really important to help citizens better understand what science is. We have an obligation as members of this planet to not just benefit from the bounty that is all around us, but to also take care of and maintain and preserve.
An obligation Eric takes seriously, helping secure the future of our oceans, one reef at a time.
And the project seems to be working. They've already created more than 10,000 community oyster gardens throughout North Florida. And while they can't eat those oysters, they do have a party at the end of the season where they celebrate by eating oysters brought in from an area that has a full supply. Great idea there. Hope to see more of that.
It is. Makes me want oysters.
There you go. For breakfast. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stick with us. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, truth and consequences. In Wyoming today, an American political family faces Judgment Day. Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney, daughter of former Vice President Dick Cheney, is heading into a critical primary, trailing badly in the polls. How her vote to impeach former President Trump and help lead the January 6th investigation will likely impact the outcome of today's vote. How that battle's shaping up and what Cheney's future may hold. Plus, we'll take a look at the Trump-backed challenger who could erase the Cheney family's mark on Washington. Closing in, a lawyer for Rudy Giuliani tells NBC News he's now a, quote, target of that 2020 election interference probe in Georgia. What that means for former President Trump's one-time personal attorney and where the investigation could be headed next. Absent. A nationwide teacher shortage is in the spotlight this morning as millions of kids start to head back to the classroom. We'll tell you what's driving this widespread problem, plus the controversial solution one state is implementing to fill those empty desks. And order up. With sky-high prices at the grocery store and beyond, is it actually cheaper to dine out instead of eating in? The cravings some consumers are now giving into at a more digestible cost. You know, we're still ordering in a good amount. It was sort of a pandemic habit we didn't shake.
No,
I don't know if it's cheaper, but...
Well, no, I always justify it like, I think it might be.
There you go. Now you have some proof.
Yeah, exactly. And,
We'll see.
you know, you go to the store, you overbuy, and then you're like, if I would have just ordered the one night, then...
There you go. All right, more on that in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour, though, with a look at some key primary elections today. One of them, of course, is in Wyoming, as Congresswoman Liz Cheney's political future hangs in the balance.
Yeah, Wyoming might actually be the least populated state in the U.S., but the results from its primary elections will have big implications on Capitol Hill and more generally on the future of the Republican Party. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard brings us the latest from Wyoming.
Despite facing these multiple investigations, Donald Trump is still finding allies from candidates, but also voters, and potentially Wyoming ones here today. And if Liz Cheney loses this primary, it'd be an underlining of the GOP's dramatic evolution. It's been the race at the top of mind for Donald Trump all year.
I think this is the most important election that we have right here.
The effort to oust Congresswoman Liz Cheney, once the number 3 Republican in the House, will come to a head today in Wyoming. Cheney, after voting to impeach Trump last year, now helping lead the January 6th Select Committee's investigation into Donald Trump's role around the Capitol Hill attack.
President Trump summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and lit the flame of this attack.
She is now fighting to hold on to the seat she's held since 2017. But Trump endorsing another Republican, Harriet Hageman, who echoes his 2020 election falsehoods. The two campaigned together in the state earlier this summer.
We're fed up with Liz Cheney.
Trump has gone on the attack against those in the GOP who he perceives to be undermining his power in the Republican Party. Cheney at the top of that list.
Liz, you're fired. Get out of here. Get out of here.
10 Republicans in the House voted to impeach Trump. 3 were already beat this summer in their own re-election efforts, and 4 others chose to step aside and retire. Cheney's battle today, representative of the GOP's transformation. In May of last year, she was ousted from her leadership role in Congress by her fellow Republicans, speaking then about Trump's control of the GOP.
What is the hold that President Trump has on the party?
Well, it's very dangerous.
How do you explain it?
I think it's a cult of personality, and I think people were betrayed and misled by him. It's a real betrayal now that he's willing to try to unravel the democracy to get back into power.
And now, with that hold, if anything, intensified, Cheney bringing in her father, the former vice president, in Wyoming Representative Dick Cheney.
There has never been an individual who is a greater threat to our republic than Donald Trump.
The political fate of the Cheneys, however, will come at the hands of voters.
Why not Liz Cheney? She went against Trump.
She
voted for the impeachment.
She's a sellout. Yes, betrayal.
If Cheney loses today, she'd continue to serve out the rest of her term through the end of the year, including helping lead the January 6th Select Committee. But I was talking with an ally of hers who tells me that whether she's in or out of office, she'll continue to focus on making sure that Donald Trump never returns to the Oval Office, and that she will do, quote, whatever it takes. And that could even potentially mean her own 2024 presidential bid.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard, thank you so much. Now, Congresswoman Liz Cheney's long-shot re-election campaign is raising questions about her future as one of the most prominent Republican opponents of former President Donald Trump. NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson digs into the most recent polling and speculation about a possible 2024 White House run, as Vaughn just said.
Hey there, good morning to you. And this morning, listen, everybody is looking ahead to what is going to happen in Wyoming tonight. And this question, could Congresswoman Liz Cheney pull out a win? Let me just stipulate that anything is possible, right? But the answer is almost certainly no. She is expected to lose when you look at this polling. She's down by something like 20 points. There's been this push to get Democrats to switch their party registrations and vote in the Wyoming primary, but it would really take something extraordinary for that math to work out for her to overcome this hole that she's in. Keep in mind, Wyoming is a very red state. Donald Trump beat President Biden by 40-plus points there in 2020, so it is absolutely an uphill battle for Congresswoman Cheney, and by the way, she knows that. This is not the end of the road for her when you look at her political future. It is the start of one. Her and her team are kind of casting this as as like a bigger, broader battle. And to use some Star Wars terminology, I'm told that Cheney's staffers are big fans of a recent editorial that compares her to Obi-Wan Kenobi, right? Initially defeated, but ultimately part of the force that works to take down Darth Vader, or in this analogy, Donald Trump. That gives you a sense, I think, of the way that they're framing this as like a multi-pronged, multi-part battle that Cheney feels deeply about the soul of the Republican Party. There's some 2024 speculation about her now that may be a little premature, but Cheney could certainly start or join a think tank, do some sort of media tour, join up with other anti-Trump voices. And keep in mind, she will still have a national stage for a little while longer next month. The next January 6th hearing. We'll see her then. Back to you.
Hallie Jackson, thank you so much. Turning now to former President Trump and the mounting pressure he and his allies are under this morning. Federal prosecutors are now asking a judge to keep the affidavit behind the FBI's Mar-a-Lago search warrant sealed, citing an ongoing investigation with national security implications. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker has the latest.
Good day to you. The focus is intensifying over whether to release the documents at the very heart of the search of Mar-a-Lago. Overnight, the former president forcefully calling for the affidavit to be unsealed as concern mounts for the safety of law enforcement all across the country.
Overnight, former President Trump calling for the immediate release of the completely unredacted affidavit in the interest of transparency on his social media platform. It comes as federal prosecutors push to keep key documents related to the search of Mr. Trump's Mar-a-Lago home from public view, revealing that the document has information about important witnesses. Investigators asking a judge to keep the search warrant affidavit sealed following requests to unseal it from media companies, including NBC News. The affidavit is believed to contain critical information about the government's investigation into the alleged mishandling of classified materials. Prosecutors argue making it public would cause significant and irreparable damage to the ongoing criminal investigation, which involves highly classified materials and highly sensitive information about witnesses.
To me, until we see specificity within the affidavit, we will not have the kind of clarity that the American people needs.
Earlier, Mr. Trump accused the FBI of stealing his 3 passports during the search. The FBI responding overnight, saying it follows search and seizure procedures ordered by courts, then returns items that do not need to be retained for law enforcement purposes. A Justice Department official telling NBC News the passports have been given back to the former president. Mr. Trump has spent the last week attacking the FBI, baselessly accusing agents of planting evidence at Mar-a-Lago. That comes as the FBI and DHS step up security around the country after a spike in threats against law enforcement. Now, in an interview with Fox News, Mr. Trump warning the temperature has to be brought down in the country. If it isn't, terrible things are going to happen.
And the current commander-in-chief is watching it all closely. In fact, a White House official tells NBC News that President Biden is being kept apprised of the threats against law enforcement. Meanwhile, another big headline that we're tracking, a lawyer for Rudy Giuliani telling NBC News he's now a target of the criminal investigation in Georgia into former President Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election. That lawyer had previously said Giuliani was a witness. Giuliani was President Trump's attorney at the time and played a major role in trying to change the outcome of the election in Georgia. Legal experts telling me overnight that being labeled a target means prosecutors are looking more closely at whether Giuliani committed a crime. The DA's office not commenting. Back to you.
All right, Kristen Welker, thank you so much. Now, an alarming new study found an extreme heat belt is emerging in the center of the U.S. The report says the heat index could soar to 125 degrees in that belt by 2053. And in the West, the decades-long mega drought is growing more dire by the day. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson takes us to one of the country's most iconic places to show us what's at stake.
Little in this world rivals the awe-inspiring splendor of the Grand Canyon.
I feel here a sense of the divine.
Park Superintendent Ed Keeble says one of the few things more stunning than its vast beauty is the looming threat to the very lifeblood of its ecology, the Colorado River.
The fact that it's changing so rapidly for fish is an indicator that there's some stress in the ecosystem.
Rapid climate change and an unprecedented megadrought have plummeted water levels at the 2 lakes that fuel the river to the lowest level in decades.
The Colorado River is about 20% smaller than it was just 20 years ago.
Lower levels means warmer water as the river snakes through the canyon. It's already having a huge impact on industries like recreation, farming, and fishing.
It's between 66 and 67 degrees right now.
Angler Dave Foster says the warmer water means trout are less healthy, and it introduces invasive fish.
It's worrisome for me. I've spent my whole life here.
The Colorado River serves as a hydropower highway from Lake Powell all the way to Lake Mead, the nation's largest reservoir, where excess water is banked in a system that supplies water to 40 million people in the West.
So right now we're on top of the dam.
We were given exclusive access to the Glen Canyon Dam.
Here is Lake Powell.
Power manager Bob Martin says the water level at the dam is just 45 feet from dropping below hydropower generation.
The water is right below us here.
So critical that for the first time in the dam's history, it's reducing the amount of water released into the Colorado River.
Does it feel like you're in a threat zone?
We're 22 years into this drought. Nobody ever expected we'd be here this long. So we need to start making operational changes.
And just to give you a sense of the scope of this crisis, you go back before the drought and where I'm standing right now, I'd be about 40 feet underwater.
And it might be too little too late for a region already drying up. A fragile flow on the brink of total collapse. Steve Patterson, NBC News, the Grand Canyon.
Wow, some incredibly powerful images now, and a great way to segue into weather. Some parts of the country are going to see some rain. I don't know, a little bit of good news, maybe not. In some places, Michelle, hi.
In some places, hi there. Yeah, in southern Texas, that's good news because we're looking at a drought situation there. We're looking at tropical moisture being pulled in, but some spots we're looking at the potential for flooding. So as Steve mentioned, we're really looking at extreme temperatures, extreme drought condition, and also extreme flooding. So let's take a look at what we're looking at today. Lots going on once again. We've been tracking extreme weather all summer long, and we're going to do that once again today. So hot and humid in the southeast. We're looking at temperatures well above average for this time of year, back into the triple digits. Also, we're looking at a very slow-moving cold front. That's going to bring the chance for showers and storms. It could bring the potential for some flooding rains as well, especially in the state of Missouri. We're looking at a flood risk continuing in the monsoon portion of the country, so the Four Corners into the Rockies. And that happens mainly in the afternoon. The sun kind of gets those showers and storms going, so a flood risk there as well. Western heat, we're looking at temperatures in the triple digits, the 90s, not only today, tomorrow, but also through Friday. And then we're looking at the chance for some rain also in portions of the mid-Atlantic. So let's get into the rainfall forecast first, because we're looking at that monsoon moisture continuing. Yes, it's monsoon season, but we continue to see these showers and storms continuing. And we're going to see that once again today, where you see the darker colors, the yellows, the reds, the oranges. We're looking at the potential for some very heavy rain. I mentioned southern Texas. It's a very slow-moving system. We thought maybe it could become a tropical depression over the weekend. It never did, but still, nonetheless, bringing in that tropical moisture, it's needed there. So we're looking at southwestern parts of Texas with really heavy rain there. And then we're also looking at the potential for some flooding in Missouri, where we're looking at a slow-moving storm system that's going to bring the chance for some very heavy rain, the potential for some flash flooding as well. You always remember that saying, don't turn around, don't drown. That's going to be a situation here where we could see that really intense flooding. We had flooding conditions in West Virginia yesterday where half a foot of rain fell very, very quickly. And that's just the atmosphere right now. It's like a sponge. It wrings out, and we're looking at heavy rain. So that's the rainfall forecast there. Also looking at the chance for severe weather from portions of Missouri into Arkansas, also Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. So from Fayetteville into Little Rock, Jackson, Mississippi, into Mobile, Alabama, we're looking at the chance for severe weather. We're not expecting a severe weather outbreak, but still could see some isolated winds, some damaging winds of 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail as well, and also the chance of a tornado. We had a few tornado reports yesterday in North Dakota and also portions of North Carolina. So there's that cold front I was talking about. It's very slow moving. This is what we've seen over and over again this summer. Slow systems. That's part of the climate connection, where we have patterns that don't move very fast. That's happening once again today. So that slow moving front in the southeast, that's going to bring very heavy rain along that front. Strong storms in the lower Mississippi Valley, as I just showed you. And then tomorrow, look, it doesn't go very far. We're looking at that heavy rain in portions of the southeast once again, where you see those darker colors, the brighter colors, reds and oranges and yellows. That's where we're looking at those torrential downpours. And that's going to be in the southeast once again along the Gulf Coast. So we're going to watch that very closely. Dangerous heat, 34 million people impacted today from the central Central Plains, Southern Plains, into portions of the lower Mississippi Valley. And Savannah, we're looking at the West Coast, too. This is a big story because there's not a lot of air conditioning there. It's not today, and it's going to be lasting for a few days as well.
Yeah, oh, that's been a big story quite a few times this summer in places where it's dangerous. All right, Michelle, thank you so much. And coming up, the sky's the limit. It's an NBC News exclusive. Another major U.S. airline is hopping on the supersonic trend, hoping to usher in a new era of American aviation. That's next. Plus, starting from scratch 1 year after the fall of Kabul, many Afghan refugees here in the U.S. are struggling to find jobs that match their skills. We'll bring you their costly journeys to make it in America after the break.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
We're back now with more trouble in the skies for New York area flyers. Travelers had to deal with 2 to 3 hour delays last night at the city's major airports like JFK and LaGuardia. And get this, it's because of staffing issues inside the air traffic control offices. That's according to the FAA. Those issues have been improving as of this morning, with the agency's website now showing delays of about 30 minutes at LaGuardia Airport. Now, in some better news on plane travel this morning, we're getting word that yet another major airline is going supersonic. American Airlines is joining United in placing a very big order from an upstart Denver company, hoping to bring back the age of the Concorde, flying New York to Paris in just over 3 hours. That, of course, means NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us. He broke the story of the boom supersonic last summer. He joins us live now from Washington, D.C. to answer the question everyone wants to know: how soon might this happen? Hey, Tom.
Can you say boom? Boom! It's going to be that fast. The earliest passenger flights, probably 2029. But today, American Airlines becomes the third major airline now to announce an order to go supersonic, which means by the end of the decade, you may be in Paris faster than it takes you to fly across the country right now.
Time to create the world's fastest airliner.
Could the future of aviation actually be retro?
Time to turn the past into the present.
Like back to the Concorde. It was 2003 when the Concorde last flew passengers over the Atlantic at twice the speed of sound. But the Concorde was too loud and too expensive. A fatal crash in 2000 put an end to the program. Now, Denver's Boom Aviation is promising to take travelers back to the future with a 4-engine plane it calls Overture.
It's about time.
New this morning, American Airlines has signed on, ordering 20 of its own supersonic planes, following United Airlines, which has already ordered 15, both with options for more. Other customers include Japan Airlines and the U.S. Air Force.
There are going to need to be hundreds of Overture aircraft to carry the tens of millions of passengers around the world who can benefit from supersonic.
You think that many people want to go supersonic?
I think everybody wants to go supersonic.
Last year, Boom's CEO gave us a tour. So if I'm a United passenger, I may be flying your supersonic jet by the end of the decade.
By the end of the decade, we want to do supersonic as quickly as possible. We think the world needs this.
Boom says its planes will be lighter, smaller, quieter, and slightly slower than Concorde. Concorde flew at Mach 2. Boom will fly at Mach 1.7, cutting current flight times in half. New York to London in 3.5 hours. Seattle to Tokyo, 4.5, with planes carrying up to 80 passengers.
So every seat, you're going to have a large window where you can see the view from 60,000 feet, the curvature of the Earth, the sky a deeper blue.
Boom says its engines will use 100% sustainable fuels. The real question, how many people will pay for a faster supersonic flight?
Are there enough people who would be willing to pay $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 to fly between New York and London in just 3.5 hours? Maybe, but it's a limited market.
But this morning, American and United Airlines believe if you build it, the customers will come.
Yeah, I bet that's true. Except, Tom, when Concorde was flying, something with the noise, people complained it was super loud. Is this plane going to be any quieter?
No, you're absolutely right. Now, Boom says that engine technology has, in fact, evolved and improved over the past 20 years. They will fly at Mach 1.7 over oceans. That's 1,300 miles per hour. When they're over land, they'll be under Mach 1. And they promise noise reduction systems will meet noise control laws around airports, especially, as you know, the New York City airports and Washington, D.C. really complained back in the 70s about how loud the Concorde was.
All right, Tom Costello, fascinating stuff. Can't wait. Thank you so much.
The Taliban's rise to power in Afghanistan 1 year ago sparked a massive wave of evacuations out of the country. More than 80,000 Afghan refugees have since settled in communities across the U.S. 1 year on, many are speaking out about the challenges they face as they attempt to build a new life. CNBC senior White House correspondent Kayla Tausche has been hearing their stories and joins us now. Kayla, good morning.
Joe, good morning. In the last year, more than 81,000 Afghan nationals have put down roots across the country, everywhere from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, to Clearwater, Florida, to Phoenix, Arizona, having left their savings, their careers, and in many cases, their families behind. They're taking so-called survival jobs to pay the bills. The finance minister, for instance, is an Uber driver. The journalist is working in a grocery cashier in hopes they can return to their prior professions at some point in the future. But in our conversations with many of them, that hope for the future was the prevailing feeling.
I was born to fly.
A pilot in the Afghan Air Force, Shapur's comfort zone is in a Black Hawk helicopter. For years, he flew wing to wing with U.S. forces. Now he fuels and services planes in Scottsdale, Arizona. It pays for food and clothes, but not for rent.
How different is that from what you hope to be?
It is just working in the ground, and I want to be in the air.
To get there, he's starting from scratch, staring down years of costly training, all while providing for 7 family members. 7 miles west, Sabira Madadi is starting her second bachelor's degree to become an occupational therapist. She's spending her summer working 2 jobs.
The money that you're able to make in your jobs here in Arizona, how much does that mean for your family back in Afghanistan?
Considering the situation that no one works in Afghanistan, I mean, no female is allowed to work in Afghanistan, and my family is like all females. So for them, it's good that I can support them.
Sabira is one of 130 other women students who fled Taliban rule together. She spent 3 days in Spain and 3 months at Fort McCoy in Wisconsin. Nonprofits like Upwardly Global visited the bases to help evacuees find employers.
Do we know how many of the Afghan evacuees have found jobs?
No. And so data is a real challenge here.
Does someone have that data? They're just not sharing it, or was it never compiled?
It's never compiled.
Kabir Kamal told the U.S. government North Dakota wasn't for him. Through the Tent Partnership, he found work in New York City, analyzing supply chain data for Pfizer.
The first 1.5 months, I just lost myself. Where am I and what should I do? Then I just take myself and I go forward.
Kamal worked for the Afghan government. He escaped Taliban fire with his young family, his daughter atop his shoulders. She wants to be a pilot.
She told me because my grandmother and my uncles are still in Afghanistan, I want to bring them out from Afghanistan. I cried very much.
Any Afghans still arriving now stop first at this conference center in Virginia. They spend a month getting acclimated, meeting with refugee agencies, and learning how to navigate American life, like Immigration 101, figuring out how to apply for asylum or a 2-year work permit, and what happens once that runs out.
It has made us a little bit cautious, like we are thinking that what if in 2 years we cannot get any legal lawyer, what will happen to our future? Will they deport us again? Will we go to Afghanistan again? What should we do?
Several women arrived here recently after nearly a year in Abu Dhabi, requesting to shield their identity amid concern for their families. They say conditions on the Emirati base are punishing.
They have been through a lot. They're still going through a lot. Just for their daily base needs, they have to stay in lines for 2 to 3 hours in 104 or 5 degrees. Thinking about it gives me chills.
A final flight from Abu Dhabi arrives this week, and then the end. On September 30th, this makeshift hotel and school will again become a corporate training facility. And 1 year after the withdrawal, these families will be on their own, fighting to get by in a country they once fought for.
Maybe God knows something better for us. That's why He brought us here.
Refugee agencies say 1 year in, the biggest challenges that Afghans face are finding transportation because many don't have their driver's license, and childcare, with many women who once worked staying home. But that even if the economy slows down, their willingness to move for work will be their superpower. Joe?
Kayla, appreciate the in-depth look. Thank you so much. More international news now, and new Russian attacks in eastern Ukraine are raising concerns for the region.
NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from Kyiv with that and more. Hey, Josh, good morning.
Good morning. There are new reports today of explosions in Crimea, which are forcing thousands of people to evacuate. Meanwhile, the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant continues to be a major source of concern. In an address last night, Ukrainian President Zelensky warned that the fallout from the radiation could be disastrous if there's an incident. Meanwhile, the United Nations says it's trying to negotiate access to the plant for its inspectors to make sure that it's still safe. Now to Beijing, where the Chinese government is responding to another unannounced visit by U.S. lawmakers to Taiwan by carrying out more military drills in the waters and airspace near the island. Senator Ed Markey and 4 other lawmakers stopped in Taipei late Sunday and met with Taiwan's president. That follows Speaker Nancy Pelosi's stop earlier this month during her tour of Asia, which set off several days of Chinese war games. And Britain has become the first country to approve a COVID-19 vaccine that targets both the original and the Omicron variant of the virus. The UK medicine regulator says their decision was based on clinical trial data that showed the booster triggered a strong immune response against both Omicron and the original 2020 virus. The so-called bivalent vaccine is made by Moderna as a booster for adults after they have already received the original vaccine. Back to you guys.
Keep an eye on that one. All right.
Josh, thank you so much.
Coming up, absent. As America's teacher shortage deepens, we're going to take a look at how one state is looking to try and fill those spots.
Plus, growing concerns about polio in New York City. What you need to know to make sure you're safe. You're watching Morning News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Harry Styles!
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The new school year is already underway in some places, and while the days of masks and remote learning may be behind us, it's still not quite business as usual.
Yeah, many school districts simply don't have enough teachers to fill their classrooms. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders is in Florida, where the problem is especially critical. Hey, Carrie, good morning. Oh, teacher Carrie.
Well, good morning, guys. Yes, I'm sitting in Miss Anderson's 5th grade classroom here at Baldwin Academy. And here at the Baldwin Academy, they're sort of solving the problem of the shortage by pulling administrators out of administration and back into the classroom. They all were former teachers. But the problem is really, it's desperate. In Florida, in some cases, they're actually accepting teachers who don't even have a teaching certificate, all because of what we see right there on the whiteboard. And the problem, it's not unique to Florida. It is a problem nationwide.
It's back to school for students, but not for some teachers who are leaving the profession in record numbers.
Good morning, boys and girls.
Schools nationwide are struggling to find qualified teachers, a problem exacerbated by the pandemic.
You're talking about, dealing with more hassles, more frustration, more depression, more anxiety. For the same amount of pay.
An estimated 300,000 public school teachers and staff left the field between February 2020 and May 2022. A recent survey of teachers found almost 80% say they're dissatisfied with their working conditions, almost half saying they're very dissatisfied. And one study found 55% of educators are seriously considering ending their careers earlier than expected. Parents are concerned.
I personally know several teachers who have resigned, who just couldn't take it anymore, not feeling that they were valued.
I want you to pay close attention.
In some school districts, fewer teachers means bigger class sizes, adding stress to those still on the job.
That means kids aren't getting the education they deserve and need.
The education secretary telling C-SPAN that both salaries and respect for teachers have been too low for too long.
You could have a master's degree and you have to drive Uber on the weekends to make ends meet.
That's unacceptable.
Florida has some of the worst shortages nationwide, with more than 8,000 teaching positions unfilled. The state is recruiting military veterans to teach, even if they're not certified.
We're going to make sure that if we hire military personnel under these new provisions, that they are able to deliver instruction, that we prepare them well.
Critics urge a different strategy, lure experienced teachers back with better pay and better working conditions.
And South Carolina figures that one of the solutions may be a simple math problem. They're going to offer significant bonuses to get teachers into the classroom. Meantime, in Arizona, so desperate that they're not even going to require those who teach to have a bachelor's degree. And finally, in Texas, in some of the small school districts, they're in such trouble, they've decided that the way to handle it is to just reduce the load. In other words, students who would normally go to class 5 days a week will now go to school 4 days a week.
Wow.
Guys?
All right, Carrie Sanders, interesting look there. Thank you so much. And for more on the teacher shortage, we're joined by the president of the American Federation of Teachers, Randy Weingarten. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, Randy. So school districts across the country are heading into this school year, as Carrie just put it, just simply without enough teachers. In fact, 600,000 educators have quit since January 2020. Tell us, in your view, with your knowledge of the situation, why do you think it is that so many teachers are either retiring or opting for new careers altogether?
So let me just first say, this is not unexpected, and we have been calling this out for a long time. I'm glad that it's finally getting the attention it needs. If it had gotten the attention it needed a few months ago, we would have been able to solve this, because this is eminently solvable. So you have a perfect storm here. You've had fewer and fewer people going into teaching because of the disrespect already. But right now, because of all of the politics, you notice the states that Carrie just talked about, Arizona, Texas, South Carolina, Florida. These are states where governors have just basically shamed and defamed teachers, calling them groomers, doing all sorts of other things. And so people are basically saying, I can make more money elsewhere. I love teaching, but I can make more money elsewhere. I can't actually speak to I can't answer a student's question anymore. I can't actually teach kids with respect if they are not in the mainstream. And so they're going to different jobs that are paying 20% more. So to keep teachers, we did a big study, which we released this summer. There's 4 things we have to do. We have to deal with the conditions, teachers' working conditions or kids' learning conditions, like lower class sizes, and wrap services around schools, like in community schools and things like that. We have to do something about the salaries and about student debt so that teachers can raise families in the places in which they're teaching. And the last thing we have to do is we have to actually think about respect, which doesn't cost a dime. So instead of DeSantis doing the nonsense that he's doing in terms of that, we should be respecting.
I mean, the governors are who they are. You're probably not going to be able to change that, at least anytime soon. So how do you change that respect and try and keep the teachers who are there, keep them in the profession, and then also try and encourage new ones to join?
Well, this is but the reason I'm saying the respect issues are so important is that if every single day a governor is saying that teachers are groomers, why do you think anybody would want to go into teaching? Teachers want to help kids so that these issues, which, the issues that you've just put up on the screen, those are the issues that would normally keep teachers into teaching and get teachers in teaching, and we should do that. But it doesn't cost a dime to change this politics. So, for example, in Ohio today, 91% of parents said they believe in their teachers, they believe in what their teachers are doing, they believe their teachers are positive influences. And I'm glad it's getting play in the press. Respect should not just be an Aretha Franklin song. And the reason I'm focused on that is because it's enough. Teachers need to help kids. We can't keep having this politics. The political scene, keep it for November. Don't do it in September in schools.
Randy Weingarten, thanks so much for joining us this morning. This is such an important issue, and we want to keep the conversation going, so we appreciate it.
Powerful message there. Thank you. And now to the growing concern over a resurgence in polio. New York City health officials announced that the virus has been detected in wastewater. So that means polio is likely circulating undetected in the city.
This comes after one case was identified outside of the city in Rockland County, New York last month that involved an unvaccinated adult. For more on this, we are joined by NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal. Doctor, good to have you with us. Thanks for being with us. I mean, how concerning do you find? We're coming out of COVID. We hear about monkeypox, then we hear about polio again. I mean, how concerned should we be about this?
Well, so it is concerning, right? We have a vaccine-preventable disease that can cause really severe complications, namely paralysis. So it is concerning that it could be circulating here. And the question going forward is this going to continue to spread nationwide? And so I talked to a leading infectious disease expert about what he said, what he thinks about that, and here's what he had to say.
It's a very difficult question. I can tell you that is the type of thing that keeps me up at night. I am concerned that there are other pockets of, under-vaccinated kids in many different parts of the United States, and that it is because polio is a disease that is transmitted so easily from child to child that it is very possible that there could be more cases.
And just to point out here, 93% of kids in this country have had their polio shots. But like he said, there's these concerns about these areas that there may be under-vaccination. Williamsburg, here in New York, it's just 56%. So those are the areas we're really going to be watching going forward.
So most people, as you just said, they're that number in the 90 percentile, get this as a child, this polio vaccine. So should parents of vaccinated kids be worried, or does that mean you're probably okay?
No, so the short answer is no. Parents whose kids have had their vaccines, and it's usually 4 shots before kindergarten, they should not be worried at this time. For those of you who don't know if you're vaccinated, a lot of my friends actually didn't know this. Call your doctor, call your schools, text your mom, she might know.
I was going to say, people are texting their parents.
Yeah, just find out if you're vaccinated. That's your homework assignment today.
Yeah. What are you watching for going forward, especially the folks so worried right now and not sure what's going to happen?
So 2 things. One, we're really watching to see if it's going to spread nationwide, right? Are we going to hear about cases in California, Arizona, across the country? Another thing we're really watching is, are we going to see those sort of severe disease where the paralysis we were talking about? Most people who have polio actually don't have symptoms. So we're going to be watching to see if that severe disease comes up.
That's interesting stuff.
Dr. Akshay Sayal, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Important conversation people are starting to have. Good to have the real information from you. Thanks. Coming up, it's a concept that seems almost impossible given those sky-high prices almost everywhere you look.
But could dining out actually be cheaper than eating in? Well, we're going to let you in on some delicious deals that could have you saving green next.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Welcome back. Let's get you some financial headlines now. When another company is insisting employees return to the office for at least part of the week.
NBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with that and more money headlines. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. Back to school for kids after Labor Day for Apple. It wants employees back in the office 3 days a week starting after the Labor Day holiday, according to an internal memo. Workers at Apple's headquarters in Silicon Valley will be required to be in person Tuesdays and Thursdays with an additional day determined by their managers. CEO Tim Cook says the changes are based on employee feedback. They'll still be able to work remotely 2 days a week and up to 4 weeks a year. Employees in other areas will return in different phases. Walmart strikes a deal to offer Paramount Plus to subscribers of its membership program in a push to better compete with Amazon Prime. Walmart Plus members will get access to Paramount's Essential plan, which costs $4.99 a month and includes ads. Walmart Plus costs $12.95 a month and includes free shipping on orders and discounts on gas, as well as 6 months of Spotify's premium service for free. And you can now mow down your enemies while you're also mowing the fields. A security researcher managed to hack into the display screen on a John Deere tractor to install the iconic video game Doom. It was part of the DEF CON hacking conference in Las Vegas because this is what the world has been waiting for. He also showed off a jailbreak, giving him access to the tractor system. It could potentially help farmers bypass software blocking them from repairing the tractor themselves. That part seems more useful, but I guess it gets a little boring out there just going around the farm.
All of a sudden, so like apocalyptic. Yeah, I don't know about that. All right, Bertha, thank you so much.
All right, here's something interesting to chew on besides that. With inflation at near record highs, groceries are becoming so expensive that in some cases, dining out might be cheaper than eating in. Here's NBC News correspondent Sam Brock with more.
Families right now, of course, are looking for any way they can to save. And at least for the time being, restaurants seem like a good value proposition, which is not to say that in a vacuum it's cheaper to eat out than to get grocery store meals. However, increasingly, meals like these are looking like a better bang for your buck, and the restaurants know that, and they're marketing them as such.
Go straight to the Double Whopper Junior.
From fast food restaurants like Burger King,
the BK $5 Your Way meal,
to value-based chains like Applebee's. Advertising a dozen shrimp for $1 with a steak entree, the emphasis on cost saving for families racked by inflation is evident.
Everything's really expensive. Even eating out is expensive, though, too.
And certainly the cost of everything is up. It's just a question of relativity. Federal numbers show grocery store prices shot up more than 13% year over year in July, while restaurant prices jumped a more digestible 7.6%, the biggest inflationary gap between the two in roughly 50 years. Businesses like Sergio's restaurant in Miami are seeing an uptick in visitors who are capitalizing in creative ways.
We're seeing a lot of people still do takeout and portioning food. Someone can cut a chicken that maybe costs you $16, and you come out eating 2 people for $8. You can't do that in the grocery stores.
Owner Carlos Gazatua says grocery stores, unlike restaurants, have dynamic pricing that can change daily.
Did you envision a circumstance under which you would be marketing your restaurant as a better value proposition than a supermarket?
We would have never seen this several years ago. The only negative thing is that the marketplace will dictate and the consumer is savvy enough to know it.
Certainly, value depends on what kind of food you're talking about. Fast food companies, traditionally catering to those with less financial flexibility, continue to offer the lowest pricing. And even in the supermarket, economists say the inner shelf items, non-perishables, present palatable deals. But meats, seafood, dairy, and fruits have exploded in cost.
For consumers who are interested in the high quality food, eating fresh foods, those consumers are seeing more pronounced inflation.
Which might explain a pivot to more dining out.
If you're somebody who just cooks on the fly and really aren't so into cooking in the kitchen, then definitely eating out is way cheaper.
Even if it might be a relatively better deal than eating at home.
And another tip to save as you're weighing your options is takeout. You see the window is over my shoulder right now. Experts say that you're going to save more on tips and fees if you just order to go. A lot of people discovered that during the pandemic. Certainly, if you order groceries back to your home, there's charges that come with that too. So that's one way. But also restaurants like the one I'm at, Sergio's here in Miami, are offering deals to families for back to school later this month. Kids, for example, eat for free after 3 o'clock. No doubt there's deals like that at restaurants in your neighborhood as well. In Miami, Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
Something to keep an eye on. I know we are still doing takeout, but then we go pick it up so we don't have to pay the delivery fees and all of that.
Huge difference if you're not paying that fee. It really is interesting. And I totally agree with one of the people in that piece, which is if you're kind of on the fly, you don't know your schedule all the time, you don't know how many family members are going to be home for a meal. It's hard. You end up buying all this food, not cooking it, throwing it away.
You don't want to waste the food.
I get ordering just what you need.
We do not waste our takeout.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks to Sam Brock for that story.
And coming up, a burning love story.
45 years after the king of rock and roll's untimely passing, how Elvis is shaking up a brand new generation of fans. That's up next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
News is happening now.
On the air with breaking news.
And this moment.
Where it happens are NBC streaming free.
The indictment for president would our country apart. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Happening in your neck of the woods.
Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Welcome back. The Cincinnati Zoo asked the public to help name its newest baby hippo. And after, get this, 90,000 submissions, we have a winner. And it's kind of funny. The hippo will be called Fritz. And now here's what's funny. The zoo tweeted that the name is fitting since the mother was on birth control, but apparently it was on the Fritz. Baby Fritz, who was born last week, joins his big sister Fiona and is doing great, already weighing in at more than 100 pounds. So now we've got a Fritz and a Fiona, Joe.
No, I think Fritz is a perfect hippo name for many reasons.
Yeah, I know. I love it.
Thank you, Savannah.
Yeah.
Today marks 45 years since the death of Elvis Presley. The legendary entertainer passed away at Graceland Mansion at the age of 42. Even though it's been almost half a century, even though more than half of the U.S. population wasn't even alive when Elvis was alive, interest in the star remains incredibly high after all these years.
The love for Elvis is still burning through his movies and his moves. Those signature swivels and shakes are still rattling and rolling today. Well, you may go to college. In new movies like Baz Luhrmann's Elvis, and on social media where the king courts a new audience that can't help falling in love. And that love is not just confined to the screen. Loyal fans can slip on their blue suede shoes and drive their pink Cadillacs to Graceland, where Elvis lived and Angie Marchese works.
Basically, I have probably one of the coolest jobs you can ever imagine.
Why is it the coolest job in the world?
Because I get paid to play with Elvis's stuff.
She started as a tour guide 33 years ago and worked her way up to vice president, managing more than 1.5 million items in the Graceland archives.
You never got to meet him, but I bet you feel like you know him.
I feel like he's kind of my long-lost uncle that I never got a chance to meet, but I know everything about.
Of course, Graceland still welcomes the longtime die-hard Elvis enthusiasts, but lately the guest list is all shook up. Newer, younger fans are stopping by after seeing that new Elvis movie or discovering his music on streaming services.
Elvis still has that charisma that's able to attract fans nearly 45 years after his passing.
So if he were around today performing, you think he'd still be a pretty big deal?
Yeah, I think Elvis would still be a pretty big deal. I think Elvis will always be a pretty big deal.
So big, thousands of fans still gather at Graceland around this time every year for Elvis Week, with a few events hosted by his former wife, Priscilla, all to keep his legacy alive, a burning love story.
And just moments ago, Priscilla Presley appeared on the Today Show from the famed Jungle Room at Graceland, where she talked about keeping his legacy alive.
Responsibility, yes, but I want to, carry it out and give him the things that he always wanted to do and wanted in his life. A lot of it, many of it, well, not many, but he wanted to, sing with an orchestra, and I was able to get the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra to be, of course, the symphony of which he would be singing with, and carry that out for him. That was his dream. So anything that he wanted to do or wished to do as far as in life, I want to try to get that to happen.
Legacy lives on.
Very cool. Such a cool look back.
I know. It was fun. It was fun.
And
a new
talking
generation.
about that movie, too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, under wraps, the Justice Department asks a judge to keep the search affidavit to former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home sealed. Why investigators say they don't want to reveal too much right now. Plus, new information about evidence taken during that search. The former president saying agents took his passports. Why they say they did this, and the new developments this morning. Party divide, another test of Trump's hold on the GOP today as Congresswoman Liz Cheney fights to keep her seat in Wyoming. The impact her decision to vote to impeach the former president and help lead the January 6th committee is having on that election. And the other key races we'll be watching all day today that could impact the balance of power on Capitol Hill. On edge this morning, Americans are being warned to stay away from a popular tourist spot as deadly cartel violence rips through the area. The latest on the dangerous situation in Tijuana, Mexico, right along the U.S. border. Plus, hitting the brakes. Spinning was once the hot workout trend, especially during the pandemic. But now, two of the biggest names in the industry, Peloton and SoulCycle, are facing an uphill battle. Why the companies are now making major cutbacks and the big changes customers could see. I am a major Peloton fan.
You are, so,
yeah.
but this won't affect you. Do you have one already?
Yeah, you have it at
Okay,
home, exactly. And so it's just kind of like, yeah, it sort of changed the game. You know, people don't need to go into the studios. If you've got it at home, who wants to if you can stay in your own house?
Exactly.
Yeah, so I don't know.
You can keep on spinning.
Yeah. No uphill battle here. All right, we'll get to that a little bit later. We begin this morning, though, with the latest on the investigation surrounding the search of former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate.
The focus is now on the affidavit used to justify that search. The Justice Department is asking the judge who approved the search warrant to keep that affidavit sealed because prosecutors say it will help safeguard the ongoing investigation. In yesterday's court filing, prosecutors wrote, quote, if disclosed, the affidavit would serve as a roadmap to the government's ongoing investigation, providing specific details about its direction and likely course in a matter that is highly likely to compromise future investigative steps. Federal prosecutors were responding to inquiries from news organizations, including NBC News, to make that affidavit public. Meanwhile, a Justice Department official tells NBC News that 3 of Donald Trump's passports that had been taken in that search have now been returned to the former president. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now with the latest on this big story. Julia, good morning. So let's start with that DOJ request to keep the affidavit sealed. How could the investigation be compromised, the DOJ argues, if that affidavit is released?
Well, their argument here, Joe, is that this is part of an ongoing law enforcement investigation that implicates national security. What you would normally see is in an affidavit is all of the information that the Justice Department would be presenting to a judge to say, we need to get into this property now. They need to show a sense of urgency oftentimes. They need to explain what criminal violations there may be, and they usually have to show some evidence for that. So it could be that there could be sources compromised. It could be that they really give away a lot about what they're looking for here and why, and perhaps they think that if they give that away, then they could compromise sources who have been cooperating, or there could be something that could be done on the Trump end to obfuscate their inquiry here so that they couldn't get more information. But I think what it indicates to us is that there's more to see here and there's more to come, more investigative steps, and they think that unsealing that would compromise this. We also have to underline the national security implications, that it's not just about the Presidential Records Act and what the president didn't hand over to the National Archives. There may be something here that they're looking for that they think preserving these documents is critical to national security.
So, Julia, the Justice Department late last week already made some documents related to the search public, offering some transparency about what is an unprecedented search of a former president's home. But they don't want to release the affidavit, arguing that would jeopardize the investigation. So what's the DOJ's goal behind this approach right now?
That's right. Last week, we were able to see the warrant and the property receipt that allowed us to get a little more information on what criminal violations there may be, what statutes they were using to base their seizure, their raid on. And we know that there were 3 criminal statutes, including the Espionage Act, that may be in play here. That doesn't mean the former president is necessarily guilty of this or will be charged. That all will play out later in court. But these are the reasons why they had this raid in the first place. We were able to get a glimpse there, but they have have to strike this balance. They have to show the American public that there was a reason for this large, very public raid on the former president, a president who was very critical of the FBI and law enforcement efforts, says that he's been targeted in the past, knowing it could really stoke and fire up his base and make them very angry at the FBI. But at the same time, they also need to be able to preserve their steps going forward, that if this is such a large-scale case, that if they show too many of their cards early on, they could really blow it going forward. That's a very difficult balance, and that's a position the FBI and the Justice Department finds themselves in now.
Julia, I also want to ask you about Trump's passports. What else do we know about the passports that were seized in the search and that have now been returned?
Well, the FBI did say late last night that they have now returned these passports. These were 2 expired passports and a diplomatic passport the president had. So we have to underline, this is not taking away the president's ability to travel. And those documents that were seized have now been returned. And in fact, we saw a Trump spokesman tweet last night an email that allegedly looks like it's from a national security official at DOJ showing that the passports had been taken, but that they were ready to be picked up. Presumably, this is something that they wanted to review, but they didn't see the need to keep. A lot more questions about why they felt the need to take those documents, but perhaps that is part of that Espionage Act that I mentioned as one of those criminal statutes they're investigating, something they needed to review in his travel documents. I don't know all the answers. I don't think anyone does. It's a matter of time. But we can now confirm that those passports were returned to the former president.
We know you'll keep looking for those answers. Julia Ainsley, as always, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Now let's focus on Georgia, where this morning there are new developments in that state's criminal investigation into possible 2020 election interference. Donald Trump's former personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, is now a target of that probe. That's an important word. His lawyer told NBC News Giuliani had previously just been designated as a witness or subject of the investigation. NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos joins us now for more on this. Danny, always great to have you with us. So first off, just an explanation on what that means. What's that designation there between a target or a witness subject in a case like this?
There are generally 3 levels of a person testifying before a grand jury that DOJ uses, and so do state authorities as well. It is a target, a subject, and a witness. The witness is the lowest end of the spectrum, and a witness is just somebody who may have information relating to a crime. On the highest end, by contrast, is a target, which usually means the person is the object of the investigation, that they can expect to likely be indicted. And in the middle is the subject. And the subject is, generally speaking, someone who has access to the criminality, but isn't necessarily a target. And in reality, these distinctions can sometimes be meaningless because, as you can imagine, someone who is just a witness can get before a grand jury and say something that nobody knew about that vaults them from the status of mere witness to target in a matter of seconds. So even somebody who is a witness, their attorney must be very careful about putting them in front of a grand jury and be very prepared to have them invoke the Fifth Amendment. In Rudy Giuliani's case, if it's true he's a target, he will barely testify between his invocation of attorney-client privilege and likely Fifth Amendment assertions. So it's not going to be a whole lot of information they'll get out of Rudy Giuliani, and prosecutors know that when they call someone they name as a target for a grand jury.
Danny, we're also following Senator Lindsey Graham's situation. So yesterday, a federal judge denied Graham's efforts to avoid testifying before that grand jury you were just mentioning there. What was Graham's argument, and why did the judge reject it?
Yeah, Lindsey Graham was likely not going to prevail in this case because the state court judge is going to have authority to enforce or issue this subpoena for him to come and testify. Lindsey Graham may raise a bunch of different reasons why not to come, but the judge has already issued orders, extraterritorial orders, for Graham to come down and to testify. So it was always a long shot. He will end up coming down to testify. The judge already signed these orders, I believe it was months ago, and sent them to the court in Lindsey Graham's district. Therefore, it becomes final. He's going to come testify.
All right, Danny Ceballos, thank you so much.
Today, voters in two of the nation's least populated states could send a resounding message felt across the country about former President Trump's influence over the Republican Party. In Wyoming, a political dynasty is on the line. Congresswoman Liz Cheney, the top Republican on the January 6th committee, is fighting to keep her seat after Trump singled her out as his top target. And in Alaska, Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski, who voted to convict Trump in his second impeachment trial, is looking to fend off 18 challengers from both parties. It's the first test of that state's new open primary system. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray joins us now with a preview. Mark, good morning to you. Let's start in Wyoming with Liz Cheney. The last time she was on the ballot, November 2020, she won nearly 70% of the vote. At the time, she was the third highest ranking Republican in the House. My, how times have changed, Mark. How's her reelection campaign looking this morning?
Yeah, Joe, a lot has happened in the last 2 years when it comes to the Republican Party and also Congresswoman Liz Cheney. It was a recent University of Wyoming poll that ended up showing that her chief challenger, Trump-backed attorney Harriet Hageman, leading Cheney by a 2-to-1 margin. That also follows a recent Mason-Dixon poll showing Hageman ahead by more than 20 points. So Liz Cheney heads into tonight's primary as the significant underdog.
Cheney is one of 10 House Republicans who voted to impeach Trump in 2021 after the January 6th Capitol attack. Each of them became a target of the former president, and Cheney is the last of those 10 to face voters in a GOP primary. We should note a few of them did retire. So as a whole, how did that group fare?
Most of them ended up not faring all that well, but some of them ended up surviving. And so 8 of the 10, Joe, ended up either deciding not to run for re-election, retiring, or ended up being defeated in their primaries. We did see 2 impeachers who ended up surviving their primaries, Dan Newhouse in Washington State, along with David Valadao in California, although Valadao really didn't have a Trump-backed primary challenge in California. But that's pretty much been consistent with a lot of Donald Trump's endorsements. Most of the time, he ends up getting his way, but not all of the time.
Let's move on to Alaska. Recent polling there shows that Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski has a higher approval rating among Democrats than members of her own party. So usually that would sink a candidate in a primary. That's not, though, necessarily the case here. Walk us through this open primary and what it could mean for Murkowski and the other frontrunners.
Yeah, Joe, unlike most primaries where members of your own party end up selecting who should be the nominee for the general election, Alaska operates in a top 4 primary system where the top 4 vote getters, regardless of party, end up advancing to the general election. So that means that the votes could come from Democrats, independents, Republicans, and that the top 4 vote getters end up proceeding to the general election. This type of system traditionally ends up rewarding people who have a lot of crossover appeal. So you get support from Democrats, Republicans, and independents. And that seems to be what's boosting Lisa Murkowski. It's also one of the ways that when I was talking about one of the Trump impeachers who ended up surviving his primary challenge in Washington State, who has a top 2 primary system, Dan Newhouse, he survived because of a very similar system.
All right, Mark Murray setting us up for tonight's big election results. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Now, President Biden will take a short break from his vacation to return to the White House today to sign the Inflation Reduction Act into law. That's the one we've been talking about that makes major climate investments and some big changes to healthcare policy. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett joins us now from Johns Island in South Carolina with the latest. Maura, good morning. So, this bill represents a large portion of the domestic agenda President Biden ran on in 2020. Climate, healthcare, as I just mentioned, among other things. Now, given the backdrop of all the challenges that the president has faced, put into context just how significant getting this particular legislation over the finish line is.
Well, Savannah, it's a huge win for Democrats and President Biden specifically because it has taken nearly 2 years, as you mentioned, for him to accomplish this, to get Congress on board to agree with what he was looking for. We saw many of the same legislative policies introduced with the president's Build Back Better plan. That obviously didn't make it over the finish line, but this is a slight replica of that. Like you mentioned, the president on the 2020 campaign trail talked a lot about lowering prescription drug prices. This allows negotiation of that on behalf of Medicare. care. And then there's also the corporate tax rate interest or corporate tax rate change. And so that's a huge thing that Biden also talked about on the campaign trail, in addition to the investment in climate change. This is the biggest investment that we've seen so far in terms of Congress to tackle climate change. But it also, like the Build Back Better plan, leaves some key elements out of what we did here on the 2020 campaign trail, like child care coverage, like parental family leave. So the president still has some key promises left to deliver.
So, Maura, you mentioned how this is sort of a big win for Democrats more generally. I mean, how important is this bill, along with other recent legislation like the CHIPS Act, going to be for Democrats as the midterms get closer?
It's extremely important because considering it took President Biden 2 years to get this win, this summer has been kind of a break finally for his summer, at the beginning of the summer slump, the last 2 years, having the trouble passing his legislative agenda in Congress. And so we have this win with the Inflation Reduction Act for Democrats, but it's additive on top of the CHIPS Act, like you mentioned, that tackles semiconductor manufacturing, the PACT Act that talks about veterans care, in addition to that gun legislation that we saw earlier this summer, one of the biggest pushes forward in gun legislation in many decades. And so this is all very additive when it comes to the Democrats' legislative wins. We've already seen the White House talking about their August messaging, looking forward to wrap up the summer. They're going to be touting their legislative wins, talking about leveling out inflation, talking about how gas prices are coming down, and pushing back against what they call as the ultra MAGA agenda, saying that this win with the Inflation Reduction Act is something that where they beat Republican special interests, is what the White House was projecting last week. And then they just announced yesterday that over the next month, while Biden wraps up his vacation after he goes back after today's signing, we'll see a plethora of cabinet members sweep the country touting all of these wins in various important midterm states.
So, Maura, do these pieces of legislation that we've just seen get over the finish line show some type of momentum that the White House has right now on Capitol Hill? And does that mean that they're going to try and introduce more legislation once Congress gets back in session and before there's a potential change to the face of Congress with midterms in November?
Well, and that's the big point that's huge to highlight right now, right? Because that momentum is something Democrats are definitely going to be trying to hold on to. They're waiting to celebrate the Inflation Reduction Act until Congress comes back in early September. So that's something that will hopefully percolate for them, they think, through the month of August and kind of capping off September, because like you mentioned, 2 months from now is when the midterms will come. But there's a big question mark as to whether Democrats can hold the House and the Senate. There's a big likelihood they could flip. So in terms of tackling other legislative policies, there might be some things that they try to squeeze in there. But I think that we're also going to see a lot of projection around, again, the Inflation Reduction Act today, but also harness on the energy around the overturning of Roe v. Wade, because we saw how that turned out in Kansas just a couple of weeks ago. And so we're going to see a lot of focus both in Congress and coming from the White House leading up to the midterms as to how they're going to try to hold on to this momentum. But it's to be determined whether or not they'll try to introduce and pass anything new, because it is such a short timeline, Savannah.
All right, Maura Barrett, thank you so much.
Officials in Mexico are deploying hundreds of troops to the border city of Tijuana to deal with a wave of violent cartel attacks. And some American tourists attending a soccer match and a popular music festival were caught in the middle. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has the story.
A week of attacks across Mexico. Dozens of stores, cars, buses, and trucks set on fire. Chaos erupting among the public and images of the destruction going viral. Federal authorities calling it a propaganda by criminal organizations attempting to assert their power. They say it's all in response to recent successful military operations detaining cartel members and securing weapons, vehicles, and drugs. But the city remains on edge. In the city of Tijuana and its surroundings, authorities say at least 24 vehicles were set on fire Friday night. Public transportation coming to a halt with drivers too scared to operate.
I see they take off the people from the bus and they throw the gas in the bus and burning. I feel unsafe too, yeah.
The U.S. consulate asking Americans to shelter in place or avoid crossing into Mexico from California. But for some Americans, it came too late. Many were attending a professional soccer match and the Baja Beach Music Festival, where some chose to stay despite the nearby violence.
It's just uncertainty that you just don't know what can happen. Like, you don't know, like,
because, you know, they're advising everyone to stay indoors, but it's like, we're going to a festival, you know.
Authorities say the same type of fires and roadblocks took place in Jalisco and Guanajuato days before. Members of the president's cabinet informed 36 people have been arrested across the country directly linked to the violence, including the fires and roadblocks. Government officials have identified at least 3 of them as members of the New Generation Jalisco cartel. Meanwhile, over the weekend, 300 members of the military's special forces arrived in Tijuana to join the efforts by police and National Guard attempting to maintain the peace in the streets.
Our thanks to Guad Venegas for that report. The U.S. says it is monitoring this wave of violence, and Mexican authorities say their special forces and the military should help keep things safe on the streets.
Now let's get you some weather and unfortunately more triple-digit temperatures for many people.
And meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here. Hey there.
Hey there, guys. I know we're watching that extreme temperatures once again. It's not just the plains that we always talk about. Now it's the West Coast. We're looking at temperatures into the 90s, into the triple digits. 29 million Americans under a heat advisory or excessive heat warning. Where you see that hot pink color, that's the excessive heat warning. So Washington to Oregon, down to Southern California, we are looking at temperatures really toasty over the next several days. Also, the Central Plain to the Southern Plains into portions of the Mississippi Valley. That's going to fuel some storms later on today, too. So the West Coast, it's sizzling today through Friday as well. Temperatures into the 90s, 90 degrees in Portland today. That's 9 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Triple digits in Boise, Sacramento, Fresno, 106 today. That is hot, and we're going to keep those temperatures in place not only today, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So that's tough there. We don't have air conditioning in a lot of spots here. So Sacramento, 106 on Wednesday, 102 on Thursday, 101 on Friday. Same story in Fresno, Bakersfield, Palm Springs, 107 on Thursday. Here's a contrast, though. We're looking at really pleasant conditions in the Northeast. We had a beautiful weekend. We had a beautiful Monday. We're looking at temperatures still well below normal for this time of year in the Northeast, the Great Lakes, the Midwest, into portions of the Mid-Atlantic. Temperatures in the 80s and 70s. Kansas City, 73 degrees today. That's 14 degrees below average for this time of year. In Raleigh, just 77. And we're looking at a really nice day tomorrow as well. Temperatures in the 70s and 80s. And look, as we look towards the weekend, we're not going very far. We're not going to climb very far. We're looking at temperatures right around normal, if not a little bit below in New York City. Buffalo, temperatures in the 70s. Chicago, really nice in the low 80s. So we're watching the temperature story. We're also watching scattered storms, some slow-moving downpours in the southeast. We're looking at temperatures really summer like in the southeast, too. That's going to help to fuel some of these storms. So here's the setup here. We have a cold front that's moving very slowly, guys, in the southeast. That's going to bring heavy downpours, could lead to localized flooding, and also bring some strong storms in the Mississippi Valley.
Oof. All right. Well, we don't like those strong storms, but other than that, some of those maps looked pretty good.
Yeah, comfortable. Comfortable is nice.
Yeah.
We like that.
Yeah, I like that.
Right?
That.
Cross those fingers, it stays.
We're comfy. All right, thanks.
Coming up on Morning News Now, WNBA star Brittany Griner is now appealing her drug conviction in Russia. But what could that mean for any potential prisoner swap to bring her home? What the State Department is now saying about those negotiations ahead.
And new information about the man accused of attacking author Salman Rushdie, the possible connection to Iran allegedly found in the suspect's home. Plus, what Iranian leaders are now saying about Rushdie, a controversial figure there, after the break.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. We've been following all the latest with WNBA star Brittany Griner, and now she's challenging her conviction over drug charges. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman brings us an update on that and the possible prisoner swap that could bring her home from a Russian jail.
Imprisoned WNBA star Brittany Griner's lawyers appealing her recent conviction in Russian court, even as the U.S. and Russia pursue delicate negotiations for a prisoner swap. The move comes 2 weeks after Griner was sentenced to 9 years in a penal colony for drug possession and smuggling, stemming from a February incident in which she was caught trying to enter Russia with cannabis oil. Griner pleaded guilty to the drug charges, but maintained it was an accident.
I made an honest mistake, and I hope that in your ruling that it doesn't end my life here.
Griner's appeal could take months, and Russian officials have suggested Griner wouldn't be released until the full legal process plays out. The State Department saying there's no reason her appeal should delay a deal to bring her home.
No element of this trial changes our judgment that Brittany Griner is being wrongfully detained and should be released immediately. We are in communication with the Russians.
Former State Department official Joel Rubin says the appeal will continue applying pressure on Russia, but that the final decision is still in the Russian president's hands.
That for Vladimir Putin, the question will be, when does he find it in his maximum political interest to let her go? When does he need to make the trade? When does he need to get a bump back at home for propaganda purposes? Right now, he doesn't seem to feel that need.
Russia would exchange Griner and former U.S. Marine Paul Whelan for convicted Russian arms dealer Victor Bout. Those talks reportedly complicated by the Biden administration's public comments about the possible swap, which one Russian official characterized as megaphone diplomacy. Former U.S. diplomat Bill Richardson, who has assisted in efforts to get Griner home, weighed in on the administration's tactics on ABC News.
I wouldn't have gone public as much as they did, but it was done sometimes when negotiations are not working. You want to throw a little bit of a bomb, and I think that's what they did.
Griner's Russian lawyer explaining their reaction to the verdict on the BBC's Ukraine cast.
It does seem like a very harsh sentence, yes, considering the amount of the substance and considering her guilty plea.
Our thanks to Josh Letterman for that report. Now, Griner's legal team says the punishment for this kind of crime in Russia is usually about 5 or 6 years with the possibility of parole. Her lawyers also say Griner has a valid prescription in the U.S. for medical marijuana, and that should be taken into consideration.
This morning, new details are emerging about the man accused of attacking Salman Rushdie. The author is still recovering after being stabbed multiple times on Friday. Now authorities are saying they found an Iranian flag at the suspected attacker's home, though Iran has denied any involvement. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell has the latest.
Acclaimed author Salman Rushdie in critical condition after Friday's vicious stabbing.
recovering from serious wounds to his neck, chest, and abdomen, including his liver. A spokesman says off a ventilator, able to speak. The suspect, 24-year-old Hadi Matar, now charged with second-degree attempted murder and assault, pleading not guilty. Law enforcement officials say the investigation is still in the early stages, but they believe he is a lone actor. Authorities say an Iranian flag was found at his home, along with pictures of Qasem Soleimani, the Iranian military leader the U.S. killed in 2020, on his computer. 33 years after Iran issued a death threat against Rushdie for writing a novel, Satanic Verses, infuriating fundamentalists, today Iran's government denied any connection to the attack, but said Rushdie brought it on himself. Do you have a reaction to the Iranian government blaming the victim here, Salman Rushdie, for this attack?
I do. It's despicable. It's disgusting. We condemn it.
Some experts find it unlikely Matar acted alone.
It's very unlikely that a 24-year-old young man, Lebanese-American, born and raised in the United States, who was born after the 1989 Khomeini fatwa against Salman Rushdie, is going to radicalize on his own without any connection to the Iranian government.
And now concerns about a possible copycat threat after noted author J.K. Rowling tweeting about Rushdie, "Horrifying news, let him be okay." A user replying, "Don't worry, you are next." Rowling saying police are involved. The U.S. just charged Iran with trying to kill former Trump officials in Washington, making the attempt to kill Rushdie even more alarming.
Andrea Mitchell, thank you so much.
And coming up, the NBA is gearing up for a new season, but there will be some major changes to the schedule this year. And here's the big story. It's all to get more fans to get out and vote.
Plus, Spider-Man star Tom Holland says he's stepping back from social media, and he is not alone. What's driving more people to cut back on their online time, and how to know when it's time for you to take a break.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're coming on with breaking news out of the White House. This morning, NBC News has just confirmed that the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, has tested positive for COVID.
Her diagnosis comes just weeks after the president, her husband, contracted the virus twice within the span of just 10 days, what's known as a rebound case.
Yeah, let's bring in NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett, who's with the president while he's vacationing on Johns Island in South Carolina. Maura, good to see you. So what do we know so far about the First Lady's condition, how she's doing symptom-wise?
Savannah, we just got a statement from the office of the First Lady confirming that she tested positive. She had initially tested negative on Monday, yesterday, during a routine testing cadence that we know members in the White House go through. And then she developed cold-like symptoms yesterday evening. She tested negative again on an antigen test, but tested positive on a PCR test, according to the statement. They reminded us, the statement reminds that the First Lady is double vaccinated, twice boosted, and only experiencing mild symptoms. She's been prescribed a course of Paxlovid, and following CDC guidance will isolate for others at least 5 days. They also said that close contacts of the First Lady have been notified. She's currently staying at a private residence here in South Carolina and will continue to stay here and isolate, and will return home after she receives 2 consecutive negative COVID tests. Now, obviously, she has been here vacationing with the president and was expected to travel back with him today for the signing of the Inflation Reduction Act. She also had other items on her schedule later this week, traveling down to Florida on Thursday and Friday to do some veteran-related joining forces events. And now, in terms of when we might have last seen the First Lady, she was out and about with the president this weekend. We saw her on a bike ride on Sunday, and before then had been out shopping in one of the local villages here with her granddaughter and her daughter-in-law. Hunter Biden and his wife, Melissa Cohen, have both been on vacation as well. And so there have clearly been, like the Office of the First Lady said, they've contacted her close contacts. We don't have any specific information on who those close contacts might be. But for right now, we do know that she has tested positive. We haven't gotten any updates on her symptoms in terms of this morning, but she did develop those cold-like symptoms on Monday evening. Now, the president did have a brief visit at the beach club on Kiowa Island last night, and the First Lady was not with him. So we don't know when exactly she developed those cold-like symptoms or how she's feeling this morning, but she is in isolation. We also don't know if this impacts the president's schedule for the rest of the day, but according to updated CDC guidance, people with known exposures don't need to quarantine anymore unless they test positive or also are experiencing any symptoms. And so that new CDC guidance, though, emphasizing that anybody with close contact should test positive, or should test, on the 5th day and should continue to wear a high-quality mask. We don't know the specifics on whether or not the president's recent recovery plays into that. So these are all things that we'll be watching and obviously asking questions on as the day goes on.
All right. Maura Barrett, thank you so much. Appreciate it. For more on the First Lady's diagnosis list, let's bring in NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal. And that was sort of, I guess, my first question that Maura answered there. We're waiting for specific answers. Will the president's schedule change? But under CDC guidelines right now, it wouldn't have to, especially, I guess, considering he just had COVID.
Yeah, and that's kind of like, the Biden administration's broader plan of living with the virus, right? They just changed this last week. If you are exposed to COVID, you don't necessarily need to quarantine. Wear a high-quality mask, get tested at day 5. But if you start to develop symptoms, isolate immediately.
Also, we know the First Lady, she's 71 years old, but she also was twice vaccinated, twice boosted. Any concerns for her at this point right now with developing COVID?
Yeah, I mean, given her age, there's always concerns, right? 71, but she is double boosted. She has been prescribed the antiviral Paxlovid. So, this is a different point than when we had a previous administration test positive. We have tools available, and we're hopeful that she'll be okay.
Noting that she tested negative with the rapid test, but then positive with the PCR test, which is, of course, a stronger test, does a better job. What does that tell us? And that's a reminder, right? When we get our rapid test, if we're not feeling well, that maybe we should still stay home? Or?
Yeah, if you're symptomatic, stay home. If the rapid test takes a little bit higher levels of virus to turn positive, so if it is negative, take another one a day later. It may turn positive, but if you are symptomatic, just stay at home.
All right, Dr. Akshay Syal, thanks so much for helping us with this breaking news. We appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. We appreciate you being here.
Thanks.
Again, breaking news right now out of Washington. NBC News has confirmed that First Lady Jill Biden has tested positive for COVID.
We're going to continue to follow this throughout the day and bring you more as we get it. The news continues right now.
From social well-being, and also there's a study that could help anyone, most of us, who have tried and failed to break a bad habit. For more, we're joined by board-certified psychiatrist Dr. Sue Varma, who's actually in studio with us. You at home have seen her many times, but we've actually never been together, so this is very exciting. Dr. Varma, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Let's start with this big online news. Spider-Man star Tom Holland says he's taking a break from social media for his mental health. First, let's let him explain why.
I have taken a break from social media for my mental health
because I find Instagram and Twitter to be overstimulating, to be overwhelming. I get caught up and I spiral when I read things about me online. And ultimately, it's very detrimental to my mental state. So I decided to take a step back and delete the app.
First of all, just love the honesty and the transparency there that he's sharing, obviously, with millions of people that follow him. But I think a lot of us have thought about this or maybe felt a little better when we've sort of unintentionally spent time away from our phones on a vacation or something like that. Tell us when we should really consider doing this.
Yes, I think, ask yourself, how do you feel afterwards? A lot of times we feel bad. We're comparing ourselves to other people in our lives. There's this sense of envy, FOMO, should I be somewhere else? And that really bothers me because imagine you're on a vacation and instead of spending time with the people you're with, you're looking on your phone and you're looking at what other people are doing and comparing and wishing you were somewhere else. And so to me, this means lean into the decisions and say, you know what, I've actively chosen to be here. There's nothing else that's more interesting to me outside of this at this moment. And especially when you're having conversation with people, put your phone away, and I would say even hide it, because we studies show that people start to feel suspicious or not have trust with people if they can see their phone. You feel like there's something competing for the person's attention.
Totally. Just good manners too, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of breaking habits, there's research from USC and UPenn looking at how we change our behavior and whether willpower plays an important role.
Yeah, I can't
Does it?
hear this one. It's so interesting because we never want to leave anything to willpower because it's leaving it to chance, right? And what you want to do instead, habits are all about automaticity. It's about having things in place where you have a cue that tells you it's time for the behavior. So if you want to work out, keeping everything ready, gym clothes, water bottles, so that there are no excuses. Pick a time of day that is convenient for you. For a lot of people, it might be first thing in the morning, or it might be the middle of the day or the end of the day. But lower the entry barrier, make it very simple to do, and then increase the pleasure and joy associated with it. So if you can get a friend to do it, or if it's a class that you love doing, and then put that on repeat. So don't expect yourself to love what you're doing immediately. Give yourself 14 to 21 days and say, you know what, I'm going to do this. It's a non-negotiable thing. So it has to be automaticity and not willpower.
That's what this did for me. I was like, I'm just ordering this water bottle and I'm going to be more hydrated. And it helps so much because I just took the little step of actually ordering the water bottle, which is the type of thing I usually think about and don't actually do.
And it's right there. So
it's right there, which drives everybody nuts, but I love it. Okay, last quick one for you. Money has obviously been so stressful through the pandemic with inflation. Now people are kind of looking at financial therapy. Tell us what that is.
I love this because, people would go to their financial planner and they would say, this person doesn't understand why this decision is so difficult. For example, if I'm trying to talk about estates or will planning, this is so uncomfortable. There's anxiety around it, or I don't know how to share money with a sibling or a roommate, or to talk about bills. So if we can arm people who are financial planners with a little bit more of the emotional part of it, and if we can arm therapists with a little bit more of the financial aspect of it, and their course is now 3 to 6 months long, financial associations offer this, that you can get certified and you can give people a little bit more of the financial and the emotional side of it.
That is very smart.
Yeah, it is. Dr. Sue Varma, so great to have you with us.
Thank you, Dr. Varma. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, coming up, a once hot exercise trend is now cooling off.
Why more people are putting the brakes on spinning and how that's forcing big companies like SoulCycle and Peloton to rethink their business strategies. Up next.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news. This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American. We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Welcome back. Two of the biggest names in spinning, SoulCycle and Peloton, have both just announced huge cutbacks and layoffs as they face their own uphill struggle.
NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo explains the big changes on the way.
The spinning industry is showing signs of hitting the brakes with cutbacks at two big-name companies, SoulCycle and Peloton. SoulCycle closing this location along with 18 other studios, resulting in layoffs, according to leaked audio of a staff meeting reported by Business Insider.
Does that surprise you to hear? Not really. I mean, they were great, but we only had like 5 or 6 people in the class.
NBC News has not been able to independently confirm that announcement, and SoulCycle did not respond to our request for comment. Peloton hitting some resistance as well.
We're about to prove how unstoppable we are.
The company telling employees Friday it'll slash 780 jobs, close a significant number of its retail locations, and raise prices on some of its equipment to boost profits. Peloton didn't say how many of its 86 retail stores would close, but did say the aggressive reduction would start next year. CEO Barry McCarthy writing in a memo to employees Friday, these changes are essential if Peloton is ever going to become cash flow positive. Peloton was riding high in December 2020 when it hit $162 a share. But since that pandemic high, it's been downhill, sitting around $14.
I feel like this happens every few months for Peloton.
Trends and habits continue to change, with many users hopping off as their COVID-19 fears ease and they feel safer with in-person workouts.
I do think classes are coming back because a lot of fitness is about, at least for me, the communal experience. You can't really do that, on a screen in your home.
But some customers are still ride or die.
It's nice to be able to do it at home and then you're done within 30 minutes and you can fit it in between calls. You have to deal with that. I have kids, so that's another thing that I have to balance.
Others say a stationary bike can only take them so far.
Cycling can get old if you want more variety in your workout.
And it's not for lack of marketing. Peloton laying it all out in this shocking commercial last month in an attempt to attract skeptics who want a full body workout.
Sure, they're famous for their amazing equipment, but the app gets me motivated to do lots of different workouts.
SoulCycle staying in the race, running a program offering 47 in-studio classes for people who traded in their Peloton bike. But at $38 a class for in-person workouts, some people say at the end of the day, the price tag is what's holding them back.
I, have a set of weights in my own home and YouTube is free.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report. Peloton just introduced a rental program where customers can rent a bike and memberships for $89 a month. This is an attempt to attract riders who may not be willing to shell out thousands up front. The program just recently launched, so it's too early to know if it will actually boost ridership.
Huh. All right, let's stay on some financial headlines. And today there are concerns that Wall Street could see some losses after yesterday's gains.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with that and more money news. Good morning, Bertha.
Hey, good morning, guys. Right now, it looks like we're going to have a flat open, just slightly in the red after the markets turned around yesterday. This time yesterday, they looked bad, and they closed up about 0.5%. The Dow closing higher for the fourth straight session. Oil prices, in the meantime, this morning are lower. That always helps the markets, with U.S. crude trading below $90 a barrel at one point overnight. That's the lowest level since before Russia invaded Ukraine in February. Concern is that the global economy is slowing. We saw some soft data come out of China. This morning, we're going to get reports on housing starts and industrial production. And so far, we've gotten some pretty good earnings from Walmart and Home Depot, both better than expected. Investors are going to be listening for comments on the impact of inflation. Walmart says they've seen a lot of shoppers trading down to lower, generic goods in order to make ends meet. Meantime, Dodge says it's going to discontinue the gas-powered Charger and Challenger muscle cars at the end of next year as it shifts to electric vehicles. The models have been stalwarts for Dodge since being resurrected in the mid to late 2000s, but they've also been an emissions and fuel economy problem for Dodge's parent company Stellantis. Dodge's CEO has hinted that the Charger and Challenger names could be used for future electric vehicles, including an electric muscle car in 2024. And Uber Eats is teaming up with Office Depot to deliver office and school supplies. Uber Eats customers can now place orders from 900 Office Depot and Office Max locations nationwide. If you're a member of Uber's monthly subscription service, Uber One, you can get special benefits like free delivery and a 5% discount on all orders over $15. But I don't know about you guys. I was such a nerd. I loved back-to-school shopping.
There you
Picking
go.
out, those
Loved. Oh my gosh.
pens and
Yes.
your new notebook.
Except for when my parents would always make me get the Rolly backpack.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Bertha, thank you so
Bertha.
much.
To save your back.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, there you go.
Bertha's giving her advice. Coming up, scientists are now turning to the public to help protect the oceans from climate change.
The special project enlisting the help of everyday people to grow oysters at home. We'll show you how it works. That's next.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The Motion Picture Academy says it will officially apologize for one of the most notorious events in Oscars history. In 1973, Marlon Brando asked activist Sachin Littlefeather to take the stage to decline his Best Actor award for The Godfather. It was a protest over the depiction of Native Americans in the entertainment industry. That night, and for years after, she faced backlash for her impassioned speech at the ceremony. Well, now former Academy President David Rubin has written to her, calling the abuse she endured, quote, unwarranted and unjustified. Littlefeather has been invited to be the guest of honor at an evening of healing and Indigenous celebration hosted by the Academy Museum next month, something that, as many people point out, is long overdue. So,
long overdue and great to see. And of course, she totally deserves to be the guest of honor. All right. Thank you, Joe. After more than 400 days in the hospital, a Chicago woman is getting a second chance at life. And as NBC News anchor Tom Yamas explains, despite the challenges and several near-death experiences, her medical team never gave up.
In May of 2020, Chicago Southside resident Colette Hurd rushed to the ER after feeling short of breath.
So when I got there to the emergency room, they say, well, we know you're not going home.
The cardiologist on call diagnosed Colette with pulmonary hypertension, a type of high blood pressure that weakens the lungs and, in Colette's case, other organs.
So she had lung failure and kidney failure. And so she really required both a lung transplant and a kidney transplant together.
Colette was admitted to Northwestern's ICU and quickly placed on the transplant list for both lungs and a kidney.
She got much more sicker to the point that she required dialysis, and she was one of our sickest patients in the hospital.
While Colette's condition continued to deteriorate, the search for a new set of organs proved difficult.
She had an incredible amount of antibodies against any kind of organ donor tissue. So it was almost impossible for her to get a perfect match.
Through a year of waiting, Colette's husband, Dennis, and the ICU team celebrated Thanksgiving, Christmas, Valentine's Day, and St. Patty's Day.
Happy St. Patrick's Day. A lot of days, I didn't have anybody to talk to. So they would talk to me, and then we just established a relationship.
All part of a 422-day stay in the hospital. But even with all of those efforts to remain positive,
we had to take a major risk in her situation because she almost died on us multiple times, and she was getting to the point that she couldn't wait any longer.
The Northwestern transplant team decided they couldn't wait for a perfect match. They went ahead with a risky, unprecedented procedure.
So we had to accept organs, even though she had a positive cross match against them. And that really pushes the paradigm of what we know in transplantation.
And now, with a new pair of lungs and a new kidney,
I got to rename myself Colette 2.0. New and improved. It means a lot to me that I have a second chance at life.
After 422 days in the hospital, Colette 2.0 leaving with a smile.
Hey, girls!
Thankful for that team that never gave up.
They never gave up on me, you know, even though I had some other things going on with my antibodies, they never gave up. They always tried to think outside of the box.
Again, that was Tom Yamas reporting. And wow, that medical team from Northwestern, incredible work. I think we all agree, Colette 2.0, looking better than ever.
All right, oysters are great to eat, but a group of citizen scientists is growing them for a very different reason. Morning News Now recently went to Florida to meet the team that's rebuilding the reefs.
These small gray shells dotting the coast may not look like much, but they play a huge role in keeping our oceans healthy.
From water filtration to building habitat to shoreline stabilization, all those different things are really critical to the health of our estuaries.
Studies show a single oyster can filter up to 50 gallons of water a day, removing harmful pollutants from oceans and rivers. But overharvesting and overdevelopment have decimated the world's oyster population. Around the globe, 85% of oyster beds have been lost in the last 100 years, making them the world's most endangered marine habitats. But at the University of Florida's Whitney Lab, they're trying to turn the tide and rebuild the reefs.
Right now, we've got literally millions of baby clams out here.
Todd Osborne is using this nursery to breed and incubate tiny oysters and clams until they're strong enough to be relocated into the bay.
We're utilizing aquaculture techniques, which we've been pioneered here in Florida for quite a while, to grow both hard clams and oysters, and utilizing those animals in ecosystem restoration. And one of the really cool aspects of that is not only does it work, but we're engaging the public with it.
The public, volunteers, each given a custom-made biodegradable oyster bed starter to help them grow the mollusks. They then learn how to care for their reefs.
They track the animals, they measure them, they feed us data so that we can better understand the ecosystem.
You develop a better appreciation for what is actually here and how it works.
Eric Smith is one of the citizen scientists and says the project is not just rebuilding reefs, it's also restoring the public's confidence in science.
Really important to help citizens better understand what science is. We have an obligation as members of this planet to not just benefit from the bounty that is all around us, but to also take care of and maintain and preserve.
An obligation Eric takes seriously, helping secure the future of our oceans, one reef at a time.
And the project seems to be working. They've already created more than 10,000 community oyster gardens throughout North Florida. And while they can't eat those oysters, they do have a party at the end of the season where they celebrate by eating oysters brought in from an area that has a full supply. Great idea there. Hope to see more of that.
It is. Makes me want oysters.
There
also.
you go. For breakfast. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stick with us. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Jill Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, truth and consequences. In Wyoming today, an American political family faces Judgment Day. Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney, daughter of former Vice President Dick Cheney, is heading into a critical primary, trailing badly in the polls. How her vote to impeach former President Trump and help lead the January 6th investigation will likely impact the outcome of today's vote. How that battle's shaping up and what Cheney's future may hold. Plus, we'll take a look at the Trump-backed challenger who could erase the Cheney family's mark on Washington. Closing in, a lawyer for Rudy Giuliani tells NBC News he's now a, quote, target of that 2020 election interference probe in Georgia. What that means for former President Trump's one-time personal attorney and where the investigation could be headed next. Absent. A nationwide teacher shortage is in the spotlight this morning as millions of kids start to head back to the classroom. We'll tell you what's driving this widespread problem, plus the controversial solution one state is implementing to fill those empty desks. And order up. With sky-high prices at the grocery store and beyond, is it actually cheaper to dine out instead of eating in? The cravings some consumers are now giving into at a more digestible cost. You know, we're still ordering in a good amount. It was sort of a pandemic habit we didn't shake.
No,
I don't know if it's cheaper, but...
Well, no, I always justify it like, I think it might be.
There you go. Now you have some proof.
Yeah, exactly. And,
We'll
and
see.
you know, you go to the store, you overbuy, and then you're like, if I would have just ordered the one night, then...
There you go. All right. More on that in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour, though, with a look at some key primary elections today. One of them, of course, is in Wyoming, as Congresswoman Liz Cheney's political future hangs in the balance.
Yeah, Wyoming might actually be the least populated state in the U.S., but the results from its primary elections will have big implications on Capitol Hill and more generally on the future of the Republican Party. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard brings us the latest from Wyoming.
Despite facing these multiple investigations, Donald Trump is still finding allies from candidates, but also voters, and potentially Wyoming ones here today. And if Liz Cheney loses this primary, it'd be an underlining of the GOP's dramatic evolution.
It's been the race at the top of mind for Donald Trump all year.
I think this is the most important election that we have right here.
The effort to oust Congresswoman Liz Cheney, once the number 3 Republican in the House, will come to a head today in Wyoming. Cheney, after voting to impeach Trump last year, now helping lead the January 6th Select Committee's investigation into Donald Trump's role around the Capitol Hill attack.
President Trump summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and lit the flame of this attack.
She is now fighting to hold on to the seat she's held since 2017. But Trump endorsing another Republican, Harriet Hageman, who echoes his 2020 election falsehoods. The two campaigned together in the state earlier this summer.
We're fed up with Liz Cheney.
Trump has gone on the attack against those in the GOP who he perceives to be undermining his power in the Republican Party. Cheney at the top of that list.
Liz, you're fired. Get out of here. Get out of here.
10 Republicans in the House voted to impeach Trump. 3 were already beat this summer in their own re-election efforts, and 4 others chose to step aside and retire. Cheney's battle today, representative of the GOP's transformation. In May of last year, she was ousted from her leadership role in Congress by her fellow Republicans, speaking then about Trump's control of the GOP.
What is the hold that President Trump has on the party?
Well, it's very dangerous.
How do you explain it?
I think it's a cult of personality, and I think people were betrayed and misled by him. It's a real betrayal now that he's willing to try to unravel the democracy to get back into power.
And now, with that hold, if anything, intensified, Cheney bringing in her father, the former vice president, in Wyoming Representative Dick Cheney.
There has never been an individual who is a greater threat to our republic than Donald Trump.
The political fate of the Cheneys, however, will come at the hands of voters.
Why not Liz Cheney? She went against Trump.
She
voted for the impeachment.
She's a sellout. Yes, betrayal.
If Cheney loses today, she'd continue to serve out the rest of her term through the end of the year, including helping lead the January 6th Select Committee. But I was talking with an ally of hers who tells me that whether she's in or out of office, she'll continue to focus on making sure that Donald Trump never returns to the Oval Office, and that she will do, quote, whatever it takes. And that could even potentially mean her own 2024 presidential bid.
All right, Von Hilliard, thank you so much. Now, Congresswoman Liz Cheney's long-shot re-election campaign is raising questions about her future as one of the most prominent Republican opponents of former President Donald Trump. NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson digs into the most recent polling and speculation about a possible 2024 White House run, as Von just said.
Hey there, good morning to you. And this morning, listen, everybody is looking ahead to what is going to happen in Wyoming tonight. And this question, could Congresswoman Liz Cheney pull out a win? Let me just stipulate that anything is possible, right? But the answer is almost certainly no. She is expected to lose when you look at this polling. She's down by something like 20 points. There's been this push to get Democrats to switch their party registrations and vote in the Wyoming primary, but it would really take something extraordinary for that math to work out for her to overcome this hole that she's in. Keep in mind, Wyoming is a very red state. Donald Trump beat President Biden by 40-plus points there in 2020, so it is absolutely an uphill battle for Congresswoman Cheney, and by the way, she knows that. This is not the end of the road for her when you look at her political future. It is the start of one. Her and her team are kind of casting this as like a bigger, broader battle. And to use some Star Wars terminology, I'm told that Cheney's staffers are big fans of a recent editorial that compares her to Obi-Wan Kenobi, right? Initially defeated, but ultimately part of the force that works to take down Darth Vader, or in this analogy, Donald Trump. That gives you a sense, I think, of the way that they're framing this as like a multi-pronged, multi-part battle that Cheney feels deeply about the soul of the Republican Party. There's some 2024 speculation about her now that may be a little premature, but Cheney could certainly start or join a think tank, do some sort of media tour, join up with other anti-Trump voices. And keep in mind, she will still have a national stage for a little while longer next month, the next January 6th hearing. We'll see her then. Back to you.
Hallie Jackson, thank you so much. Turning now to former President Trump and the mounting pressure he and his allies are under this morning. Federal prosecutors are now asking a judge to keep the affidavit behind the FBI's Mar-a-Lago search warrant sealed, citing an ongoing investigation with national security implications. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker has the latest.
Good day to you. The focus is intensifying over whether to release the documents at the very heart of the search of Mar-a-Lago. Overnight, the former president forcefully calling for the affidavit to be unsealed as concern mounts for the safety of law enforcement all across the country. Overnight, former President Trump calling for the immediate release of the completely unredacted affidavit in the interest of transparency on his social media platform. It comes as federal prosecutors push to keep key documents related to the search of Mr. Trump's Mar-a-Lago home from public view, revealing that the document has information about important witnesses. Investigators asking a judge to keep the search warrant affidavit sealed following requests to unseal it from media companies including NBC News. The affidavit is believed to contain critical information about the government's investigation into the alleged mishandling of classified materials. Prosecutors argue making it public would cause significant and irreparable damage to the ongoing criminal investigation, which involves highly classified materials and highly sensitive information about witnesses.
To me, until we see specificity within the affidavit, we will not have the kind of clarity that the American people need.
Earlier, Mr. Trump accused the FBI of stealing his 3 passports during the search. The FBI responding overnight, saying it follows search and seizure procedures ordered by courts, then returns items that do not need to be retained for law enforcement purposes. A Justice Department official telling NBC News the passports have been given back to the former president. Mr. Trump has spent the last week attacking the FBI, baselessly accusing agents of planting evidence at Mar-a-Lago. That comes as the FBI and DHS step up security around the country after a spike in threats against law enforcement. Now, in an interview with Fox News, Mr. Trump warning the temperature has to be brought down in the country. If it isn't, terrible things are going to happen. And the current commander-in-chief is watching it all closely. In fact, a White House official tells NBC News that President Biden is being kept apprised of the threats against law enforcement. Meanwhile, another big headline that we're tracking, a lawyer for Rudy Giuliani telling NBC News he's now a target of the criminal investigation in Georgia into former President Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election. That lawyer had previously said Giuliani was a witness. Giuliani was President Trump's attorney at the time and played a major role in trying to change the outcome of the election in Georgia. Legal experts telling me overnight that being labeled a target means prosecutors are looking more closely at whether Giuliani committed a crime. The DA's office not commenting. Back to you.
All right, Kristen Welker, thank you so much. Now, an alarming new study found an extreme heat belt is emerging in the center of the U.S. The report says the heat index could soar to 125 degrees in that belt by 2053. And in the West, the decades-long mega drought is growing more dire by the day. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson takes us to one of the country's most iconic places to show us what's at stake.
Little in this world rivals the awe-inspiring splendor of the Grand Canyon.
I feel here a sense of the divine.
Park Superintendent Ed Keeble says one of the few things more stunning than its vast beauty is the looming threat to the very lifeblood of its ecology, the Colorado River.
The fact that it's changing so rapidly for fish is an indicator that there's some stress in the ecosystem.
Rapid climate change and an unprecedented mega drought have plummeted water levels at the 2 lakes that fuel the river to the lowest level in decades.
The Colorado River is about 20% smaller than it was just 20 years ago.
Lower levels means warmer water as the river snakes through the canyon. It's already having a huge impact on industries like recreation, farming, and fishing.
It's between 66 and 67 degrees right now.
Angler Dave Foster says the warmer water means trout are less healthy and it introduces invasive fish.
It's worrisome for me. I've spent my whole life here.
The Colorado River serves as a hydropower highway from Lake Powell all the way to Lake Mead, the nation's largest reservoir, where excess water is banked in a system that supplies water to 40 million people in the West.
So right now we're on top of the dam.
We were given exclusive access to the Glen Canyon Dam.
Here is Lake Powell.
Power manager Bob Martin says the water level at the dam is just 45 feet from dropping below hydropower generation.
The water is right below us here.
So critical that for the first time in the dam's history, it's reducing the amount of water released into the Colorado River.
Does it feel like you're in a threat zone?
We're 22 years into this drought. Nobody ever expected we'd be here this long. So we need to start making operational changes.
And just to give you a sense of the scope of this crisis, you go back before the drought and where I'm standing right now, I'd be about 40 feet underwater.
And it might be too little too late for a region already drying up. A fragile flow on the brink of total collapse. Steve Patterson, NBC News, the Grand Canyon.
Wow, some incredibly powerful images now, and a great way to segue into weather. Some parts of the country are going to see some rain. I don't know, a little bit of good news, maybe not. In some places, Michelle, hi.
In some places, hi there. Yeah, in southern Texas, that's good news because we're looking at a drought situation there. We're looking at tropical moisture being pulled in, but some spots we're looking at the potential for flooding. So as Steve mentioned, we're really looking at extreme temperatures, extreme drought conditions, and also extreme flooding. So let's take a look at what we're looking at today. Lots going on once again. We've been tracking extreme weather all summer long, and we're going to do that once again today. So hot and humid in the southeast. We're looking at temperatures well above average for this time of year, back into the triple digits. Also, we're looking at a very slow-moving cold front. That's going to bring the chance for showers and storms. It could bring the potential for some flooding rains as well, especially in the state of Missouri. We're looking at a flood risk continuing in the monsoon portion of the country, so the Four Corners into the Rockies. And that happens mainly in the afternoon. The sun kind of gets those showers and storms going, so a flood risk there as well. Western heat, we're looking at temperatures in the triple digits, the 90s, not only today, tomorrow, but also through Friday. And then we're looking at the chance for some rain also in portions of the mid-Atlantic. So let's get into the rainfall forecast first, because we're looking at that monsoon moisture continuing. Yes, it's monsoon season, but we continue to see these showers and storms continuing. And we're going to see that once again today, where you see the darker colors, the yellows, the reds, the oranges. We're looking at the potential for some very heavy rain. I mentioned southern Texas. It's a very slow-moving system. We thought maybe it could become a tropical depression over the weekend. It never did, but still, nonetheless, bringing in that tropical moisture, it's needed there. So we're looking at southwestern parts of Texas with really heavy rain there. And then we're also looking at the potential for some flooding in Missouri, where we're looking at a slow-moving storm system that's going to bring the chance for some very heavy rain, the potential for some flash flooding as well. You always remember that saying, don't turn around, don't drown. That's going to be a situation here where we could see that really intense flooding. We had flooding conditions in West Virginia yesterday where half a foot of rain fell very, very quickly. And that's just the atmosphere right now. It's like a sponge. It rings out, and we're looking at heavy rain. So that's the rainfall forecast there. Also looking at the chance for severe weather from portions of Missouri into Arkansas, also Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. So from Fayetteville into Little Rock, Jackson, Mississippi, into Mobile, Alabama, we're looking at the chance for severe weather. We're not expecting a severe weather outbreak, but still could see some isolated winds, some damaging winds of 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail as well, and also the chance of a tornado. We had a few tornado reports yesterday in North Dakota and also portions of North Carolina. So there's that cold front I was talking about. It's very slow moving. This is what we've seen over and over again this summer. Slow systems. That's part of the climate connection, where we had patterns that don't move very fast. That's happening once again today. So that slow-moving front in the southeast, that's going to bring very heavy rain along that front. Strong storms in the lower Mississippi Valley, as I just showed you. And then tomorrow, look, it doesn't go very far. We're looking at that heavy rain in portions of the southeast once again, where you see those darker colors, the brighter colors, reds and oranges and yellows. That's where we're looking at those torrential downpours. And that's going to be in the southeast once again along the Gulf Coast. So we're going to watch that very closely. Dangerous heat, 34 million people impacted today from the Central Plains, Southern Plains into portions of the lower Mississippi Valley and Savannah. We're looking at the West Coast too. This is a big story because there's not a lot of air conditioning there. It's not today, and it's going to be lasting for a few days as well.
Yeah, oh, that's been a big story quite a few times this summer in places where it's dangerous. All right, Michelle, thank you so much. And coming up, the sky's the limit. It's an NBC News exclusive. Another major U.S. airline is hopping on the supersonic trend, hoping to usher in a new era of American aviation. That's next. Plus, starting from scratch 1 year after the fall of Kabul, many Afghan refugees here in the U.S. are struggling to find jobs that match their skills. We'll bring you their costly journeys to make it in America after the break.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with more trouble in the skies for New York area flyers. Travelers had to deal with 2 to 3 hour delays last night at the city's major airports like JFK and LaGuardia. And get this, it's because of staffing issues inside the air traffic control offices. That's according to the FAA. Those issues have been improving as of this morning, with the agency's website now showing delays of about 30 minutes at LaGuardia Airport. Now, in some better news on plane travel this morning, we're getting word that yet another major airline is going supersonic. American Airlines is joining United in placing a very big order from an upstart Denver company, hoping to bring back the age of the Concorde, flying New York to Paris in just over 3 hours. That, of course, means NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us. He broke the story of the boom supersonic last summer. He joins us live now from Washington, D.C. to answer the question everyone wants to know: how soon might this happen? Hey, Tom.
Can you say boom? Boom! It's going to be that fast. The earliest passenger flights, probably 2029. But today, American Airlines becomes the third major airline now to announce an order to go supersonic, which means by the end of the decade, you may be in Paris faster than it takes you to fly across the country right now.
Time to create the world's fastest airliner?
Could the future of aviation actually be retro?
Time to turn the past into the present.
Like back to the Concorde. It was 2003 when the Concorde last flew passengers over the Atlantic at twice the speed of sound. But the Concorde was too loud and too expensive. A fatal crash in 2000 put an end to the program. Now, Denver's Boom Aviation is promising to take travelers back to the future with a 4-engine plane it calls Overture.
It's about time.
New this morning, American Airlines has signed on, ordering 20 of its own supersonic planes, following United Airlines, which has already ordered 15, both with options for more. Other customers include Japan Airlines and the U.S. Air Force.
There are going to need to be hundreds of Overture aircraft to carry the tens of millions of passengers around the world who can benefit from supersonic.
You think that many people want to go supersonic?
I think everybody wants to go supersonic.
Last year, Boom's CEO gave us a tour. So if I'm a United passenger, I may be flying your supersonic jet by the end of the decade.
By the end of the decade, we want to do supersonic as quickly as possible. We think the world needs this.
Boom says its planes will be lighter, smaller, quieter, and slightly slower than Boeing Concorde. Concorde flew at Mach 2. Boom will fly at Mach 1.7, cutting current flight times in half. New York to London in 3.5 hours. Seattle to Tokyo, 4.5, with planes carrying up to 80 passengers.
So every seat, you're going to have a large window where you can see the view from 60,000 feet, the curvature of the Earth, the sky a deeper blue.
Boom says its engines will use 100% sustainable fuels. The real question, how many people will pay for a faster supersonic flight?
Are there enough people who would be willing to pay $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 to fly between New York and London in just 3.5 hours? Maybe, but it's a limited market.
But this morning, American and United Airlines believe if you build it, the customers will come.
Yeah, I bet that's true. Except, Tom, when Concorde was flying, something with the noise, people complained it was super loud. Is this plane going to be any quieter?
No, you're absolutely right. Now, Boom says that engine technology has, in fact, evolved and improved over the past 20 years. They will fly at Mach 1.7 over oceans. That's 1,300 miles per hour. When they're over land, they'll be under Mach 1. And they promise noise reduction systems will meet noise control laws around airports, especially, as you know, the New York City airports and Washington, D.C. really complained back in the 70s about how loud the Concorde was.
All right, Tom Costello, fascinating stuff. Can't wait. Thank you so much.
The Taliban's rise to power in Afghanistan 1 year ago sparked a massive wave of evacuations out of the country. More than 80,000 Afghan refugees have since settled in communities across the U.S. 1 year on, many are speaking out about the challenges they face as they attempt to build a new life. CNBC senior White House correspondent Kayla Tausche has been hearing their stories and joins us now. Kayla, good morning.
Joe, good morning. In the last year, more than 81,000 Afghan nationals have put down roots across the country, everywhere from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, to Clearwater, Florida, to Phoenix, Arizona, having left their savings, their careers, and in many cases, their families behind. They're taking so-called survival jobs to pay the bills. The finance minister, for instance, is an Uber driver. The journalist is working in a grocery cashier in hopes they can return to their prior professions at some point in the future. But in our conversations with many of them, that hope for the future was the prevailing feeling.
I was born to fly.
A pilot in the Afghan Air Force, Shapur's comfort zone is in a Black Hawk helicopter. For years, he flew wing to wing with U.S. forces. Now he fuels and services planes in Scottsdale, Arizona. It pays for food and clothes, but not for rent. How different is that from what you hope to be?
It is just working in the ground, and I want to be in the air.
To get there, he's starting from scratch, staring down years of costly training, all while providing for 7 family members. 7 miles west, Sabira Madadi is starting her second bachelor's degree to become an occupational therapist. She's spending her summer working 2 jobs. The money that you're able to make in your jobs here in Arizona, how much does that mean for your family back in Afghanistan?
Considering the situation that no one works in Afghanistan, I mean, no female is allowed to work in Afghanistan, and my family is like all females. So for them, it's good that I can support them.
Sabira is one of 130 other women students who fled Taliban rule together. She spent 3 days in Spain and 3 months at Fort McCoy in Wisconsin. Nonprofits like Upwardly Global visited the bases to help evacuees find employers. Do we know how many of the Afghan evacuees have found jobs?
No. And so data is a real challenge here.
Does someone have that data? They're just not sharing it, or was it never compiled?
It's never compiled.
Kabir Kamal told the U.S. government North Dakota wasn't for him. Through the Tent Partnership, he found work in New York City, analyzing supply chain data for Pfizer.
The first 1.5 months, I just lost myself. Where am I and what should I do? Then I just take myself and I go forward.
Kamal worked for the Afghan government. He escaped Taliban fire with his young family, his daughter atop his shoulders. She wants to be a pilot.
She told me because my grandmother and my uncles are still in Afghanistan, I want to bring them out from Afghanistan. I cried very much.
Any Afghans still arriving now stop first at this conference center in Virginia. They spend a month getting acclimated, meeting with refugee agencies, and learning how to navigate American life, like Immigration 101, figuring out how to apply for asylum or a 2-year work permit, and what happens once that runs out.
It has made us a little bit cautious, like we are thinking that what if in 2 years we cannot get any legal lawyer, what will happen to our future? Will they deport us again? Will we go to Afghanistan again? What should we do?
Several women arrived here recently after nearly a year in Abu Dhabi, requesting to shield their identity amid concern for their families. They say conditions on the Emirati base are punishing.
They have been through a lot. They're still going through a lot. Just for their daily base needs, they have to stay in lines for 2 to 3 hours in 104 or 5 degrees. Thinking about it gives me chills.
A final flight from Abu Dhabi arrives this week, and then the end. On September 30th, this makeshift hotel and school will again become a corporate training facility. And 1 year after the withdrawal, these families will be on their own, fighting to get by in a country they once fought for.
Maybe God knows something better for us. That's why he brought us here.
Refugee agencies say 1 year in, the biggest challenges that Afghans face are finding transportation because many don't have their driver's license, and childcare, with many women who once worked staying home. But that even if the economy slows down, their willingness to move for work will be their superpower. Joe?
Kayla, appreciate the in-depth look. Thank you so much. More international news now, and new Russian attacks in eastern Ukraine are raising concerns for the region.
NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from Kyiv with that and more. Hey, Josh, good morning.
Good morning. There are new reports today of explosions in Crimea, which are forcing thousands of people to evacuate. Meanwhile, the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant continues to be a major source of concern. In an address last night, Ukrainian President Zelensky warned that the fallout from the radiation could be disastrous if there's an incident. Meanwhile, the United Nations says it's trying to negotiate access to the plant for its inspectors to make sure that it's still safe. Now to Beijing, where the Chinese government is responding to another unannounced visit by U.S. lawmakers to Taiwan by carrying out more military drills in the waters and airspace near the island. Senator Ed Markey and 4 other lawmakers stopped in Taipei late Sunday and met with Taiwan's president. That follows Speaker Nancy Pelosi's stop earlier this month during her tour of Asia, which set off several days of Chinese war games. And Britain has become the first country to approve a COVID-19 vaccine that targets both the original and the Omicron variant of the virus. The UK medicine regulator says their decision was based on clinical trial data that showed the booster triggered a strong immune response against both Omicron and the original 2020 virus. The so-called bivalent vaccine is made by Moderna as a booster for adults after they have already received the original vaccine. Back to you guys.
Keep an eye on that one. All right.
Josh, thank you so much.
Coming up, absent. As America's teacher shortage deepens, we're going to take a look at how one state is looking to try and fill those spots.
Plus, growing concerns about polio in New York City. What you need to know to make sure you're safe. You're watching Morning News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. pass them by.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The new school year is already underway in some places, and while the days of masks and remote learning may be behind us, it's still not quite business as usual.
Yeah, many school districts simply don't have enough teachers to fill their classrooms. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders is in Florida, where the problem is especially critical. Hey, Carrie, good morning. Oh, teacher Carrie.
Well, good morning, guys. Yes, I'm sitting in Miss Anderson's 5th grade classroom here at Baldwin Academy. And here at the Baldwin Academy, they're sort of solving the problem of the shortage by pulling administrators out of administration and back into the classroom. They all were former teachers. But the problem is really, it's desperate. In Florida, in some cases, they're actually accepting teachers who don't even have a teaching certificate, all because of what we see right there on the whiteboard. And the problem, it's not unique to Florida. It is a problem nationwide.
It's back to school for students, but not for some teachers who are leaving the profession in record numbers.
Come on in, boys and girls.
Schools nationwide are struggling to find qualified teachers, a problem exacerbated by the pandemic.
You're talking about, dealing with more hassles, more frustration, more depression, more anxiety. For the same amount of pay.
An estimated 300,000 public school teachers and staff left the field between February 2020 and May 2022. A recent survey of teachers found almost 80% say they're dissatisfied with their working conditions, almost half saying they're very dissatisfied. And one study found 55% of educators are seriously considering ending their careers earlier than expected. Parents are concerned.
I personally know several teachers who have resigned, who just couldn't take it anymore, not feeling that they were valued.
I want you to pay close attention.
In some school districts, fewer teachers means bigger class sizes, adding stress to those still on the job.
That means kids aren't getting the education they deserve and need.
The education secretary telling C-SPAN that both salaries and respect for teachers have been too low for too long.
You could have a master's degree and you have to drive Uber on the weekends to make ends meet. That's unacceptable.
Florida has some of the worst shortages nationwide, with more than 8,000 teaching positions unfilled. The state is recruiting military veterans to teach, even if they're not certified.
We're going to make sure that if we hire military personnel under these new provisions, that they are able to deliver instruction, that we prepare them well.
Critics urge a different strategy, lure experienced teachers back with better pay and better working conditions.
And South Carolina figures that one of the solutions may be a simple math problem. They're going to offer significant bonuses to get teachers into the classroom. Meantime, in Arizona, so desperate that they're not even going to require those who teach to have a bachelor's degree. And finally, in Texas, in some of the small school districts, they're in such trouble, they've decided that the way to handle it is to just reduce the load. In other words, students who would normally go to class 5 days a week will now go to school 4 days a week.
Wow.
Guys?
All right, Carrie Sanders, interesting look there. Thank you so much. And for more on the teacher shortage, we're joined by the president of the American Federation of Teachers, Randy Weingarten. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, Randy. So school districts across the country are heading into this school year, as Carrie just put it, just simply without enough teachers. In fact, 600,000 educators have quit since January 2020. Tell us, in your view, with your knowledge of the situation, why do you think it is that so many teachers are either retiring or opting for new careers altogether?
So let me just first say, this is not unexpected, and we have been calling this out for a long time. I'm glad that it's finally getting the attention it needs. If it had gotten the attention it needed a few months ago, we would have been able to solve this because this is eminently solvable. So you have a perfect storm here. You've had fewer and fewer people going into teaching because of the disrespect already. But right now, because of all of the politics, you notice the states that Carrie just talked about, Arizona, Texas, South Carolina, Florida. These are states where governors have just basically shamed and defamed teachers, calling them groomers, doing all sorts of other things. And so people are basically saying, I can make more money elsewhere. I love teaching, but I can make more money elsewhere. I can't actually speak to what, I can't answer a student's question anymore. I can't actually teach kids with respect if they are not in the mainstream. And so they're going to different jobs that are paying 20% more. So to keep teachers, we did a big study, which we released this summer. There's 4 things we have to do. We have to deal with the conditions, teachers' working conditions or kids' learning conditions, like lower class sizes and wrap services around schools, like in community schools and things like that. We have to do something about the salaries and about student debt so that teachers can raise families in the places in which they're teaching. And the last thing we have to do is we have to actually think about respect, which doesn't cost a dime. So instead of DeSantis doing the nonsense that he's doing in terms of that, we should be respecting.
I mean, the governors are who they are. You're probably not going to be able to change that at least anytime soon. So how do you change that respect and try and keep the teachers who are there, keep them in the profession, and then also try and encourage new ones to join?
Well, this is but the reason I'm saying the respect issues are so important is that if every single day a governor is saying that teachers are groomers, why do you think anybody would want to go into teaching? Teachers want to help kids so that these issues, which, the issues that you've just put up on the screen, those are the issues that would normally keep teachers into teaching and get teachers in teaching, and we should do that. But it doesn't cost a dime to change this politics. So, for example, in Ohio today, 91% of parents said they believe in their teachers, they believe in what their teachers are doing, they believe their teachers are positive influences. And I'm glad it's getting play in the press. Respect should not just be an Aretha Franklin song. And the reason I'm focused on that is because it's enough. Teachers need to help kids. We can't keep having this politics. The political scene, keep it for November. Don't do it in September in schools.
Randy Weingarten, thanks so much for joining us this morning. This is such an important issue, and we want to keep the conversation going, so we appreciate it.
Powerful message there. Thank you. And now to the growing concern over a resurgence in polio. New York City health officials announced that the virus has been detected in wastewater. So that means polio is likely circulating undetected in the city.
This comes after one case was identified outside of the city in Rockland County, New York last month that involved an unvaccinated adult. For more on this, we are joined by NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal. Doctor, good to have you with us. Thanks for being with us. I mean, how concerning do you find? We're coming out of COVID. We hear about monkeypox, then we hear about polio again. I mean, how concerned should we be about this?
Well, so it is concerning, right? We have a vaccine-preventable disease that can cause really severe complications, namely paralysis. So it is concerning that it could be circulating here. And the question going forward is this going to continue to spread nationwide? And so I talked to a leading infectious disease expert about what he said, what he thinks about that, and here's what he had to say.
It's a very difficult question. I can tell you that is the type of thing that keeps me up at night. I am concerned that there are other pockets of, under-vaccinated kids in many different parts of the United States, and that it is because polio is a disease that is transmitted so easily from child to child, that it is very possible that there could be more cases.
And just to point out here, 93% of kids in this country have had their polio shots. But like he said, there's these concerns about these areas that there may be under-vaccination. Williamsburg, here in New York, it's just 56%. So those are the areas we're really going to be watching going forward.
So most people, as you just said, they're that number in the 90 percentile, get this as a child, this polio vaccine. So should parents of vaccinated kids be worried, or does that mean you're probably okay?
No, so the short answer is no. Parents whose kids have had their vaccines, and it's usually 4 shots before kindergarten, they should not be worried at this time. For those of you who don't know if you're vaccinated, a lot of my friends actually didn't know this. Call your doctor, call your schools, text your mom, she might know.
I was going to say, people are texting their parents.
Yeah, just find out if you're vaccinated. That's your homework assignment today.
Yeah. All right, what are you watching for going forward, especially the folks so worried right now, not sure what's going to happen?
So 2 things. One, we're really watching to see if it's going to spread nationwide, right? Are we going to hear about cases in California, Arizona, across the country? Another thing we're really watching is, are we going to see those sort of severe disease where the paralysis we were talking about? Most people who have polio actually don't have symptoms. So we're going to be watching for to see if that severe disease comes up.
That's interesting stuff.
Dr. Akshay Sayal, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah,
we appreciate
thank you.
it.
Important conversation people are starting to have. Good to have the real information from you. Thanks. Coming up, it's a concept that seems almost impossible given those sky-high prices almost everywhere you look.
But could dining out actually be cheaper than eating in? Well, we're going to let you in on some delicious deals that could have you saving green next.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Harry Styles!
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Welcome back. Let's get you some financial headlines now. When another company is insisting employees return to the office for at least part of the week.
NBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with that and more money headlines. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. Back to school for kids after Labor Day for Apple. It wants employees back in the office 3 days a week starting after the Labor Day holiday, according to an internal memo. Workers at Apple's headquarters in Silicon Valley will be required to be in person Tuesdays and Thursdays with an additional day determined by their managers. CEO Tim Cook says the changes are based on employee feedback. They'll still be able to work remotely 2 days a week and up to 4 weeks a year. Employees in other areas will return in different phases. Walmart strikes a deal to offer Paramount Plus to subscribers of its membership program in a push to better compete with Amazon Prime. Walmart Plus members will get access to Paramount's Essential plan, which costs $4.99 a month and includes ads. Walmart Plus costs $12.95 a month and includes free shipping on orders and discounts on gas, as well as 6 months of Spotify's premium service for free. And you can now mow down your enemies while you're also mowing the fields. A security researcher managed to hack into the display screen on a John Deere tractor to install the iconic video game Doom. It was part of the DEF CON hacking conference in Las Vegas because this is what the world has been waiting for. He also showed off a jailbreak, giving him access to the tractor system. It could potentially help farmers bypass software blocking them from repairing the tractor themselves. That part seems more useful, but I guess it gets a little boring out there just going around the farm.
All of a sudden, it's so like apocalyptic. Yeah, I don't know about that. All right, Bertha, thank you so much.
All right, here's something interesting to chew on besides that. With inflation at near record highs, groceries are becoming so expensive that in some cases, dining out might be cheaper than eating in. Here's NBC News correspondent Sam Brock with more.
Families right now, of course, are looking for any way they can to save. And at least for the time being, restaurants seem like a good value proposition, which is not to say that in a vacuum it's cheaper to eat out than to get grocery store meals. However, increasingly, meals like these are looking like a better bang for your buck, and the restaurants know that, and they're marketing them as such.
Go straight to the Double Whopper Junior.
From fast food restaurants like Burger King,
the BK $5 Your Way meal,
to value-based chains like Applebee's. Advertising a dozen shrimp for $1 with a steak entree, the emphasis on cost saving for families racked by inflation is evident.
Everything's really expensive. Even eating out is expensive, though, too.
And certainly the cost of everything is up. It's just a question of relativity. Federal numbers show grocery store prices shot up more than 13% year over year in July, while restaurant prices jumped a more digestible 7.6%, the biggest inflationary gap between the two in roughly 50 years. Businesses like Sergio's restaurant in Miami are seeing an uptick in visitors who are capitalizing in creative ways.
We're seeing a lot of people still do takeout and portioning food. Someone can cut a chicken that maybe costs you $16, and you come out eating 2 people for $8. You can't do that in the grocery stores.
Owner Carlos Gazatua says grocery stores, unlike restaurants, have dynamic pricing that can change daily.
Did you envision a circumstance under which you would be marketing your restaurant as a better value proposition than a supermarket?
We would have never seen this several years ago. The only negative thing is that the marketplace will dictate and the consumer is savvy enough to know it.
Certainly value depends on what kind of food you're talking about. Fast food companies traditionally catering to those with less financial flexibility continue to offer the lowest pricing. And even in the supermarket, economists say the inner shelf items, non-perishables, present palatable deals. But meats, seafood, dairy, and fruits have exploded in cost.
For consumers who are interested in the high quality food, eating fresh foods, those consumers are seeing more pronounced inflation.
Which might explain a pivot to more dining out.
If you're somebody who just cooks on the fly and really aren't so into cooking in the kitchen, then definitely eating out is way cheaper.
Even if it might be a relatively better deal than eating at home.
And another tip to save as you're weighing your options is takeout. You see the window is over my shoulder right now. Experts say that you're going to save more on tips and fees if you just order to go. A lot of people discovered that during the pandemic. Certainly, if you order groceries back to your home, there's charges that come with that too. So that's one way. But also restaurants like the one I'm at, Sergio's here in Miami, are offering deals to families for back to school. Later this month, kids, for example, eat for free after 3 o'clock. No doubt, there's deals like that at restaurants in your neighborhood as well. In Miami, Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
Something to keep an eye on. I know we are still like doing takeout, but then we go pick it up so we don't have to pay the delivery fees and all of that.
Huge difference if you're not paying that fee. It really is interesting. And I totally agree with one of the people in that piece, which is like, if you're kind of like on the fly, you don't know your schedule all the time, you don't know how many family members are going to be home for a meal. It's hard. You end up buying all this food, not cooking it, throwing it away.
You don't want to waste the food.
I get ordering just what you need.
We do not waste our takeout.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks to Sam Brock for that story.
And coming up, a burning love story.
45 years after the king of rock and roll's untimely passing, how Elvis is shaking up a brand new generation of fans. That's up next.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. It was Leslie.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Welcome back. The Cincinnati Zoo asked the public to help name its newest baby hippo. And after, get this, 90,000 submissions, we have a winner, and it's kind of funny. The hippo will be called Fritz. And now here's what's funny. The zoo tweeted that the name is fitting since the mother was on birth control, but apparently it was on the Fritz. Baby Fritz, who was born last week, joins his big sister Fiona and is doing great, already weighing in at more than 100 pounds. So now we've got a Fritz and a Fiona, Joe.
No, I think Fritz is a perfect hippo name for many reasons.
Yeah, I know. I love it.
Thank you, Savannah.
Yeah.
Today marks 45 years since the death of Elvis Presley. The legendary entertainer passed away at Graceland Mansion at the age of 42. Even though it's been almost half a century, even though more than half of the U.S. population wasn't even alive when Elvis was alive, interest in the star remains incredibly high after all these years.
The love for Elvis is still burning through his movies and his moves. Those signature swivels and shakes are still rattling and rolling today.
Well, you may go to college
in new movies like Baz Luhrmann's Elvis, and on social media, where the king courts a new audience that can't help falling in love. And that love is not just confined to the screen. Loyal fans can slip on their blue suede shoes and drive their pink Cadillacs to Graceland, where Elvis lived and Angie Marchese works.
Basically, I have probably one of the coolest jobs you can ever imagine.
Why is it the coolest job in the world?
Because I get paid to play with Elvis's stuff.
She started as a tour guide 33 years ago and worked her way up to vice president, managing more than 1.5 million items in the Graceland archives.
You never got to meet him, but I bet you feel like you know him.
I feel like he's kind of my long-lost uncle that I never got a chance to meet, but I know everything about.
Of course, Graceland still welcomes the longtime die-hard Elvis enthusiasts, but lately the guest list is all shook up. Newer, younger fans are stopping by after seeing that new Elvis movie or discovering his music on streaming services.
Elvis still has that charisma that's able to attract fans nearly 45 years after his passing.
So if he were around today performing, you think he'd still be a pretty big deal?
Yeah, I think Elvis would still be a pretty big deal. I think Elvis will always be a pretty big deal.
So big, thousands of fans still gather at Graceland around this time every year for Elvis Week, with a few events hosted by his former wife, Priscilla, all to keep his legacy alive, a burning love story.
And just moments ago, Priscilla Presley appeared on the Today Show from the famed Jungle Room at Graceland, where she talked about keeping his legacy alive.
Responsibility, yes, but I want to, carry it out and give him the things that he always wanted to do and wanted in his life. A lot of it, many of it, well, not many, but he wanted to, sing with an orchestra, and I was able to get the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra to be, of course, the symphony of which he would be singing with, and carry that out for him. That was his dream. So anything that he wanted to do or wished to do as far as in life, I want to try to get that to happen.
Legacy lives on.
Very cool. Such a cool look back.
I know. It was fun. It was fun. And
everybody's
a new generation.
talking about that movie, too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Hi, everyone. Good Tuesday to you. I'm Vicki Wynn. My co-anchor Morgan Radford is off. Breaking now on NBC News Now, testing positive. The White House announcing the First Lady has COVID. The latest on her condition this morning. Document fight. The Justice Department asking a judge to keep an affidavit private in the investigation that led to the search of former President Trump's home in Florida. What lawyers say is in that document and what comes next. Criminal probe. Rudy Giuliani now the target of a criminal investigation into possible election interference. What this announcement means for Trump's former personal attorney. NBC News exclusive. The NBA making a major announcement right here. No games on Election Day, but the league has planned to increase civic engagement. Good to have you here. We begin with breaking news. First Lady Jill Biden has tested positive for COVID-19. The White House says she's experiencing mild symptoms. Now, this comes, as you may remember, after President Joe Biden's recent bout with COVID in late July and then in early August when he had a rebound case. I want to bring in NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal. Dr. Syal, thank you for being here. So the White House is saying the First Lady is fully boosted. She has had fully vaccinated, has had 2 boosters. Do we know she's getting that Paxlovid treatment, and what are the doctors going to be watching for here?
Yeah, so we do know, like you said, she is twice boosted. She is getting the Paxlovid, the antiviral pill that kind of brings down the levels of virus in your body. And so the main thing to be watching is, her vital signs, her energy levels. Is she tired, or is she, out and engaging? Is she eating? Is she not eating? Those kind of things. Mm-hmm. Her oxygen levels. We've talked about this, at length with people testing positive over the years. We always monitor their oxygen levels to see, is the virus really hitting their lungs hard?
Yeah, because this can be serious if it's in your respiratory system. So it's been more than a week since President Biden tested negative after his double bout with COVID.
What is the White House looking for in this case? I mean, he's had a very busy couple of weeks with all the legislation passing. We saw him on a bike. So what do we know about his condition, fatigue, long COVID?
Yeah, so President Biden was twice boosted. He did take the antiviral pill. And Dr. Fauci has said this. With Paxlovid, there's a theoretical benefit that it may reduce the risk of long COVID. And so with Biden out and exercising again, it looks like he may be okay from that. We don't know for sure, but you know, it's a reassuring sign. The thing to really watch for, and I'm sure they're going to keep a close eye on this, should he start to develop symptoms again.
Right.
It's very unlikely. He just got over a bout of COVID, but it's always possible.
And Dr. Sayal, let's talk about the CDC. They recently changed their guidelines for school kids, right? Saying that, look, if you are exposed to COVID, but you're not symptomatic, you can wear a mask and still go to school, test again on day 5. What do we know about what's happening in the White House now with the First Lady testing positive and the protocols there to sort of remind people what we should be doing?
So the first thing you want to do is identify close contacts. And, we talk about this thing called incubation period. It's the time when you're exposed to the virus to the time you start to develop symptoms. It's usually about 2 days. So they're going to go back about 48 hours, kind of trace, everyone she was in contact with and keep a close eye on them. As far as the CDC guidelines go now, the reason it's 5 days that you want to test is because it takes some time for that virus to build up. So everyone will be masked, hopefully tested at day 5, and hopefully everyone will be okay.
All right, Dr. Akshay Sayal, thank you for joining me this afternoon.
Thank you.
Well, a hearing to potentially unseal the search warrant affidavit used against former President Donald Trump has been set for Thursday. The Justice Department is asking the judge to keep that information sealed. A number of media organizations, including NBC News, are requesting that information be made public. The affidavit contains the FBI's reasoning for searching Mar-a-Lago, including information about witnesses and other evidence. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins me now. Julia, why is the DOJ fighting to keep this affidavit secret, and what can we expect from this hearing coming up on Thursday?
Well, they say that there are national security reasons that would be implicated in this affidavit if it were unsealed. Now, we saw some of this evidence unsealed last week, like the warrant and property records, but we weren't able to see the affidavit. That's the thing that the judge would have had to consider in giving the FBI the right to go into Mar-a-Lago and conduct this raid last week. The DOJ put out a statement explaining why they are making the statement, why they're making an argument to the judge that he not unseal that affidavit, saying there remain compelling reasons, including to protect the integrity of an ongoing law enforcement investigation that implicates national security, that support keeping the affidavit sealed. So that's the Justice Department's argument, and that could win, Vicki. It's very often that a judge will decide that while an investigation is ongoing, that records like that should remain sealed because, say, for example, they name an informer, they give away some kind of information that could point to an informer. That could really complicate things for this investigation going forward. But the judge will hear arguments from both sides, including media organizations like ours who are fighting to unseal this affidavit at Thursday in Florida.
It is easy to understand the law enforcement side and reluctance to reveal the contents of this affidavit, Julia. But talk to people at home. Tell them why it's important that so many media organizations want to know. Why do they want to shed some sunshine on it?
Well, as you know, Vicki, it is our job to try to give people as much information as possible so that they can make informed decisions about their lives and about their government and about their former leaders. And in this case, this is such a deeply polarizing issue where you have Trump supporters who are now really questioning more than ever, even though they always have been questioning, the role of law enforcement like the FBI in this country. They see this as a witch hunt. They're believing what the former president is putting out on social media, that he's been targeted more than any other president, and that this is an unfair abuse of power. So they right now are questioning their very federal law enforcement bodies in their country. On the other side, you have some people who are really worried about what the former president might have. Are there potential threats to our national security, including nuclear codes? A lot of people want to know what was the basis for this search. Should they be worried about their own safety? And so we're trying to shed as much light on what led to this search as possible to be able to answer these deeply important questions on the minds of Americans right now.
Yeah, on behalf of the public. Julia, let me ask you about this. The FBI also took Trump's passports during the search. They have now been returned. But talk about how common that is for agents to seize items and then realize they are not part of the initial warrant. Was this an overreach or a common accident?
incredibly common, Vicki. What happens when a team like this goes in is they have a limited amount of time. They're trying to grab as much paper as possible. Then there's a filter team on the other side that goes through and decides exactly what's critical for this investigation. They could go ahead, it would be likely in this case, take anything deemed classified that needs to be put in the National Archives, and anything that's not deemed important gets packaged up and sent back to the person who it was originally taken from. In this case, it seems that Trump might not have even been aware that these passports were taken from him. It was 2 expired passports and a diplomatic passport. Then he got an email, according to his spokesperson, that in fact the passports were going to be given back to him yesterday, and they did retrieve them, and we understand they're back in Trump's possession now. But it's incredibly common for there to be more material than is necessary for the investigation to be swept up in a raid like this.
All right, important perspective. Thank you, Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Thanks, Julia. Donald Trump's former personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, back in the spotlight. This time it is for his role in trying to overturn the 2020 presidential election. Giuliani's lawyer tells NBC News the former New York mayor has been notified that he is a target in the Fulton County, Georgia criminal investigation into election interference. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is tracking these developments for us and joins us now from Atlanta. Blaine, Giuliani had previously been told that he was a witness, but now his lawyer is saying he's been told he's a target. That's a big shift. What do we know about this change, and what does it mean for Giuliani in terms of whether or not he could actually be indicted?
Well, Vicki, it means that an indictment is a possibility, but it's certainly not a guarantee. We do know, as you mentioned, though, this is a shift in his status. You know, up until yesterday, in fact, he was told that he was a witness and considered so by the DA's office. The shift to target, though, does signify a shift in how he's considered by the district attorney. So all of this, though, the timing is just so interesting. It comes just hours before he is set to appear in front of the special grand jury in downtown Atlanta and be questioned on a wide range of things. You know, I think it's important to kind of remember why he is a central figure in all of this, why the DA wants to hear from him in the first place. Remember, all of this centers around a series of statements that he made before Georgia lawmakers back in late 2020, December of 2020. That's when he sat before legislative panels and essentially peddled a number of false conspiracy theories, false claims about Georgia's election, talking about suitcase stuffing and the voting machines. And you'll remember that's when he targeted those 2 black election workers, the mother and daughter, essentially saying that they were behind this elaborate plot to tilt the election in Biden's favor. That certainly was false, and those 2 women have testified on Capitol Hill that they received death threats because of it. So we expect him to be questioned on all of those things, Vicki.
All right, Blaine, and this also comes at a time when Rudy Giuliani, a judge has rejected efforts by another Trump ally, Senator Lindsey Graham, to avoid giving testimony before the Georgia grand jury. So what's the status with testimony from Senator Graham now?
Well, the judge ordered that he has to come and appear, essentially saying that the district attorney has satisfied, made the case that it is necessary that he come down and speak truthfully before the grand jury. Now, Senator Graham's team has said that he plans to appeal that, but as it stands right now, he is ordered to come down and testify next week on August 23rd. Vicki.
All right, Blaine Alexander for us live in Atlanta. Thanks, Blaine. Voters are casting their ballots in a slate of primary matchups right now. We are watching Alaska and Wyoming, 2 states where former President Trump's influence is looming large over today's races. His top target in Wyoming, outspoken Trump critic Liz Cheney. She is facing an uphill battle to hold on to her seat in the House. While in Alaska, a well-known political name backed by Trump, Sarah Palin, bidding for a congressional seat of her own. We're going to get right to NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki standing by at the big board. Steve, walk us through these key races that you are watching today and talk about what's at stake here.
Yeah, I mean, all eyes, as you say, at least at the start of the night, are going to be on Wyoming. And we've talked about these Republicans. There were 10 of them in the House of Representatives who voted to impeach Donald Trump in the wake of January 6th. None more prominent and none more unrelenting since then then Liz Cheney. And so finally, this is sort of the electoral test that everything has been building to for her. Wyoming Republican primary. It's a statewide primary. There's one congressional district in the state. It's at large, so the entire state votes in this House race, in this Republican primary. Cheney being challenged by the Trump-endorsed candidate here, Harriet Hageman. There is a third candidate in the race. He hasn't got much traction, so for all intents and purposes, we expect this to be a two-person race tonight. And really, the polling has indicated that Cheney is well behind coming into today. The way this works is you have to be a registered Republican to vote in the Republican primary, but any voter can show up at the polls and register today as a Republican to take part in the primary. So in that sense, it kind of is open to all voters. There is a very, very wide disparity in the state in terms of registration, heavily Republican, to the extent that Cheney's campaign has been hoping to get some Democrats to flip over. Maybe they've got a few thousand who they've been able to get that from, but we're talking about more than 200,000 registered Republicans in the state. This has been the fate so far of those 10 Republicans who voted to impeach Donald Trump. You see, there are two who survived primaries. We're getting down to the bottom of the list here. It's notable that the two who survived primaries did it in what they call top two primaries. It's very different than what's going on in Wyoming and than what happens in most states. In California and in Washington state, all candidates from all parties run on the same ballot, and the top two, regardless of party, advance to the general election. So David Valadao in California survived that way. Donald Trump stayed out of that race, by the way. He did not endorse anybody. That's also key. In Washington, Trump did endorse a Republican who was running against Dan Newhouse. Newhouse did finish in first place in that scramble. 25% of the vote is what he got. That was enough to get him into the general election. What I'm saying here is that neither one of these Republicans who survived got a real one-on-one test and got a majority of the vote. That's what it would take for Liz Cheney to win tonight in Wyoming. That's something that none of the Republicans who voted to impeach Trump have yet been able to do. So Cheney, big name, but a prohibitive underdog certainly in this race tonight. 9 o'clock Eastern, we should start to get some numbers. The other big race here to watch tonight, it's this special election, Alaska. Again, it's a House seat representing the entire state. Somewhat similar here in terms of they had a preliminary election. It was an open primary, Democrats, Republicans, all on the same ballot. There are three now who are in the final round for this special election for the House state. You see Sarah Palin, the biggest name, another Republican, Nick Begich, and one Democrat, Mary Peltola. Now, the way this is going to work is it's a ranked choice vote today. So folks are going out and they're saying, here's my first choice, here's my second choice, here's my third choice. It's going to take them a couple weeks to count everything up. So probably about 2 weeks from now, we're going to see whoever came in first, second, and third. Whoever finishes third gets eliminated, and their supporters, second choice voters, get reallocated. And that's where the winner in this race comes from. And I think the suspense tonight is Palin, Begich, the two Republicans, with one Democrat in the race. Does Peltola finish first? Who finishes second and is alive for that ranked choice vote?
We don't know how you keep it all in your mind, Steve Kornacki, but we appreciate it. Thank you for the perspective and the breakdown, as always.
You got it.
All right, well, coming up, signing on the dotted line, the landmark Inflation Reduction Act becomes law this afternoon. Coming up, what it means for messaging as Democrats and Republicans count down to the midterms.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
President Biden is preparing to sign into law a landmark climate and health care bill later today. The Inflation Reduction Act is just the latest legislative achievement for the president. In the past 2 months, he has also signed bills aimed at boosting veteran health care, spurring American innovation, and curbing gun violence. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins me now. Mike, how significant is this IRA bill signing for the White House, and how soon are Americans expected to feel the actual impact of this new legislation?
Well, Vicki, you'll remember that President Biden, when he was vice president, got himself into a little trouble describing the signing of the Affordable Care Act as a big expletive deal by President Obama at the time. This is just as important, if not more, for this presidency. This represents a significant part of the domestic agenda that Biden ran on in the course of the campaign. It's so important, Vicki, he's coming back from vacation, interrupting his vacation to come here to the White House to do that. Now, as far as what we'll see in terms of the impacts of this legislation, you can really break it down into 3 different categories. Certain things that people will be able to take advantage of immediately are a mix of tax credits and tax rebates for the purchase of energy efficient products, of electric vehicles, things like that to weatherize your home. That's all under the climate umbrella of this legislation. The IRS will also immediately be able to start staffing up, hiring more auditors and other staff to really help enforce our tax laws, which was another significant component of this. Now, starting on January 1st of 2023, you'll see things like that $35 price of insulin for Medicare beneficiaries, the extension of Affordable Care Act subsidies also taking effect. And then there are some elements of this that won't take effect for much longer. The most significant is that we won't see until 2026 one of the main components that the White House will be celebrating as part of this law, and that's the ability of Medicare to negotiate directly the price of prescription drugs with pharmaceutical companies. It's a major component of this bill, but it's one that won't take effect for 3 years at least.
3 years, that's a long time. All right, Mike, how do Democrats plan to sell not only this bill to voters, but also the other ones that were passed this summer ahead of the midterms? How are they marketing that, and how will Republicans counter the messaging?
Yeah, you're going to see really Democrats making 2 points as far as not just this legislation, but others. The first is promises made, promises kept. I was covering the Biden campaign throughout, and a number of these proposals that Democrats have run on, not just in the last election cycle, but really election cycles for a long time, that's something that they're now able to say they really delivered on for the American consumer. You're also going to see the president really framing this as the special interests lost and the American people won. Now, Republicans, we saw it with Kevin McCarthy, the Republican leader of the House. He was talking about the IRS auditing, especially the ramp up that you're seeing there, is the fact that this is really just big spending that's not really going to benefit the average consumer.
All right, NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. Thank you, Mike. The former Trump Organization CFO is expected to plead guilty to criminal charges in a matter of days. The Manhattan District Attorney's Office indicted Alan Weisselberg. 2 people familiar with the matter say the 74-year-old is set to be sentenced to 5 months in jail. He and the organization are accused of dodging taxes for more than a decade. In this case, Mr. Trump is not facing allegations of criminal wrongdoing. Well, first, it was book bans and challenges. Now it is funding. The fight public libraries now face, especially in rural towns, to provide for their communities. Stay with us.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Public libraries, particularly in rural counties, are dealing with a different kind of challenge, this time with funding and power. Some state legislators are passing new laws that critics say will politicize libraries like in Lawrence County, Kentucky. NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin spoke with members in that community about what's happening.
In an area like this that is very rural, very low socioeconomic, exposing kids to diversity, inclusiveness, in whatever way that may be, is of the utmost importance.
Carly Pelfrey is at the helm of the Lawrence County Public Library in eastern Kentucky.
Gosh, the growth here in our library with our collection, with our staff, with our patrons, the county population has seen a little bit of growth too. A lot of positive changes. Also some changes that are a little concerning.
In April, legislators in the Bluegrass State overrode the governor's veto, approving SB 167, which will transform public library boards by turning over power to local county judges.
Prior to this bill, libraries were politically neutral. You know, our boards were neutral. We had no affiliation with a political party or a candidate or an elected official, and that's going to change.
Public libraries across the U.S. are being challenged on funding and censorship.
We've never witnessed the volume of challenges reported to our office in almost 20 years. We had 729 challenges reported to us in 2021.
The typical number reported in a year is less than half of that, according to Deborah Caldwell-Stone, who oversees the Office of Intellectual Freedom for the American Library Association.
What we're seeing is this attack on books that represent groups that have been traditionally marginalized in our communities, just as they're finding a place on the public stage.
Back in Kentucky, supporters of the bill here say it isn't meant to politicize libraries, but restore accountability to taxpayers instead.
Censorship wasn't even discussed. It was, how is this money appropriately spent? Now,
If the counties choose to adopt the new appointment system and a different board gets on there, they're going to look at different content. Very possible. I can't tell you that that won't happen.
State Senator Philip Wheeler represents this district, and he helped shepherd this legislation across the finish line. It'll go into effect early next year.
I think what the problem is under the current system, it goes back to really a lack of diversity in outlook and diversity in opinion.
Under the new law, counties will have the choice to opt out of the new system.
If the county chooses to do nothing, the status quo reigns.
The legislation could give fiscal control of libraries to local officials, raising alarm in rural regions like Lawrence County, a community of 16,000.
A lot of our lawmakers, a lot of our legislatures are so out of touch with what public libraries actually do.
Beyond the usual books and DVDs, this library provides free lunches for kids during the summer. And with broadband inaccessible in some areas, they also provide internet and resources families may not have.
I didn't have a computer to use for college, and I would come here to work.
No other entity in town is putting on any free programs, any activities for the kids.
The trickle-down effect will affect our boards. It will affect our budgets. And if we don't have the funding to provide these kinds of services, then what happens?
Officials in Campbell County, Wyoming, voted to defund the local library in May, saying it lacked transparency around how it buys and discards books. But critics say it's their way of banning books they deem inappropriate.
We're actually seeing efforts to target school board elections and library board elections.
School libraries in Tennessee are now controlled by the State Board of Education instead of local boards after a bill was passed in April.
It's really sometimes frightening to see this effort to use public libraries and school libraries as tools of indoctrination.
In Jamestown Township, Michigan, voters rejected a property tax that makes up 84% of the local library's annual budget. Officials say this will likely force the library to close.
It really is insidious in every way, and it goes so far beyond funding.
Our thanks to NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin for that eye-opening report. Well, flights around New York City, thankfully, are mostly back on track today after some major delays. The FAA said yesterday that unexpected staff shortages were to blame for the delays. Government sources are saying COVID is not the reason for those who are out sick, and it's not an organized effort. But some of the delays at JFK were as long as 2 hours. Well, more than 50 million Snapchat users are younger than 18. Coming up, how to keep the app safe for your kids and the newest safety features you can try to use.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, Snapchat has 283 million active users every day. It is one of the most downloaded social media apps for tweens and teens. With roughly 20% of Snapchat users being under 18 years old, the app's age requirement is 13, but the company doesn't actually verify that information. So how can parents and guardians best keep their children safe? Parents Magazine editor-in-chief Grace Bastida is here to break it all down for us. Grace, thank you for being with me. I want to start with these safety settings. What are some of the quick, easy settings that we can turn on as parents to help protect our kids' privacy?
Well, thanks for having me on. Snapchat does have safety settings in place. For one, teens need to mutually know each other and accept each other as friends before they can even start communicating. So there's less of a chance that they'll receive messages from strangers. Friend lists are kept private, and minors do not have public accounts. And while the app allows for location sharing in real time, this feature should be left off to protect your family's privacy and prevent anyone knowing where your kid is at any time.
So important, that location services, you want that off, right, Grace? Let's talk about Snapchat's newest safety feature called Family Center. They just launched this. Our Kate Snow reported on that right here on this show last week. How does Family Center work?
Well, like you said, Vicki, a lot of Snapchatters are, they could be under 13 because Snapchat does not verify this information. So that's why the app came up with the Family Center for kids under 18, allowing caregivers to view their kids' contacts and monitor their connections. But there is a catch. Grown-ups need their own Snapchat accounts to participate, and kids need to agree to opt in. And while parents won't be able to see the content their child is sending or receiving, they can see who their child has interacted with within the past 7 days and report any accounts they think are problematic.
Ah, I see. So as a parent, I would have to open a Snapchat account in order to be part of the Family Center, and then my kid has to approve me.
Yes, and you would have to learn to use your Snapchat account.
Okay, so we'll need some training on that. But I want to talk to you because you are a parenting expert. I've got 3 kids, 13, 10, 6 years old. We hear so much about why kids should not be on social media, especially young girls, right? What are some of the actual pros of allowing kids to use apps like Snapchat, and how important is it for parents to be involved in that?
So Snapchat is a fun way to communicate with friends since kids have missed out on so much socializing. And the app really promotes creativity in that it lets you edit photos, add captions, silly effects, filters. It also promotes critical thinking in that it has games and quizzes. Also, there are no likes or comments on Snapchat. It doesn't feed that hunger for approval that other social media apps do. And because photos disappear after view, it makes it harder for someone with bad intentions to go and find them later. As for the cons, disappearing photos also make it harder to track inappropriate content or bullying content. So again, it's up to parents to monitor their kids' usage. If they engage with someone you don't know, ask them how they know each other, and always keep the lines of communication open, coming from a place of curiosity, mutual respect, so that you're really encouraging that transparency with your kid from the get-go and you get to be involved in their digital world.
All such great practical advice. Parents Editor-in-Chief Grace Bastidas, thank you so much for being with me.
Thanks so much, Vicki.
Well, there is a nationwide recall affecting more than 5,000 cases of Capri Sun drinks. Kraft Heinz is recalling the kid-friendly pouches because of possible contamination from a diluted cleaning product. Affected drinks are wild cherry flavored with an expiration date of June 25th, 2023. The company is asking customers to return any affected drinks. Well, when many Americans started working remotely during the pandemic, some companies began to track their employees' day-to-day performance. And now with many more hybrid and remote jobs here to stay, employers are still tracking staff, with some jobs clocking every movement you make, even down to your keystrokes. So what do you need to know about this surveillance software? Take a look.
For many Americans, working from home is now more feasible than ever. One recent survey showing 58% of respondents say they can work remotely at least one day a week, with 35% having the option to work from home the entire week. And with more people operating outside of the office, some companies are stepping up worker tracking, or so-called tattleware or surveillance software. That is, supervisors monitoring daily activities through company-issued devices, including keyboard usage, screen time, clicks, and more.
I would definitely leave that company and try to seek a job elsewhere.
If it was a company I really admired and worked for, I wouldn't be bothered by it.
A recent New York Times investigation found 8 of the 10 largest private employers in the U.S. tracked the productivity metrics of their workers, many of them in real time, leading to many employees being subject to scores, trackers, idle buttons, and more, which can lead to lost wages and, in some cases, even terminations, according to the Times. Earlier this year, we chatted with business ethics professor J.S. Nelson, who told us people working somewhere with more than 500 employees should be on high alert.
Definitely need to think about being photographed, listening through your microphone, keystroke logging software. So recording what you are typing at any given time, what websites you're going to, who you're communicating with.
As increased productivity and transparency have been cited as benefits of everyday worker tracking, experts say workers being treated fairly is crucial.
When an employee doesn't feel the ability to control what's happening, how does it affect their behavior at work?
They feel less responsibility to do good work, to be the best employee they can be, to fully engage themselves. And monitoring strips that away. It takes them away from their work in that sense because they're not as engaged in it.
And with more and more employees already feeling burnt out, some workers argue not every job or task can be monitored digitally, often leading to real work falling outside of tracking data, including face-to-face meetings.
You simply can't track all the behaviors that go into a successful workday. You have to continue to focus on employees' work outputs, not necessarily the inputs.
And while there are creative options out there that might be able to help,
if you work from home, you need a mouse jiggler. It jiggles your mouse to make it seem like you're working.
Some are weighing whether to keep their jobs or take their talents elsewhere.
I know, a mouse jiggler. They've thought of everything. Legal and ethics experts say companies should be upfront about any surveillance software and also get written consent from employees. If you are a worker, ask your HR department and your IT department about how your data is being collected and used. All right, well, stay with us. Coming up, Social Security recipients struggling with surging inflation are about to get a major boost. Starting next year, beneficiaries could receive nearly $160 extra per month, thanks to the sky-high inflation reading for July. NBC News business reporter Rob Wiley joins us now with a closer look at this. Hey, Rob, thanks for being here. These new potential figures were estimated by a nonprofit advocacy group. So walk us through the calculations. $160 extra. How did they get to that number? And talk about how this is going to help people who are receiving Social Security benefits.
Thanks, Vicki. So every year, the Social Security Administration takes the inflation readings from July, August, and September to calculate the annual cost of living adjustment for Social Security beneficiaries. So we just got the July number, came in at a little under 9%. So this nonprofit group, the Senior Citizens League, took some calculations based on current inflation readings elsewhere to estimate what the readings are going to be for the next couple of months, and said that based on those readings, Social Security beneficiaries can expect the cost of living adjustment next year to come in at about $159.
Okay, Rob, so we got the CPI saying that the average price of food has gone up 10%. We got gas, which is finally coming down. But talk to us about, this increase. Is it going to be enough for Social Security beneficiaries to keep up with inflation?
That's a great question. So obviously the readings have been sky high this year, 40-year highs. Last year's inflation cost of adjustment was not enough to catch up with what we're seeing now. The reading was only about 5% for last year. So there's some catching up to do, but it's going to happen this year. Again, it's going to come in at about 9%, so that's above the 5% from last year. Mm-hmm. And so the reading will. This is important for people on fixed incomes because this is the one-time inflation increase that they're going to get for the entire year.
Oh, very important. When do we think we're going to get a formal announcement that this is going to happen, and how quickly will we see it?
So we need the August and September readings to come in. So that will come in this fall, in October. So sometime after October is when we can expect those numbers to come in.
And then when will we see those checks? Next year?
Starting next year, exactly. It'll kick in right away on January 1st of 2023, and the numbers should start to go up from there.
All right, Rob Weil, thank you so much, Rob.
Thank you.
Big shakeups are hitting the streaming industry. From new partnerships to spin-offs, major changes could come to the way you watch your favorite shows. CNBC reporter Frank Holland joins me now. Frank, let's start with Paramount Plus. They are teaming up with Walmart. Right. Talk to us about that new deal.
Hey, Vicki, great to be on with you. So if you ever watched Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, The Boys, my personal favorite, or Thursday Night Football in the last year, then you already know a big part of the story. Those shows and other programming is included if you're an Amazon Prime member. That, of course, comes with 2-day delivery on most items, 1-day delivery on some products as well. Walmart launched its own subscription service, Walmart Plus, 2 years ago as a competitor to Prime. It costs $98 a year and offers free shipping for online buys, free grocery delivery for orders over $35, and a number of other other perks. Walmart Plus will also now include the basic plan for Paramount Plus, which is normally priced at $4.99 and includes commercials. For comparison, Amazon Prime is $139 a year. For Walmart, this is another way to compete with that signature Amazon service.
Yeah, so this is their answer to that. Okay, Frank, what about Disney? Disney now under renewed pressure to spin off ESPN and also to make some changes to its governing board. What's happening there?
Well, this push is coming from an activist investor or a large shareholder that wants to see changes they believe will improve either the stock price or the profitability of a company normally. In this case, Dan Loeb, founder of Third Point LLC, who recently acquired $1 billion worth of Disney stock. He wants to see Disney turn ESPN into its own company, as you mentioned, and also buy the rest of Hulu. Our parent company, Comcast, owns a stake in the streaming service and has already agreed to sell its 33% stake to Disney in about 2 years. But this activist investor wants to see that happen even sooner. Dan Loeb even sent a letter to the CEO, just kind of spelling out his thoughts, just kind of spelling out what he wants to see happen. The company has responded. They say they value the opinions of all investors, not too much more than that. Keep in mind, Loeb previously also held a big stake in Disney earlier this year, and he also pushed for Disney to launch Disney Plus. Disney stock moved higher on this news, but shares are actually down double digits year to date.
We'll be watching that. Frank, what about Warner Brothers Discovery? They're laying off workers. The job cuts are coming because of this HBO Max combining with Discovery Plus. What are we talking about in terms of the number of jobs expected to be affected?
Well, HBO Max is cutting about 14% of its staff, about 70 workers or so. And it's a cost-cutting measure ahead of the merger between HBO Max and Discovery Plus, according to CNBC sources. The cuts are primarily in casting, acquisitions, and reality TV divisions. Those positions had been led by the streamer's former chief content officer and are now seen as just basically not needed in the reimagining of this company. No shows are expected to be canceled. HBO Max has not officially commented on this, but it's seen as kind of a cost-cutting move and a way just to kind of move HBO Max in a new direction.
All right, Frank, you're so efficient. Let's get to question 4 before I let you go, which is we are getting new data that shows more streaming people are hopping from one service to another. So talk about customer loyalty and how that's starting to change.
Well, you know what? When it comes to streaming, there's not really a lot of customer loyalty. Vicky, you mentioned you've seen Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, but that kind of comes free with Amazon Prime if you're an Amazon Prime customer. Most people, they kind of switch around. It just depends on what show is running at one time. One thing the streamers have done is they've stopped just kind of dumping all the episodes. I'm a big fan of that. I don't know about you. I like to see all the episodes there at one time. But if you look at what Disney Plus has done, you see one episode at a time. Very frustrating during Mandalorian and some other shows. And that's one way that these streaming services have combated it. But just in general, there's very little loyalty when it comes to streaming services. The one sticking point for a lot of these services, sports. If you have sports, you can get people coming back. And that's largely, just to kind of circle this all the way back, why Dan Loeb wants to see ESPN as its own company, because it has that crown jewel when it comes to streaming, live sports.
Live sports, and guess what, Frank? For you and me, good news, live news.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can't get that on delay. All right, Frank, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicky.
Well, after suffering through several near-death experiences, a Chicago woman received a second chance at life. Her life-saving organ transplants right after this break. Stick with us.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
A Chicago woman spends more than 400 days in the hospital with multiple close calls where she nearly died. But a double transplant gave her a second chance at life. Here's NBC News anchor Tom Yamas.
In May of 2020, Chicago Southside resident Colette Hurd rushed to the ER after feeling short of breath.
So when I got there to the emergency room, they say, well, we know you're not going home.
The cardiologist on call diagnosed Colette with pulmonary hypertension, a type of high blood pressure that weakens the lungs and, in Colette's case, other organs.
So she had lung failure and kidney failure. And so she really required both a lung transplant and a kidney transplant together.
Colette was admitted to Northwestern's ICU and quickly placed on the transplant list for both lungs and a kidney.
She got much more sicker to the point that she required dialysis, and she was one of our sickest patients in the hospital.
While Colette's condition continued to deteriorate, the search for a new set of organs proved difficult.
She had an incredible amount of antibodies against any kind of organ donor tissue. So it was almost impossible for her to get a perfect match.
Through a year of waiting, Colette's husband, Dennis, and the ICU team celebrated Thanksgiving, Christmas, Valentine's Day, and St. Patty's Day.
Happy St. Patrick's Day! A lot of days, I didn't have anybody to talk to. So they would talk to me, and then we just established a relationship.
All part of a 422-day stay in the hospital. But even with all of those efforts to remain positive,
we had to take a major risk in her situation because she almost died on us multiple times, and she was getting to the point that she couldn't wait any longer.
The Northwestern transplant team decided they couldn't wait for a perfect match. They went ahead with a risky, unprecedented procedure.
So we had to accept organs, even though she had a positive cross match against them. And that really pushes the paradigm of what we know in transplantation.
And now, with a new pair of lungs and a new kidney,
I renamed myself Colette 2.0. New and improved. It means a lot to me that I have a second chance at life.
After 422 days in the hospital, Colette 2.0 leaving with a smile.
Hey, girls!
Thankful for that team that never gave up.
They never gave up on me, you know, even though I had some other things going on with my antibodies, they never gave up. They always tried to think out the side of the box.
What an incredible story. Our thanks to Tom Yamas for that. Coming up, two giant names in games joining forces. All the excitement about the Dragon Ball and Fortnite collaboration. You don't want to miss this. That's coming up right after this break. Stay with us.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
All right, here's what's popping now. Rapper ASAP Rocky is now being charged with assault after officials say he fired a handgun twice in the direction of a former friend. That shooting happened back in November in Hollywood. An arraignment is set for tomorrow. Rapper Nipsey Hussle now has a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame more than 3 years after his tragic death. His grandmother accepted the star on behalf of the family as hundreds of fans looked on to honor the artist. The rapper was shot and killed back in 2019 in the parking lot of one of his clothing stores. The star ceremony took place yesterday on what would have been Hussle's 37th birthday. And the Dragon Ball universe is coming to one of the most popular online video games. Fans will now be able to play as Goku along with other iconic characters from the popular series on Fortnite. Players can also take part in special Dragon Ball themed quests and even watch special episodes. All right, well, the NBA is getting involved in the upcoming midterm elections. For the first time in league history, the NBA will not host any games on Election Day. There will be NBA action the night before, though, with a focus on civic participation. This move comes after the league converted some of its basketball arenas into polling sites back during the 2020 election. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from outside the home of the Brooklyn Nets in New York City. Shaq, you sat down with the executive director of the NBA Social Justice Coalition. What did he say about why the league is making this change for these elections?
Well, they're saying this is an extension of what we saw from the league in 2020. You just mentioned that during that election, you saw about 24 teams use their arenas and facilities and convert them into election-related activities. So for some people, that was election day voting. Others, it was early voting. Others, it was absentee ballot processing. But they got heavily involved in that election, and they're trying to send the signal that they're taking the midterm elections just as seriously. I want you to listen to a little bit of that exclusive conversation that we had with the executive director of the league's Social Justice Coalition. It's a group that was formed right after the murder of George Floyd, a little bit after the shooting of Jacob Blake in Kenosha. Listen to what he said about how unusual this move is.
It's unusual. We don't usually change the schedule for an external event, but voting and election day are obviously unique and incredibly important to our democracy, and that's part of the value proposition that we want to make sure people understand, that voting is unlike anything else.
So we mentioned it's not just that there will be no games happening on Election Day, which is a pretty big departure when you look at the schedule of previous elections. One election in 2014, there were some 16 teams competing that night alone. You see there in 2018, there were 4 games, which means there were 8 teams competing in that night. But you also have that civic engagement night where all players are going to be playing the Monday before Election Day. This is essentially, and pardon the pun, a full court press from the NBA, trying to encourage as many fans as possible to participate in this next election.
Yeah, that leads me to my next question, Shaq. Where are these nights taking place? What arenas? What can fans expect on that civic engagement night right before Election Day?
A lot of that is still to be determined. We're going to get the full NBA schedule tomorrow at 3 p.m. That was part of the news that we broke this morning. Some of the sports fans cared more about when that schedule was coming out. But in that schedule, that will detail the home teams, and each home team will be having those civic participation events. And, you know, if you go to a sporting event, you've seen themed nights before. Sometimes it's about a bobblehead. Sometimes it's about honoring first responders. Well, in this instance, it's going to be giving those fans as much information as they can get about voting. In some cases, that's voter registration. Other instances, that's how you can get to the polls on election day. The bottom line is that will be the priority on the day before the midterm elections, Vicki.
All right, all really important information that fans will be getting. We'll look for that schedule, and we'll be following your Twitter. All right, Shaq Brewster, thank you so much. And thank you so much for being with me this hour. I'm Vicki Wynn. The news continues right after this short break.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Vicki Wynn. My co-anchor Morgan Radford is off. Breaking now on NBC News Now, COVID diagnosis. The Biden administration announcing that the First Lady has tested positive for COVID. How the White House is responding and an update on her health. Primary day, voters heading to the polls right now in 2 states. What to watch for today in Alaska and Wyoming. Book battle, political activists taking on libraries, some fighting to keep certain books on the shelves, others wanting them banned. How libraries across the country are coping. social media safety, new parental controls rolling out on Snapchat, how to keep your kids safe with millions of children using this app every day. We are following breaking news at this hour. First Lady Jill Biden has tested positive for COVID-19. The White House says she's experiencing mild symptoms and she has been prescribed Paxlovid. Now, this all comes after President Biden's recent bout with COVID in late July and then again in early August when he had that rebound case. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins me now. Dr. Torres, good to see you. Now, we know the First Lady is fully vaccinated. She's also received 2 boosters. She is 71 years old. So what are White House doctors monitoring her for right now?
And Vicki's, like you mentioned, she right now has mild symptoms, and that's the reason she tested. And interestingly enough, this morning her antigen test was negative. They did a PCR test because of her symptoms, and that came out positive. And so what they're going to be looking for is how does she do over the next couple of days? Because we know that this disease can progress over a 2 or 3 day time period and start getting worse. And also they're going to look for that rebound that her husband had, President Biden had a few weeks ago, to make sure that doesn't happen a week or 2 from now as well. But the main thing is just following the CDC guidelines, making sure that her symptoms improve, she's fever free, and then she can come out of isolation but has to wear a mask for the next 5 days. So they're going to go ahead and follow those guidelines. The contacts around her will have to be looked at as well to make sure that they do what they need to do. And the main thing here is to keep Jill Biden safe, keep everybody around her safe as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that includes President Biden. We know he just finished his recent infection with COVID. How concerned should the president be about getting reinfected by the First Lady?
And Vicki, it is theoretically possible that he could get reinfected for a couple reasons. Number one, he is through his illness. He had that Paxlovid. He had a rebound like we talked about, but he is at the age where his immune system isn't as strong as it used to be, and so he could certainly get reinfected. And so we need to be concerned about that. He's going to up his testing routine to make sure that that doesn't happen, or if it does, they can take care of it. But on top of that, they did say he's a close contact. So because of that, he's going to mask for the next 10 days. He will test at day 6, like the CDC recommends, and go through the regular protocols. But being that close contact, he has to be careful of those he's around as well.
And while we have you, the CDC did recently update the COVID guidelines for kids. Take people through this. If you are exposed to COVID, someone who's been infected, what should you do right now?
So the main thing is if you're exposed to COVID, if you're showing symptoms, you want to test, you want to isolate, you want to make sure that you stay away from everybody else. If, on the other hand, you're not showing any symptoms, then you want to go ahead and mask for 10 days. They're saying you do not necessarily need to stay home like they said in the past. While you're doing that, watch for symptoms, wear that mask inside and outside every time you're around anybody, and take those extra precautions around people who could get sick from COVID even more so. On day 5, take a test. If it's positive, you go into isolation. If it's negative, you continue masking for the next 5 days, and then at that point, you can go ahead and take the mask off.
If you're in the clear and you have no symptoms.
Exactly.
All right, NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres, good to see you. Thank you. It is primary day in Alaska and Wyoming. Voters casting ballots there in high-profile races, including 2 big tests for 2 Republicans who voted to impeach former President Trump. All eyes on Wyoming, where outspoken Trump critic Liz Cheney is fighting to hold on to her House seat. It is a primary matchup pitting her against a slate of Republican opponents, including Trump-backed Harriet Hageman. In Alaska, another top target for Trump, incumbent Senator Lisa Murkowski. She, too, is facing a Trump-endorsed challenger in a closely watched Senate battle. We're also going to dig into the new way Alaska voters are choosing their candidates. We have a team of reporters here to help us break down all these key races. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is standing by in Anchorage, Alaska. We begin, though, with NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard in Wilson, Wyoming. Vaughn, polls did not look good for incumbent Liz Cheney this morning. You've been talking with the voters there over a matter of months. What are they saying now on Election Day about the candidates and the issues that matter the most to them?
Right. I mean, let's look at this, Vicki. We're talking about less than 300,000 voters here in the state of Wyoming, the least populated state in the union. And ultimately, there's about 4 Republicans to every 1 Democrat. So Democrats today could show up and change their voter registration to Republican to help out Liz Cheney. And we've talked to several folks that have. At the same time, what the results tonight, if in fact Liz Cheney loses to Trump-endorsed Harriet Hageman, the conversation is going to be about the extent to which Republican voters here in the year of 2022, amid these multiple layers of investigations into Donald Trump, are still loyal and allying with the candidates who have buddied up with him. Harriet Hageman is at the forefront of that. She is a longtime GOP activist, land use attorney here, but she has made, along with Donald Trump, Liz Cheney's impeachment vote after the January 6th attack, and then her helping helm the January 6th Select Committee as focus points of this campaign, suggesting, we've heard from voters who have used the words traitor and betrayal to describe Liz Cheney. This is the state of the Republican Party here today, and after a summer in which we've seen other Trump-backed candidates in GOP primaries be elevated, those Republicans who voted to impeach Donald Trump after the January 6th attack, either a great number of them either retired or lost. Liz Cheney is on the cusp of being another one of them, Vicki.
Well, speaking of focus, Liz Cheney's closing ad focused on Trump. She doubled down. She's made it very clear her goal is to do whatever it takes to keep Trump from ever entering the White House again. So if the results go as the polls say, they don't go Liz Cheney's way today, what are people saying about her political future? Does she stay in public service? Could this be a gateway to something bigger for her?
It's been made clear to me that Liz Cheney has no intention of going away. Whether she wins or loses here tonight, she intends to stay involved. And frankly, if you look at, if we could call them the resistance Republicans to Donald Trump, she's the one who has a fundraising network, is able to pull in millions of dollars. She has a long history within this Republican Party. We know that there are other Republicans across the country who are sympathetic to the fight that Liz Cheney has taken on, yet have been unwilling to mount the sort of out front vocal criticism of Donald Trump, knowing that their political futures would likely be on the line. And it's been suggested to me that she could even potentially run for president in 2024 here. If she weren't to run for president, though, it could be in the form of an outside super PAC. It could be in the form of creating an organization, to lift up the values that Liz Cheney and the Cheney family first got involved in politics 50 years ago on. For Liz Cheney, this is, I've been told, about more than one primary battle, but about a greater, longer-term fight to save, in her words, the democracy, the republic in this Republican Party.
All right, NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard for us there in Wyoming. Thank you, Vaughn. Let's now go to Anchorage, Alaska, and bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Good to see you out there. It looks a little chilly where you are. Let's talk about Lisa Murkowski, Ali. She is the only GOP senator running for re-election this year who voted to impeach Trump after January 6th. Yeah. Not surprisingly, Trump has endorsed one of her opponents. And in the House election, he's also supporting Sarah Palin. So what are voters saying there about Trump's influence as they head into the polls today?
Yeah, a little rainy, a little chilly here, but nonetheless, we are out here still talking about this race because of what it could tell us about what Trump's influence is nationally, but also here in Alaska, a state that values its independence, despite the fact that it's a red state that went for Trump by 10 points in 2020. And the open question here is what it means to have Trump's endorsement. And if that actually has sway with voters, according to the ones that I've talked to, that's not necessarily true. Listen. Trump has tried to put his stamp on this race. He's endorsed Palin. He's endorsed Kelly Tshibaka. Does that influence your decision making at all?
Not at all. Nope. I vote for policy and people and what they're doing at the time.
Are you a Trump backer outside of this race?
I'm kind of in between. Again, it's about policy. There are some great things that President Trump has done for the country, and there's some not so great things.
So it doesn't matter to you that Trump endorsed Palin?
I think it was a mistake. I voted for Trump the last 2 times. If he runs again, I'll vote for him again.
And look, what I said to that last voter there was, all right, so you're going to vote however you feel, even if it doesn't align with Trump's endorsement? And he said, yeah, I'm an adult. And that's sort of the feeling that I've heard from several voters on the ground here, which is that they want someone who will represent Alaska values. In some cases, that does mean someone conservative. But at least in that House race that features Sarah Palin, they have more than one conservative option in Nick Begich. And they also have a Democrat that's running, Mary Peltola. The way they're going to do that is by ranked choice voting. Those 3 faces that you see on the screen in the House primary, whichever of them comes in third, their voters are then reassigned based on who voters put second. That's how this ranked choice system works. And voters are trying it here for the first time today.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you about, Ali. Are you noticing confusion about this? And like, walk us through that scenario of if you get two people, what happens with a third candidate? How do they then decide from there? Or is it just automatic?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So if someone gets 50% outright, then this thing's over and no one has to be reassigned anywhere. But with a three-way primary like this, that is not what we are expecting. And again, the ranked choice system is being A, used for the first time, but B, only being used in this House race right now, because this is a race that is going to be for finishing out the term of the late Congressman Don Young, who passed away in March. So whoever wins tonight, or rather 2 weeks from now, when we're more likely to get these results, they're going to finish out this term that ends in January. And then come November, they're also going to do this again for the person who's going to serve a full 2-year term. But again, they've got 3 candidates. Voters got to rank 1 through 3. Whoever comes in third, their voters get reassigned. And that's how you get your victor here.
All right, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Thank you, Ali. We turn now to the search of Mar-a-Lago by the FBI, where there's now a battle over the potential release of the search warrant affidavit. The hearing has been set for Thursday, but the Justice Department is asking the judge to deny unsealing the documents, citing a risk to the investigation and the witnesses. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins me now. Julia, a number of news organizations, including NBC News, have requested the contents of this affidavit to be released to the public. So talk to us about the push-pull here between the public's right to know and how it could potentially tamp down some of the violent rhetoric we've been hearing online, with the judge's, decision that like this may jeopardize the investigation and also put witnesses at risk. There's a lot in the balance here.
Right. The judge has a lot to decide here. And what we heard from the Justice Department yesterday is that they are against unsealing this affidavit because they say that there are compelling reasons to continue to keep it sealed. And the FBI even put out a statement saying that this could be a roadmap to an investigation, and it could implicate witnesses whose cooperation they would still need in this ongoing investigation, which they call a national security matter, saying it has national security implications, saying this very much needs to stay as it is. But you have on the other side media organizations like NBC News, and Vicki, you know as well as I do that it is our job to inform the public about the inner workings of their government and for the American public to understand why a federal law enforcement agency would conduct a raid on a former president, and they need to know their reasons for going in, which may, of course, if these reasons show this overwhelming evidence that would lead to a raid, it could then tamp down some of that angry rhetoric we're seeing toward the FBI. We know many federal law enforcement agents feel threats after this raid last week. And at the other side, it could also help explain to people why this would be necessary in the first place. But we actually have Trump himself now calling for this to be unsealed, saying that there should be more transparency, possibly as a move to try to say, of course, there wouldn't be a reason. And of course, this affidavit would exonerate him somehow. That, though, may be a bit of a play that the former president is having right now.
Julie, I've got under a minute, but you have new reporting that Attorney General Merrick Garland decided to recommend the search after weeks of consideration. What went into that deliberation?
Yeah, that's right. My colleague Ken Delanian was able to speak to people inside the Justice Department who said that there were weeks of internal deliberations with senior Justice Department officials and the Attorney General himself over the decision to go forward with this raid. But they've emphasized that it's not because Garland himself was indecisive or had doubts about the raid, but just because he knew how high the stakes were, that they needed to get it right and have an overwhelming reason why you would conduct such a high-profile and highly political law enforcement operation.
And of course, it's rare that he signed off on it himself. All right, NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Thank you, Julia. And coming up, signing on the dotted line, the landmark Inflation Reduction Act becomes law this afternoon, just after the break, what it means for you, and also the messaging for Democrats and Republicans as they count down to the midterms.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Harry Styles!
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
President Biden is preparing to sign into law a landmark climate and health care bill later today. The Inflation Reduction Act is just the latest legislative achievement for the president. In the past 2 months, he has also signed bills aimed at boosting veteran health care, spurring American innovation, and curbing gun violence. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins me now. Mike, how significant is this IRA bill signing for the White House, and how soon are Americans expected to feel the actual impact of this new legislation?
Well, Vicki, you'll remember that President Biden, when he was vice president, got himself into a little trouble describing the signing of the Affordable Care Act as a big expletive deal by President Obama at the time. This is just as important, if not more, for this presidency. This represents a significant part of the domestic agenda that Biden ran on in the course of the campaign. It's so important, Vicki, he's coming back from vacation, interrupting his vacation to come here to the White House to do that. Now, as far as what we'll see in terms of the impacts of this legislation, you can really break it down into 3 different categories. Certain things that people will be able to take advantage of immediately are a mix of tax credits and tax rebates for the purchase of energy efficient products, of electric vehicles, things like that to weatherize your home. That's all under the climate umbrella of this legislation. The IRS will also immediately be able to start staffing up, hiring more auditors and other staff to really help enforce our tax laws, which was another significant component of this. Now, starting on January 1st of 2023, you'll see things like that $35 price of insulin for Medicare beneficiaries, the extension of Affordable Care Act subsidies also taking effect. And then there are some elements of this that won't take effect for much longer. The most significant is that we won't see until 2026 one of the main components that the White House will be celebrating as part of this law, and that's the ability of Medicare to negotiate directly the price of prescription drugs with pharmaceutical companies. It's a major component of this bill, but it's one that won't take effect for 3 years at least.
3 years, that's a long time. All right, Mike, how do Democrats plan to sell not only this bill to voters, but also the other ones that were passed this summer ahead of the midterms? How are they marketing that? And how will Republicans counter the messaging?
Yeah, you're going to see really Democrats making 2 points as far as not just this legislation, but others. The first is promises made, promises kept. I was covering the Biden campaign throughout, and a number of these proposals that Democrats have run on, not just in the last election cycle, but really election cycles for a long time, that's something that they're now able to say they really delivered on for the American consumer. You're also going to see the president really framing this as the special interests lost and the American people won. Now, Republicans, we saw it with Kevin McCarthy, the Republican leader of the House. He was talking about the IRS auditing, especially the ramp up that you're seeing there, is the fact that this is really just big spending that's not really going to benefit the average consumer.
All right, NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. Thank you, Mike. The former Trump Organization CFO is expected to plead guilty to criminal charges in a matter of days. The Manhattan District Attorney's Office indicted Alan Weisselberg. Two people familiar with the matter say the 74-year-old is set to be sentenced to 5 months in jail. He and the organization are accused of dodging taxes for more than a decade. In this case, Mr. Trump is not facing allegations of criminal wrongdoing. Well, first, it was book bans and challenges. Now it is funding. The fight public libraries now face, especially in rural towns, to provide for their communities. Stay with us.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Public libraries, particularly in rural counties, are dealing with a different kind of challenge, this time with funding and power. Some state legislators are passing new laws that critics say will politicize libraries like in Lawrence County, Kentucky. NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin spoke with members in that community about what's happening.
An area like this that is very rural, very low socioeconomic, exposing kids to diversity, inclusiveness, in whatever way that may be, is of the utmost importance.
Carly Pelfrey is at the helm of the Lawrence County Public Library in eastern Kentucky.
Gosh, the growth here in our library with our collection, with our staff, with our patrons, the county population has seen a little bit of growth too. A lot of positive changes. Also some changes that are a little concerning.
In April, legislators in the Bluegrass State overrode the governor's veto, approving SB 167, which will transform public library boards by turning over power to local county judges.
Prior to this bill, libraries were politically neutral. You know, our boards were neutral. We had no affiliation with a political party or a candidate or an elected official, and that's going to change.
Public libraries across the U.S. are being challenged on funding and censorship.
We've never witnessed the volume of challenges reported to our office in almost 20 years. We had 729 challenges reported to us in 2021.
The typical number reported in a year is less than half of that, according to Deborah Caldwell-Stone, who oversees the Office of Intellectual Freedom for the American Library Association.
What we're seeing is this attack on books that represent groups that have been traditionally marginalized in our communities, just as they're finding a place on the public stage.
Back in Kentucky, supporters of the bill here say it isn't meant to politicize libraries, but restore accountability to taxpayers instead.
Censorship wasn't even discussed. It was, how is this money appropriately spent? Now, if the counties choose to adopt the new appointment system and a different board gets on there, they're going to look at different content. Very possible. I can't tell you that that won't happen.
State Senator Philip Wheeler represents this district, and he helped shepherd this legislation across the finish line. It'll go into effect early next year.
I think what the problem is under the current system, it goes back to really a lack of diversity in outlook and diversity in opinion.
Under the new law, counties will have the choice to opt out of the new system.
If the county chooses to do nothing, the status quo reigns.
The legislation could give fiscal control of libraries to local officials, raising alarm in rural regions like Lawrence County, a community of 16,000.
A lot of our lawmakers, a lot of our legislatures are so out of touch with what public libraries actually do.
Beyond the usual books and DVDs, this library provides free lunches for kids during the summer. And with broadband inaccessible in some areas, they also provide internet and resources families may not have.
I didn't have a computer to use for college, and I would come here to work.
No other entity in town is putting on any free programs, any activities for the kids.
The trickle-down effect will affect our boards. It will affect our budgets. And if we don't have the funding to provide these kinds of services, then what happens?
Officials in Campbell County, Wyoming, voted to defund the local library in May, saying it lacked transparency around how it buys and discards books. But critics say it's their way of banning books they deem inappropriate.
We're actually seeing efforts to target school board elections and library board elections.
School libraries in Tennessee are now controlled by the State Board of Education instead of local boards after a bill was passed in April.
It's really sometimes frightening to see this effort to use public libraries and school libraries as tools of indoctrination.
In Jamestown Township, Michigan, voters rejected a property tax that makes up 84% of the local library's annual budget. Officials say this will likely force the library to close.
It really is insidious in every way, and it goes so far beyond funding.
Our thanks to NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin for that eye-opening report. Well, flights around New York City, thankfully, are mostly back on track today after some major delays. The FAA said yesterday that unexpected staff shortages were to blame for the delays. Government sources are saying COVID is not the reason for those who are out sick, and it's not an organized effort. But some of the delays at JFK were as long as 2 hours. Well, more than 50 million Snapchat users are younger than 18. Coming up, how to keep the app safe for your kids and the newest safety features you can try to use.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Well, Snapchat has 283 million active users every day. It is one of the most downloaded social media apps for tweens and teens. With roughly 20% of Snapchat users being under 18 years old, the app's age requirement is 13, but the company doesn't actually verify that information. So how can parents and guardians best keep their children safe? Parents Magazine editor-in-chief Grace Bastida is here to break it all down for us. Grace, thank you for being with me. I want to start with these safety settings. What are some of the quick, easy settings that we can turn on as parents to help protect our kids' privacy?
Well, thanks for having me on. Snapchat does have safety settings in place. For one, teens need to mutually know each other and accept each other as friends before they can even start communicating. So there's less of a chance that they'll receive messages from strangers. Friend lists are kept private, and minors do not have public accounts. And while the app allows for location sharing in real time, this feature should be left off to protect your family's privacy and prevent anyone knowing where your kid is at any time.
So important, that location services, you want that off, right, Grace? Let's talk about Snapchat's newest safety feature called Family Center. They just launched this. Our Kate Snow reported on that right here on this show last week. How does Family Center work?
Well, like you said, Vicki, a lot of Snapchatters are they could be under 13 because Snapchat does not verify this information. So that's why the app came up with the Family Center for kids under 18, allowing caregivers to view their kids' contacts and monitor their connections. But there is a catch. Grown-ups need their own Snapchat accounts to participate, and kids need to agree to opt in. And while parents won't be able to see the content their child is sending or receiving, they can see who their child has interacted with within the past 7 days and report any accounts they think are problematic.
Ah, I see. So as a parent, I would have to open a Snapchat account in order to be part of the Family Center, and then my kid has to approve me.
Yes, and you would have to learn to use your Snapchat account.
Okay, so we'll need some training on that. But I want to talk to you because you are a parenting expert. I've got 3 kids, 13, 10, 6 years old. We hear so much about why kids should not be on social media, especially young girls, right? What are some of the actual pros of allowing kids to use apps like Snapchat, and how important is it for parents to be involved in that?
So Snapchat is a fun way to communicate with friends since kids have missed out on so much socializing. And the app really promotes creativity in that it lets you edit photos, add captions, silly effects, filters. It also promotes critical thinking in that it has games and quizzes. Also, there are no likes or comments on Snapchat. It doesn't feed that hunger for approval that other social media apps do. And because photos disappear after view, it makes it harder for someone with bad intentions to go and find them later. As for the cons, disappearing photos also make it harder to track inappropriate content or bullying content. So again, it's up to parents to monitor their kids' usage. If they engage with someone you don't know, ask them how they know each other, and always keep the lines of communication open, coming from a place of curiosity, mutual respect, so that you're really encouraging that transparency with your kid from the get-go, and you get to be involved in their digital world.
All such great practical advice. Parents Editor-in-Chief Grace Bastidas, thank you so much for being with me.
Thanks so much, Vicki.
Well, there is a nationwide recall affecting more than 5,000 cases of Capri Sun drinks. Kraft Heinz is recalling the kid-friendly pouches because of possible contamination from a diluted cleaning product. Affected drinks are wild cherry flavored with an expiration date of June 25th, 2023. The company is asking customers to return any affected drinks. Well, when many Americans started working remotely during the pandemic, some companies began to track their employees' day-to-day performance. And now, with many more hybrid and remote jobs here to stay, employers are still tracking staff, with some jobs clocking every movement you make, even down to your keystrokes. So what do you need to know about this surveillance software? Take a look.
For many Americans, working from home is now more feasible than ever. One recent survey showing 58% of respondents say they can work remotely at least one day a week, with 35% having the option to work from home the entire week. And with more people operating outside of the office, some companies are stepping up worker tracking, or so-called tattleware or surveillance software. That is, supervisors monitoring daily activities through company-issued devices, including keyboard usage, screen time, clicks, and more.
I would definitely leave that company and try to seek a job elsewhere.
If it was a company I really admired and worked for, I wouldn't be bothered by it.
A recent New York Times investigation found 8 of the 10 largest private employers in the U.S. tracked the productivity metrics of their workers, many of them in real time, leading to many employees being subject to scores, trackers, idle buttons, and more, which can lead to lost wages and, in some cases, even terminations, according to the Times. Earlier this year, we chatted with business ethics professor J.S. Nelson, who told us people working somewhere with more than 500 employees should be on high alert.
Definitely need to think about being photographed, listening through your microphone, keystroke logging software. So recording what you are typing at any given time, what websites you're going to, who you're communicating with.
As increased productivity and transparency have been cited as benefits of everyday worker tracking, experts say workers being treated fairly is crucial.
When an employee doesn't feel the ability to control what's happening, how does it affect their behavior at work?
They feel less responsibility to do good work, to be the best employee they can be, to fully engage themselves. And monitoring strips that away. It takes them away from their work in that sense because they're not as engaged in it.
And with more and more employees already feeling burnt out, some workers argue not every job or task can be monitored digitally, often leading to real work falling outside of tracking data, including face-to-face meetings.
You simply can't track all the behaviors that go into a successful workday. You have to continue to focus on employees' work outputs, not necessarily the inputs.
And while there are creative options out there that might be able to help,
if you work from home, you need a mouse jiggler. It jiggles your mouse to make it seem like you're working.
Some are weighing whether to keep their jobs or take their talents elsewhere.
I know, a mouse jiggler. They've thought of everything. Legal and ethics experts say companies should be upfront about any surveillance software and also get written consent from employees. If you are a worker, ask your HR department and your IT department about how your data is being collected and used. All right, well, stay with us. Coming up, Social Security recipients struggling with surging inflation are about to get a major boost. Starting next year, beneficiaries could receive nearly $160 extra per month, thanks to the sky-high inflation reading for July. NBC News business reporter Rob Wiley joins us now with a closer look at this. Hey, Rob, thanks for being here. These new potential figures were estimated by a nonprofit advocacy group. So walk us through the calculations. $160 extra. How did they get to that number? And talk about how this is going to help people who are receiving Social Security benefits.
Thanks, Vicki. So every year, the Social Security Administration takes the inflation readings from July, August, and September to calculate the annual cost of living adjustment for Social Security beneficiaries. So we just got the July number, came in at a little under 9%. So this nonprofit group, the Senior Citizens League, took some calculations based on current inflation readings elsewhere to estimate what the readings are going to be for the next couple of months, and said that based on those readings, Social Security beneficiaries can expect a cost of living adjustment next year to come in at about $159.
Okay, Rob, so we got the CPI saying that the average price of food has gone up 10%. We got gas, which is finally coming down. But talk to us about, this increase. Is it going to be enough for Social Security beneficiaries to keep up with inflation?
That's a great question. So obviously the readings have been sky high this year, 40-year highs. Last year's inflation cost of adjustment was not enough to catch up with what we're seeing now. The reading was only about 5% for last year. So there's some catching up to do, but it's going to happen this year. Again, it's going to come in at about 9%, so that's above the 5% from last year. And yeah, And so the reading will, this is important for people on fixed incomes because this is the one-time inflation increase that they're going to get for the entire year.
Oh, very important. When do we think we're going to get a formal announcement that this is going to happen? And how quickly will we see it?
So we need the August and September readings to come in. So that will come in this fall, in October. So sometime after October is when we can expect those numbers to come in.
And then when will we see those checks? Next year?
Starting next year, exactly. It'll kick in right away on January 1st of 2023, and the numbers should start to go up from there.
All right, Rob Weil, thank you so much, Rob.
Thank you.
Big shakeups are hitting the streaming industry. From new partnerships to spinoffs, major changes could come to the way you watch your favorite shows. CNBC reporter Frank Holland joins me now. Frank, let's start with Paramount Plus. They are teaming up with Walmart. Talk to us about that new deal.
Hey, Vicki, great to be on with you. So if you ever watched Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, The Boys, my personal favorite, or Thursday Night Football in the last year, then you already know a big part of the story. Those shows and other programming is included if you're an Amazon Prime member. That, of course, comes with 2-day delivery on most items, 1-day delivery on some products as well. Walmart launched its own subscription service, Walmart Plus, 2 years ago as a competitor to Prime. It costs $98 a year and offers free shipping for online buys, free grocery delivery for orders over $35, and a number of other perks. Walmart Plus will also now include the basic plan for Paramount Plus, which is normally priced at $4.99 and includes commercials. For comparison, Amazon Prime is $139 a year. For Walmart, this is another way to compete with that signature Amazon service.
Yeah, so this is their answer to that. Okay, Frank, what about Disney? Disney now under renewed pressure to spin off ESPN and also to make some changes to its governing board. What's happening there?
Well, this push is coming from an activist investor or a large shareholder that wants to see changes they believe will improve either the stock price or the profitability of a company normally. In this case, Dan Loeb, founder of Third Point LLC, who recently acquired $1 billion worth of Disney stock. He wants to see Disney turn ESPN into its own company, as you mentioned, and also buy the rest of Hulu. Our parent company, Comcast, owns a stake in the streaming service and has already agreed to sell its 33% stake to Disney in about 2 years. But this activist investor wants to see that happen even sooner. Dan Loeb even sent a letter to the CEO, just kind of spelling out his thoughts, just kind of spelling out what he wants to see happen. The company has responded. They say they value the opinions of all investors, not too much more than that. Keep in mind, Loeb previously also held a big stake in Disney earlier this year, and he also pushed for Disney to launch Disney Plus. Disney stock moved higher on this news, but shares are actually down double digits year to date.
We'll be watching that. Frank, what about Warner Brothers Discovery? They're laying off workers. The job cuts are coming because of this HBO Max combining with Discovery Plus. What are we talking about in terms of the number of jobs expected to be affected?
Well, HBO Max is cutting about 14% of its staff, about 70 workers or so. And it's a cost-cutting measure ahead of the merger between HBO Max and Discovery Plus, according to CNBC sources. The cuts are primarily in casting, acquisitions, and reality TV divisions. Those positions had been led by the streamer's former chief content officer and are now seen as just basically not needed in the reimagining of this company. No shows are expected to be canceled. HBO Max has not officially commented on this, but it's seen as kind of a cost-cutting move and a way just to kind of move HBO Max in a new direction.
All right, Frank, you're so efficient. Let's get to question 4 before I let you go, which is we are getting new data that shows more streaming people are hopping from one service to another. So talk about customer loyalty and how that's starting to change.
Well, you know what? When it comes to streaming, there's not really a lot of customer loyalty. Vic, you mentioned you've seen Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, but that kind of comes free with Amazon Prime if you're an Amazon Prime customer. Most people, they kind of switch around. It just depends on what show's running at one time. One thing the streamers have done is they've stopped just kind of dumping all the episodes. I'm a big fan of that. I don't know about you. I like to see all the episodes there at one time. But if you look at what Disney Plus has done, you see one episode at a time. Very frustrating during Mandalorian and some other shows. And that's one way that these streaming services have combated it. But just in general, there's very little loyalty when it comes to streaming services. The one sticking point for a lot of these services, sports. If you have sports, you can get people coming back. And that's largely, just to kind of circle this all the way back, why Dan Loeb wants to see ESPN as its own company, because it has that crown jewel when it comes to streaming, live sports.
Live sports, and guess what, Frank, for you and me, good news, live news.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can't get that on delay. All right, Frank, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki.
Well, after suffering through several near-death experiences, a Chicago woman received a second chance at life. Her life-saving organ transplants right after this break. Stick with us.
welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
A Chicago woman spends more than 400 days in the hospital with multiple close calls where she nearly died. But a double transplant gave her a second chance at life. Here's NBC News anchor Tom Llamas.
In May of 2020, Chicago South Side resident Colette Hurd rushed to the ER after feeling short of breath.
So when I got there to the emergency room, they say, well, we know you're not going home.
The cardiologist on call diagnosed Colette with pulmonary hypertension, a type of high blood pressure that weakens the lungs and, in Colette's case, other organs.
So she had lung failure and kidney failure. And so she really required both a lung transplant and a kidney transplant together.
Colette was admitted to Northwestern's ICU and quickly placed on the transplant list for both lungs and a kidney.
She got much more sicker to the point that she required dialysis, and she was one of our sickest patients in the hospital.
While Colette's condition continued to deteriorate, the search for a new set of organs proved difficult.
She had an incredible amount of antibodies against any kind of organ donor tissue. So it was almost impossible for her to get a perfect match.
Through a year of waiting, Colette's husband, Dennis, and the ICU team celebrated Thanksgiving, Christmas, Valentine's Day, and St. Patty's Day.
Happy St. Patrick's Day. A lot of days, I didn't have anybody to talk to. So they would talk to me, and then we just established a relationship.
All part of a 422-day stay in the hospital. But even with all of those efforts to remain positive,
we had to take a major risk in her situation because she almost died on us multiple times, and she was getting to the point that she couldn't wait any longer.
The Northwestern transplant team decided they couldn't wait for a perfect match. They went ahead with a risky, unprecedented procedure.
So we had to accept organs, even though she had a positive cross match against them. And that really pushes the paradigm of what we know in transplantation.
And now, with a new pair of lungs and a new kidney.
I had to rename myself Colette 2.0. New and improved. It means a lot to me that I have a second chance at life.
After 422 days in the hospital, Colette 2.0 leaving with a smile.
Hey, girls!
Thankful for that team that never gave up.
They never gave up on me, you know, even though I had some other things going on with my antibodies, they never gave up. They always tried to think out the side of the box.
What an incredible story. Our thanks to Tom Yamas for that. Coming up, 2 giant names in games joining forces. All the excitement about the Dragon Ball and Fortnite collaboration. You don't want to miss this. That's coming up right after this break. Stay with us.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. It was less
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. It was less
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Top Story with Tom Yamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive. Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, here's what's popping now. Rapper ASAP Rocky is now being charged with assault after officials say he fired a handgun twice in the direction of a former friend. That shooting happened back in November in Hollywood. An arraignment is set for tomorrow. Rapper Nipsey Hussle now has a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame more than 3 years after his tragic death. His grandmother accepted the star on behalf of the family as hundreds of fans looked on to honor the artist. The rapper was shot and killed back in 2019 in the parking lot of one of his clothing stores. The star ceremony took place yesterday on what would have been Hussle's 37th birthday. And the Dragon Ball universe is coming to one of the most popular online video games. Fans will now be able to play as Goku along with other iconic characters from the popular series on Fortnite. Players can also take part in special Dragon Ball themed quests and even watch special episodes. All right, well, the NBA is getting involved in the upcoming midterm elections. For the first time in league history, the NBA will not host any games on Election Day. There will be NBA action the night before, though, with a focus on civic participation. This move comes after the league converted some of its basketball arenas into polling sites back during the 2020 election. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from outside the home of the Brooklyn Nets in New York City. Shaq, you sat down with the executive director of the NBA Social Justice Coalition. What did he say about why the league is making this change for these elections?
Well, they're saying this is an extension of what we saw from the league in 2020. You just mentioned that during that election, you saw about 24 teams use their arenas and facilities and convert them into election-related activities. So for some people, that was election day voting. Others, it was early voting. Others, it was absentee ballot processing. But they got heavily involved in that election, and they're trying to send the signal that they're taking the midterm elections just as seriously. I want you to listen to a little bit of that exclusive conversation that we had with the executive director of the league's Social Justice Coalition. It's a group that was formed right after the murder of George Floyd, a little bit after the shooting of Jacob Blake in Kenosha. Listen to what he said about how unusual this move is.
It's unusual. We don't usually change the schedule for an external event, but voting and election day are obviously unique and incredibly important to our democracy, and that's part of the value proposition that we want to make sure people understand, that voting is unlike anything else.
So we mentioned it's not just that there will be no games happening on Election Day, which is a pretty big departure when you look at the schedule of previous elections. One election in 2014, there were some 16 teams competing that night alone. You see there in 2018, there were 4 games, which means there were 8 teams competing in that night. But you also have that civic engagement night where all players are going to be playing the Monday before Election Day. This is essentially, and pardon the pun, a full court press from the NBA, trying to encourage as many fans as possible to participate in this next election.
Yeah, that leads me to my next question, Shaq. Where are these nights taking place? What arenas? What can fans expect on that civic engagement night right before Election Day?
A lot of that is still to be determined. We're going to get the full NBA schedule tomorrow at 3 p.m. That was part of the news that we broke this morning. Some of the sports fans cared more about when that schedule was coming out. But in that schedule, that will detail the home teams, and each home team will be having those civic participation events. And, you know, if you go to a sporting event, you've seen themed nights before. Sometimes it's about a bobblehead. Sometimes it's about honoring first responders. Well, in this instance, it's going to be giving those fans as much information as they can get about voting. In some cases, that's voter registration. Other instances, that's how you can get to the polls on election day. The bottom line is that will be the priority on the day before the midterm elections, Vicki.
All right, all really important information that fans will be getting. We'll look for that schedule, and we'll be following your Twitter. All right, Shaq Brewster, thank you so much. And thank you so much for being with me this hour. I'm Vicki Wynn. The news continues right after this short break.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Good Tuesday to you. I'm Vicki Wynn. My co-anchor Morgan Radford is off. Breaking now on NBC News Now, testing positive. The White House announcing the First Lady has COVID. The latest on her condition this morning. Document fight. The Justice Department asking a judge to keep an affidavit private in the investigation that led to the search of former President Trump's home in Florida. What lawyers say is in that document and what comes next. Criminal probe. Rudy Giuliani now the target of a criminal investigation into possible election interference. What this announcement means for Trump's former personal attorney. NBC News exclusive. The NBA making a major announcement right here. No games on Election Day, but the league has planned to increase civic engagement. Good to have you here. We begin with breaking news. First Lady Jill Biden has tested positive for COVID-19. The White House says she's experiencing mild symptoms. Now, this comes, as you may remember, after President Joe Biden's recent bout with COVID in late July and then in early August when he had a rebound case. I want to bring in NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal. Dr. Syal, thank you for being here. So the White House is saying the First Lady is fully boosted. She has had fully vaccinated, has had 2 boosters. Do we know she's getting that Paxlovid treatment, and what are the doctors going to be watching for here?
Yeah, so we do know, like you said, she is twice boosted. She is getting the Paxlovid, the antiviral pill that kind of brings down the levels of virus in your body. And so the main thing to be watching is, her vital signs, her energy levels. Is she tired, or is she, out and engaging? Is she eating? Is she not eating? Those kind of things. Her oxygen levels. We've talked about this, at length with people testing positive over the years. We always monitor their oxygen levels to see, is the virus really hitting their lungs hard?
Yeah, because this can be serious if it's in your respiratory system. So it's been more than a week since President Biden tested negative after his double bout with COVID. What is the White House looking for in this case? I mean, he's had a very busy couple of weeks with all the legislation passing. We saw him on a bike. So what do we know about his condition, fatigue, long COVID?
Yeah, so President Biden was twice boosted. He did take the antiviral pill. And Dr. Fauci has said this. With Paxlovid, there's a theoretical benefit that it may reduce the risk of long COVID. And so with Biden out and exercising again, it looks like he may be okay from that. We don't know for sure, but it's a reassuring sign. The thing to really watch for, and I'm sure they're going to keep a close eye on this, should he start to develop symptoms again? Right. It's very unlikely. He just got over a bout of COVID, but it's always possible.
And Dr. Syal, let's talk about the CDC. They recently changed their guidelines for school kids, right? Saying that, look, if you are exposed to COVID, but you're not symptomatic, you can wear a mask and still go to school, test again on day 5. What do we know about what's happening in the White House now with the First Lady testing positive and the protocols there to sort of remind people what we should be doing?
So the first thing you want to do is identify close contacts. And, we talk about this thing called incubation period. It's the time when you're exposed to the virus to the time you start to develop symptoms. It's usually about 2 days. So they're going to go back about 48 hours, kind of trace, everyone she was in contact with and keep a close eye on them. As far as the CDC guidelines go now, the reason it's 5 days that you want to test is because it takes some time for that virus to build up. So everyone will be masked, hopefully tested at day 5, and hopefully everyone will be okay.
All right, Dr. Akshay Syal, thank you for joining me this afternoon.
Thank you.
Well, a hearing to potentially unseal the search warrant affidavit used against former President Donald Trump has been set for Thursday. The Justice Department is asking the judge to keep that information sealed. A number of media organizations, including NBC News, are requesting that that information be made public. The affidavit contains the FBI's reasoning for searching Mar-a-Lago, including information about witnesses and other evidence. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins me now. Julia, why is the DOJ fighting to keep this affidavit secret, and what can we expect from this hearing coming up on Thursday?
Well, they say that there are national security reasons that would be implicated in this affidavit if it were unsealed. Now, we saw some of this evidence unsealed last week, like the warrant and property records, but we weren't able to see the affidavit. That's the thing that the judge would have had to consider in giving the FBI the right to go into Mar-a-Lago and conduct this raid last week. The DOJ put out a statement explaining why they are making the argument to the judge judge that he not unseal that affidavit, saying there remain compelling reasons, including to protect the integrity of an ongoing law enforcement investigation that implicates national security, that support keeping the affidavit sealed. So that's the Justice Department's argument, and that could win, Vicki. It's very often that a judge will decide that while an investigation is ongoing, that records like that should remain sealed because, say, for example, they name an informer, they give away some kind of information that could point to an informer. That could really complicate things for this investigation going forward. But the judge will hear arguments from both sides, including media organizations like ours who are fighting to unseal this affidavit at Thursday in Florida.
It is easy to understand the law enforcement side and reluctance to reveal the contents of this affidavit, Julia. But talk to people at home. Tell them why it's important that so many media organizations want to know. Why do they want to shed some sunshine on it?
Well, as you know, Vicki, it is our job to try to give people as much information as possible so that they can make informed decisions about their lives and about their government and about their former leaders. And in this case, this is such a deeply polarizing issue where you have Trump supporters who are now really questioning more than ever, even though they always have been questioning, the role of law enforcement like the FBI in this country. They see this as a witch hunt. They're believing what the former president is putting out on social media, that he's been targeted more than any other president, and that this is an unfair abuse of power. So they right now are questioning their very federal law enforcement bodies in their country. On the other side, you have some people who are really worried about what the former president might have. Are there potential threats to our national security, including nuclear codes? A lot of people want to know what was the basis for this search. Should they be worried about their own safety? And so we're trying to shed as much light on what led to this search as possible to be able to answer these deeply important questions on the minds of Americans right now.
Yeah, on behalf of the public. Julia, let me ask you about this. The FBI also took Trump's passports during the search. They have now been returned. But talk about how common that is for agents to seize items and then realize they are not part of the initial warrant. Was this an overreach or a common accident?
Incredibly common, Vicki. What happens when a team like this goes in is they have a limited amount of time. They're trying to grab as much paper as possible. Then there's a filter team on the other side that goes through and decides exactly what's critical for this investigation. They could go ahead, it would be likely in this case, take anything deemed classified that needs to be put in the National Archives, and anything that's not deemed important gets packaged up and sent back to the person who it was originally taken from. In this case, it seems that Trump might not have even been aware that these passports were taken from him. It was 2 expired passports and a diplomatic passport. Then he got an email, according to his spokesperson, that in fact the passports were going to be given back to him yesterday, and they did retrieve them, and we understand they're back in Trump's possession now. But it's incredibly common for there to be more material than is necessary for the investigation to be swept up in a raid like this.
All right, important perspective. Thank you. Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Thanks, Julia. Donald Trump's former personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, back in the spotlight. This time it is for his role in trying to overturn the 2020 presidential election. Giuliani's lawyer tells NBC News the former New York mayor has been notified that he is a target in the Fulton County, Georgia criminal investigation into election interference. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is tracking these developments for us and joins us now from Atlanta. Blaine, Giuliani had previously been told that he was a witness, but now his lawyer is saying he's been told he's a target. That's a big shift. What do we know about this change, and what does it mean for Giuliani in terms of whether or not he could actually be indicted?
Well, Vicki, it means that an indictment is a possibility, but it's certainly not a guarantee. We do know, as you mentioned, though, this is a shift in his status. You know, up until yesterday, in fact, he was told that he was a witness and considered so by the DA's office. The shift to target, though, does signify a shift in how he's considered by the district attorney. So all of this, though, the timing is just so interesting. It comes just hours before he is set to appear in front of the special grand jury in downtown Atlanta and be questioned on a wide range of things. You know, I think it's important to kind of remember why he is a central figure in all of this, why the DA wants to hear from him in the first place. Remember, all of this centers around a series of statements that he made before Georgia lawmakers back in late 2020, December of 2020. That's when he sat before legislative panels and essentially peddled a number of false conspiracy theories, false claims about Georgia's election, talking about suitcase stuffing and the voting machines. And you'll remember that's when he targeted those 2 black election election workers, the mother and daughter, essentially saying that they were behind this elaborate plot to tilt the election in Biden's favor. That certainly was false, and those two women have testified on Capitol Hill that they received death threats because of it. So we expect him to be questioned on all of those things, Vicki.
All right, Blaine, and this also comes at a time when Rudy Giuliani, a judge has rejected efforts by another Trump ally, Senator Lindsey Graham, to avoid giving testimony before the Georgia grand jury. So what's the status with testimony from Senator Graham now?
Well, the judge ordered that he has to come and appear, essentially saying that the district attorney has satisfied, made the case that it is necessary that he come down and speak truthfully before the grand jury. Now, Senator Graham's team has said that he plans to appeal that, but as it stands right now, he is ordered to come down and testify next week on August 23rd. Vicki.
All right, Blaine Alexander for us live in Atlanta. Thanks, Blaine. Voters are casting their ballots in a slate of primary matchups right now. We are watching Alaska and Wyoming, two states where former President Trump's influence is looming large over today's races. His top target in Wyoming, outspoken Trump critic Liz Cheney. She is facing an uphill battle to hold on to her seat in the House. While in Alaska, a well-known political name backed by Trump, Sarah Palin, bidding for a congressional seat of her own. We're going to get right to NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki standing by at the big board. Steve, walk us through these key races that you are watching today and talk about what's at stake here.
Yeah, I mean, all eyes, as you say, at least at the start of the night, are going to be on Wyoming. And we've talked about these Republicans. There were 10 of them in the House of Representatives who voted to impeach Donald Trump in the wake of January 6th. None more prominent and none more unrelenting since then than Liz Cheney. And so finally, this is sort of the electoral test that everything has been building to for her. Wyoming Republican primary. It's a statewide primary. There's one congressional district in the state. It's at large. So the entire state votes in this House race, in this Republican primary. Cheney being challenged by the Trump-endorsed candidate here, Harriet Hageman. There is a third candidate in the race. He hasn't got much traction. So for all intents and purposes, we expect this to be a two-person race tonight. And really, the polling has indicated that Cheney is well behind coming into today. The way this works is you have to be a registered Republican to vote in the Republican primary, but any voter can show up at the polls and register today as a Republican to take part in the primary. So in that sense, it kind of is open to all voters. There is a very, very wide disparity in the state in terms of registration, heavily Republican, to the extent that Cheney's campaign has been hoping to get some Democrats to flip over. Maybe they've got a few thousand who they've been able to get that from, but we're talking about more than 200,000 registered Republicans in the state. This has been the fate so far of those 10 Republicans who voted to to impeach Donald Trump. You see, there are two who survived primaries. We're getting down to the bottom of the list here. It's notable that the two who survived primaries did it in what they call top two primaries. It's very different than what's going on in Wyoming and than what happens in most states. In California and in Washington state, all candidates from all parties run on the same ballot, and the top two, regardless of party, advance to the general election. So David Valadao in California survived that way. Donald Trump stayed out of that race, by the way. He did not endorse anybody. That's also key. In Washington, Trump did endorse a Republican who was running against Dan Newhouse. Newhouse did finish in first place in that scramble. 25% of the vote is what he got. That was enough to get him into the general election. What I'm saying here is that neither one of these Republicans who survived got a real one-on-one test and got a majority of the vote. That's what it would take for Liz Cheney to win tonight in Wyoming. That's something that none of the Republicans who voted to impeach Trump have yet been able to do. So Cheney, big name, but a prohibitive underdog certainly in this race tonight. 9 o'clock Eastern, we should start to get some numbers. The other big race here to watch tonight, it's this special election, Alaska. Again, it's a House seat representing the entire state. Somewhat similar here in terms of they had a preliminary election. It's an open primary. Democrats, Republicans, all on the same ballot. There are three now who are in the final round for this special election for the House today. You see Sarah Palin, the biggest name, another Republican, Nick Begich, and one Democrat, Mary Peltola. Now, the way this is going to work is it's a ranked choice vote today. So folks are going out and they're saying, here's my first choice, here's my second choice, here's my third choice. It's going to take them a couple weeks to count everything up. So probably about 2 weeks from now, we're going to see whoever came in first, second, and third. Whoever finishes third gets eliminated, and their supporters, second-choice voters, get reallocated, and that's where the winner in this race comes from. And I think the suspense tonight is Palin Begich, the two Republicans, with one Democrat in the race. Does Peltola finish first? Who finishes second and is alive for that ranked choice vote?
We don't know how you keep it all in your mind, Steve Kornacki, but we appreciate it. Thank you for the perspective and the breakdown, as always.
You got it.
All right, well, coming up, signing on the dotted line, the landmark Inflation Reduction Act becomes law this afternoon. Coming up, what it means for messaging as Democrats and Republicans count down to the midterms.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
President Biden is preparing to sign into law a landmark climate and health care bill later today. The Inflation Reduction Act is just the latest legislative achievement for the president. In the past 2 months, he has also signed bills aimed at boosting veteran health care, spurring American innovation, and curbing gun violence. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins me now. Mike, how significant is this IRA bill signing for the White House, and how soon are Americans expected to feel the actual impact of this new legislation?
Well, Vicki, you'll remember that President Biden, when he was vice president, got himself into a little trouble describing the signing of the Affordable Care Act as a big expletive deal by President Obama at the time. This is just as important, if not more, for this presidency. This represents a significant part of the domestic agenda that Biden ran on in the course of the campaign. It's so important, Vicki, he's coming back from vacation, interrupting his vacation to come here to the White House to do that. Now, as far as what we'll see in terms of the impacts of this legislation, you can really break it down into three different categories. Certain things that people will be able to take advantage of immediately are a mix of tax credits and tax rebates for the purchase of energy-efficient products, of electric vehicles, things like that to weatherize your home. That's all under the climate umbrella of this legislation. The IRS will also immediately be able to start staffing up, hiring more auditors and other staff to really help enforce our tax laws, which was another significant component of this. Now, starting on January 1st of 2023, you'll see things like that $35 price of insulin for Medicare beneficiaries, the extension of Affordable Affordable Care Act subsidies also taking effect. And then there are some elements of this that won't take effect for much longer. The most significant is that we won't see until 2026 one of the main components that the White House will be celebrating as part of this law, and that's the ability of Medicare to negotiate directly the price of prescription drugs with pharmaceutical companies. It's a major component of this bill, but it's one that won't take effect for 3 years at least.
3 years, that's a long time. All right, Mike, how do Democrats plan to sell not only this bill to voters, but also the other ones that were passed this summer ahead of the midterms? How are they marketing that? And how will Republicans counter the messaging?
Yeah, you're going to see really Democrats making 2 points as far as not just this legislation, but others. The first is promises made, promises kept. I was covering the Biden campaign throughout, and a number of these proposals that Democrats have run on, not just in the last election cycle, but really election cycles for a long time, that's something that they're now able to say they really delivered on for the American consumer. You're also going to see the president really framing this as the special interests lost and the American people won. Now, Republicans, we saw it with Kevin McCarthy, the Republican leader of the House. He was talking about the IRS auditing, especially the ramp up that you're seeing there, is the fact that this is really just big spending that's not really going to benefit the average consumer.
All right, NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. Thank you, Mike. The former Trump Organization CFO is expected to plead guilty to criminal charges in a matter of days. The Manhattan District Attorney's Office indicted Alan Weisselberg. Two people familiar with the matter say the 74-year-old is set to be sentenced to 5 months in jail. He and the organization are accused of dodging taxes for more than a decade. In this case, Mr. Trump is not facing allegations of criminal wrongdoing. Well, first, it was book bans and challenges. Now it is funding. The fight public libraries now face, especially in rural towns, to provide for their communities. Stay with us.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby. I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
We're here to start conversations, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Public libraries, particularly in rural counties, are dealing with a different kind of challenge, this time with funding and power. Some state legislators are passing new laws that critics say will politicize libraries like in Lawrence County, Kentucky. NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin spoke with members in that community about what's happening.
In an area like this that is very rural, very low socioeconomic, exposing kids to diversity, inclusiveness, in whatever way that may be, is of the utmost importance.
Carly Pelfrey is at the helm of the Lawrence County Public Library in eastern Kentucky.
Gosh, the growth here in our library with our collection, with our staff, with our patrons, the county population has seen a little bit of growth too. A lot of positive changes. Also some changes that are a little concerning.
In April, legislators in the Bluegrass State overrode the governor's veto, approving SB 167, which will transform public library boards by turning over power to local county judges.
Prior to this bill, libraries were politically neutral. You know, our boards were neutral. We had no affiliation with a political party or a candidate or an elected official, and that's going to change.
Public libraries across the U.S. are being challenged on funding and censorship.
We've never witnessed the volume of challenges reported to our office in almost 20 years. We had 729 challenges reported to us in 2021.
The typical number reported in a year is less than half of that, according to Deborah Caldwell-Stone, who oversees the Office of Intellectual Freedom for the American Library Association.
What we're seeing is this attack on books that represent groups that have been traditionally marginalized in our communities, just as they're finding a place on the public stage.
Back in Kentucky, supporters of the bill here say it isn't meant to politicize libraries, but restore accountability to taxpayers instead.
Censorship wasn't even discussed. It was, how is this money appropriately spent? Now, if the counties choose to adopt the new appointment system and a different board gets on there, they're going to look at different content. Very possible. I can't tell you that that won't happen.
State Senator Philip Wheeler represents this district, and he helped shepherd this legislation across the finish line. It'll go into effect early next year.
I think what the problem is under the current system, it goes back to really a lack of diversity in outlook and diversity in opinion.
Under the new law, counties will have the choice to opt out of the new system.
If the county chooses to do nothing, the status quo reigns.
The legislation could give fiscal control of libraries to local officials, raising alarm in rural regions like Lawrence County, a community of 16,000.
A lot of our lawmakers, a lot of our legislatures are so out of touch with what public libraries actually do.
Beyond the usual books and DVDs, this library provides free lunches for kids during the summer. And with broadband inaccessible in some areas, they also provide internet and resources families may not have.
I didn't have a computer to use for college, and I would come here to work.
No other entity in town is putting on any free programs, any activities for the kids.
The trickle-down effect will affect our boards. It'll affect our budgets. And if we don't have the funding to provide these kinds of services, then what happens?
Officials in Campbell County, Wyoming, voted to defund the local library in May, saying it lacked transparency around how it buys and discards books. But critics say it's their way of banning books they deem inappropriate.
We're actually seeing efforts to target school board elections and library board elections.
School libraries in Tennessee are now controlled by the State Board of Education instead of local boards after a bill was passed in April.
It's really sometimes frightening to see this effort to use public libraries and school libraries as tools of indoctrination.
In Jamestown Township, Michigan, voters rejected a property tax that makes up 84% of the local library's annual budget. Officials say this will likely force the library to close.
It really is insidious in every way, and it goes so far beyond funding.
Our thanks to NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin for that eye-opening report. Well, flights around New York City, thankfully, are mostly back on track today after some major delays. The FAA said yesterday that unexpected staff shortages were to blame for the delays. Government sources are saying COVID is not the reason for those who are out sick, and it's not an organized effort. But some of the delays at JFK were as long as 2 hours. Well, more than 50 million Snapchat users are younger than 18. Coming up, how to keep the app safe for your kids and the newest safety features you can try to use.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Well, Snapchat has 283 million active users every day. It is one of the most downloaded social media apps for tweens and teens. With roughly 20% of Snapchat users being under 18 years old, the app's age requirement is 13, but the company doesn't actually verify that information. So how can parents and guardians best keep their children safe? Parents Magazine editor-in-chief Grace Bastida is here to break it all down for us. Grace, thank you for being with me. I want to start with these safety settings. What are some of the quick, easy settings that we can turn on as parents to help protect our kids' privacy?
Well, thanks for having me on. Snapchat does have safety settings in place. For one, teens need to mutually know each other and accept each other as friends before they can even start communicating. So there's less of a chance that they'll receive messages from strangers. Friend lists are kept private, and minors do not have public accounts. And while the app allows for location sharing in real time, this feature should be left off to protect your family's privacy and prevent anyone knowing where your kid is at any time.
So important, that location services, you want that off, right, Grace? Let's talk about Snapchat's newest safety feature called Family Center. They just launched this. Our Kate Snow reported on that right here on this show last week. How does Family Center work?
Well, like you said, Vicki, a lot of Snapchatters are they could be under 13 because Snapchat does not verify this information. So that's why the app came up with the Family Center for kids under 18, allowing caregivers to view their kids' contacts and monitor their connections. But there is a catch. Grown-ups need their own Snapchat accounts to participate, and kids need to agree to opt in. And while parents won't be able to see the content their child is sending or receiving, they can see who their child has interacted with within the past 7 days and report any accounts they think are problematic.
Ah, I see. So as a parent, I would have to open a Snapchat account in order to be part of the Family Center, and then my kid has to approve me.
Yes, and you would have to learn to use your Snapchat account.
Okay, so we'll need some training on that. But I want to talk to you because you are a parenting expert. I've got 3 kids, 13, 10, 6 years old. We hear so much about why kids should not be on social media, especially young girls, right? What are some of the actual pros of allowing kids to use apps like Snapchat, and how important is it for parents to be involved in that?
So Snapchat is a fun way to communicate with friends since kids have missed out on so much socializing. And the app really promotes creativity in that it lets you edit photos, add captions, silly effects, filters. It also promotes critical thinking in that it has games and quizzes. Also, there are no likes or comments on Snapchat. It doesn't feed that hunger for approval that other social media apps do. And because photos disappear after view, it makes it harder for someone with bad intentions to go and find them later. As for the cons, disappearing photos also make it harder to track inappropriate content or bullying content. So again, it's up to parents to monitor their kids' usage. If they engage with someone you don't know, ask them how they know each other, and always keep the lines of communication open, coming from a place of curiosity, mutual respect, so that you're really encouraging that transparency with your kid from the get-go, and you get to be involved in their digital world.
All such great practical advice. Parents Editor-in-Chief Grace Bastidas, thank you so much for being with me.
Thanks so much, Vicki.
Well, there is a nationwide recall affecting more than 5,000 cases of Capri Sun drinks. Kraft Heinz is recalling the kid-friendly pouches because of possible contamination from a diluted cleaning product. Affected drinks are wild cherry flavored with an expiration date of June 25th, 2023. The company is asking customers to return any affected drinks. Well, when many Americans started working remotely during the pandemic, some companies began to track their employees' day-to-day performance. And now, with many more hybrid and remote jobs here to stay, employers are still tracking staff, with some jobs clocking every movement you make, even down to your keystrokes. So what do you need to know about this surveillance software? Take a look.
For many Americans, working from home is now more feasible than ever. One recent survey showing 58% of respondents say they can work remotely at least one day a week, with 35% having the option to work from home the entire week. And with more people operating outside of the office, some companies are stepping up worker tracking, or so-called tattleware or surveillance software. That is, supervisors monitoring daily activities through company-issued devices, including keyboard usage, screen time, clicks, and more.
I would definitely leave that company and try to seek a job elsewhere.
If it was a company I really admired and worked for, I wouldn't be bothered by it.
A recent New York Times investigation found 8 of the 10 largest private employers in the U.S. tracked the productivity metrics of their workers, many of them in real time, leading to many employees being subject to scores, trackers, idle buttons, and more, which can lead to lost wages and, in some cases, even terminations, according to the Times. Earlier this year, we chatted with business ethics professor J.S. Nelson, who told us people working somewhere with more than 500 employees should be on high alert.
Definitely need to think about being photographed, listening through your microphone, keystroke logging software. So recording what you are typing at any given time, what websites you're going to, who you're communicating with.
As increased productivity and transparency have been cited as benefits of everyday worker tracking, experts say workers being treated fairly is crucial.
When an employee doesn't feel the ability to control what's happening, how does it affect their behavior at work?
They feel less responsibility to do good work, to be the best employee they can be, to fully engage themselves. And monitoring strips that away. It takes them away from their work in that sense because they're not as engaged in it.
And with more and more employees already feeling burnt out, some workers argue not every job or task can be monitored digitally, often leading to real work falling outside of tracking data, including face-to-face meetings.
You simply can't track all the behaviors that go into a successful workday. You have to continue to focus on employees' work outputs, not necessarily the inputs.
And while there are creative options out there that might be able to help,
if you work from home, you need a mouse jiggler. It jiggles your mouse to make it seem like you're working.
Some are weighing whether to keep their jobs or take their talents elsewhere.
I know, a mouse jiggler. They've thought of everything. Legal and ethics experts say companies should be upfront about any surveillance software and also get written consent from employees. If you are a worker, ask your HR department and your IT department about how your data is being collected and used. All right, well, stay with us. Coming up, Social Security recipients struggling with surging inflation are about to get a major boost. Starting next year, beneficiaries could receive nearly $160 extra per month, thanks to the sky-high inflation reading for July. NBC News business reporter Rob Wiley joins us now with a closer look at this. Hey, Rob, thanks for being here. These new potential figures were estimated by a nonprofit advocacy group. So walk us through the calculations. $160 extra. How did they get to that number? And talk about how this is going to help people who are receiving Social Security benefits.
Thanks, Vicki. So every year, the Social Security Administration takes the inflation readings from July, August, and September to calculate the annual cost of living adjustment for Social Security beneficiaries. So we just got the July number, came in at a little under 9%. So this nonprofit group, the Senior Citizens League, took some calculations based on current inflation readings elsewhere to estimate what the readings are going to be for the next couple of months, and said that based on those readings, Social Security beneficiaries can expect a cost of living adjustment next year to come in at about $159.
Okay, Rob, so we got the CPI saying that the average price of food has gone up 10%. We got gas, which is finally coming down. But talk to us about, this increase. Is it going to be enough for Social Security beneficiaries to keep up with inflation?
That's a great question. So obviously the readings have been sky high this year, 40-year highs. Last year's inflation cost of adjustment was not enough to catch up with what we're seeing now. The reading was only about 5% for last year. So there's some catching up to do, but it's going to happen this year. Again, it's going to come in at about 9%, so that's above the 5% from last year. And yeah, and so the reading will. This is important for people on fixed incomes because this is the one-time inflation increase that they're going to get for the entire year.
Oh, very important. When do we think we're going to get a formal announcement that this is going to happen, and how quickly will we see it?
So we need the August and September readings to come in. So that will come in this fall, in October. So sometime after October is when we can expect those numbers to come in.
And then when will we see those checks? Next year?
Starting next year, exactly. It'll kick in right away on January 1st of 2023, and the numbers should start to go up from there.
All right, Rob Weil, thank you so much, Rob.
Thank you.
Big shakeups are hitting the streaming industry. From new partnerships to spin-offs, major changes could come to the way you watch your favorite shows. CNBC reporter Frank Holland joins me now. Frank, let's start with Paramount Plus. They are teaming up with Walmart. Talk to us about that new deal.
Hey, Vicki, great to be on with you. So if you ever watched Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, The Boys, my personal favorite, or Thursday Night Football in the last year, then you already know a big part of the story. Those shows and other programming is included if you're an Amazon Prime member. That, of course, comes with 2-day delivery on most items, 1-day delivery on some products as well. Walmart launched its own subscription service, Walmart Plus, 2 years ago as a competitor to Prime. It costs $98 a year and offers free shipping for online buys, free grocery delivery for orders over $35, and a number of other perks. Walmart Plus will also now include the basic plan for Paramount Plus, which is normally priced at $4.99 and includes commercials. For comparison, Amazon Prime is $139 a year. For Walmart, this is another way to compete with that signature Amazon service.
Yeah, so this is their answer to that. Okay, Frank, what about Disney? Disney now under renewed pressure to spin off ESPN and also to make some changes to its governing board. What's happening there?
Well, this push is coming from an activist investor or a large shareholder that wants to see changes they believe will improve either the stock price or the profitability of a company normally. In this case, Dan Loeb, founder of Third Point LLC, who recently acquired $1 billion worth of Disney stock. He wants to see Disney turn ESPN into its own company, as you mentioned, and also buy the rest of Hulu. Our parent company Comcast owns a stake in the streaming service and has already agreed to sell its 33% stake to Disney in about 2 years. But this activist investor wants to see that happen even sooner. Dan Loeb even sent a letter to the CEO, just kind of spelling out his thoughts, just kind of spelling out what he wants to see happen. The company has responded. They say they value the opinions of all investors, not too much more than that. Keep in mind, Loeb previously also held a big stake in Disney earlier this year, and he also pushed for Disney to launch Disney Plus. Disney stock moved higher on this news, but shares are actually down double digits here to date.
We'll be watching that. Frank, what about Warner Brothers Discovery? They're laying off workers. The job cuts are coming because of this HBO Max combining with Discovery Plus. What are we talking about in terms of the number of jobs expected to be affected?
Well, HBO Max is cutting about 14% of its staff, about 70 workers or so. And it's a cost-cutting measure ahead of the merger between HBO Max and Discovery Plus, according to CNBC sources. The cuts are primarily in casting, acquisitions, and reality TV divisions. Those positions had been led by the streamer's former chief content officer and are now seen as just basically not needed in the reimagining of this company. No shows are expected to be canceled. HBO Max has not officially commented on this, but it's seen as kind of a cost-cutting move and a way just to kind of move HBO Max in a new direction.
All right, Frank, you're so efficient. Let's get to question 4 before I let you go, which is we are getting new data that shows more streaming people are hopping from one service to another. So talk about customer loyalty and how that's starting to change.
Well, you know what? When it comes to streaming, there's not really a lot of customer loyalty. Vic, you mentioned you've seen Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, but that kind of comes free with Amazon Prime if you're an Amazon Prime customer. Most people, they kind of switch around. It just depends on what show is running at one time. One thing the streamers have done is they've stopped just kind of dumping all the episodes. I'm a big fan of that. I don't know about you. I like to see all the episodes there at one time. But if you look at what Disney Plus has done, you see one episode at a time. Very frustrating during Mandalorian and some other shows. And that's one way that these streaming services have combated it. But just in general, there's very little loyalty when it comes to streaming services. The one sticking point for a lot of these services, sports. If you have sports, you can get people coming back.
Right.
And that's largely, just to kind of circle this all the way back, why Dan Loeb wants to see ESPN as its own company, because it has that crown jewel when it comes to streaming, live sports.
Live sports, and guess what, Frank? For you and me, good news, live news.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can't get that on delay. All right, Frank, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki.
Well, after suffering through several near-death experiences, a Chicago woman received a second chance at life. Her life-saving organ transplants right after this break. Stick with us.
Dateline, Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
A Chicago woman spends more than 400 days in the hospital with multiple close calls where she nearly died. But a double transplant gave her a second chance at life. Here's NBC News anchor Tom Yamas.
In May of 2020, Chicago South Side resident Colette Hurd rushed to the ER after feeling short of breath.
So when I got there to the emergency room, they say, well, we know you're not going home.
The cardiologist on call diagnosed Colette with pulmonary hypertension, a type of high blood pressure that weakens the lungs and, in Colette's case, other organs.
So she had lung failure and kidney failure. And so she really required both a lung transplant and a kidney transplant together.
Colette was admitted to Northwestern's ICU and quickly placed on the transplant list for both lungs and a kidney.
She got much more sicker to the point that she required dialysis, and she was one of our sickest patients in the hospital.
While Colette's condition continued to deteriorate, the search for a new set of organs proved difficult.
She had an incredible amount of antibodies against any kind of organ donor tissue. So it was almost impossible for her to get a perfect match.
Through a year of waiting, Colette's husband Dennis and the ICU team celebrated Thanksgiving, Christmas, Valentine's Day, and St. Patty's Day.
Happy St. Patrick's Day! A lot of days I didn't have anybody to talk to. So they would talk to me, and then we just established a relationship.
All part of a 422-day stay in the hospital. But even with all of those efforts to remain positive,
we had to take a major risk in her situation because she almost died on us multiple times, and she was getting to the point that she couldn't wait any longer.
the Northwestern transplant team decided they couldn't wait for a perfect match. They went ahead with a risky, unprecedented procedure.
So we had to accept organs, even though she had a positive cross match against them. And that really pushes the paradigm of what we know in transplantation.
And now, with a new pair of lungs and a new kidney.
I renamed myself Colette 2.0. I'm doing improved. It means a lot to me that I have a second chance at life.
After 422 days in the hospital, Colette 2.0 leaving with a smile.
Hey, girls!
Thankful for that team that never gave up.
They never gave up on me, you know, even though I had some other things going on with my antibodies, they never gave up. They always tried to think out the side of the box.
What an incredible story. Our thanks to Tom Yamas for that. Coming up, two giant names in games joining forces. All the excitement about the Dragon Ball and Fortnite collaboration. You don't want to miss this. That's coming up right after this break. Stay with us.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
All right, here's what's popping now. Rapper ASAP Rocky is now being charged with assault after officials say he fired a handgun twice in the direction of a former friend. That shooting happened back in November in Hollywood. An arraignment is set for tomorrow. Rapper Nipsey Hussle now has a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame more than 3 years after his tragic death. His grandmother accepted the star on behalf of the family as hundreds of fans looked on to honor the artist. The rapper was shot and killed back in 2019 in the parking lot of one of his clothing stores. The star ceremony took place yesterday on what would have been Hussle's 37th birthday. And the Dragon Ball universe is coming to one of the most popular online video games. Fans will now be able to play as Goku along with other iconic characters from the popular series on Fortnite. Players can also take part in special Dragon Ball themed quests and even watch special episodes. All right, well, the NBA is getting involved in the upcoming midterm elections. For the first time in league history, the NBA will not host any games on Election Day. There will be NBA action the night before, though, with a focus on civic participation. This move comes after the league converted some of its basketball arenas into polling sites back during the 2020 election. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from outside the home of the Brooklyn Nets in New York City. Shaq, you sat down with the executive director of the NBA Social Justice Coalition. What did he say about why the league is making this change for these elections?
Well, they're saying this is an extension of what we saw from the league in 2020. You just mentioned that during that election, you saw about 24 teams use their arenas and facilities and convert them into election-related activities. So for some people, that was election day voting. Others, it was early voting. Others, it was absentee ballot processing. But they got heavily involved in that election, and they're trying to send the signal that they're taking the midterm elections just as seriously. I want you to listen to a little bit of that exclusive conversation that we had with the executive director of the league's Social Justice Coalition. It's a group that was formed right after the murder of George Floyd, a little bit after the shooting of Jacob Blake in Kenosha. Listen to what he said about how unusual this move is.
It's unusual. We don't usually change the schedule for an external event, but voting and election day are obviously unique and incredibly important to our democracy, and that's part of the value proposition that we want to make sure people understand, that voting is unlike anything else.
So we mentioned it's not just that there will be no games happening on Election Day, which is a pretty big departure when you look at the schedule of previous elections. One election in 2014, there were some 16 teams competing that night alone. You see there in 2018, there were 4 games, which means there were 8 teams competing in that night. But you also have that civic engagement night where all players are going to be playing the Monday before Election Day. This is essentially, and pardon the pun, a full court press from the NBA, trying to encourage as many fans as possible to participate in this next election.
Yeah, that leads me to my next question, Shaq. Where are these nights taking place? What arenas? What can fans expect on that civic engagement night right before Election Day?
A lot of that is still to be determined. We're going to get the full NBA schedule tomorrow at 3 p.m. That was part of the news that we broke this morning. Some of the sports fans cared more about when that schedule was coming out. But in that schedule, that will detail the home teams, and each home team will be having those civic participation events. And, you know, if you go to a sporting event, you've seen themed nights before. Sometimes it's about a bobblehead. Sometimes it's about honoring first responders. Well, in this instance, it's going to be giving those fans as much information as they can get about voting. In some cases, that's voter registration. Other instances, that's how you can get to the polls on election day. The bottom line is that will be the priority on the day before the midterm elections, Vicki.
All right, all really important information that fans will be getting. We'll look for that schedule, and we'll be following your Twitter. All right, Shaq Brewster, thank you so much. And thank you so much for being with me this hour. I'm Vicki Wynn. The news continues right after this short break.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, primary focus. Voters in 2 states casting their ballots today. Why this election could be a bellwether for the Republican Party. Testing positive, First Lady Jill Biden diagnosed with COVID-19. What we're learning about her condition and her close contacts. Criminal charges. The former top money man in the Trump organization expected to plead guilty in a tax case. What it could mean for the former president. And chew on this, why dining out might actually be less expensive than eating in. I'm Aaron Gilchrist at NBC News headquarters in New York. It's 2 p.m. here, 11 a.m. out west, and we begin with Decision 2022 and a major test of Donald Trump's influence on the Republican Party. In Wyoming, Congresswoman Liz Cheney is in the primary fight of her life, her political life today, taking on Harriet Hageman, the candidate endorsed by the former president. We're also watching 2 primaries in Alaska. Sarah Palin trying to make a political comeback, vying for an open House seat. And Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski is hoping to fend off 18 challengers and return to Washington next term. Leading us off this hour, NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard and our senior political editor Mark Murray. Vaughn, first to you. You're in Jackson, Wyoming again for us today. Set up the stakes here for Liz Cheney tonight. How much of an uphill battle does she really have?
Right, Aaron, this is really the race that ultimately will cap off this primary season in which you've seen Donald Trump endorsed candidates propelled to their party's nominations. But this one is the one that Donald Trump called the most important to him. And that's for the reason that Liz Cheney has helped helm the January 6th Select Committee as its vice chair, voted to impeach him, and is really the chief antagonist to him over the last year and a half here. But then you've got Harriet Hageman, who is the Trump-endorsed candidate in this primary, a fellow Republican, longtime GOP activist, somebody who actually used to help the campaigns of Liz Cheney, also a land use attorney here. And when you go around the state, you hear from voters that are frustrated with Liz Cheney and discontent that her focus has been so heavily on Donald Trump. Now, on Liz Cheney's side of this, her allies contend that this is exactly what she said that she would do when she ran for Congress, and that was to go and uphold the Constitution and hold those to account. Of course, Donald Trump at the forefront of all that.
Well, Vaughn, there's this really interesting trend that you've been seeing on the ground there in Wyoming, right? Democrats switching their party affiliation so they can vote for Liz Cheney. Talk to us about what voters are saying about why they're doing that.
Well, this is a situation in which Liz Cheney, number one, needs Democrats to change their party registration and vote for her in order to make up that deficit that she is going to undoubtedly have with Republican voters here. I want to let you just hear from Sue Green, one of those voters in Laramie who we met along the way.
A month ago, I changed my affiliation to Republican so that I could vote for Liz Cheney because she has common sense and she promotes democracy, and the other ones do not.
Aaron, we've talked to a great number of Democrats who said that if you had told them 20, 30 years ago that they would be voting for a Cheney, they would have turned their head on a full 360 angle here. But that's the reality that's playing out today on the ground.
Yeah, reality is so unfamiliar for a lot of people these days when it comes to politics. Vaughn, I do need to ask, though, you know, if Cheney does indeed lose her House seat there in Wyoming, that doesn't mean that it's the end of her political career, right?
No, I say that this is just the first battle that she intends to make here as part of a longer, larger fight to make sure that Donald Trump never returns to the White House and that she will do whatever it takes. And that could even mean a potential 2024 presidential run, or it could be the creation of a super PAC or an organization intended to try to restructure the Republican Party in the eyes of Liz Cheney and other Republicans who, I think represent a Republican Party that predated Donald Trump here and have watched their voters overwhelmingly en masse move to this sort of new era, new right, new Republican Party under Donald Trump.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard for us in Jackson, Wyoming today. Vaughn, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray now. Mark, I want to start with this primary race in Alaska that we're paying attention to. The former vice presidential candidate Sarah Palin running for a House seat there. She has the backing of the former president Donald Trump. Talk to us about the impact that could have on this particular race.
You know, Aaron, it could end up having an impact. And Sarah Palin in the original grouping of the primary where you ended up having the top 4 candidates advance the general election, she came out on top, obviously helped by that name identification as well as that endorsement from former President Donald Trump. But what's important to note that we're going to see from in Alaska is that if no one gets an outright majority in this race, and now it's really reduced to 3 candidates plus write-in ballots, it goes to ranked choice voting. And so all of a sudden, it also not only helps to be able to have someone like Donald Trump's endorsement in the state that he carried by a sizable margin, but it also helps to have crossover appeal. And can you get votes from Democrats and independents and people in the persuadable middle? And that's what we might end up seeing with this ranked choice voting. And so it's going to be really unpredictable how it plays out. And we're not going to know for weeks just because of the amount of time it takes to count these ranked choice ballots. Aaron.
A lot of sleepless nights ahead for you doing the math on these things and working it out. But it'll be interesting, really interesting to watch. You're right. I do want to ask you, too, about Lisa Murkowski, the Republican senator who's facing really a huge field of challengers, 18 people going up against her, not to mention that she obviously has drawn the ire of Donald Trump and his supporters. Talk to us a little bit about that race. What are her odds?
Yeah, her odds are actually in pretty good shape, at least at this point. And this is the other big change that Alaska made to its primary system and the whole election system is that they end up having a top 4 primaries. And so what ends up happening is that you have a group of 18, 20 candidates, and the top of 4 vote getters, regardless of party, advance to the general election. And Lisa Murkowski, because she's the sitting senator, as well as having potential crossover appeal, would end up benefiting under this kind of system, Aaron.
All right, our senior political editor Mark Murray for us in our D.C. bureau today. Mark, thank you. First Lady Jill Biden has COVID-19. The White House is announcing today that she tested positive on a PCR test after showing some mild symptoms last night. She and the president had been vacationing together in South Carolina. Now, President Biden giving a thumbs up on his way back to Washington today as he is boarding Air Force One on the video you see here. That's when he was asked about how the First Lady is feeling. I want to bring in NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli and senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres as well. Mike, I'll start with the First Lady if we can. What do we know about how she's doing today?
Well, the president just stepped off Air Force One a few moments ago, and when he was asked that very question, he sort of shrugged to say, yeah, she's doing fine. No big deal. That's really been the approach of the White House, both with the president and his own recent COVID stint, and now the First Lady. She is experiencing some mild symptoms, but as the White House points out, she is double vaccinated, double boosted, and she has been given that treatment for Paxlovid, and so they expect that she'll have a very quick recovery here. Now, as it relates to the president, the White House saying that he has tested negative, and remember, he does have those antibodies, so there's less concern about potentially him contracting this yet again. He will wear a mask indoors when he is indoors, and they will increase his testing cadence as a result of the First Lady's test, but still no concern, and he's proceeding with his events today.
Well, let me bring in Dr. John here to sort of confirm maybe what Mike has just said here, Doc. The president, we know, tested negative for COVID last week after he had that rebound experience after taking Paxlovid. Is there any risk to the president here?
And Aaron, there is a small risk to the president, but on the positive side, like Mike said, he's double boosted, he's double vaccinated. He had COVID up until about a week ago, and so he's got antibodies from that as well, which protect him. But on the negative side, he is 79 years old, and so that means his immune system isn't as robust as it used to be, and so it could theoretically cause him to get infected again. And that's one of the reasons he's wearing the mask. He's up to his testing tempo, one, to follow the CDC guidelines, but also make sure he doesn't get sick, because again, even though the risk is small, the risk is present, Aaron.
And so, Mike, let's talk about what the president's doing today. He's set to sign this Inflation Reduction Act into law this afternoon. What's the White House saying about how soon we might actually see some real impacts from that new law?
Yeah, the president taking that quick detour from his vacation to sign into law one of the signature accomplishments of his time in office so far. We do expect Senator Joe Manchin to be among those at this smaller signing ceremony, with a bigger ceremony to follow next month. Now, as far as when we'll see some of the impacts of this law, there are some immediate benefits when the law goes into effect, especially around its clean energy provisions, rebates and tax credits and the like. Starting on January 1st, you'll see some other benefits like the extended Affordable Care Act subsidies. But one of the most important components of this law, and one of the things that Democrats really want to run on, doesn't take effect till 2026, and that has to do with negotiating directly with pharmaceutical companies the cost of prescription drugs. It'll take a little longer for those costs to go down.
All right, Mike Menley for us at the White House. Dr. John Torres with us as well. Thank you both. A federal judge will hear arguments this Thursday about unsealing the affidavit from the FBI search of Mar-a-Lago. Former President Donald Trump calling for its immediate release. The Justice Department, however, wants to keep that sealed, citing its ongoing investigation and the need to protect witnesses. Several news organizations, including NBC News, have requested making the affidavit public. NBC News Justice correspondent Ken Delanian is joining me now from D.C. So, Ken, what else can you tell us about this hearing on Thursday?
Good afternoon, Aaron. Well, lawyers for NBC and other news organizations will be able to make their case for why they think this affidavit should be unsealed. But the Justice Department filing yesterday was actually quite revelatory in asking to keep this affidavit secret. What they're saying is this wasn't just about getting the documents back. There is a whole pending criminal investigation here, and they say the secrets of that investigation would be exposed if this affidavit were made public, including the names of witnesses, including grand jury information, which is secret by law, and they say strategies and essentially the scope of the investigation. And generally, the government wins when it asserts those arguments. But leaving that aside, whoever wins, whether it's unsealed, we learned a lot. We learned that there is a massive criminal investigation going on that is still unfolding into how those documents got there and whether any laws were broken. Aaron.
Well, Ken, you also have some new reporting about Attorney General Merrick Garland's decision to get that search warrant that we saw executed last week. What have you learned?
Well, I've learned, as was first reported in the Wall Street Journal, I've confirmed that Garland spent a good deal of time and deliberation before he made this decision, over a period of several weeks, really, and had a lot of meetings with senior FBI officials and Justice Department officials. And, you know, some critics are suggesting that that's indecision or that he was wishy-washy about it. A lot of other analysts, though, look at this as one of the most momentous decisions that a modern attorney general has made, particularly if this is more than just about getting the classified documents back. So it's really not surprising that he took some time to make this decision, Aaron.
And Ken, I want to ask you very quickly, former President Trump's passports have been returned to him after that search at Mar-a-Lago. What are the DOJ and the FBI saying about that particular issue?
Well, they're saying that they were taken either inadvertently or whatever, under whatever circumstances they were taken. A filter team, which was going through the material, decided they weren't relevant to the investigation, so they gave them back. And it really looks like from the email chain that Trump didn't even know his passports were gone until the Justice Department notified his lawyers that they were going to give them back, and then Trump tweeted about it, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delanian in our D.C. bureau today. Ken, thank you. Now, former President Trump's organization's CFO, Alan Weisselberg, is expected to plead guilty to tax evasion in New York. That plea could happen as soon as Thursday. Weisselberg was indicted last summer and is scheduled to face trial in the fall. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley is joining me now. So, Ryan, first, let's go back a little bit if we can here. Remind our viewers about the case against Alan Weisselberg.
Sure. So this is all about tax avoidance. Essentially, it's a scheme that the prosecutors say happened over the course of 15 years to essentially help high-level Trump organization officials avoid paying taxes through various sort of mechanisms involving perhaps paying for school directly for children of children of some of those high-ranking officials. Just basically ways to avoid paying the amount of taxes that they're supposed to pay here. So 5 months is potentially what the sentence that he could be looking at, based on some great reporting from Tom Winter up there. That's essentially what we're looking at going forward when he takes this guilty plea potentially on Thursday, Aaron.
Do we know any details about the deal here, Ryan, about this plea deal, and how could this impact New York's investigation of the larger Trump organization?
Yeah, so as Jonathan Dienst and Tom Winter reported, there's essentially this investigation. It doesn't involve cooperation necessarily against his former employer. So he's going to be taking a hit here, but isn't going to get credit, that he would if he had been cooperating, for example. So he might end up spending around 5 months behind bars, but this isn't necessarily going to aid that broader investigation. Of course, as a result of that investigation, there may be a bunch of information that prosecutors have turned up that is usable, but they're not going to get it directly from the horse's mouth, so to speak, here, Aaron.
All right, Ryan Riley in our D.C. newsroom today. Ryan, thank you. Well, stay with us. More home builders hitting pause thanks to rising prices and simmering consumer confidence. Coming up, what you need to know if you're in the market for a new home.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The Seduction. Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
General Motors is recalling nearly 500,000 SUVs. There's a problem that can cause the third-row seatbelt to malfunction. The recall covers Chevy Suburbans and Tahoes, as well as Cadillac Escalades and GMC Yukons. We're talking about the 2021 and 2022 model years here. GM says it's not aware of any injuries from those problems. Well, a poor report card today for the housing market. The number of new houses under construction fell nearly 10% in July. Building permits were also down, though not quite as much. CNBC real estate correspondent Diana Olick is joining me now. So, Diana, it's the lowest rate for new construction in about a year and a half, roughly. Talk to us about what's behind these numbers.
Well, it's really just demand, Aaron, or lack thereof. The builders are not seeing it the way they did just even 3 months ago, and that's because of rising mortgage rates. You have mortgage rates about 40% higher now than they were really at the start of this year, and that makes affordability very difficult for buyers out there. So the builders are just not seeing people coming through the showrooms. They're not seeing signed contracts for sales, and their sales expectations over the next 6 months are really low. So what do? They slow down the building process, and it's really kind of crazy because just a year ago, we were talking about how builders were slowing sales because they were afraid they wouldn't be able to build the homes fast enough to meet the demand. Now we have just the opposite problem, Aaron.
So is this pretty universal, Diana? I mean, are there parts of the country that are doing better than other parts of the country?
Well, really, it's across the board because affordability is across the board. But when you look at some areas like the Midwest and the South, those are seeing the biggest drop in housing starts. That said, when we look at overall demand, we look at cancellation rates, right? That's people who decided to buy a new home, but then they canceled after a couple of months for whatever reason. The cancellation rate has doubled just since April, doubled. And it's actually grown the most in the South and Florida. Florida is the place where everybody ran to during the first years of the pandemic. Prices there skyrocketed. And that's why a lot of people now are saying, maybe not Florida so much. Maybe we don't want to buy there. Maybe want to sell and move out. So builders are seeing that and they're slowing production there. Also, it's in the more expensive areas like in the West. So that's where you're seeing the slowdown. But really, it's across the board, across the nation, that builders are just not seeing the kind of demand that they were seeing so recently, and so they're slowing down production. An interesting number is that in the home sales we saw in June, builders reported a 9-month supply of homes for sale. A balanced market between buyer and seller is considered about 4 to 6 months. 9 months means they got a lot of homes that they haven't been able to sell that they're going to be sitting on, and they certainly don't want that. So again, that's why you're seeing the slowdown.
Well, you make a good point there as we talk about buying and selling, and I think obviously there are a lot of factors that go into the real estate market, but folks are sort of wondering still, I think, is this a buyer's market or a seller's market, and why it's one or the other?
Well, when you're talking about the home builders, who are obviously the sellers in this case, they are doing a lot of incentives. They're throwing in, some extra freebies, I guess, maybe some granite in the kitchen, maybe some incentives to get people in the door. Also, they reported in a survey yesterday that some home builders are lowering prices on average about 5%. Is that enough? Well, look, prices are up 30 to 40% just since the start of the pandemic. So, I'll take 5%, but still, it's very expensive. And newly built homes come at a price premium to existing homes. If you look at the existing home market, you are starting to see much more of a buyer's advantage than you have over the last couple of years. It's not exactly a total buyer's market because there's not a lot of for sale inventory out there, but it's getting to be a bit more balanced in the existing home market.
All right, CNBC's Diana Olick. We appreciate it, Diana. Thank you. Dining out to save. Still ahead, why some people are hitting their favorite restaurants in an effort to cut costs.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Well, NASA is over the moon with its latest rocket. Literally, tonight the space agency will roll out the rocket and capsule ahead of its Artemis moon mission. The Space Launch System, as it's called, SLS, also known as the Mega Moon Rocket, is set to take off on August 29th. That unmanned flight is the first of several, of course. NASA hopes this mission will actually pave the way for current astronauts to set foot on the moon in the next couple of years. Now, ahead of today's rollout, NASA detailed some of the technology in the Artemis rocket, saying this mission will expand humanity's reach into the solar system.
With Artemis 1, we begin this new chapter in human exploration of the moon and Mars. As mentioned, Artemis 1 is primary mission is to validate the envelope of performance for the crewed transportation system that will serve as our workhorse for both the crewed lunar and Mars missions. But these secondary payloads, these science and technology payloads on this mission, they're going to tell us about the environment that humans will travel through, and they're going to push that envelope with respect to what advanced technology can do for us on these future missions.
Now, NASA's Artemis 1 rollout takes place this afternoon at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It starts at 3 p.m. That's the expected time, 3 p.m. Eastern, and is expected to last several hours. Now to something interesting for families to chew on. With soaring inflation, the gap between grocery store items and restaurant food is the widest it's been in half a century, meaning in some cases, dining out might actually be cheaper than eating in. Here's NBC News correspondent Sam Brock.
Families right now, of course, are looking for any way they can to save. And at least for the time being, restaurants seem like a good value proposition, which is not to say that in a vacuum it's cheaper to eat out than to get grocery store meals. However, increasingly, meals like these are looking like a better bang for your buck, and the restaurants know that, and they're marketing them as such.
Go straight to the Double Whopper Junior.
From fast food restaurants like Burger King,
the BK $5 Your Way meal,
to value-based chains like Applebee's. Advertising a dozen shrimp for $1 with a steak entree, the emphasis on cost saving for families racked by inflation is evident.
Everything's really expensive. Even eating out is expensive, though, too.
And certainly the cost of everything is up. It's just a question of relativity. Federal numbers show grocery store prices shot up more than 13% year over year in July, while restaurant prices jumped a more digestible 7.6%, the biggest inflationary gap between the two in roughly 50 years. Businesses like Sergio's restaurant in Miami are seeing an uptick in visitors who are capitalizing in creative ways.
We're seeing a lot of people still do takeout and portioning food. Someone can cut a chicken that maybe costs you $16, and you come out eating 2 people for $8. You can't do that in the grocery stores.
Owner Carlos Gazatua says grocery stores, unlike restaurants, have dynamic pricing that can change daily.
Did you envision a circumstance under which you would be marketing your restaurant as a better value proposition than a supermarket?
We would have never seen this several years ago. The only negative thing is that the marketplace will dictate, and the consumer is savvy enough to know it.
Certainly, value depends on what kind of food you're talking about. Fast food companies, traditionally catering to those with less financial flexibility, continue to offer the lowest pricing. And even in the supermarket, economists say the inner shelf items, non-perishables, present palatable deals. But meats, seafood, dairy, and fruits have exploded in cost.
For consumers who are interested in the high quality food, eating fresh foods, those consumers are seeing more pronounced inflation.
Which might explain a pivot to more dining out.
If you're somebody who just cooks on the fly and really aren't so
like into cooking in the kitchen, then definitely eating out is way cheaper.
Even if it might be a relatively better deal than eating at home.
And another tip to save as you're weighing your options is takeout. You see the window is over my shoulder right now. Experts say that you're going to save more on tips and fees if you just order to go. A lot of people discovered that during the pandemic. Certainly, if you order groceries back to your home, there's charges that come with that too. So that's one way. But also restaurants like the one I'm at, Sergio's here in Miami, are offering deals to families for back to school. Later this month, kids, for example, eat for free after 3 o'clock. No doubt, there's deals like that at restaurants in your neighborhood as well.
Sam Brock reporting there. Much more news ahead. Liz Cheney's last stand. Up next, what voters in Wyoming are saying as they head to the ballot box in that state's critical primary. You're watching NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Bottom of the hour now. Here's what we're watching. Alex Jones will face another defamation case despite filing for bankruptcy. A judge ruled that a lawsuit filed in Connecticut against the conspiracy theorist can continue without his company being named as a defendant. The case was filed by relatives of some of the victims of the Sandy Hook school shooting. Jones claimed that shooting in 2012 was a hoax. He's already been ordered to pay $45 million in a separate defamation case. Americans who have problems with their hearing will soon have easier access to hearing aids. The FDA has created a new class of hearing aids that can be sold over the counter and online. 30 million adults could benefit from using the new devices. And officials in South Carolina believe an 88-year-old woman was the victim of an alligator attack. Her body was found in a pond on Monday. The victim could not be immediately identified. It's not yet clear how she ended up in the water. We are staying on top of Decision 2022 this hour, tracking critical races in 2 states. The polls are open now in Alaska and Wyoming for high-stakes primaries in both of those states. And now, with the November midterms 84 days out, the NBA is announcing a major change in game policy to help drive voters to the polls. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster and NBC News senior national correspondent and MSNBC anchor Chris Jansen. Chris, I'll start with you if we can in Wyoming, in Cheyenne. I know that's where you are today, where Congresswoman Liz Cheney is likely headed for defeat today. She's trailing her Trump-backed challenger there by double digits. Do we have a handle on how much of that is because of the former president?
Yeah, you asked the critical question, and I think every single data point that we have points to exactly that. Donald Trump is at the center of this election. And look, this is somebody who ran in the reddest state in 2020 and won 70% of the vote. You cannot overstate his popularity here. Nobody got more votes on a percentage basis in 2020 for Donald Trump than here in Wyoming. And when you look at the University of Wyoming polling that shows Harriet Hageman beating Liz Cheney by double digits, that same poll indicates that a large chunk of those voters aren't voting for Hageman. They're voting against Cheney. And the question is why? This is somebody with very strong conservative bona fides. She voted with Trump 93% of the time when he was president. But that all changed on January 6th because in the aftermath, she was one of 10 Republicans who voted for impeachment. And then, of course, she became easily the most prominent Republican voice on the January 6th committee, where she continues to state very clearly that she never wants to see Donald Trump in office again. And so there are a lot of folks on the ground here, and we've been talking to people who have been covering this for a very long time, and they say that many of Donald Trump's supporters here feel betrayed, frankly, that she did not vote the way they wanted her to vote. So tonight, again, if she ends up losing, and it would be an astonishing turn of events if those polls are that wrong, the question then becomes what happens next for Liz Cheney.
Yeah, it seems like her history won't matter much in this race. If it does turn out as things seem to be going, Chris, is there any indication what her next move might be if she does not stay in office?
It's the question, Aaron, that everybody is asking. And I mean, very specifically, no. We're going to watch very closely tonight, assuming, again, that she has to give a concession speech, what she has to say about that. There are a lot of folks who are pointing to the fact that she raised $15 million. That's an extraordinary amount of money for a congressional race in a state that has fewer than 600,000 people. And she hasn't spent it all. She's only spent about half of it. So she's got not just a start on a war chest, but she also obviously has a list of names of donors that includes a lot of Democrats. But I think in the short run, what everybody's looking for is for her to continue on the January 6th committee. When I talked to Zoe Lofgren, another member of the committee today, she said that is going to be their focus, and win or lose, that is what Liz Cheney will be working on in the next couple of months. Aaron.
All right, Chris Jansing in Cheyenne, Wyoming today. Chris, we appreciate it. Thank you. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster outside the Barclays Center in Brooklyn, New York today. And Shaq, the NBA is announcing that it's not going to hold any games on Election Day this year. Talk to us about what's behind that decision.
Well, this is really an attempt for the league to build on what you saw from the NBA in 2020. Then, in the middle of the pandemic, you saw them convert many of their facilities, nearly 24 of them in cities across the country, into early voting locations and Election Day polling locations. You even saw some of them open up some of the practice facilities for absentee ballot processing centers. So they're still trying to do that this time around. They're still trying to get that approved at this point, but they're controlling what they can, and that is the schedule. So when they release their schedule tomorrow, you mentioned there will be no NBA games played on Election Day, and you'll have all 30 NBA teams playing the day before the election. And Aaron, this is a pretty significant departure from what we saw in the past. Back in 2018, during that election night, you saw 8 teams compete in 4 games. And then you go back to the previous midterm election, 2014, there were 8 games that night. That means 16 teams in 16 markets were competing that night. They're putting an end to that this year around and saying no games on Election Day, Aaron.
Yeah, no distractions for Election Day this year. Shaq, I understand you also sat down with the executive director of the NBA Social Justice Coalition. What did he tell you about this move?
They say it's about values, and this Social Justice Coalition is a group that was formed after the murder of George Floyd, days after the police shooting of Jacob Blake in Kenosha. So they're saying this is them putting their values ahead of anything else. Listen to a little bit of our conversation. What's your response to people who say no games on Election Day? That's a symbolic gesture.
I would say to them the symbols really matter, and that part of what is so valuable about the NBA community stepping into this space is that we have a platform unlike any other, and that we're able to communicate to millions of people every single day about basketball, but also about the idea that we all have a part to play in making our democracy better.
Aaron, I had some conversations with sports observers and sports reporters, and they say this is truly something that is unprecedented. However, when you look at the path that the NBA has been taking over the past couple of years, leaning in on proposing and backing specific pieces of legislation, leaning in on policy matters, this fits that pattern that they're doing. For the NBA, it's always been about, in order to get those policies done, you need to first vote. And this is them saying they want fans and players to emphasize the midterm elections nearly as much as they do the presidential. Aaron?
Shaq Brewster for us in Brooklyn today. Shaq, thank you. Now, the war in Ukraine is now turning to Russian-occupied Crimea, specifically the northern region of that peninsula. There were massive explosions and fires at an ammunition storage facility at a military depot there earlier today. Russia has blamed the blasts on a, quote, act of sabotage. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman now. He's live for us in Kyiv today in Ukraine. Josh, what do we know about these explosions? Any word on who might be responsible?
Well, as you said, Aaron, Russia says saboteurs were responsible. Ukraine is not exactly taking responsibility, but they're not denying involvement either, with a military spokesman saying only that Ukraine is very happy to see the destruction of that depot. And some of President Zelensky's advisors have been on Twitter today hinting at Ukrainian involvement. But there has been a policy, both with today's explosion and with the first explosion in Crimea about a week ago at an airbase, not to specifically say whether Ukraine was involved. They don't want to be to really escalate this by taking responsibility, even as they leave open the possibility that this is the start of their offensive in the south to try to retake some of that territory from Russia.
And Josh, we know tensions are high over the status of Ukraine's nuclear power plant that's currently under Russian control. Yeah. What do we know about that today?
Well, we know that there has been more shelling pretty much every day for the last week or so at Enerhodar, the town near Zaporizhzhia where this nuclear power plant is located. Today, French President Macron spoke with President Zelensky about the situation there. And tomorrow, we are expecting a visit to Ukraine by the UN Secretary General as the United Nations tries to de-escalate this, tries to secure access for IAEA inspectors to the site to try to make sure that it is secure. But there are no signs of anything getting back to anything that looks like normal at this plant, as President Zelensky warns that this is nuclear terrorism by Russia that could lead to radiation spread that frankly could extend to much of Europe.
Yeah, and Josh, I also understand that you spoke with retired Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, the former Director for European Affairs at the National Security Council. What's he doing in Ukraine?
Well, he's from Ukraine. He first came back to Ukraine when he was in the army, but now he is back trying to get a sense on the ground from senior U.S. officials and top Ukrainian politicians about the latest status of this war and what more the U.S. can do to help. And Lieutenant Colonel Vindman is particularly displeased with what he sees as an incremental approach by the Biden administration to providing weapons, essentially always being one step behind the 8 ball and giving Ukraine exactly what they need. Take a listen.
I would advise President Biden to start to think about this war not now, but a month from now, 3 months from now, 6 months from now, and how much more dangerous that kind of war looks. Take the courageous decisions now. Don't wait 4-5 months to offer HIMARS. Don't wait until next month, until the next tragedy to offer long-range, fires or aircraft. Do that now, because we're going to get to it.
Vindman says President Biden should visit President Zelensky here in Ukraine, and he also wants to see the U.S. declare Russia a state sponsor of terrorism, Aaron.
Josh Letterman for us in Ukraine today. Josh, thank you. Now, this week marks 1 year since U.S. troops pulled out of Afghanistan and the Taliban retook control of that country. Since then, tens of thousands of Afghans who had ties to the U.S. occupation or whose lives were endangered there have resettled in America. CNBC senior White House correspondent Kayla Tausche spoke with several of them about building a new life in this country. She joins us now. Hi, Kayla.
Hi, Aaron. In many cases, those 81,000 Afghan nationals are starting over with no savings, no career here, and in many cases leaving their families behind. They're working survival jobs. The former finance minister drives for Uber. The former journalist now works as a grocery cashier, but they have a prevailing hope for the future and what they can build.
I was born to fly.
A pilot in the Afghan Air Force, Shapur's comfort zone is in a Black Hawk helicopter. For years, he flew wing to wing with U.S. forces. Now he fuels and services planes in Scottsdale, Arizona. It pays for food and clothes, but not for rent.
How different is that from what you hope to be?
It is just working in the ground, and I want to be in the air.
To get there, he's starting from scratch, staring down years of costly training, all while providing for 7 family members. 7 miles west, Sabira Madadi is starting her second bachelor's degree to become an occupational therapist. She's spending her summer working 2 jobs.
The money that you're able to make in your jobs here in Arizona, how much does that mean for your family back in Afghanistan?
Considering the situation that no one works in Afghanistan, I mean, no female is allowed to work in Afghanistan, and my family is like all females. So for them, it's good that I can support them.
Sabira is one of 130 other women students who fled Taliban rule together. She spent 3 days in Spain and 3 months at Fort McCoy in Wisconsin. Nonprofits like Upwardly Global visited the bases to help evacuees find employers.
Do we know how many of the Afghan evacuees have found jobs?
No. And so data is a real challenge here.
Does someone have that data? They're just not sharing it, or was it never compiled?
It's never compiled.
Kabir Kamal told the U.S. government North Dakota wasn't for him. Through the Tent Partnership, he found work in New York City, analyzing supply chain data for Pfizer.
The first 1.5 months, I just lost myself. Where am I and what should I do? Then I just take myself and I go forward.
Kamal worked for the Afghan government. He escaped Taliban fire with his young family, his daughter atop his shoulders. She wants to be a pilot.
She told me because my grandmother and my uncles are still in Afghanistan, I want to bring them out from Afghanistan. I cried very much.
Any Afghans still arriving now stop first at this conference center in Virginia. They spend a month getting acclimated, meeting with refugee agencies, and learning how to navigate American life, like Immigration 101, figuring out how to apply for asylum or a 2-year work permit, and what happens once that runs out.
It has made us a little bit cautious, like we are thinking that what if in 2 years we cannot get any legal lawyer, what will happen to our future? Will they deport us again? Will we go to Afghanistan again? What should we do?
Several women arrived here recently after nearly a year in Abu Dhabi, requesting to shield their identity amid concern for their families. They say conditions on the Emirati base are punishing.
They have been through a lot. They're still going through a lot. Just for their daily base needs, they have to stay in lines for 2 to 3 hours in 104 or 5 degrees. Thinking about it gives me chills.
A final flight from Abu Dhabi arrives this week, and then the end. On September 30th, this makeshift hotel and school will again become a corporate training facility. And 1 year after the withdrawal, these families will be on their own, fighting to get by in a country they once fought for.
Maybe God knows something better for us. That's why He brought us here.
Refugee agencies say transportation and childcare are the biggest challenges for working Afghans, but their mobility will be their superpower. Aaron?
CNBC's Kayla Tausche with us today. Kayla, thank you. Streaming slowdown coming up, why more people are cutting the virtual cord and what it could mean for the viewer experience.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? NBC News exclusive.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stream or not to stream, that is the question many were deciding just a few years ago. Keep cable or cut the cord. Well, lately, more Americans are feeling the surge from a tidal wave of streaming services. And some are now making tough choices about where to spend their money. Here's NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez.
From CNN Plus to that Batgirl movie, the list of abruptly canceled multi-million-dollar streaming projects is growing. Now, the latest sign the industry is changing rapidly. New data shows about 19% of subscribers to paid premium services such as Netflix, Apple TV Plus, and HBO Max, among others, canceled 3 or more subscriptions over the past 2 years. So-called serial churners.
They might have some services that they're loyal to, but others that they cycle through, watch one show, and then move on.
The average monthly defection rate among paid services in the U.S. is now more than 5%. College student A.V. Vo just dumped HBO Max after he finished watching Succession.
I definitely can't afford to subscribe to each and every platform.
Comcast, NBC Universal's parent company, just announced that subscriptions for its streaming service, Peacock, have stayed flat, while Peacock's losses have hit $467 million, though the company says revenue is growing. Still, across the industry, consolidation is already underway. Earlier this month, Warner Brothers Discovery announced that HBO Max and Discovery Plus will soon merge into a single streaming service. Brian Daniel in Kentucky says his family streamlined their streaming habits by canceling 4 services recently, saving at least $30 a month.
We are much more loyal to the show itself and not as much the streaming platform.
If the pandemic, with its captive stay-at-home audiences, was the dawn of the streaming era, consider this the wake-up call.
And don't forget, NBC News Now is always on, streaming live 24/7. Find us on any of your favorite streaming platforms.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods. At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Harry Styles!
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
New research finds lead poisoning and systemic racism are hurting test scores for black students. A study led by Duke University finds black children with a history of lead exposure have lower test scores than their white peers. They're also more likely to live in racially segregated neighborhoods where lead exposure is higher. Prior research has shown a link between long-term lead exposure and the decline in cognitive abilities. The pandemic changed a lot for most of us, including how we educate our kids. As classrooms reopen for a new school year, a growing number of black families are keeping their kids in homeschool. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton spoke with several families to find out why.
You guys want to feed some animals?
It may look like a simple summer outing, but these kids are at Terhune Orchards in New Jersey for a full day of school. Here, they'll learn about animals, produce, farm operations, and flowers.
Good job, Maxwell.
What was the best part of today?
Feeding the animals. Feeding the animals.
These kids are part of the Melanin Village, a collective of black families that homeschool. Parents work to make learning engaging and warm for their kids after years of feeling let down by public schools. Before the pandemic, only 3% of black students were homeschooled. By 2021, it shot up to 16%. Many, like Brenea Fairchilds, say they aren't going back.
There's a joke amongst homeschoolers that we homeschool, but we're never home.
When did you decide that this is what you wanted for your kids?
I would say homeschooling has been both a heart and a head decision for me. I looked at the presentation of slavery and the Civil War in U.S. history textbooks, and I saw that, okay, it's not accurate. There you go.
Fairchilds founded the Melanin Village to share school materials and organize group activities with families like hers. Many frustrated that their kids weren't taught diverse history, rarely had teachers who looked like them, or got disciplined at higher rates.
We're nationwide, right? So we're not just these moms here in New Jersey, but we've got a great group of moms in Arizona, in the Chicago area, in Florida. Like, this has really surpassed my dreams.
Village moms say their kids often felt isolated or disconnected in traditional school.
Do you want to go to regular school?
No.
Not one person.
For a whole entire day, no.
In Detroit, moms Bernita Bradley and Sharice Powell say their homeschooling group, Engage Detroit, has 98 families on the roster. They expect 20 more to join before this school year begins.
We don't have time when you've seen generations after generations fail. We don't have time to keep waiting.
Do you think the schools are serving black children?
Schools were never designed to serve black children.
And we would tell them, basically help them understand our students, and we would tell them that our children are brilliant. It's just that you all don't try to get to know them. You don't try to get to know, like, how do they learn.
Dr. Cheryl Field-Smith has studied black homeschoolers for 17 years.
We pushed really hard to get into these public schools, and now the fact that we're pulling it out, we need to pay attention to that.
As black families perhaps exit public school systems, for the black kids who get left behind, what's going to be there for them?
Not only do I worry about that, but also black home educators worry about that.
At 15, Victoria asked her mom, Bernita, to take her out of Detroit schools. She says she was being bullied relentlessly for her appearance, and it didn't seem like her administrators cared.
It made me not want to ask questions, you know, or not want to ask specific questions because I'm like, oh, am I like, they gonna call me dumb?
When you transitioned to homeschooling, how did you start to feel about yourself?
I felt more confident. It was just like kind of like a sunshine, like the clouds opening a little bit.
Victoria recently graduated and joined AmeriCorps. Her mom continues to help parents like Sharice, whose 14-year-old Tori needs extra support.
Okay, so the boy is eating ice cream. Excellent, excellent. Good job.
You give your daughter so much love and attention. Was she getting this in public school?
No, no, of course not to this level.
The families of the Melanin Village and Engage Detroit hope that their groups inspire school systems to get creative, take kids out of rigid routines, and ensure they are welcoming all kinds of learners.
Do you think the schools are going to listen? I mean, the system, does it see what's happening?
I think on individual scales that yes, that there are schools who will. Now, if we're talking about the system overall, I think that gets into things that are a bit deeper. I don't want my child to be the guinea pig in the midst of us still figuring this out.
We're back after a quick break.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Harry Styles!
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Right now on NBC News Now, primary decisions. Voters in 2 states head to the polls. Why the races in Wyoming and Alaska could have implications across the country. Diagnosis COVID. First Lady Jill Biden has tested positive for the virus, her condition at this hour, and her close contacts. Reality check. When it comes to monkeypox, what's true and what's false? Our doctor is here to help separate fact from fiction. And just plain fast, how you'd likely travel across the Atlantic at twice the speed of sound. Why it might happen sooner than you think. It is noon on the West Coast, 3 p.m. here at NBC News headquarters in New York. I'm Aaron Gilchrist, and we begin this hour with Primary Day in America. Voting is underway right now in 2 key states, Alaska and Wyoming. Wyoming is where voters could decide the political future of Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney. She's facing major headwinds from within the GOP. In Alaska, Sarah Palin is looking to make a political comeback, seeking to join the House of Representatives. Also today, incumbent Senator Lisa Murkowski is trying to fight more than a dozen primary challengers. NBC News Deputy Political Editor Ben Camisar is standing by for us. Let's begin in Wyoming with NBC News senior national politics reporter John Allen. John, a lot of attention, obviously, in Wyoming on Congresswoman Liz Cheney today. She's facing really an uphill battle against the Trump-backed challenger there. How does Cheney see her chances of pulling out a victory here?
Well, I haven't spoken to her because she's turned down a lot of interview requests from the media, not in all of them. But I have talked to folks who are big supporters of her and who are close to her. She doesn't think she's going to win this race. She went and voted recently, just an hour or so ago at a library here. Had a pretty serious face on for today. If the polling is correct or anywhere within 20 points of correct, she's going to lose. The only people here who are predicting that she's going to win are, to borrow a phrase from Colorado, Rocky Mountain High.
You caught me with that one. Given the reality, of what seems to be likely to play out there, and the fact that Cheney's been out of sight for the last several days, her campaign hasn't had any really events in the last few days either. What does that tell you about a strategy for her looking potentially at this race and beyond if she's not going to continue in the House?
Well, there are a couple things to look at here. So number one, she really hasn't run a campaign, as you mentioned. She hasn't been visible in public lately. She has kept a huge war chest. She had a lot of money just a few weeks ago, $7 million or so. She's been taking in a ton of money. That's something that could be turned into a national race, could be repurposed to give her a platform as a leader of an organization involved in politics, something like that. I expect tonight we're going to hear some of that from her in what we expect will be a concession speech at her election night party. You know, I don't have the text of it yet, but the strong impression I've gotten from people close to her is that she will look forward. You know, the path was cut off for her to continue as a member of the House after she voted for impeachment and joined the January 6th committee. And so now she's got to find something to do with all that political energy.
All right, John Allen for us in Jackson, Wyoming today, tracking the Cheney race there. John, thank you. Let's also talk about the race in Alaska with NBC News Deputy Political Editor Ben Camisar. Ben, Sarah Palin, a big name there in Alaska, obviously has a long political history there in that state, having served as the governor for 3 years. How has her candidacy changed, though, now that she's practically, you know, a household name in a lot of places?
Yeah, well, she definitely has a lot of that Sarah Palin you remember from her last stints in politics. You know, you can't think about her without thinking about Donald Trump. I mean, Donald Trump's political arc almost felt a lot like Palin 2.0, you know, more celebrity appeal, more conservative, and more brash. So I think it makes sense that the biggest difference for Palin now is she's running with Trump's blessing and ramping up a lot of that red meat that won her and Trump supporters. And I think that blessing makes it likely for her to advance as one of the top 4 candidates in this primary. But then questions sort of loom about what that means for a general.
Let's talk a little bit about Lisa Murkowski, too, Ben. She won her first term in Alaska as a write-in candidate. Now she's the incumbent there, facing 18 challengers. How difficult does that make her re-election effort?
So the interesting thing about Murkowski, I mentioned that top 4 candidates for Palin. Alaska has this top 4 primary. Every candidate runs on the same ballot, and the top 4 candidates advance to the general election. Confusing, and then you throw in ranked choice. So those 4 candidates, very briefly, voters get to rank their preferred candidates, and the votes from the worst performing candidates get reallocated up. So it actually benefits consensus, sort of more moderate candidates that can get an appeal from independent, moderate, left, and right. So I think as far as the question about Murkowski, she's definitely in a difficult position because she's running as someone who voted to convict Donald Trump after his impeachment, but she's in a better situation than she would otherwise be because of the unique rules in Alaska.
All right, NBC News Deputy Political Editor Ben Camisar. Ben, thank you. First Lady Jill Biden is not yet returning to the White House after testing positive for COVID. She will instead stay in South Carolina, where she and the president had been vacationing. Any minute now, though, the president, who tested negative for COVID this morning, is set to sign the Inflation Reduction Act into law. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett is live on Johns Island, South Carolina. Also joining us, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. And Maura, I want to start with you there. What's the White House saying right now about the First Lady's condition?
Well, Aaron, we heard directly from the president as he made his way home to Washington, D.C. When he was asked by the travel pool reporters how the First Lady was doing, he said she was doing well. Her press secretary sent out a statement this morning saying that after she had initially experienced some cold-like symptoms Monday Eve, tested positive on a PCR test despite testing negative on antigen rapid tests initially. And so she'll continue to isolate here. Obviously, the president has gone back to Washington, D.C. The First Lady has started on treatment of Paxlovid and will continue to do that for the next few days. And the press secretary noted that she will not leave South Carolina until she gets those 2 consecutive negative tests. The White House had identified the president as a close contact and said that they notified other close contacts as well.
Dr. Azar, let me bring you in here. President Biden tested positive for COVID twice before he tested negative last week. The White House says that he's going to wear a mask indoors if he's around people for the next 10 days. They also plan to increase testing of the president. Is that the right course of action to take here? Is it overly cautious?
No, that's actually really strictly following CDC guidance for someone who is considered a close contact and who was exposed. and that is to test, not sooner than necessarily 5 days, but because he's the president, he's going to be testing more frequently, and to wear a mask indoors, a well-fitting mask for 10 days after exposure. It's very unlikely that he's going to get reinfected by the First Lady, as he has built up a tremendous amount of antibodies since he just had his own infection. So I'm not really worried about him getting reinfected, but he's following proper protocol.
All right, Dr. Azar, we appreciate that. Maura, let's switch gears here a little bit if we can. The president is about to sign the Inflation Reduction Act into law. You're learning some new details about the impact that bill might have, right? Tell us what you know.
Right, we're learning more of a timeline of when we'll see these items all listed out in the Inflation Reduction Act and when they'll take effect. Immediately upon signing, as the president takes a break from his vacation in order to sign this act into law, we'll see the fact that the biggest focus will be in the climate change area. And that's something that both Congress and the White House has been touting incessantly since this passed. And basically, the law's mix of tax credits and rebates for energy efficient products like energy efficient vehicles, electric vehicles, will take effect immediately, along with the extra customer service support that the IRS will get that funding for. That takes effect immediately. And then come New Year, we'll see those extended Affordable Care Act subsidies, the $35 price cap for insulin, as well as the new 15% corporate minimum tax. In terms of those other items of, the ability to negotiate with pharmaceutical companies on behalf of Medicare, that will be more long-term, closer to 2026. And so it's a very tiered rollout of when this law will impact Americans, Aaron.
All right, Maura Barrett, Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you both. The judge who signed off on the search warrant for Mar-a-Lago will hold a hearing about whether to unseal the affidavit on Thursday. The Justice Department wants to keep it sealed. Former President Donald Trump wants it to be released immediately. Several news organizations, including NBC News, are also asking for that affidavit to be made public. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley is joining us now. He's been tracking this story. So, Ryan, walk us through what we can expect at Thursday's hearing.
Sure. So there's this dilemma because this is an ongoing investigation that DOJ doesn't want this out. So essentially what you're going to have is news organizations pushing for more transparency here. DOJ saying that it would affect an ongoing investigation. In fact, they say, quote, disclosure at this juncture of the affidavit supporting probable cause would cause significant and irreparable harm or damage to this ongoing criminal investigation. If disclosed, the affidavit would serve as a roadmap to the government's ongoing investigation, providing specific details about its direction and likely course in a manner that is highly likely to compromise future investigative steps, Aaron.
So if on the odd chance the judge does unseal the affidavit here, is that it? Would the Justice Department have any further recourse?
There would definitely be some redactions if they went forward with that course, of course, because there's names in this that aren't supposed to be public. And so the redaction process would definitely be something that DOJ would have influence over. But they would prefer that none of this comes out altogether. It is possible that the judge decides, hey, there's so much public interest in this, we need to lift up the curtain a little bit. But I very much highly doubt that this is going to be just unsealed completely altogether. There would definitely be some redactions, even if that were the case, that the judge decided there was a need for transparency in this extraordinary case, Aaron.
All right, we'll be watching that hearing on Thursday. Ryan Riley for us in D.C. Ryan, thank you. Two top Democrats are going after the Department of Homeland Security's Inspector General over those missing Secret Service text messages from January 6th of last year. The lawmakers say the IG is refusing to testify or share any documents. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley is joining us now. So, Julia, first give us a little background here on this Inspector General and his role in these missing messages.
Right. So Inspector General Kufari really came into the spotlight when we first learned from him when he alerted the January 6th committee that these text messages that were sent between Secret Service agents around January 6, 2021 were not preserved, that they had been deleted. Now, we only found out about that in July of this year, but it turns out that Kufari himself knew about it just within a few months after they were deleted and lost, and what the Secret Service said was a routine system upgrade But Kufari not only failed to alert Congress in what they would consider a timely manner, it also turns out that Kufari's office stood down on their request for these text messages, that they told DHS and Secret Service in July of 2021 they no longer needed them. And so there's a lot of questions here from these Democrats who think that if Kufari had pushed harder, he could have made an effort to preserve these texts and there would be more answers around what the Secret Service knew around January 6th. And so they want him to testify, they want him to supply documents, and to talk to his staff. And they say that he might be violating laws by refusing to do so.
Yeah, and Julia, very quickly, those lawmakers sent a letter to the Inspector General today, right? What do we know about that?
Yeah, that's right. They said in no uncertain terms that they have other tools that would compel him to comply. And I'm told that that could very well mean subpoena power if they don't get an answer soon.
Julia Ainsley for us in Washington today. Julia, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, there is a lot of misinformation going around right now about monkeypox. We're going to separate fact from fiction with our doctor right after the break.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Harry Styles!
Well, misinformation surrounding the monkeypox outbreak is fueling rampant and largely unfounded anxiety. In fact, a recent survey found that nearly 1 in 5 people in the U.S. is worried about contracting the virus. So we wanted to fact-check some of the misconceptions around the outbreak in the hopes we'll answer some of the questions you might have about monkeypox. For that, I'm joined now by NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal. A lot of things out there right now that people are confused about. So let's run through some questions. First here, sort of a rapid-fire way, if we can do it that way. For starters, how is monkeypox most commonly spread?
So the most common way that the virus is spread is actually prolonged skin-to-skin contact with somebody who's infected and is showing a rash or maybe some sort of scabs on their skin.
All right, so pretty easy there. So does this mean that monkeypox is a sexually transmitted infection? That's been one of the things that people have been going back and forth about.
Yeah, so this question has dominated my Twitter feed for the past month, right? So you ask 10 doctors, you get 10 different replies. And so You know, the CDC says the way to think about it is this virus is sexually transmissible, meaning that it's not an STD in the official sense or an STI, sexually transmitted infection. It just turns out a lot of the spread right now is being driven by that sexual transmission just because of the prolonged skin-to-skin contact. Now, that being said, you can get the virus without having sex, so it's not officially an STD.
Which brings us to the next question. Is this an airborne virus?
Yeah, so another good question, another thing I wanted to talk about. It's, you know, if the virus really was spreading airborne, it would have spread outside of the MSM or the men who have sex with men community by now. Men who have sex with men don't exclusively share the air with other men. Right. They go to work, they have jobs, they travel. So we would have seen this virus sort of leak out by now if it really was a major source of spread.
So what about surfaces? Can monkeypox spread that way if you touch a doorknob or something with somebody who's had sores on their hands may have touched before you?
So I was wondering this too. I was at a store the other day trying out a laptop, and midway through typing, I was like, wait a minute, should I be doing this? And you know, I looked it up. It turns out that less than 1% of all cases so far have been documented to be from contaminated surfaces like doorknobs, keyboards, and things like that. So it's really not a major source of transmission right now.
Some people have been asking, if you had chicken pox, can you get monkeypox?
Despite the names, they're actually not of the same family.
Right.
So yes, if you've had chicken pox, you can still get monkeypox.
So if you've been vaccinated or had one of the two shots, one of the two vaccine shots for monkeypox, can you still get monkeypox?
Yeah, so there's some early data coming out where they've given the vaccine to people who may have been exposed to the virus, and they're finding that, yes, there is some what we call breakthrough cases after vaccination, but all of them have been mild. None of them have been severe. So yes, it's possible, but you're unlikely to have severe disease.
I think we have time for one more. There's a theory that women and children are not at risk of contracting monkeypox. True or false?
False. We've seen so far some kids have gotten it from household contact. So yes, it's not just men. Women and children can get it, so they are at risk as well.
All right, Dr. Akshay Syal, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade is now having an impact on medical schools. In 2020, 92% of OBGYN residents said they had some level of abortion training. That's according to a study conducted in April. Researchers predicted that number would drop to 56% if Roe was overturned. Now that it has been overturned, medical professionals are growing concerned. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Corey Coffin. So, Corey, what are doctors most concerned about here?
Yeah, Aaron, what they're worried about here are that there will be fewer doctors trained, not just in abortion care, but in life-saving procedures when a medical emergency arises when it comes to a pregnancy. Now, when a state has restrictions on abortions, those restrictions don't just impact the patients, they also impact physicians' training who need to get hands-on experience. When abortion care isn't legal in a state, that means those doctors in training can't learn how to do the procedure or other related life-saving procedures on their own. That has long-term consequences for patients, Aaron.
Yeah, it makes sense. You know, we're also wondering whether we're hearing anything from hospitals about how they're adjusting training programs for physicians.
We are hearing new reporting on this. These hospital residency programs are accredited by a national organization known as the ACGME. Now, the ACGME is now proposing new guidelines saying that programs must provide clinical experience in abortion care, even if that means helping the resident travel to a state where abortion is legal. We spoke with one doctor who put these changing guidelines into context.
The guidelines don't change that often, but I think what it emphasizes is really the importance to the ACGME of OBGYN residents receiving abortion care training. Some programs were saying that if they didn't have, if they weren't allowed to provide abortion care training on patients, that they would maybe provide like simulation or some classroom teaching, but that is not as good training as real life hands-on training.
So what we're seeing now, Aaron, is the medical community working to make sure that trainees can get this hands-on experience, even as states continue to crack down on abortion procedures. Aaron?
All right, Corey Coffin for us today. Corey, thank you. Well, the travel chaos this summer really is not letting up, and this time extreme weather isn't to blame. The surprising reason flights are being grounded next.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Harry Styles!
Well, if you had a flight out of the New York City area last night, you probably faced some pretty major delays. The Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA, tweeted an unexpected staffing shortage forced them to, quote, reduce the flow of aircraft and delay some flights up to 2 hours. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo is joining us now. He's been keeping an eye on this. So, Stephen, first, help us understand what happened last night and where things stand right now.
Yeah, there was some real confusion last night for people trying to fly out of New York City, Aaron. This was not about weather here or in any part of the country, really. The airlines are instead blaming worker shortages for these delays. More than 400 flights were delayed Monday, according to FlightAware. That's about 22%. Sources telling NBC News too many people were out sick and insisting this was not some coordinated effort by the labor force. And they say it wasn't all COVID-related either, but just ordinary sick calls from staff members. These staff members, by the way, pilots, air traffic controllers, these are skilled positions and not just anyone can step into them. This does highlight just how delicate the balance is to keep customers on the flights and in the seats they pay for on time with the current operations. Last night, delays were about 2 hours, according to the FAA. The FAA eventually tweeted that it found additional staff members and they were able to stop those ground delays at Newark and JFK. But Aaron, more frustration for these flyers.
Yeah, and then people inevitably worry about the ripple effect, right? Any tips for folks who may be getting ready to take a flight today or in the next couple of days?
Yeah, I was actually looking for tips to try to tell people what to do, and it goes back to checking the status of those flights. That's what the FAA says. Passengers should continue to check fly.faa.gov and their airline to get updates on their flights. But more on the policy side, the Department of Transportation is calling on airlines to give refunds to people if they're delayed more than 3 hours. More people are also calling on the Department of Transportation to help the situation more broadly, as flight delays and cancellations have been the source of major travel headaches for some time now.
Yeah, you kind of have to just mentally prepare for whatever's going to come.
Deep breaths, that's right.
And hope for the best. Stephen Romo, thank you.
Thanks.
Well, what if you could fly across the Atlantic at twice the speed of sound? It happened once, and it could soon happen again. American Airlines joining United investing in supersonic flight. Here's NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello.
Time to create the world's fastest airliner?
Could the future of aviation actually be retro?
Time to turn the past into the present.
Like back to the Concorde. It was 2003 when the Concorde last flew passengers over the Atlantic at twice the speed of sound. But the Concorde was too loud and too expensive. A fatal crash in 2000 put an end to the program. Now, Denver's Boom Aviation is promising to take travelers back to the future with a 4-engine plane it calls Overture.
It's about time.
American Airlines has signed on, ordering 20 of its own supersonic planes, following United Airlines, which has already ordered 15, both with options for more. Other customers include Japan Airlines and the U.S. Air Force.
There are going to need to be hundreds of Overture aircraft to carry the tens of millions of passengers around the world who can benefit from supersonic.
You think that many people want to go supersonic?
I think everybody wants to go supersonic.
Last year, Boom's CEO gave us a tour.
So if I'm a United passenger, I may be flying your supersonic jet by the end of the decade.
By the end of the decade, we want to do supersonic as quickly as possible. We think the world needs this.
Boom says its planes will be lighter, smaller, quieter, and slightly slower than Concorde. Concorde flew at Mach 2. Boom will fly at Mach 1.7, cutting current flight times in half. New York to London in 3.5 hours. Seattle to Tokyo, 4.5, with planes carrying up to 80 passengers.
So every seat, you're going to have a large window where you can see the view from 60,000 feet, the curvature of the earth, the sky a deeper blue.
Boom says its engines will use 100% sustainable fuels. The real question, how many people will pay for a faster supersonic flight?
Are there enough people who would be willing to pay $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 to fly between New York and London in just 3.5 hours? Maybe, but it's a limited market.
American and United Airlines believe if you build it, the customers will come.
You may recall a lot of people complained about how loud the old Concorde was. Boom says engine technology has evolved and improved over the past 20 years. They'll fly at Mach 1.7 over oceans. That's 1,300 miles per hour. When they're over land, they'll be under Mach 1. And they promise noise reduction systems will meet noise control laws around those airports right now. Back to you.
And stay with us. The most anticipated primaries of the summer are here. Up next, how one of Trump's toughest critics, Senator Lisa Murkowski, is doing in her bid for re-election. You're watching NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Bottom of the hour now. Maya Eaglin has a look at what's trending on NBCnews.com. Hey, Maya.
Hey, Aaron. Rapper A$AP Rocky has been charged with assault after allegedly shooting a gun in the direction of a former friend in November. Officials say he fired twice after a, quote, heated discussion. His arraignment is scheduled for Wednesday. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are signing defensive end Carl Nassib, the first openly gay active player in pro football. Nassib made history a little more than a year ago when he came out while playing for the Las Vegas Raiders. This will be his 7th NFL season. And actor Ezra Miller is speaking out following abuse allegations and legal trouble, saying they're seeking treatment for, quote, complex mental health issues. Miller's starring role in the upcoming DC Comics movie The Flash is facing new scrutiny after Miller was accused of assault, abuse, and grooming minors. That's what's trending right now on NBCnews.com. Aaron.
All right, Maya, thank you. We are staying on top of Decision 2022 this hour. It's primary day in Alaska and in Wyoming. Voters in both states weighing the direction of the Republican Party, as well as the political power of former President Donald Trump. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is standing by for us. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Ali Vitale. She's in Anchorage, Alaska.
Aaron, a lot of races for voters to make their picks in, and a whole new way of them making those picks with a ranked choice voting system that applies to this House race to succeed the late Congressman Don Young, who passed away in March. Whoever wins this Tuesday election is going to finish out the rest of his term until January. The November election will then decide who takes that full term for the next 2 years. But look, a lot of household names in that race. People like Sarah Palin, a former vice presidential candidate, trying to make a national electoral comeback. She's been on the ballot here before, though, and voters say they know what she's done as a mayor in Wasilla and then, of course, as governor of the state. To them, that's enough to make their decision off of. And for some voters, it's not enough. Look.
Well, I've actually seen Palin's past performance, and I'm not impressed. You know, I know a lot of people have problems with the way that she supposedly quit and went away. There were some legal problems there. That's not really where my focus is. Mine's more about ACEs and the fact that we took a long time to walk that back. Oil production in Alaska has not been very great since then. And so she just wasn't really good for Alaskans.
And look, Palin's opponents are hitting her on that, too. The fact that she's got this national name ID, her name here is what she's campaigning on, but she's not necessarily campaigning around the state. That's something her opponents are seizing on, pointing out the fact that she has spent these critical weeks before Election Day off the campaign trail in Alaska while campaigning in other places, even as her opponents are taking to the campaign trail here all over this massive state. Someone else who's making the rounds here, too, though, is Senator Lisa Murkowski. She's up for her own Senate Republican primary. Again, a crowded field here, but in the Murkowski primary, all she's got to do is place top 4 to make it on the ballot in November. We expect her to do that, but of course, it's despite the fact that Donald Trump has railed against her, listing her as one of his top midterm targets, endorsing one of her challengers. But Murkowski's no stranger to a tough re-election battle. At least her campaign says they feel good, at least about this first decision day, although November, that's going to be the big one. Aaron?
All right, let's turn to NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster now. He's outside the Barclays Center in Brooklyn, New York today. So, Shaq, NBC News is first to report the NBA will not hold any games on Election Day this year. Walk us through how this decision came about.
Well, Aaron, this was a decision that was months in the making. Executives telling me that they started initial conversations before the last season even ended. And really what the NBA was trying to do was capitalize on what they did in 2020. It was during the pandemic where you saw nearly 24 facilities across the country, like the one behind me, turned into voting locations. Some for Election Day voting, others for early voting, others for simple absentee ballot processing or the training of poll workers. So they wanted to capitalize on that energy, and while they're still working out the specifics to try to replicate something similar this time around, they were controlling what they could, and what they did was affected the schedule. They said when they release that schedule tomorrow at 3 p.m., you will see no NBA games for Election Day, and then on the day before, they're scheduling all 30 teams to play. So that means at least 15 major markets having games in their hometown. Those 15 home stadiums and home games, they are going to be having civic engagement night. So they're really pushing their players, pushing their fans, and pushing employees at all these venues to go out and vote by having all the games on Wednesday and leaving Tuesday, or excuse me, all the games on Monday and leaving Tuesday exclusively for the election.
You know, some people are going to wonder about the timing here, Shaq. Do we know why the league chose to make this change now?
Well, part of this is that they were going to release the schedule, so this was something that they wanted to announce ahead of the release of that schedule. But when you talk to analysts, people who watch the NBA and the moves that they've been making, they say that this is not unusual for this league. While the move, they say, is a big deal, they say this is a league that has leaned into the political discussion, that has said in order to be involved in different policies, it's important for fans and players to vote. I want you to listen to one of our MSNBC contributors who follows the NBA about why he said this move is so important.
I mean, this is about the NBA trying to pull some organizational weight to get people to vote, and blocking out games. It's very unusual. It's unprecedented. I mean, we're a country that, unlike a lot of other countries, don't do federal holiday for election days and voting days. That makes the United States unusual in terms of democratic nations in the world. And so the NBA is basically saying, okay, for our players, it's not going to be a work day. And for U.S. Voters, maybe it shouldn't be a play day either.
You know, Aaron, that was a similar sentiment to what I heard from the executive director of the National Basketball Social Justice Coalition. This is a group that was formed after the murder of George Floyd, that was formed after the police shooting of Jacob Blake in Kenosha, Wisconsin. And one thing that he was saying is that this is a platform. They understand that people are looking at what NBA players do. The NBA, being a multi-billion-dollar association, has some influence here. So they wanted to take advantage and capitalize on the fact that people are watching the moves that the NBA is making. And one question that I asked him was, is this just symbolism? You know, there are people who are going to say this is just about one day. You're shifting a couple of games around. There's no sign or no evidence that players or fans are going to vote because they have this day off. And he said, no, the symbols are important. He said symbolism matters. And he said that it's important to strike the symbol and to show the symbol that the NBA cares about what's going on and cares about democracy and specifically what happens on Election Day, Aaron.
All right, Shaquille Brewster for us in Brooklyn today. Shaq, thanks. There is an alarming new report out about the future of heat waves in this country. The nonprofit research group First Street Foundation found that an extreme heat belt is developing from Texas to as far north as Chicago. That area covers more than 100 million people. But the heat we are dealing with right now is causing a severe mega drought emergency, too. The two rivers that supply water to the Hoover Dam are now at their lowest levels in decades. We're going to dig into that heat report with NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns in a moment here. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Raph Sanchez out in California today. So, Raph, there are several western states now that rely on water from the Colorado River. They'll need to change their water usage. How severe are the cuts these states are going to see?
Aaron, they are unprecedented. We have never been in this situation before. Arizona is going to lose about 20% of its water allocation from the Colorado River. Just to give you a sense of scale, that is equivalent to the amount of water that the city of LA uses every single year. Nevada is also going to lose about 8% of its water. And the folks who are going to be hardest hit here are farmers. About 90% of all of America's winter vegetables come from the western region. So if you're eating a salad in February, the odds are pretty good it was grown out here. And a lot of farmers here are trying to figure out how they're going to grow with less water. Aaron?
All right, Raph Sanchez for us in L.A. Some breaking news right now. President Biden is back at the White House now, about to sign the Inflation Reduction Act that was passed in Congress last week. You can see the president being introduced by leaders in the House and in the Senate there. We expect that the president will sign this act into law and then make a few comments about what it will do in terms of providing resources, the Democrats safe to the American people, and also by the way of creating taxes for some of the wealthy corporations in this country. Let's listen in first to this introduction, and then we'll see the president.
In the 30 years I have spent in the Congress, Mr. President, I want to thank you for your tireless work to add this remarkable legislation to your long and growing list of accomplishments. In just 18 months, often away from public view, your administration has created a record number of jobs. Your American Rescue Plan helped our country overcome a once-in-a-century pandemic. Your Infrastructure and Jobs Act is making historic investments in broadband and to repair and bolster our infrastructure. Your CHIPS and Science Act will strengthen our critical supply chains and give real substance and new meaning to Make It in America. The Inflation Reduction Act you are about to sign will lead to transformative change in this great country. It checks inflation by reducing the deficit by $300 billion over the next decade. It ensures more tax fairness by requiring corporations to pay a minimum of 15% while protecting families making less than $400,000 per year from paying 1 penny more. We are called to be good stewards of this planet, and this legislation cuts climate pollution by 40% in just 8 years, while building a new, clean energy economy that will make electricity accessible and affordable and create 9 million new jobs. Now, Mr. President, you know how much you meant to my late wife, Emily, who 3 years ago lost her 30-year battle with diabetes. If she were here today, she would be beyond joy celebrating the $35 per month cap on insulin and the $3,000 annual cap on out-of-pocket costs for Medicare patients. She would also rejoice in the 3-year extension for Affordable Care Act subsidies and the authorization of Medicare to negotiate some drug prices. Emily had adequate health insurance, but many of our neighbors and her friends did not. Mr. President, you took office at a time when we were in dire need of a statesman willing to put people over politics. Many seem surprised at your successes. I am not, because I know you, but more importantly, you know and respect the American people. Now, I am pleased to introduce Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer.
Well, thank you, Representative Clyburn, for that introduction. And I want to thank you, President Biden, for inviting us to the White House today. Thanks to my colleagues here today. This has been one of the most productive stretches in Senate history, from the first gun safety bill in decades, to strengthening NATO, to outcompeting the Chinese Communist Party, to taking care of our veterans. And to top it all off, we celebrate a groundbreaking achievement, the most important bill we have passed in a long time. President Biden will sign the Inflation Reduction Act into law today. I am confident this bill will endure as one of the greatest legislative feats in decades. It'll lower costs, create millions of good-paying jobs, and is the boldest climate bill ever. Now, in normal times, getting these bills done would be a huge achievement. But to do it now, with only 50 Democratic votes in the Senate, over an intransigent Republican minority, is nothing short of amazing. It shows how dedicated and persistent our caucus is. I want to give all 50 of my colleagues, a wonderful, diverse, and dedicated group of 50, huge credit for getting this bill over the finish line. Huge credit. I also want to thank Speaker Pelosi, all the chairs of the committee, Joe Manchin for working so hard to get this bill done, and of course, the incredible, immensely dedicated staff who gave it their all to finishing this bill. Let's have a round of applause for the great staff, White House and Senate. For years, the naysayers said we could never take on the big drug companies and lower the cost of prescription drugs, but now we have. They said we could never take on entrenched big oil interests and get tough on climate change, but we have succeeded. They said we'd never close tax loopholes for the wealthy and make the ultra-rich pay their fair share, but we've gotten all these things done in one single bill. For anyone who thought Washington was broken, and couldn't do big things, Democrats have shown real change is possible. If the last 2 months could be summed up in a word, it would be persistence. My dad, who died in November and would have been 99 on Flag Day, taught me a lesson. If you try to do the right thing, and if you persist and never give up, you can make the world a better place. Well, that's what's happened here. We persisted and persisted and persisted and never gave up. And today it pays off. I know my dad is looking down and smiling. And finally, and most importantly, thank you, President Biden, for your leadership. This has been a long and grueling process. We wouldn't be here without you. A year and a half ago, you laid out the groundwork for this bill. And like us, you persisted every single day, working closely with my team in our caucus for more than a year to get this bill done. The President deserves tremendous credit for this moment. He knew precisely when to step in and when to let negotiations play out. He knew when to use the bully pulpit and when to bring people together away from the spotlight. He made sure we never lost our focus on climate. The President's vision, his dedication to our country, and his experience who made this moment possible. Thank you, President Biden. After 4 years of a president who relished creating chaos, Americans are seeing what it looks like to have a president and a Congress that's focused on delivering results that make their lives better. Mr. President, you've restored dignity, respect, and a sense of action back to the Oval Office. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's my honor to turn it over now to you.
Thank you, Majority Leader Schumer. Chuck, you've been a good friend a long, long time. And Joe, I never had a doubt. Joe had an operation on his shoulder. I just want you to know it wasn't because of anything we did. He's in great shape. And our whip, Mr. Clyburn, you're amazing. And I am reminded often by my staff, were not for you, your wife telling you to endorse me, I wouldn't be standing here. But thank you very, very much. And also Congresswoman Castor and my good friend Frank Pallone, Congressman Pallone. Thank you for your leadership. You know, while they couldn't be here, I especially want to thank Nancy Pelosi, who was instrumental in this law, and Vice President Harris for an incredible work she did. And I'm about to sign the Inflation Reduction Act into law, one of the most significant laws in our history. Let me say from the start, with this law, the American people won and the special interests lost. The American people won and the special interests lost. We're in a session of, for a while, people doubted whether any of that was going to happen. But we are in a season of substance. This administration began amid a dark time in America. As Jim said, a once-in-a-century pandemic, devastating joblessness, clear and present threats to democracy and the rule of law, doubts about America's future itself. And yet, we've not wavered, we've not flinched, and we've not given in. Instead, we're delivering results for the American people. We didn't tear down, we built up. We didn't look back, we looked forward, and today offers further proof that the soul of America is vibrant, the future of America is bright, and the promise of America is real and just beginning. Look, The bill I'm about to sign is not just about today, it's about tomorrow. It's about delivering progress and prosperity to American families. It's about showing the American and the American people that democracy still works in America, notwithstanding all the talk of its demise. Not just for the privileged few, but for all of us. You know, I swore an oath of office to you and to God to faithfully execute the duties of this sacred office. To me, the critical duty of the president is to defend what is best about America. And that's not hyperbole. Defend what's best about America, to pursue justice, to ensure fairness, deliver results that create possibilities that all of us can live a life of consequence and prosperity in a nation that's safe and secure. That's the job. Fulfilling that pledge to you guides me every single hour of every single day in this job. You know, presidents should be judged not only by our words, but by our deeds. Not by our rhetoric, but by our actions. Not by our promise, but by reality. And today is part of an extraordinary story that's being written by this administration and our brave allies in the Congress. This law that I'm about to sign finally delivers on a promise that Washington has made for decades to the American people. I got here as a 29-year-old kid. We were promising to make sure that Medicare would have the power to negotiate lower drug prices back then. Prescription drug prices. But guess what? We're giving Medicare the power to negotiate those prices now on some drugs. This means seniors are going to pay less for the prescription drugs, while we're changing circumstances for people in Medicare by putting a cap of a maximum of $2,000 a year on their prescription drug costs, no matter what the reason for those prescriptions are. That means if you're on Medicare, you'll never have to pay more than $2,000 a year, no matter how many prescriptions you have, whether it's for cancer or any other disease. No more than $2,000 a year. And you all know it because a lot of it come from families that need this. This is a godsend. This is a godsend to many families, and so long overdue. The Inflation Reduction Act locks in place lower health care premiums for millions of families who get their coverage under the Affordable Care Act. Last year, a family of four saved on average $2,400 through the American Rescue Plan that I signed into law that the Congress voted in place. In the years ahead, thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act, 13 million people are going to continue to save an average of $800 a year on health insurance. The Inflation Reduction Act invests $369 billion to take the most aggressive action ever in confronting the climate crisis and strengthening our energy security. It's going to offer working families thousands of dollars in savings by providing them rebates to buy new and efficient appliances, weatherize their homes, get tax credit for purchasing heat pumps and rooftop solar, electric stoves, ovens, dryers. It gives consumers a tax credit to buy electric vehicles or fuel cell vehicles, new or used. And it gives them a tax credit of up to $7,500 if those vehicles were made in America. American auto companies, along with American labor, are committing their treasure and their talent, billions of dollars in investment to make electric vehicles and battery and electric charging stations all across America. Made in America. All of it made in America. This new law also provides tax credits that's going to create tens of thousands of good-paying jobs and clean energy manufacturing jobs, solar factories in the Midwest and the South, wind farms across the plains and off our shores, clean hydrogen projects, and more all across America, every part of America. This bill is the biggest step forward on climate ever. And it's going to allow us to boldly take additional steps toward meeting all of my climate goals, the ones we set out when we ran. It includes ensuring that we create clean energy opportunities in frontline and fence-line communities that have been smothered by the legacy of pollution, and fight environmental injustice that's been going on for so long. And here's another win for the American people. In addition to cutting the deficit by $350 billion last year, my first year in office, and cutting it $1.7 trillion this fiscal year, we're going to cut the deficit, point out, by another $300 billion with the Inflation Reduction Act over the next decade. We're cutting deficits to fight inflation by having the wealthy and big corporations finally begin to pay part of their fair share. Big corporations will now pay a minimum of 15% tax instead of us 55 of them got away with paying $0 in federal income tax on $40 billion in profit. And I'm keeping my campaign commitment. No one, let me emphasize, no one earning less than $400,000 a year will pay a penny more in federal taxes. Folks, the Inflation Reduction Act does so many things that for so many years, so many of us have fought to make happen. And let's be clear. In this historic moment, Democrats sided with the American people, and every single Republican in the Congress sided with the special interest in this vote. Every single one. In fact, the big drug companies spent nearly $100 million to defeat this bill. $100 million. And remember, every single Republican in Congress voted against this bill. Every single Republican in Congress voted against lowering prescription drug prices, against lowering health care costs, against the fairer tax system. Every single Republican, every single one voted against tackling the climate crisis, against lowering our energy costs, against creating good-paying jobs. My fellow Americans, that's the choice we face. We can protect the already powerful or show the courage to build a future where everybody has an even shot. That's the America I believe in. That's what I believe in. And today, we've come a step closer to making that America real. Today, too often, we confuse noise with substance. Too often, we confuse setbacks with defeat. Too often, we hand the biggest microphones to the critics and the cynics who delight in declaring failure, while those committed to making real progress do the hard work of governing. Making progress in this country as big and complicated as ours clearly is not easy. It's never been easy. But with unwavering conviction, commitment, and patience, progress does come. Your dad was right. And when it does, like today, people's lives are made better, and the future becomes brighter, and a nation can be transformed. That's what's happening now. From the American Rescue Plan that helped create nearly 10 million new jobs, to once-in-a-generation infrastructure law that will rebuild America's roads, bridges, ports, deliver clean water, high-speed internet to every American, to the first meaningful gun safety law in 30 years. And if I have anything to do with it, we're still going to have an assault weapons ban, but that's another story. And to get significant veterans' health care law in decades for the first time, to a groundbreaking chips and science law that's going to ensure that technologies and jobs of the future are made here in America, And all this progress is part of our vision and plan and determined effort to get the job done for the American people, so they can look their child in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay. Everything's going to be okay. Everything's going to make it sure that the democracy delivers for your generation, because I think that's at stake. And now, I know there are those here today who hold a dark and despairing view of this country. I'm not one of them. I believe in the promise of America. I believe in the future of this country. I believe in the very soul of this nation. And most of all, I believe in you, the American people. I believe to my core, there isn't a single thing this country cannot do when we put our mind to it. We just have to remember who we are. We are the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. That's why so many foreign companies decide to invest or make chips in America. Billions of dollars. We're the best. We have to believe in ourselves again. And now I'm going to take action that I've been looking forward to doing for 18 months. I'm going to sign the Inflation Reduction Act.
Please sit.
You try to just make sure we get the right one. All right. Okay. There you go.
It's now law.
And welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker, and you were just listening to President Biden at the White House as he signed into law the bill dubbed the Inflation Reduction Act. You heard him there saying it's now law. This marks the end of a long intra-party fight over how to achieve large parts of the president's domestic agenda. You see the president there shaking hands with his Democratic colleagues, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, House Majority Whip Jim Clyburn, and President Biden all speaking before the signing. Mr. Biden proclaiming that the bill is proof that, quote, democracy still works in America. The spending bill is the latest in a series of legislative wins for Democrats with less than 3 months to go before the midterms. The $740 billion bill includes landmark climate funding, tax hikes on the wealthy, and health care reforms, including lowered prescription drug prices. First Lady Jill Biden was absent from today's signing ceremony after she tested positive for COVID-19 this morning. The White House says the president tested negative for COVID again today. And this effectively marks the beginning of what will be a victory lap for the president, for top officials in his cabinet and administration ahead of the midterms that are, of course, looming. Democrats see this as big wins after a series of setbacks, including high inflation, gas prices. Those numbers now starting to come down and the job numbers starting to go up. And so this president is preparing for a victory lap. You saw him start to take that victory lap there in the East Room just moments ago, getting a standing ovation for signing the Inflation Reduction Act into law. Of course, questions swirling about how quickly this will take effect and how quickly Americans will actually feel the impact. But the president today touting this as a major victory. We do want to turn now to the other big politics story of the day. I just alluded to it. If it's Tuesday, voters are voting somewhere. And right now, that somewhere is Wyoming and Alaska. That's where two Republican elected officials who have been outspoken critics of former President Trump and who voted against him on impeachment are on the ballot. Both Congresswoman Liz Cheney and Senator Lisa Murkowski are facing Trump-backed primary challengers today. Cheney, who is vice chair of the January 6th Select Committee and has repeatedly called Mr. Trump an existential threat to American democracy, is expected to lose. Now, if she does, she'll be the 8th House Republican who voted to impeach the former president, who's either lost a primary or retired. Murkowski, a moderate in today's Republican Party, who famously won a write-in campaign to keep her seat back in 2010. I was there. I covered that race. Is expected to survive, helped by the state's new ranked choice voting system, where the top 4 finishers, regardless of party affiliation, will move on to the general. We'll get the very latest from our reporters on the ground in both places in just a moment. But first, today's primaries are the latest test of former President Trump's influence in the Republican Party, and they come amid major developments in multiple legal cases swirling around the former president. We learned today that there will be a federal hearing on Tuesday on the potential unsealing of the affidavit from the Trump Mar-a-Lago search warrant. The DOJ is against the unsealing, citing the sensitive nature of their investigation. Mr. Trump is now calling for it to be released. That comes after, as we reported on this show yesterday, Mr. Trump's former personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, says he is now a target of the criminal investigation into the effort to overturn Georgia's election results. And his former Trump org CFO, Alan Weisselberg, is expected to plead guilty on this week to criminal charges. Now, Today is, of course, not the first election day this year that's played out with the former president dominating the headlines both inside and outside of the voting booth. And it probably will not be the last one, but it is remarkable that Mr. Trump's grip on his party seems to be at its strongest point since January 6th, even as his legal standing seems at its weakest. NBC's Vaughn Hilliard is in Wilson, Wyoming. NBC's Steve Kornacki is at the big board, and NBC's Ali Vitale joins us from Anchorage, Alaska in just a moment. But Vaughn, I have to start with you. There has been so much focus on this day, Liz Cheney, potentially her final stand. Set the stakes. What have these last 24 hours been like, and how's she feeling heading into tonight?
It's good to hear that we've got Steve up and going here, because the big thing that we're going to be looking for tonight, Kristen, or what I should say we are expecting to look at tonight, is the margin of victory for Harriet Hageman in this congressional primary here in Wyoming over Liz Cheney. Harriet Hageman is the land use attorney, longtime GOP activist, used to be an ally of Liz Cheney. She's the one who got the Trump endorsement and is expected to run away with the vote here by a pretty healthy number here. The question, though, that we're looking at is, number one, how many more quiet Republicans actually ultimately wanted Liz Cheney to win this? And then how many Democrats came out and re-registered today as Republicans in order to get a say in this primary here? Liz Cheney has not been on the campaign trail the last several days. There are questions about securities concerns potentially impacting the decision to come out here on the campaign trail. But Harriet Hageman has, for the last year plus, traversed this state, hitting campaign stops, hitting GOP activists, hitting local go-tos around the state here. Again, this is just one congressional district in the entire state of Wyoming here. There's a lot of ground to cover. But again, the big question here is, could Liz Cheney somehow pull off a surprise and bring enough of a coalition together to somehow remain competitive tonight?
Yeah, I think we will be looking at the numbers in the final breakdown. That is for sure. And I guess the big question looming over all of this, Vaughn, this really underlines the divides right now within the Republican Party. Those who are still firmly behind former President Trump. Of course, this is a state that he won by a whopping margin. And those Republicans who want to move in a different direction. What do you think the implications will be for that divide that we've all been following now for so long?
I think, Kristen, if we could call it a 50-50 divide, Liz Cheney would be winning tonight. She would have pulled in some of these unaffiliated voters, these Democrats, and that would have been enough to put her over the top. But that's not how the scale's working here. When you're looking at the Republican electorate and the United States of America today, and perhaps Wyoming epitomizes it in so many ways, this part of the wing of the party, the Donald Trump part of the wing, is a much heavier load than where Liz Cheney finds herself. You haven't seen any Republicans come out here to the state of Wyoming to campaign on behalf of Liz Cheney. Paul Ryan, John Boehner, Mitt Romney held fundraisers for her. But this is a kind of a lone woman running here in the state of Wyoming, a place that her dad first won the congressional seat 44 years ago. And while she says this is just the first battle of what she intends to be a long sustained fight to keep Donald Trump from ever entering the Oval Office again, she suggested maybe that could even be a potential 2024 run. At the same time, what does that look like if she struggles to even win her own home's Republican voters over here, Kristen?
And Vaughn, you've just been all over this race. Fantastic reporting all around. And one of the key points that Vaughn has been making, Steve, is the fact that former President Trump has really made this arguably the top race that he has been focused on, just training his sights on Liz Cheney. So break down what you are seeing in the numbers tonight.
Yeah, and the Trump track record with this particular dynamic, too, has been pretty strong this Republican primary season. So technically going to be 3 candidates on this Republican primary ballot. But as Vaughn is talking about, this really comes down to Cheney versus the Trump-endorsed Harriet Hageman. Been 2 polls that have come out in the last month of this race. Each has shown Hageman with the lead in excess of 20 points. So you got that pointing to a struggle for Liz Cheney tonight. And then you've got how the others like Liz Cheney have held up. This is the list we've been keeping. 10 Republicans who voted to impeach Donald Trump following the events of January 6th. How do they end up faring here in the election year of 2022? And you can see here 4 of them chose not to run for various reasons, but part of that might just simply have been thinking they would have this kind of struggle in a Republican primary. So 4 of them right away took themselves out of contention. Then you've had 3 who've lost so far. Tom Rice got blown out in South Carolina. Peter Meyer actually kept it close in Michigan. He lost 53 to 47%. And Jamie Herrera Butler in Washington State, they have one of those open primaries, Democrats, Republicans. They're all on the same ballot, multiple candidates. She fell a few points short, got about 23% of the vote against the Trump-backed candidate there. There are two who made it through primaries. And again, Valadao in California, it was one of those, jumbled top two primaries. Notably, this is the one race, this Valadao race of all these you see here, that Donald Trump stayed out of. Maybe an essential ingredient in Valadao getting through his top two primary. And Dan Newhouse in Washington, the other one, again, by the skin of his teeth. He got about 25% in a top two primary. This Cheney race, totally different dynamic. It is essentially a one-on-one race playing out in such a deeply conservative state here. So, Cheney would need to pull off something here that so far, really, no one's pulled off this primary season.
Yeah, it would be remarkable, to say the very least. One of the interesting dynamics, Steve, that we've been tracking with this race is this effort to have Democrats register and vote in the GOP primary, something that they can do in Wyoming. Did that actually wind up happening? What do you make of the numbers in that regard?
I think it is happening, but let's try to put the numbers in perspective here. And the rule, by the way, for folks is it's simple. You got to be a registered Republican to vote in the primary, but you can wait until today to register as a Republican. So just show you how the numbers have been looking on party registration. Here they are as of today in Wyoming. I mean, look at that, 215,000 registered Republicans. The universe of Democrats is 36,000. As I said, very Republican state. Now, here's the change from the beginning of this year. So this is one way of looking at it. The number of Democrats from January 1st to today has dropped by a little bit more than 9,000. Now, we don't know. Some of them may have registered, by the way, as unaffiliated, because the unaffiliated number is actually up. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that all of those are Democrats who re-registered as Republicans for the purpose of backing Liz Cheney. You could see, even in the face of 9,000, 10,000 Democrats doing that, this number of Republicans is still massive. And when you look at the polling that's out there, the advantage that Hageman has over Cheney among registered Republicans just dwarfs, polling is telling us, dwarfs anything that 5,000, 10,000, 15,000 Democrats crossing over might be able to do. Again, if Liz Cheney's going to make this close, if she's ever going to pull this off tonight, this is where she's got to pull the surprise. It's got to be with registered Republicans. It's got to be with folks who were Republicans long before the last few weeks.
It's just so fascinating, because you think about 9,000 possibly voters switching over to the other party. You think that might have an impact, but not when you are talking about margins that large. Steve Kornacki, thank you so much for breaking that all down. And Vaughn Hilliard, thanks for your great reporting. I want to turn to NBC's Ali Vitale, who joins us from Anchorage. And Ali, you've been doing such great work out there, particularly on this unique rank choice voting that we are watching today. It's gotten some criticism. It's gotten a whole lot of support from its supporters. Talk about what you're going to be watching and how it's impacting the key races there.
Yeah, Kristen, criticism, support, skepticism, some optimism. I've heard it all from voters and candidates alike here. As this system is implemented for the first time, it's something that Alaska voters voted on in 2020. Now we're going to see it play out in real time when it comes to this House race to succeed Congressman Don Young, who served here for decades and passed away in March. In that race, you've got some big household names here in Alaska. Nick Begich, a family with a long-term name here in the state. Uncles of his who'd served as governor, for example. Another uncle of his who served as a senator. And then, of course, Sarah Palin, a former GOP standard bearer herself, the running mate of then Senator John McCain, now coming back into the national political spotlight, trying to get elected here in a Republican Party that looks a lot different than it did in 2008 when she first came on the national scene. And the ranked choice voting system is going to be in play here, because for voters, they're going to have to see, of these three candidates that they're considering, 2 Republicans and 1 Democrat, whoever comes in third, that person is eliminated first, and then their voters are divvied up based on those voters' second choices, and that's how they're going to ultimately get the victor here. It's going to take a little bit of time, Kristen, but then elections in Alaska always take a little bit of time because so many people here vote by mail.
Yeah, Ali, I spent a month in Alaska in 2010. They do take some time. That is for sure.
No stranger.
I want to ask you, I was talking to Vaughn, of course, about the impact of former President Trump on the races that he is watching there. Yeah. How large does Mr. Trump loom in the Alaska races that you are tracking?
That kind of depends who you're talking to, too, because, for example, in that House race, he has endorsed Sarah Palin, a full-throated, wholehearted endorsement that stems from her endorsement of him in 2016. I was covering the race that day in Iowa when Palin first endorsed Trump. It's something that he had close to mind when he came here to Alaska to campaign for her and for the candidate that he's chosen in the GOP Senate contest against Senator Lisa Murkowski, who, of course, he has labeled the worst among all of the Republicans that he does not like. So she is top of the target list. And look, Palin and Murkowski both are going to be illuminating what it means to be a Republican in this post-Trump era in a state like Alaska, where if you talk to candidates like I did, they're saying this race hinges on a lot more local issues. Listen.
No, I think Alaskans really focus on Alaskan issues, and we are not very interested or consumed by the direction we're being told to go from people in the lower 48 who don't know anything about Alaskan issues.
And up here, what people care most about is what Alaskans think. I have the endorsement of the Alaska Republican Party. Sarah Palin does not, right? These are real Alaskans involved in real Alaskan issues, and they're supporting my campaign. Sarah Palin has none of that support.
And Kristen, what you just heard there were Sarah Palin's two opponents for that House seat. They are obviously campaigning on the campaign trail. I would make the note, though, that with Sarah Palin, try as we might to catch up with her here, she's not doing a ton of local campaigning. And that's something that many of her opponents are seizing on, saying that she's a national name that doesn't necessarily know what Alaska needs right now.
Well, there is so much to cover. And Allie, I think you're absolutely right. It could be a little while before you know the results there. So I know you're ready for a late night and potentially a long couple of days there. But what a great place to be reporting from. Really appreciate it. Great to see you. And Allie has a new book, Electable, coming out next week. So go pre-order it. We are so excited about this and proud of Allie for writing that book. And coming up, the Trump investigation, testimony from the former president's personal lawyer, an expected guilty plea from a longtime Trump org executive, and now a court date over an affidavit fight. All that happening just this week. I'm going to ask our legal experts what it all means next. Plus, sports meets politics. The NBA makes a major change to when games will and won't be played this season. We'll explain. You're watching Meet the Press Now. Stay with us.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The federal judge who approved the search warrant for Mar-a-Lago will hear arguments Thursday on whether to make public the details of why the search was allowed. The Justice Department wants the affidavit to remain sealed to protect the integrity of an ongoing investigation that involves national security. The document includes the government's justification for the search warrant. Mr. Trump and his allies have called for the affidavit to be made public. Several media outlets, including NBC News, have requested the affidavit be unsealed as well. And there's new reporting just this afternoon from the New York Times that the FBI has interviewed top Trump White House lawyers Pat Cipollone and Patrick Philbin about the documents that were stored at Mar-a-Lago. NBC News has not confirmed that reporting. Cipollone and Philbin were the Trump White House's representatives to deal with the National Archives regarding the transfer of documents at the end of the administration. For more, I'm joined by NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos and New York Times national security and legal reporter Charlie Savage. Thanks to all of you for being here. And Ken, let me just start with you. You and I have had some late nights working our sources. Help us understand where we are right now. Is there a scenario, do you think, where the judge would actually allow this affidavit to be unsealed at this point in the investigation?
I don't see one, and I hate to say that because our own lawyers are in court arguing to make it public because we're journalists and we want to see it. But when the Justice Department goes to court and says we're trying to protect grand jury secrecy, the identity of witnesses, the scope of our secret investigation, that almost never gets unsealed. And we learned something from that filing yesterday. We learned that this is a much bigger investigation than just simply we want our classified documents back. They are interviewing witnesses. They are clearly trying to figure out how the documents got there and who handled them, and that may explain these interviews of Pat Cipollone. And it's interesting to note that those guys are no longer President Trump's representatives in the National Archives. He's now got a conservative journalist named John Solomon and an operative named Kash Patel who has said publicly that Trump declassified all these documents.
And Charlie, let me bring you into this conversation. Can you see any scenario where perhaps a redacted version of the affidavit is disclosed? Ken seems to think it's unlikely in any scenario, but what are you tracking as it relates to this?
I mean, I'm in the same situation Ken is. My organization, the New York Times, like NBC News, is in court asking for that. But I have to say that I agree with Ken that it's extremely unlikely that the judge is going to override the Justice Department when it says we have an active ongoing investigation and reviewing this document right now would mess it up. I'm not aware of any time in which that has happened. This would be a document that would explain not just what they were looking for. We know that now from the documents they released on Friday, but why they were looking for those things, why they were confident that they were there, why they knew exactly where to look in terms of which rooms and so forth. And that's going to inherently risk disclosing who it is, if there is someone in the Trump camp, who is confidentially serving as a witness to the Justice Department's efforts here. Probably the document would identify that person as witness number one rather than by name, but there can't be that many people who would know that information. And in telling the judge, here's not just what we think, but why we think that, it would probably lead any knowledgeable person to identifying that witness right away. I just can't envision a scenario where the judge is going to override the Justice Department at this stage and say, let's let this out. Nevertheless, as a journalist, I'd sure like to see it.
Yeah, that is for sure. Danny, let me have you weigh in on what the Justice Department is saying, kind of flesh out a little bit of the case that Charlie's making. The Justice Department says, quote, disclosure at this juncture of the affidavit supporting probable cause would, by contrast, cause significant and irreparable damage to this ongoing criminal investigation. Talk a little bit more, if you could, about that irreparable damage. Obviously, Charlie and Ken laid out part of what the DOJ may be concerned about.
Everyone wants to see this affidavit. Virtually no one is going to see this affidavit. It will not be released. That there's even a discussion about it is only because we really, really want to see what's in it, not because we believe we have any prayer of a judge granting a motion to unseal that affidavit. It is not something that gets unsealed. The warrant and the property receipt are something that the person being served with the search warrant gets, but you don't ever get to see that that affidavit of probable cause, usually until the discovery phase. And you're not in the discovery phase until there's an actual criminal case. So in all likelihood, unless the DOJ wants it, we will not be seeing this or any other affidavit of probable cause. The idea that in one of my cases I could go to the court on behalf of a client who had a search warrant executed at his home and just say, hey, I really want to see what's in that affidavit of probable cause. Well, why? Well, because it would be so interesting. That is probably true, but it certainly wouldn't move a judge to deviate from almost universal practice of not unsealing
Danny,
an affidavit of probable cause.
Let me follow up with you very quickly on that, because is there a point at which we might see it once this investigation is over? And obviously we don't know when that will be.
Let me give you the ultra conservative answer in that the only sure time that anyone will see it is if there is an actual criminal case and it's disclosed in the course of discovery, and then that person somehow leaks it or lets it out, and then it becomes dispersed to the public. And I imagine that would happen very, very quickly. So in all likelihood, that is the only way you may see it. That, or if DOJ decides, hey, we want to release this. But as you can see, this is not cabined to a hey, give us our documents back case. This apparently has to do with something broader. And any time other people are involved, whether they're sources or other potential targets, DOJ is going to be very careful not to reveal any information about those people, lest they scare off the suspects or endanger their potential witnesses.
And Ken, talk about the timeline to this. I mean, given the public interest, given that this is so extraordinary and involves the former president, does the DOJ feel as though the clock is ticking on this investigation, or does it say, no, we can't take that into consideration? We have to just conduct the investigation.
Well, I think they would definitely say the latter. There is a wild card on the timeline, which is how they will apply the guidelines not to do anything too close to an election. Donald Trump is obviously not on the ballot. So does this apply here? It's an open question. These are gray areas. And when I talk to people at DOJ, they're not 100% clear. People talk about a 90-day clock. Some people think it's a 60-day before the election clock. So that will certainly come into play. But what's clear from the affidavit, from the motion to unseal the affidavit, is that this is a wide-ranging investigation. They're talking to a lot of witnesses. They're being incredibly meticulous about it. They want to learn why these documents got there and how they were handled. And that, I think, is going to take some time.
Charlie, this obviously comes against the backdrop of a number of investigations that are swirling around the former president, including a federal grand jury that's investigating January 6th. That one element that seems to have been a little bit overlooked in light of last week's search. What can you tell us about that? You've been doing some reporting on that as well.
Well, you know, for a while we wondered whether one of the three charges in the Mar-a-Lago search warrant is which has to do with obstruction of an official investigation or impeding, might have been a reference to whether there was some information they thought at Mar-a-Lago related to the January 6th committee, and whether this might just be the tip of the iceberg of something much bigger under play. I think that the weight of opinion, of learned opinion here, has come around to the idea that there is not that connection, and that the obstruction of justice or obstruction of an official effort charge that was listed on that search warrant has to do with the documents themselves. And that's probably also, to pick up on what was just being discussed, what remains very complicated here. The other charges about just simply mishandling documents seem to be rather open and shut at this point. The documents were there, they shouldn't have been there, they asked for them back, they didn't get them back. That shows willful intent to retain. But the obstruction charge is going to be more complicated. I mean, if that's tied to why these documents weren't turned over even after a subpoena, if there's surveillance video showing materials being moved around before the government was supposed to come in, who gave that order and so forth. There's a lot more puzzle pieces there that have to be assembled. So just like the January 6th committee investigation and then grand jury investigation has these complexities that spin off to the side that means that no decision is imminent, I think this case as well is a little bit more complicated than it may appear at first blush.
That's a good point. And Danny, let me ask you, as we're tracking these multiple investigations, we're also tracking the fact that a number of Trump allies are coming into focus, including his former personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani. Rudy Giuliani, according to his attorney, is the target of the Georgia investigation into alleged election interference there. His attorney signaling that he is prepared to claim that he cannot talk about conversations with his former boss. And I guess the question is Mr. Giuliani, can Mr. Giuliani claim attorney-client privilege?
He can try, but that won't even be the most prominent likely privilege that he asserts. It will likely be the Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination. And not because of any particular knowledge, specific knowledge that I have about Rudy Giuliani. It's the general practice. Anytime your client moves from a witness, past subject to target in an investigation and is asked to speak before or testify before a grand jury, then in all likelihood, that person, that witness, will be asserting the Fifth Amendment. In fact, in many cases, you contact the prosecutor and say, this is probably going to be a waste of your time because he's going to assert the Fifth too many times for this to be of any use to you. Now, I suspect in this case, that would not work because the Georgia prosecutor wants him to show up no matter what, even if he asserts the Fifth Amendment for each and every question, and even if he asserts attorney-client privilege for each and every question. So in the normal case, that might excuse a witness's attendance completely. In this case, it will not. Does that mean he's going to take it in response to every question? No, not necessarily. But standard practice for defense attorneys would be to warn, nay, admonish your client to consider taking the Fifth early and often if you are considered the highest level of suspicion, which is a target. But I'd also add that those are very fluid tiers. Somebody can say the wrong thing during a grand jury testimony and move very quickly from witness up to target.
All right. Well, as Charlie said, this is complicated stuff. Thank you all so much for helping us to understand it. Ken, Dana, and Charlie, really appreciate your expertise. And coming up next, digging into what today's election results will mean for November, plus a live report on how the NBA is getting involved with Election Day. You're watching Meet the Press now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news. This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American. We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back. As we mentioned earlier, former President Trump looms large over this year's midterm elections, especially in the Wyoming primary today, where all signs point to Congresswoman Liz Cheney losing to a Trump-backed candidate. Of the 10 House Republicans who voted to impeach Donald Trump, 4 are retiring, 2 won their primary races, and 3 have already lost. Joining me now is our great Election Day panel, Jake Sherman, co-founder of Punchbowl News and an NBC News political contributor, Simone Sanders, host of Simone on MSNBC and former advisor to Vice President Harris, and Doug Heye, Republican strategist and former RNC communications director. Thanks to all of you for being here. I'm excited about this panel. Jake, let me start with you in Wyoming. You've obviously watched Congresswoman Liz Cheney on the January 6th committee, and this is being characterized as her last stand. What are you watching for today, not in terms just of this race, but in terms of her political future?
Well, it seems as if the race is over. I mean, based on the last 2 public polls, so we don't have to wonder much about that. But I'll be curious, obviously, to hear her concession speech or defeat speech, whatever you'd like to call it. Because I think it'll lay the groundwork for whatever she's thinking about next. I mean, I don't know whether she could run for president in a meaningful way. I'm not sure the Republican Party is anywhere in the same universe as her. I'd say definitively they're not. So I'm curious to hear what she says tonight in this. It must be the most watched concession defeat speech that we've seen in a long time.
Doug, what are you...
Was that a shot at me?
What are you expecting to hear from her? And do you think she could have a real shot at a potential run, or potentially at least peeling off some voters away from former President Trump if he does throw his hat into the 2024
and I think to Jake's
ring?
point, the sign that this race has been over electorally isn't just the last 2 polls, it's the last 2 commercials.
Yeah.
The one that features her, the one that features her father. She doesn't say, and go out and vote on Tuesday. She's talking about a much longer fight. So it will be a concession speech. It's nice to see Republicans admit defeat when they lose. But she's going to talk about the future, and that future will start, not just tonight, but it'll start with the first hearings that we have in September with the January 6th committee. And that will be the beginning of whatever that next chapter is. We just don't know what that is yet.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think all eyes are going to be focused on what happens in September with the next January 6th committee hearing. Simone, weigh in here, not just in terms of what we're watching in Wyoming, but also Alaska, where you have this ranked choice voting system, which in its own right is a headline, right? Because there's so much controversy around this. I won't say that, but tell me why. What are you watching for as it relates to Alaska? Obviously, you have Sarah Palin. You obviously have Lisa Murkowski fighting to hold on to her Senate seat.
Look, I think the Sarah Palin piece of this is very interesting. Sarah Palin, who I think many of us wrote off as something of the past, and she has come back in a real way, and she really has an opportunity here to inject herself right back in the middle of national politics if she emerges successful out of this race. I think ranked choice voting, look, we have talked about this at midterm after midterm, presidential election after presidential. When we're talking about primaries, we're looking at Maine. Maine made a move like this a couple years ago, and it is confusing to the voters. I think the question on the table is, how can you make sure the process is open enough so that no one's rights are being trampled on, that there truly is free and fair access to the ballot box? And I don't know if we've gotten there in Alaska.
Well, the thing that's looming over all of these races tonight and into the future, of course, is former President Trump. And now we have this search at Mar-a-Lago. Jake, I've been talking to a number of Republicans who say actually what it's doing is it's galvanizing Republicans who had left, all but abandoned former President Trump. Now they're angry and they're now ready to support him again. Are you hearing that? What do you think the political implications are?
I tend to think, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, I tend to think that, yes, I think it's galvanized his supporters, but I think the middle of the country, Democrats and Republicans who voted for him in 2016 and gave him the presidency, people who said, listen, this guy is abnormal, he's unusual, he is something new, we're going to give him a chance. I just can't imagine those voters giving him a chance in 2024. I just think that is where his support erodes, just because of the constant noise, the constant drama. I just have to think that people don't like that.
Doug, is he right?
And one thing, he is. And more to that is one thing I keep telling Republicans is when you immediately step out to defend Donald Trump when there's some kind of bad news, and this is, chapter 750 of this, what we always see consistently is 2 or 3 days later, there's oh, wait, we didn't know about that part of it. So that's when we heard the word nuclear last week. And there will be more to come. So their initial instinct is to defend Trump. and then they go quiet for a little bit because there's more bad news and there'll be more to come.
It rarely gets better with Trump. That's what one Republican said to me recently. It's rarely like less than what it seems like at the beginning.
Simone, give us the reality check on how Democrats are viewing this, because President Biden was ready for his victory lap. He started it today at the White House. He signed the Inflation Reduction Act into law. He and his top officials are going to be out on the campaign trail. They wanted to have the headlines to themselves.
Yes,
and now they're contending with Trump.
They wanted to, I mean, now we're having conversations about how does the White House break through, right? Because the headlines are
how does
Donald
the White
Trump.
House break through?
Exactly.
What is that?
How do they? How do they?
Look, I think the White House needs to continue to do what they have been doing. I talked to Jamie Harrison, the chair of the Democratic National Committee, the other day, and he gave a very forceful defense, if you will, of the Biden-Harris agenda and what Democrats have gotten accomplished. I think you heard the president give a shot across the bow in his remarks today, talking about, you know, there are those that basically wanted to be detractors, and those of us who focused on the work, that's how we make life change for the American people. I do think that there is a responsibility on Democrats to do not take the shiny object. There is nothing to be helped by talking about this investigation from Merrick Garland. Let Merrick Garland do his work. The White House needs to focus on selling this agenda and explaining to people that no, 87,000 IRS agents are not coming for you middle-class Americans.
The wild card is if Trump announces he's running in the middle of the primaries. I mean, does that hurt Republicans even more?
Yeah, I think it does, in part because, you know, Jake was talking about those voters who gave him a chance the first time and are exhausted. And part of what they're exhausted with isn't just all things Trump. It's inflation. It's rising crime. It's the images they see at the border, which is what Republicans should be wanting to talk about. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But the more Donald Trump dominates headlines, even over the expense of the White House, it means Republicans can't talk about what they should be talking about.
Can I make a point here, though? Because I think that Donald Trump has never actually faced a criminal proceeding. All of these cases, when we talk about his legal issues, it's been civil proceedings, and his tactics have worked there. It is very different when you start talking about criminal proceedings. And we know there's a DOJ criminal investigation, the Fulton County DA criminal investigation into January 6th. And then you've got Tish James in New York, criminal investigation into the Trump organization.
Yet it certainly adds a whole new layer. I want to go to my colleague and pause this conversation very briefly. Shaq Brewster, NBC News correspondent, who is out in Brooklyn for us. And you, Shaq, are tracking a really fascinating twist to the midterms from outside of the world of politics. Tell us what you're watching. You have these exclusive details.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And this morning we learned from the NBA that when they release their schedule tomorrow, it will show no games are scheduled to be played on Election Day. Beyond that, they're going to have all 30 teams compete on the day before Election Day, and they're encouraging their fans, their players, and vendors to participate in what they're calling a civic engagement night. And look, officials at the NBA say that this is about going beyond what we saw in 2020, where you saw many arenas like the one behind me turned into voting locations, some for Election Day voting, others for absentee ballot processing. They're still trying to work on that for this time around, but at this point, they're trying to control the schedule and encourage as many fans as possible to take the midterm elections as seriously as they took the presidential elections. And in my conversation with the executive director of the league's Social Justice Coalition, one thing that I asked him is this a symbolic move? And he leaned into it, saying, yes, it's symbolic, but the symbolism has power. Listen to this.
Jake, I'll come out to you.
So valuable about the NBA community stepping into this space is that we have a platform unlike any other. If we do something that some might call a symbol, I would say that's a good symbol. If we were talking about getting out, registering, voting, making your voice heard in whatever way you think is most important, those are symbols that I think most people can and would support.
Folks who follow the NBA extremely closely say this is an unprecedented move, but point out that it's not unfamiliar territory for the NBA. We've seen them lean into political discussions repeatedly. We know that they've endorsed specific policy measures like the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, for example. But one thing that you've always heard from the NBA, they point out, is that it's not just about the policy, but it's about, in order to get that policy enacted, you need to show up at the voting booth. And that's part of the messaging that you're hearing from the league as they make this announcement, Kristen.
Well, great exclusive details. Shaq Brewster, thanks for bringing that to us. Really appreciate it. Jake Sherman, so just respond, if you would. The question that Shaq put there, is this symbolic? Do you think this could ultimately prove to be a symbolic move, or will it have a real impact?
It should have an impact. I mean, if more people are able to go out and vote and more people are encouraged to vote, I mean, our voter participation in midterms is disgustingly low. I mean, it's just embarrassing as a democracy. Maybe I shouldn't say that, but we should have more people vote. I mean, this is serious. And what we've seen in the Obama era, the Biden era, and to some extent the Trump era, is that Congress is a much more influential institution than most people think it is, as somebody who's covered Congress for a long time would say. And if you want your policies to be enacted, you need a Congress that's going to do it. So, and if you want Biden's policies to fail, you want Republicans in power, you should go out and vote for them.
Well, and one moment where we saw larger turnout than we expected was in Kansas, when voters turned out to vote for a single issue, abortion rights. Is that going to be something that is really motivating?
I think it could be motivating, but the difference between the midterm elections in November and the special we saw in Kansas was that people were going out to vote against, to defeat a ballot initiative. There are not a number of ballot initiatives on the docket, if you will, when it comes down to this November. And so folks will be going out to vote for candidates, to vote for an agenda, which is why Democrats mobilizing around the president's agenda is going to be key, I think, to continue to motivate people to come out in November, to put them in power, let them keep the House.
Doug, weigh in on this. What do you think are going to be these motivating factors? I mean, obviously, Shaq had this great reporting about the NBA canceling its game, but you wonder how much of an impact that will have nationwide.
Right, and let me say, logistically, as a sports fan, I'm more impacted by the game the night before that goes past midnight than I am at the game that starts at 9 p.m. after the polls close. Whether it's baseball, football, basketball, whatever.
Pick a different day. I hear you.
But clearly, the activism of players, has increased exponentially over the past 5 years, and you know, even going back when you had some activist players, but very few, and clearly the NBA feels this is a smart direction and a profitable one ultimately to go into.
Yeah, and I think that when you think about tonight, that will be one of the things that we're tracking. The turnout. I mean, how many people? This is a race in Wyoming. I end on where we started, where this is all that Trump's been talking about, Liz Cheney. She has been his top target.
The top target. I mean, out of all the folks who voted to impeach the president, a number have retired. Many of them lost their races, and Liz Cheney is like one of the last folks standing. And so I think it is a foregone conclusion. What happens next? Is she going to run for president? Is she going to help foil the presidency? We don't know, but we'll be watching.
All right, we will. This is such a great conversation. Thank you all for being here, Jake, Simone, and Doug. Really appreciate it. And it's not just control of the House and Senate on the line this November. There are 36 governorships on the ballot as well. According to the Cook Political Report, just 4 of those races fall into the toss-up category: Nevada, Arizona, Kansas, and Wisconsin. The last of those matchups was set last week when Republican Tim Michels won the primary to take on Wisconsin's incumbent governor, Tony Evers. Arkansas, with its open governor's seat, is decidedly not on the list of toss-ups. The state's politics have changed dramatically since Bill Clinton was governor in the 80s and 90s. Now a Democratic newcomer is trying to make history. NBC's Julie Sirkin went to Arkansas to meet him. Take a look.
Just 2 black governors ever elected in U.S. history. Chris Jones, a Democrat running in the deep red, deep South, hopes to be the 3rd.
It is humbling, to know that there's still a barrier, a ceiling, and it's a reminder that we have work to do to bring everybody to the table.
Arkansas used to be Clinton country. Now, this is a long shot campaign to beat former Trump spokeswoman Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Her dad, Mike Huckabee, a popular ex-governor of the natural state.
I'm Chris Jones, running for governor.
But despite the odds,
I've always believed, based on my experience with Arkansans, that if you give them a chance and you show up and engage them respectfully and you listen, then they'll give you a chance.
The first-time candidate is calm and collected, fueled by the issues Arkansans are facing, consistently ranked worst in the nation in health, infrastructure, and economic opportunity, near last for teacher pay, and dead last for voter turnout.
We joke, unfortunately, about saying, thank God for Mississippi, right? And so that joke alone puts you in a position to say, well, I'm not that bad. We deserve to be the top, and we deserve to be first.
A 7th-generation Arkansan, Jones was inspired as a child to pursue politics after meeting then-Governor Clinton.
I found out that a governor could solve problems, serve people and make a difference in their lives. And so I was sold at 8, and I said, I want to come back to Arkansas one day and serve as governor.
Jones graduated from Morehouse College on a NASA scholarship, then earning a master's in nuclear engineering and a PhD in urban planning from MIT.
Looking at your resume, it doesn't scream politician.
But it does scream problem solver. And I think, we need more folks in public service that are interested in solving problems for all people.
It's been 8 years since any Democrat clinched 40% of the vote statewide. And in 2020, Donald Trump beat Joe Biden by nearly 30 points.
Over the last decades, Republicans made significant gains in state legislatures all across the country, especially here in the South. Do you think Democrats have ignored states like Arkansas, states in the South?
Yeah, I think in general, the answer is yes.
Democrats hoping that putting forward unique candidates will engage voters. And here, Jones would be the first African-American elected statewide ever.
Last time I saw a black man running for office was never.
Today, with abortion top of mind for voters on both sides of the issue,
states are having an outsized role in all sorts of things.
Some conservative states are on the brink of near total bans, a position the majority of Americans are calling too drastic.
They're exhausted by the extreme, and they want some folks to come in and be pragmatic, stand on values, and solve problems that matter to them.
Great interview and reporting by our Julie Sirkin. We appreciate that. We should note that we reached out to Sarah Huckabee Sanders to ask her for an interview as well, but they declined our request. Still to come, it's been 1 year since the fall of Kabul. The Marine veteran who wrote a gripping recounting of those chaotic final days joins me next to talk about the rush to help people to escape and the mission still ahead. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas and my birthday or something.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. When the Biden administration announced the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan, they also pledged to evacuate Afghan nationals who worked alongside the U.S. military. Many of those Afghans served as interpreters for the U.S. and feared the retaliation they would face by the Taliban for their role in assisting the United States. Despite not being on the ground in Afghanistan, veterans and activists across the U.S. and around the globe were able to use social media to contact their Afghan friends and allies to help them navigate their way through the chaos and uncertainty to get through the gates of the Kabul airport. Because of their relentless work, many Afghans were able to evacuate the country, but many more were left behind when the U.S. ended its military presence in Afghanistan. I'm joined now by Elliot Ackerman, a former U.S. Marine who served in Iraq and Afghanistan, who helped with evacuation efforts in Afghanistan. He's also the author of the new book, The Fifth Act, America's End in Afghanistan. Elliot, thank you so much for joining us. I read your beautiful piece that was published in Politico, and you shared your story about helping a group of Afghans navigate their way to the Kabul airport. And you created this split screen. You were with your family about to go on vacation. You were communicating with them via WhatsApp. Talk about that moment for you. What stands out to you most about that experience? How harrowing it was for them and you?
Well, I think you just got to it. It's the juxtaposition of, the war, which is, always sort of been there in my life, although I left Afghanistan on my last deployment 10 years ago. So I'm now a writer and a family man. But then having it again, very much immediate in my life as we are working to try to evacuate our Afghan allies. And so the segment you read in the book toggles between those two disparate realities.
And you've been in communication with Afghans in the country who are still, to this very day, hoping to get out. What do you think is going to be critical to help them get out? Do you think enough is being done?
Well, sadly, the options for getting individuals who are in Afghanistan right now out of the country are limited because the Taliban is in control of Afghanistan, and we don't have formal relations with the Taliban. But that doesn't mean there isn't much that can be done. First and foremost is the Afghan Adjustment Act, which is right now going through Congress and which is critically important. We've evacuated tens of thousands of our Afghan allies to the United States, but they still don't have any method to work. They can't get a green card and they can't start their lives here. And so there needs to be as much as an urgency of getting them on the path to working in the United States as there was in those 2 weeks last summer when we were trying to get them out of the airport.
And were there moments when you were trying to get them out of the airport that you didn't think they would be able to get out? You described this scene where you and your wife just break down in tears, and I think your reader kind of breaks down with you, feeling that sense of relief once you knew that they were, in fact, going to be safe, but that was an uncertainty.
Well, as the title of the book implies, the fifth act, there are really 5 cases that I tracked throughout this book that I was involved in. And they each had different outcomes, but the ones that ended well, I'll be candid, I didn't think they were going to work. The odds were so stacked against individuals getting into the airport that the relief I felt was both relief, gratitude, and frankly, just surprise that we'd been able to thread these people through all of the Taliban checkpoints, and American checkpoints to get them successfully into the airport.
Yeah, it's just extraordinary. I want to read how you end this article, this part of your book that appears in Politico, and you talk about the judgment that America will face for this withdrawal. And you say, I'm thinking of one person when I imagine that judgment. Daniel Ahmed, born in America, born an American, and named for the man who saved his Afghan parents. Essentially, that this little boy's life is possible because of all of the people who helped save his parents, that not everyone could be saved, not everyone could be helped out of Afghanistan, but there are those lives, those precious lives that were saved. Talk about where you are when you think about that judgment.
Well, I think it's something I think about individually, and I know that, having served in war, that, that violence has a very long and intergenerational tail. But I also know, the people who got out of Afghanistan and those that are in the United States right now, these people are going to be great Americans. And I feel like it was a privilege to be able to help in whatever way that I can. And it will be a privilege to share my status as an American citizen with these people as we get them on track to get their green cards, become citizens, and as their first and foremost, their children are born in this country, as was the case with little Daniel.
Well, it's just a privilege to read your account. We thank you for your service, and we thank you for joining us today. Elliot Ackerman, we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And thank you for being with us this hour. Chuck will be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
we're coming on the air with new details on how Attorney General Merrick Garland launched this FBI search at Mar-a-Lago, with a senior official telling our team what went down inside the Justice Department in those weeks leading up to that visit to former President Trump's Florida home. We still don't know why they did it, but we now know a judge might tell us that on Thursday. We'll also talk about which former Trump White House attorneys are reportedly talking with the feds, what we're looking for from that key hearing. Plus, President Biden making his biggest midterm push yet, signing his health care and climate spending bill into law as voters in Alaska and Wyoming hit the polls in a test of how revengey Republicans are feeling about those who dare to buck the will of Donald Trump. We're live in both states and with an NBC News scoop on why the NBA is not playing on Election Day. And new steps today to try and solve the drought in the Southwest, why the feds, for the first time, are forcing Arizona and Nevada to cut back on how much water they take from the Colorado River. Plus, the latest in our Kids Under Pressure series. We're taking you to Florida with more on how schools are getting pretty creative to recruit teachers as thousands of them leave the classroom. And the makers of Purple Heart, they're defending their new movie against accusations of racism, misogyny, and military propagandism. We break down this latest Netflix controversy going viral later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie. So right now we've got the who, what, where, and when of the FBI search of former President Trump's home in Florida. All we're looking for now is the why. And we may get that answer this Thursday when a federal judge holds a hearing on whether or not to unseal the affidavit behind the search. Basically, that's the document that spells out the legal justification for the whole thing that went down at Mar-a-Lago. Mr. Trump, for his part, he wants that released. He says it's in the interest of transparency. For what it's worth, we want to see it too. News organizations like NBC are also pushing for it to be made public. But the DOJ is pushing back, telling the judge it's got to stay sealed because otherwise their investigation could get messed up. That careful approach by Attorney General Merrick Garland pretty much tracks with what we're learning today from a senior Justice Department official who says Garland took weeks to consider whether or not to get this warrant. Talked it out over many meetings with the top brass at Justice and the FBI. And it comes as we're hearing new details now from the New York Times that the FBI spoke with ex-White House counsel Pat Cipollone and his top deputy, Pat Philbin, about the documents taken from Mar-a-Lago, according to 3 people familiar with those conversations. NBC News has not verified that. And then, oh, by the way, a couple of other updates to close the loop on related to all this. We're learning the former president now has his passports back from the FBI. Remember that? And we're also learning that the top money man at the Trump organization, caught up in a totally different probe, is probably going to prison. NBC News has learned former Trump org CFO Alan Weisselberg is planning to plead guilty to criminal tax evasion charges, according to 2 people familiar with the matter. Weisselberg is expected to get a 5-month sentence, but is not expected to cooperate with New York's investigations into Mr. Trump himself. There you have the backdrop. So let's bring in Ken Delaney. And Ken, let's talk about this hearing coming up, because most of the time, according to experts, the government tends to win cases like this, right? Cases like this fight over the affidavit. Is there any shot we're going to see it? And if we do, is there any shot it's not just all going to be sharpied out and redacted?
I hate to say this, Hallie, because our own lawyers are arguing to see this thing, and we're journalists, and we would love to see it, but really there is no shot. I mean, no one's ever seen it happen. When the government comes into court and says, Judge, we have an ongoing criminal investigation, a grand jury investigation, we're talking to witnesses, and this document lays out the whole scope of that investigation, the identities of witnesses, and even if they fuzzed up the names, it would be pretty clear to people who those people were. Investigative techniques, they said, would be compromised. So when they come to court and they say that, generally, almost always, they win, Hallie. And if for some reason this judge decides, because you never know what a judge will do, that he will unseal the affidavit, the Justice Department then says they will ask for redactions, blacking out sensitive stuff. And they said that so much of this will be redacted, if they have their way, that the document will be incomprehensible. So unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see it. Yeah. I do think, though, that the DOJ taught us a few things in their filing when they explained all this, which is that there's a big investigation going on here. It isn't just about getting the documents back. There's other issues here. They're trying to get to the bottom of how those documents got there, which would be why they would talk to a White House counsel, Pat Cipollone. They're talking to other witnesses. So there's a lot left to learn here, Hallie.
By the way, too, some of former President Trump's Republican allies in Congress want to see this affidavit unsealed, despite the fact that that could potentially hold some political risk if it shows something maybe damaging about Mr. Trump. Talk to us about what you're hearing related to Merrick Garland, because it seems like the Justice Department and people close to him are trying to toe the line between being appropriately careful and overly cautious here, given the many political, landmines that they're walking through.
Yeah, I was able to confirm a report in the Wall Street Journal that Garland considered for a matter of weeks this decision about whether to seek this search warrant, and he met with a lot of senior officials in the department and with FBI Director Christopher Wray. And the way I look at it, that is exactly what you would expect anybody to do. This is one of the most momentous decisions in modern Justice Department history, and look at the impact that it's already caused. There's been an attack on an FBI office that can be traced directly back to the rhetoric that stemmed, the angry rhetoric that has stemmed from this search, the people that are mad about it. So the real question, I think, is, did the DOJ properly anticipate the consequences of this? I mean, we've been reporting that they didn't wear their FBI windbreakers, and they were trying to do this when Trump was out of town. Did they think that somehow it wasn't going to come out? I mean, if that was their approach, that seems a bit naive. But considering, all the ins and the outs of whether to do it and how to approach it, seems perfectly reasonable to me, Hallie.
I know you've been talking with legal experts, folks who spend a lot of time in cases involving classified information, talking about the search and how former President Trump has handled documents like these. Fill us in on some of those conversations.
Yeah, this goes back to the debate we've been hearing all week. All these Republicans saying this is an outrageous abuse of power. I spoke with Mark Zaid, who spends his entire law practice representing intelligence officers and dealing with classified information. And he told me he's had many clients whose homes have been raided by the FBI on the mere suspicion that they possess classified information. And take a listen to what else he said.
Do I think the FBI can overreach? Sure, I do. Do I think the FBI overreached in a case involving the former president of the United States on a search warrant that was personally approved by the Attorney General of the United States? No.
So his point there is that Trump, if anything, has been granted more leeway in this case than the average intelligence community employee caught with classified information. We'll just have to see in the end, if there are criminal charges and what that looks like, Hallie.
Ken Delaney, and thank you very much. To the current president now, with President Biden getting a big win of his own ahead of the midterms by signing the Inflation Reduction Act into law. That's that multi-billion-dollar health care, climate, and tax law, with the president casting the whole thing late today as one of the most significant moves in generations. Watch.
With this law, the American people won and the special interests lost. Today offers further proof that the soul of America is vibrant, the future of America is bright, and the promise of America is real and just beginning.
Okay, so now that this thing is law, what does it actually mean for you and your life and your planet, and when? Right now, right away, you're going to see a whole bunch of the climate pieces of this bill, now law, kick in, like tax credits. The IRS can also ramp up its staffing to handle business there. In the next few months, by January 1st, you'll see those extended health care subsidies start, along with the insulin price cap for people enrolled in Medicare. Later on, longer term, comes those negotiations with drug companies over prices. Mike Memoli is at the White House. So, Mem, we've talked about what is coming next policy-wise. Let's talk about what comes next politics-wise, because the president is really leaning on his cabinet to get out there in these, dog days of summer, which have not been all that slow to promote this. He himself is doing a little less of that. Explain us the thinking there.
Well, Hallie, there are really two factors here at play. And the first is, this is what a cabinet is for. You want to divide and conquer. There's only one president. There's a lot, not just in the Inflation Reduction Act, but in this string of legislative successes that Democrats have had lately that they want to fan out to the country and really try to tout. And so you're going to see, for instance, Mayor Secretary Pete Buttigieg going out there talking about the infrastructure law. You're going to see Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm out there talking about the climate-related provisions of this law. You're going to see Interior Secretary Deb Haaland going out to the West, especially to talk about efforts here to combat drought. So this is really a divide-and-conquer strategy for the White House. But the second dynamic here, let's be real, Hallie, it is August. This president really wants a vacation. We remember what happened last August when he was trying to take a vacation. The fall of Afghanistan, the fall of Kabul really did complicate the matter. So this is a White House, I tell you, Hallie, that is really determined to give the president his vacation this summer. And so he's taken a brief detour here back to the White House to sign this law. He's going to head back to Delaware in a few moments. But the White House says he'll be out there in the fall as well, attending ribbon cuttings. He'll be at a groundbreaking of a major Intel factory that's expanding its footprint in Ohio. The real question, of course, as we talk about politics, though, is will the president be there by himself, or will some of those congressmen and senators who are up for election this fall want to join him to tout these successes as well?
Notable, it seemed, that Senator Joe Manchin was sitting there right in the front row today, walked in by Chief of Staff Ron Klain. To hammer the politics piece home a bit, check out this poll from YouGov and The Economist. The president's approval rating, not like amazing, right? 41% approval, 55% of people disapprove. But the thing is, when it comes to Congress, this poll shows more people still want Democrats in control than Republicans. And listen, that is what matters in the midterms, in a midterm year. How much is the White House looking at numbers like these, ma'am, and thinking about those when they're putting together this strategy?
Well, it's funny you mentioned Senator Joe Manchin. He was just holding court, a short walk up here. You know the geography of the White House with sure reporters after the fact. And he was talking about the conversation he was having behind closed doors today with President Biden, talking about whether maybe he would come to West Virginia. And Biden, the president, joked, you know, I'll come in there, I'll go with you or against you, whatever helps you most. And that's really the attitude of the White House as it relates to Democrats on the ballot this fall. The president is certainly going to be there if they want him in their districts. But I've often seen in some of the travels I've done with the president this year that in his remarks, often he is really singling out ways in which sometimes Democrats have fought him on policies or things that they really tried to get in a bill that maybe he wasn't necessarily on board with at first. He's trying to walk that fine line here to allow Democrats to demonstrate some independence from the White House when they need to, but also to really bring that extra added oomph, especially for a White House that thinks they do have some political momentum at this point, Hallie.
Mike Memoli on the North Lawn there. Ma'am, thank you. Talking of midterms now, there's a movie reference that sources tell me people close to Liz Cheney like, involving a little indie film called Star Wars. Okay, this Washington Post op-ed recently framed Cheney as Obi-Wan Kenobi, who is, of course, initially defeated, but then ultimately is part of the force that takes down Darth Vader, or in this analogy, Donald Trump. And that gives you a sense of how some in Cheney's circle are casting tonight, the Wyoming primary, as the start of a bigger and broader, almost galactic battle for the future of the Republican Party, because Cheney will almost certainly lose. And that's not me saying it, that's polling, right? You see a recent one here. She is down by something like 20-plus points here, at high risk of losing her seats, which is why some see her as a potential political martyr. Then in Alaska, you have Senator Lisa Murkowski, also somebody who voted to impeach former President Trump and a Trump target. We'll have a report from Anchorage in just a minute, but I want to first go to Vaughn Hilliard, who has posted up for us in Wyoming. And listen, it is an uphill battle for Liz Cheney, but also, you know, she gets that, I think, Vaughn, right? She is clear-eyed about her chances there. And I think she and her team are already looking ahead to the next steps.
Right. I think another metaphor we could run with, Hallie, is essentially, if we're talking about an uphill climb, we're talking about the Teton Mountain Range, just about 5 miles from where we're standing here right now. And quite frankly, trying to scale the Tetons ain't an easy feat. And one may have to figure out a way to go around it here, because if you're Liz Cheney, you're staring at a likely defeat here tonight. Frankly, the numbers, it's just hard to get to the point where, you know, you're able to see a victory for her, even if she's able to bring over Democrats who registered as Republicans today here. This, in large part, is figuring out how to remain influential in American politics beyond tomorrow. Now, her folks have said, look, this primary battle is just the first of a much larger, longer fight that she intends to make to take on Donald Trump and make sure that he never gets in the White House again. But it's a really difficult case to make, Hallie. We've got to be frank about this, because these are her own neighbors, her own backyard here, the folks that have known the Cheney family for 5 decades now, who are on the cusp of potentially saying, we don't want you in the United States Congress anymore.
And that's a piece of this, too. The Cheney, the Bush-Cheney, if you will, but specifically in Wyoming, the Cheney dynasty coming to a close potentially today, this week in Wyoming. And the theme here, and we're going to talk about it more in a second when we get a live or get a report from Anchorage, Alaska, with Lisa Murkowski and Sarah Palin. The theme here is Donald Trump has done well in many, not all, but many of these Republican primaries with people who are riding the MAGA wave, if you will, right? The wave of support for him. It is showing that those Republicans in power who buck former President Trump tend to not do well. Now, that, again, that's not a blanket statement. Lisa Murkowski might very well prove that wrong in Alaska. She probably will. But this is kind of a new era, not just in Wyoming politics, but potentially in the party at large.
And I think that that's why Wyoming is kind of the epitome of all this, and I think it's the perfect example to it. I'll tell you, I think it was earlier this summer when I was standing at the Trump Hageman rally in Casper, Wyoming, an arena of probably about 10,000 folks, and that's where it was wild to just turn around and look at this arena in the heart of what used to be Bush-Cheney country. In 20 years later, less than 20 years later, you're talking about chance of firing Liz, ditch Liz, get rid of the old GOP, right? And it's almost, if you look at 2008, in that potential handover of the Bush-Cheney to McCain, Palin, I mean, who would have thought, right, that it was ultimately the Sarah Palin wing, inspired wing of the party, the Tea Party, that would ultimately transcend that old wing of the GOP, then lead us here in 2022, in which we're having conversations about the new right, about the America First agenda, and about the prominence of Donald Trump being able to go back and help potentially lift up the likes of Sarah Palin and take down the likes of Liz Cheney. There's a lot that can happen within one political party in America at this moment in time right now, Hallie.
Vaughn Hilliard, live for us. I know you'll be watching all those returns come in tonight from Wyoming. Appreciate it. We talked about what happened, of course, out west, what's happening tonight. But there's also Alaska, where Sarah Palin is trying to make her return to Washington, specifically to the Capitol, to the political stage. And Senator Lisa Murkowski, somebody who former President Trump has targeted in the past, is looking to hold on to her seat. Ali Vitale is there.
A lot of races for voters to make their picks in, and a whole new way of them making those picks with a ranked choice voting system that applies to this House race to succeed the late Congressman Don Young, who passed away in March. Whoever wins this Tuesday election is going to finish out the rest of his term until January. The November election will then decide who takes that full term for the next 2 years. But look, a lot of household names in that race. People like Sarah Palin, a former vice presidential candidate, trying to make a national electoral comeback. She's been on the ballot here before, though, and voters say they know what she's done as a mayor in Wasilla and then, of course, as governor of the state. To them, that's enough to make their decision off of, and for some voters, it's not enough. Look.
I know a lot of people have problems with the way that she supposedly quit and went away. There were some legal problems there. That's not really where my focus is. Mine's more about ACEs and the fact that we took a long time to walk that back. Oil production in Alaska has not been very great since then. And so she just wasn't really good for Alaska.
And look, Palin's opponents are hitting her on that, too. The fact that she's got this national name ID, her name here is what she's campaigning on, but she's not necessarily campaigning around the state. That's something her opponents are seizing on, pointing out the fact that she has spent these critical weeks before Election Day off the campaign trail in Alaska while campaigning in other places, even as her opponents are taking to the campaign trail here all over this massive state. Someone else who's making the rounds here, too, though, is Senator Lisa Murkowski. She's up for her own Senate Republican primary. Again, a crowded field here, but in the Murkowski primary, all she's got to do is place top 4 to make it on the ballot in November. We expect her to do that, but of course, it's despite the fact that Donald Trump has railed against her, listing her as one of his top midterm targets, endorsing one of her challengers. But Murkowski's no stranger to a tough re-election battle. At least her campaign says they feel good, at least about this first decision day, although November, that's going to be the big one.
Ali Vitale for us there in Anchorage. Today, the federal government is telling Arizona and Nevada for the first time that those states have to cut way back on how much water they use from the Colorado River. And they've got to do that soon, starting next January. This river is a key source of water for a lot of the southwestern states and Mexico. And today, the government has now officially alerted that it's at what's called a Tier 2 shortage. What does that mean? It means water levels are way down because of so much drought. Arizona is going to be hit hard by these forced cuts. It's set to lose 21% of the water it typically gets from the river. Think about that, right? It's like a fifth of the water it normally has, gone, wiped out. Separately, today was also the deadline the government set for 7 states to agree amongst themselves on how to divvy up water and these future water cuts. There is no sign of a deal on that. Raf Sanchez is posted up out west and joins us now. These cuts for Arizona and Nevada, these dam cuts are automatic. Explain for people who don't live out west, like how significant this is, how this actually works, right? How logistically this works and the impact this is going to have on farmers, the agricultural belts out there, et cetera.
Yeah, Hallie, this is unprecedented. The Colorado River provides water for about 40 million Americans here in the West, and we have never seen it as low as it is right now. As you said, Arizona is going to lose a fifth of its water allocation from the river. Just to give you a sense of how much that is, it's about as much as the city of LA uses every single year. That is a lot of water. Nevada is going to lose about 8% of its allocation. And as you said, it's going to be farmers who are hardest hit. About 90% of winter vegetables in the United States are grown here in the West. So, Hallie, if you're in D.C., you're eating a salad in February, it's pretty likely that lettuce was grown out here. And farmers right now are looking around and they are trying to figure out how are they going to produce those vegetables with a fifth less water than what they had going into this year. Hallie?
For the western states that missed this deadline to have like a, discussion about future water cuts, what happens now? Does the government come in and say, hey, you couldn't figure it out, we're going to figure it out for you?
Pretty much. The federal government has some carrots and some sticks here. The sticks, they are threatening to basically come here to the West and start banging heads together at the state leadership level to just impose cuts on these states if they can't agree amongst themselves. Washington is pretty reluctant to do that. They would really, really prefer that these states reach a consensus. They do have some carrots. They've got some money that they can use to try to induce these states, try to smooth along an agreement. But I'll tell you, Hallie, there is real frustration here in the West that state leadership can't get to a deal on this. This is a classic political situation. Everybody agrees painful cuts need to happen. Nobody can agree about how those cuts need to be distributed. I was speaking earlier to Kyle Roerink. He runs a conservation group out here. Take a listen to what he had to say about this.
We have to be in a position where we are preparing for the worst and hoping for the best. And I think, this week will be a good time to rattle some cages and hopefully get folks back to the table.
And Hallie, of course, these cuts that are being talked about are basically the bare minimum to avoid a disaster right now. But with climate change, there's only ever going to be less water. And so this is going to be a fight about how to divide the pain among an ever-shrinking amount of water. Hallie?
It's such a huge issue. And it is, as you say, Raf, it is an unprecedented move, never been done before. Thank you so much for your reporting live from us out there in L.A. Coming up, actor Ezra Miller's apologizing for their behavior, saying they're seeking treatment for mental health issues after some people on social media started calling for the Flash movie to get canceled. We'll get into it. Plus, what the NBA is doing to encourage fans to vote in this year's midterms. We'll be right back.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
the day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The NBA is now leading what's being called the biggest political effort the sports world has ever seen. You know what they're doing? There's not going to be any NBA games played on Election Day this year. None. Instead, the league is hoping fans, the league employees, players are going to take the opportunity to take that day and vote in the midterms. A full day off without games is a big deal during the NBA regular season that normally only happens on Thanksgiving and during the All-Star break. In an NBC News exclusive interview, the league's head of social justice coalition told our Shaq Brewster why this is so important to the league.
Voting and Election Day are obviously unique and incredibly important to our democracy, and that's part of the value proposition that we want to make sure people understand that voting is unlike anything else.
Shaq is joining us now. Shaq, I know you scooped this story for us here at NBC News, and it's so interesting because the NBA, it seems, is creating this culture of political participation. We've seen sort of athletic activism before, I think back to 2020, and the Black Lives Matter support that the NBA was letting players be vocal about after the George Floyd murder.
That's exactly right, Hallie. And the decision and announcement that we heard from the NBA today is in direct contrast. It's a next step in what we saw back in 2020. You mentioned it was not only the George Floyd protest, but after when you had in Kenosha the shooting of Jacob Blake, the NBA season was nearly derailed. And in the wake of that, you saw this social justice coalition formed. And this is the group that's behind this decision now to have no games behind or on Election Day. And in addition to that, the day before the election, have 30 teams, all 30 teams compete on Election Day to encourage fans to participate in the election the next day. So this is all combined. You know, one thing that we see from NBA players and the teams, they push policy measures, they push things like the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, but that through line that you always hear from them is that in order to get those measures passed, you need to show up at the polls. This is the NBA trying to get more people to show up at the polls.
The league has some other irons in the fire too, yeah?
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's not it. As I mentioned, you'll have the day before Election Day, you'll have all 30 teams competing. They're calling this a civic engagement night. What that looks like specifically is still yet to be determined. It's going to be by each individual team deciding what they want to do. But one thing that we're already seeing is this push for voter registration. Right there where you are in Washington, D.C., for example, the Washington Wizards and Washington Mystics are teaming up together to have voter registration at every game. They're going to make that a priority from now, from this point up until and through the election. You're seeing that from other teams. One thing that we saw in 2020 was many of the teams turned some of the venues like the one I'm standing at right now. They turned these arenas and team facilities into actual voting locations or locations to train poll workers. NBA officials tell me they're trying to do that again this time around. It's a little bit harder without the COVID pandemic looming and as prevalent as it was before. They're trying to do that this time around, but there are a couple of announcements that they have left in their back pocket.
historically, objectively nonpartisan to say to people, go out and vote, exercise your democratic right and cast a ballot, right? The league isn't saying necessarily go vote for Democrats or go vote for Republicans. They're saying just go out and go and do this civic duty. Are they getting any backlash for it, Shaq, or are people sort of seeing what the league's trying to do?
Yeah, that was a point that the executive director emphasized in my conversations with him, that he is not telling people how to vote or saying that they should vote one way or the other. It's a nonpartisan organization. They just want people to go out and cast that ballot. But when you talk about the backlash, I mean, there is always a potential for backlash on a measure like this when you have a league getting involved in politics. People make assumptions about what direction they want NBA players to go into or what direction the NBA wants voters to make. You know, that was something I did ask the executive director, and listen to his response when I asked about the potential and the risks for backlash.
It's always a reality. Not everybody's going to like everything that you do, but you don't do impact work by referendum. You do it because you think it matters and because you think it represents the values of the organizations and the folks that we report to.
You know, I did have conversations with people who observe the NBA, who cover the NBA on a regular basis, and one point that they made to me is that there is not that much risk here because this is a sweet spot for this league. These are players who have been involved in the past. Their fans expect their players to be involved. For an issue like voting, especially when they're not saying which way you should vote, they say this is, pardon the pun, but this came from him. It's a slam dunk for the league to do something like this.
Oh, Shaq, I know you cannot resist a pun. Thank you. I appreciate you. Appreciate your reporting and bringing that scoop to us. Thanks. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the U.S. military test-fired a Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile overnight. It was not armed, and an official said the test was meant to show the readiness of U.S. nuclear forces. This is a test that had been delayed from earlier this month to avoid any kind of increased tensions with China over Taiwan. Number 2, American Airlines says it's ordered 20 supersonic planes. They can carry people at twice the speed of the fastest commercial plane right now. Think Miami to London in less than 5 hours, LA to Honolulu in 3. United and Japan Airlines have also ordered some of these planes. The company that makes them says passengers could be flying in them by the end of the decade. So not tomorrow, but not in 100 years. Number 3, the FDA says it's letting hearing aids be sold over the counter without a medical exam or without a prescription. The agency says they could be available online and in drugstores for people who have mild to moderate hearing problems as early as the middle of October. Officials say they hope this is going to make the devices more accessible and cheaper, too. Right now, if you don't have insurance, they can cost thousands of dollars. Number 4, Kraft Heinz is recalling thousands of cases of a favorite kid drink, Capri Sun, saying the pouches might be contaminated with a cleaning solution. In a statement, the company said the solution is used on some of the equipment to process food. It was accidentally introduced into a production line at one of its factories. Wild cherry is the only affected flavor, but if you have it, be careful. Number 5, there's a fundraiser in Norway that's raised more than $16,000 so far to build a statue to honor Freya. She's the famous walrus we told you about earlier this month who liked to jump on people's boats for a nap. Sometimes she sunk the boats. Over the weekend, officials there euthanized the 1,300-pound walrus over concerns about her welfare and the risk she posed to the crowds who ended up coming to see her. Actor Ezra Miller is speaking up for the first time about some concerning behavior that's been all over the headlines lately. In a statement provided to NBC News by their spokesperson, the 29-year-old says they're going to get treatment for complex mental health issues after what they call a time of intense crisis. We know Miller's gotten into some legal trouble recently, charged with burglary and disorderly conduct in Vermont and Hawaii. They're also facing allegations of grooming, abuse, intimidation. Miller's spokesperson has previously declined to comment on that. These controversies have become not just a legal issue, but a PR one, not only for Miller, but for Warner Brothers Discovery. Miller is a big part of one of the company's big franchises, DC Comics. They're starring as The Flash in that movie coming out next summer. We've reached out to Warner Brothers Discovery for a comment, but have not yet heard back. Kristen Dahlgren joins us now. And Kristen, there's been a lot of scrutiny over, this movie that reportedly cost something like $200 million and having the face of it be somebody who is involved or facing some of these potential legal troubles. But there's still no indication Warner is actually doing anything, right, or taking any action on that?
Right. So, as you said, this is a big budget film, a big deal. It's due to be released as of now in theaters June 23rd, 2023. So a little less than a year away. Just to give you some idea how big it is, Ben Affleck, Michael Keaton back as Batman, making appearances in this film. So a lot of money spent on this. And even as recently as last week, there were some reports that Warner Brothers was considering a couple of different options for the film, including potentially shelving it. There have been all of these calls for them to can Ezra Miller and move on from them as The Flash. And Warner Brothers CEO has publicly said that he's very excited about the film. And, today's statement from Ezra Miller really makes this a new day. And I was struck by what one executive was quoted as saying in Deadline, and I think we have a full screen of this. He said, "This isn't about business. It's about a human being who is clearly in pain." So it's important to look at this statement from Miller today and also note that they said they were apologizing to anyone and everyone that they have alarmed, and continuing, "I'm committed to doing the necessary work to get back to a healthy, safe, and productive stage." So kudos to them for that. A big personal step, but also potentially a big PR step in rescuing this film, or at least their role in this film, Hallie.
And as far as what brought us to this sort of moment and this announcement today, Chris, and you look at these legal issues, they date back months.
Right. So, back in March, arrested in Hilo, Hawaii. That was for disorderly conduct, also second-degree assault. August 9th, felony burglary charges here in Vermont. They also appear to have choked a woman in Iceland. There is video of that. No charges were filed there. So a lot of different legal woes spanning different countries. There is a September court date in Vermont. So those legal woes continue. But today, Ezra Miller saying that they are seeking this continuing treatment. And it appears to be now that some of these legal woes may be a result of severe mental illness. Hallie.
Kristen Dahlgren, thank you very much for that reporting. When we come back, some TikTokers with tens of millions of followers now turning on Amazon over labor practices. How the company is now responding after the break.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
And in Florida, a vacation became a nightmare for one family when a shark bit their 10-year-old. We'll talk about how he's doing coming up in the local. But first, a bunch of TikTokers, like 70 of them. They're saying they are done with Amazon as part of a new campaign they're calling People Over Prime. These folks, these influencers, are saying they're going to close their online storefronts. They're going to stop new partnerships until the company steps up and meets the demands of the Amazon labor union. What are those demands? A $30 minimum wage, more time off, the end of what they see as union-busting activities. And we're talking about creators who have some clout. They have a combined following of more than 51 million people. Okay, that's a lot of reach. It comes as the company is seeing more and more attempts, basically, at organized labor. Just in the last 24 hours, we saw something like 150 people walk out of the San Bernardino hub over concerns about low wages and like physical safety. They're hot, the heat. They're not comfortable. Amazon says it was fewer people who actually walked out. Workers are organizing in other cities, too, but Amazon's pushed back. They've been accused of illegally firing and even calling the cops on some workers who show support for unions. NBC News reached out to Amazon and its union for comment. No response yet, but I do want to bring in Jake Ward, who's following all of this. So this People Over Prime campaign, Jake, these are people with big followings on TikTok. But Amazon, you know, arguably, when you look at its customer base, has a huge following if you're going to count people who buy from them as followers, right? I mean, they're the second biggest private company in the country. How big of a problem is this for them?
Well, it's really interesting, Hallie, because as you say, right, if you're looking at it in the sheer, success, right, of a retailer like Amazon, there's almost no company in the world in the history of capitalism that has been as successful as this company. But it sees the future. This has always been the great gift of Jeff Bezos, trying to get out in front of what's coming. And one of the things that is coming is the incredible influence of online creators like the people who have amassed, as you say, about 51 million people together as followers on TikTok. And, the fact that these folks are pulling out of their support for Prime is really interesting, not least because Amazon has actively courted these people for years. For about 5 years now, Amazon has run an influencer program. They basically get a cut of storefronts that they run, and if they make a recommendation in a TikTok to their audience, and the audience buys something, they can get 10% here for a beauty product, 20% there for an online game. They've in fact flown influencers out to a sort of resort retreat at Todos Santos. They did that last year and treated them, wined them, and dined them, throughout about a 3-day period where they could sort of foster a sense of community and bring them all together. So they obviously see that the reach here, and not just the reach, but the ability to find really engaged, really, fanatical, right, the word that fans comes from, and very specifically targeted audiences by going through influencers is really the wave of the future when it comes to marketing. And the fact that these folks are now using that same power to say instead, no, we are pro-labor and anti-Amazon, that's a very big deal for this company, I think.
What's also interesting here is the way that we've seen TikTok become this platform for pro-union advocacy, not just with Amazon, but we saw it with Starbucks, for example, other places over the last few months. It feels like it is a combination of the accessibility and connectivity, but also of a younger generation, the people who tend to use TikTok. I don't mean to sound like an old lady and call them the youngs, but you know what I mean? The people who tend to be younger on TikTok, who are generally more pro-union.
Well, it is interesting, right? And I agree with you. I hate being the person having to say, the youth of today.
I hate that. I hate that. I feel like a gross, totally.
I know. I get it. But this is really true. I mean, right, just to sort of spell out the incredible power of TikTok. Right now, the reason that Facebook and Snapchat and all these companies are watching TikTok is because when you look at individual apps and their use by young people, the individual apps, their numbers are falling among young people consistently. All young people are basically using fewer and fewer social media apps, except for TikTok. TikTok is the one that is continuing to grow among young people. So that's a huge deal. And you're right, there's this whole genre of pro-labor, pro-activism sort of TikTok posts. When I'm scrolling through and it shows me how to make this delicious piece of food, or here's a guy who, fixed his own car, then it'll show me this, iconic post. One of them is of a woman quitting her job at Walmart, going on the mic and decrying the conditions of working there. You have people giving lessons in Marxist theory. I mean, it's really incredible just what a sort of genre that has become. And so it seems to have traction among people. We are, of course, in the midst of what we're calling the great resignation, the great reshuffling, whatever you want to call it. But people do not want the jobs that are on offer right now. And perhaps some of the sort of ideological shift that we are seeing in this country may be coming from TikTok. Maybe that's part of it.
Jake Ward, it's always great to have these conversations. Thank you for bringing us up to speed on that reporting. Coming up, it is back to school time, but not for everyone.
We have a really desperate situation.
We're going to head to a district in Florida to look at what exactly is fueling this teacher crisis, this teacher shortage. Plus, a rollover rescue caught on camera. Look at this, how some strangers work together to save a driver's life. That's next in The Local.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
We're here to start conversation because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Northeast Bureau, Massachusetts State Police are still looking for a missing 21-year-old after he jumped off a popular Martha's Vineyard bridge made famous in the movie Jaws. Officials say he and his brother jumped late Sunday. They found the brother's body yesterday. From our Southeast Bureau, a 10-year-old boy lost part of his leg after he was attacked by a shark in the Florida Keys this weekend. On Facebook, the boy's uncle said he and his family had been snorkeling in a shallow reef when the shark bit him. His uncle said doctors had to amputate below the knee to save his life. Also from our Southeast Bureau, a group of Good Samaritans stepping in to rescue a driver after his car crashed and rolled over on a highway in San Antonio. Look at this. They say they flipped the car over Then they bust open the window. They're about to do it. They break open the window to get the driver out. One witness said the driver was taken away in critical condition. This week, NBC News is looking at kids under pressure, digging into how inflation and rising costs are making it tougher for families and schools across the country. And I know you've heard this headline right now. You've probably seen it on social media, this teacher crisis, this teacher shortage. The Bureau of Labor Statistics estimates about 300,000 public school teachers and staffers left their jobs altogether since the start of the pandemic, a nearly 3% drop in that workforce. Education Secretary Miguel Cardona was on MSNBC today talking about it. Watch.
We need to make sure we're respecting the profession, and that means competitive salaries, better working conditions, and teacher voice as we reimagine schools.
One school in Florida has a new way of recruiting teachers. They're getting a little bit creative. NBC's Stephen Romo has that story.
Do you accept?
Yes.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much. Our newest teacher at Haines City High School.
High school principal Adam Lane has become a pro at recruiting new teachers. When he's not serenading his staff, he's busy crafting a pipeline of teachers for his school. It's a strategy he's deployed to combat Florida's teacher shortage, with about 9,500 vacancies.
We really work with our seniors to come back to Haines City High School to build a life and a future and an education right here on the place they graduated from. This year, we're bringing in 27 new staff members. Very excited.
They say 15 of those positions will be teachers and teaching assistants, a third of which are alumni.
I came back here and I became a full-time sub, and that's when I really got hooked on wanting to come back here and being a full-time teacher.
The Haines City High hiring spree isn't happening at many schools across the country. According to National Center for Education Statistics projections, about 50,000 fewer new teachers were hired in 2022 compared to last year. The center also estimates that there will be approximately 33,000 fewer teachers across the nation by the end of the year. Some experts say that a shaky economy and high inflation make those numbers no surprise.
We have a really desperate situation, and I think that has everything to do with the way these jobs are compensated. Teachers make nearly 20% less than their peers in other occupations.
We don't have a shortage of people who are certified to be teachers. We have a shortage of people who are teachers and certified who are willing to work for the low pay and then take on a lot of the responsibilities that are being thrown at them, and really bad policy that is making the job that much harder, and therefore people are walking away from the profession in record numbers.
A June report by the National Education Association found that teachers are making more than $2,100 less on average than they did 10 years ago when adjusted for inflation.
Because of the federal relief and recovery funds, state and local governments have the money to raise pay and hire teachers back. They are resisting doing that.
For teachers like Camille, the reality of low wages is something she's used to being warned about.
There were so many things that people were saying, maybe education isn't such a good idea because of pay or maybe the students, but that wasn't exactly something that I thought was a problem.
But luckily for her students, that hurdle did not stop Camille from pursuing her passion.
If someone was having thoughts in possibly becoming a teacher or not, I would say jump in it. If you don't try it, then you'll never really know if it's meant for you.
Stephen is joining us now. And Stephen, this whole issue of retention and teachers, it's not just Florida's problem when it comes to teachers who say they are underpaid. Over in Colorado, you have housing costs pricing teachers out. Apparently, teachers can only afford something like 1 in 5 homes in the state, according to Colorado Public Radio. There's been this discussion, I think, for a long time about how, for the service that teachers do for the kids in our communities, they should be paid like doctors. They should be paid way more than they're being paid now.
Yeah, especially considering just exactly how much influence they have on these kids, Hallie. In Colorado, as you mentioned, it really illustrates part of the problem. 20% of all homes there considered affordable now. That's down from 38% in 2020, according to a study from the Keystone Policy Institute. Well, that study also classified homes affordable when a teacher's monthly housing cost would not surpass 30% of their monthly pay. That study, first reported by Colorado Public Radio, also said 17% of teachers there are leaving their positions at the end of the school years, many opting to move, and understandably so. They want to be able to live in a nice place. And it's not just Colorado. There are reports of people quitting teaching and taking jobs in retail, like a Business Insider report of an Ohio teacher quitting and going to work at Walmart, where he ended up making more money, about $12,000 more a year than he did in his teaching job. Just a couple of examples of how this problem is playing out in so many parts of the country. Hallie?
And we haven't even talked about this whole other movement on social media to help clear the lists, it's called, right, and get teachers the school supplies that they need for their classrooms that they're paying for out of pocket. There's a lot there. Stephen Romo, thank you. Good to see you.
Thanks.
Still to come. Military propagandism, misogynistic, racist. That's how some critics are describing a new Netflix rom-com that's actually been a hit on Netflix. It may even be showing up in your FYP. What the stars and creators are saying about this whole backlash next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.